Chapter 1, Fraud Discovered. Please take the bait. Let's break up. On the edge of the university playground, Wu Yu's voice was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, without a single ripple. Break up? What gives you the right to break up with me? Opposite Wu Yu, his girlfriend Lu Ningning's ordinary face was filled with astonishment and ferocity. Qualifications? Ha ha. Wu Yu's mouth curled up in a self-deprecating arc. Half a year ago, he was also blind. I was deceived by Lu Ningning's pure personality of not caring about material things, only caring about character. What's the result? In the past 6 months, he has become Lu Ningning's exclusive ATM and full-time butler. Running errands and delivering meals is a daily routine, emptying the shopping cart is a task, and gifts during festivals are indispensable. I lived frugally and poured all my living expenses, scholarships, and even money borrowed from roommates into this bottomless pit. And what did he get? Being ordered around, endless comparisons and belittling, and the contemptuous words of "Why did I find a poor guy like you? I have no money." Wu Yu looked at her with cold eyes. No, I should say that you have squeezed all my money. I still owe my roommate $300 for buying you that Barbie pink lipstick this month. I can barely afford to eat, and you wanted the latest bag? Lu Ningning, check your conscience, is it still there? Lu Ningning was choked for a moment, then retorted more confidently, "What's wrong with me spending some of your money? You are my boyfriend. Look at Li Hao and Wang Chang, they spend money on their girlfriends without blinking an eye. What about you? You're a loser. If you don't have money, don't you know how to get a part-time job? Deliver food and hand out flyers." She became more and more vicious as she spoke, pointing at Wu Yu's nose and cursing, "I really regret it. How could I have ever fallen for a poor bastard like you? If you weren't good looking, I wouldn't even bother looking at you. I'm telling you, people like you, just like your poor parents, are destined to be poor forever. Grass." This sentence completely ignited the last bit of forbearance in Wu Yu's heart. He could never tolerate his parents being insulted. "Shut your stinking mouth." Wu Yu took a step forward, a cold light flashing in his eyes, which scared Lu Ningning so much that she subconsciously stepped back. "Regret? I'm the one who regrets it. You're a complete gold digger. You're just cheating on my feelings. Now, we're even. You, get out of my world." After saying that, Wu Yu turned around and left without looking back. Behind him, Lu Ningning's angry shouts were heard. Wu Yu turned a deaf ear to him and continued walking, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. After leaving the school gate, he came to a stewed rice restaurant on the street that he often passed by but never dared to go in. "Boss, give me a plate of signature beef stew rice with double beef." Ever since he started dating Lu Ningning, he has to think twice before buying even a 10 yuan bowl of fried noodles, let alone a 35 yuan bowl of braised rice. The steaming hot stewed rice was served, with big chunks of beef tender and tasty, and rich sauce coating every grain of rice. Wu Yu ate with big mouthfuls, and his eyes felt a little hot. This bowl of rice tastes like freedom. It's the beauty of liberation. After finishing his meal, Wu Yu took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code to pay, and the Alipay page popped up. Balance, 28.5 yuan. After paying 35 for the meal, this is all the money left in the card. Wu Yu's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. There are still 20 days left before my family sends me living expenses next month. How am I supposed to get through these 20 days? Eat dirt? Wu Yu regretted it so much. "I don't regret breaking up, I regret not breaking up earlier. If I had gotten rid of that gold digger sooner, how could I have ended up in such a miserable state? Damn. A woman's mouth. What a lie. From now on, no woman can deceive me." Wu Yu walked out of the hotel dejectedly and wandered aimlessly on the street like a wandering soul. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his head. "Bite. Congratulations to the host. The anti-fraud system has been activated. System purpose, reject fraud and make lies become truth. Any fraudulent speech or information directed at the host, as long as it is beneficial to the host, the system can turn it into reality." System? Wu Yu suddenly stopped, his heart pounding. And let the fraud come true? How to use this system? Should I go find those street fortune tellers and ask them to trick me into getting rich? Or should I go to the lottery station and let the boss lie to me that I can win 5 million? Wu Yu glanced blankly across the street, and suddenly, his sight was fixed on a telephone pole. On the telephone pole, there was a colorful advertisement swaying gently in the wind. High-priced offer. I'm 31 years old, 1.70 meters tall, fair-skinned, beautiful, with a slim waist and long legs. My husband is infertile, and I'm looking for a healthy man to help me inherit the family fortune. $1 million reward. Phone 177XXXXXXXX. There is a photo below the small advertisement. In the photo, there is a woman with long hair, charming eyes, and a slim figure. Fuck. These long legs, this slim waist, this proud. She is simply a beauty on earth, the best of the best. But what era is this? There are still such outdated scam advertisements? Can you fool people? I guess only those brainless, daydreaming fools would believe it, right? Wu Yu sneered and was about to leave. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Oh shit. Taking the bait? Wu Yu's heart suddenly began to beat wildly, like a war drum, beating violently in his chest. The most beautiful woman. A huge reward of 1 million. Damn, if this could come true, it would be so cool. Wu Yu took out his cell phone without saying a word. Slender fingers pressed the string of numbers on the advertisement. 177XXXXXXXX. Beep beep beep. There was a regular busy tone on the other end of the phone, and each tone seemed to be beating on Wu Yu's heart. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating. This feeling was even more exciting than the first time he held hands with his girlfriend. Finally, the call was connected. Chapter 2 Work with Tears? Or Get Away with It? Hello? A clear and cold voice came from the receiver, with a hint of magnetism, like a clear spring in a mountain stream flowing over jade, or like a snow lotus on a high mountain swaying in the breeze. Oh shit. What the hell is this divine voice? It sounds so beautiful. Wu Yu stuttered a little. Hello, are you Ms. Liu? The voice over there sounded calm and cold without a trace of emotion. Yes, it's me. What are you calling about? I saw your ad on the telephone pole, that ad, so I called to ask. Wu Yu tried to be as subtle as possible. Oh, really? What's your name? What's your height, weight, age, any bad habits, or any history of genetic diseases? Ms. Liu's voice was still cold, but her questions were direct, as if she was interrogating a criminal. Wu Yu, 1.8 meters tall, 71 kilograms, 22 years old. Well, the basic conditions are met. Ms. Liu pondered, however, the advertisement clearly states that they are looking for healthy men. Words alone are not enough. You need to provide a user experience report. Experience report? Wu Yu was stunned. Is it so troublesome? Yes, experience report. Ms. Liu seemed to sense his doubts, but her tone remained calm. How about this? Add me on WeChat and I'll send you the physical examination items and the hospital's location. My WeChat ID is this phone number. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a beep and the phone was hung up. Wu Yu quickly opened WeChat and entered Ms. Liu's mobile phone number. Soon, a WeChat account popped up. Nickname, Liu. The profile picture is a landscape photo, you can see everything. Wu Yu clicked on her moments, and as expected, there was only a horizontal line. Byte. The other party has accepted your friend request. Ms. Liu, the physical examination items and hospital location have been sent to you. Please go for the physical examination as soon as possible. This hospital can provide immediate results. After receiving the report, take a photo and send it to me. Wu Yu quickly clicked on the picture of the physical examination items. Oh shit. Electrocardiogram, blood test, urine test, liver function test, kidney function test, chest X-ray, the ultrasound, color Doppler ultrasound, even chromosome examination and genetic testing? There are so many densely packed strings that it makes one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Wu Yu woke up instantly, a chill running from the soles of his feet to his forehead. This is clearly an advertisement of paying a large sum of money to have a child released by a medical examination hospital, a trick designed to trick people into taking expensive medical examinations. So insidious. Wu Yu thought to himself, it's a good thing I'm poor. I only have 98 yuan in my pocket now. I have to think for a long time before buying a bowl of beef stewed rice. How can I get the money for such an expensive physical examination? He was planning to block Ms. Liu directly and then scold this unscrupulous liar. At this moment, his cell phone screen suddenly lit up. Ms. Lu transfers 2000.00 to you. Note, medical examination fee. Wu Yu's eyes instantly widened and his mouth opened into an O shape. What the hell? Isn't this a routine? Wu Yu's hands trembled as he clicked on the next message from Ms. Lu. Ms. Lu, I'll go get a checkup ASAP. I'm busy, but I have time today. Koreha, okay. Hospital. After a lot of trouble, Wu Yu finally got a thick stack of physical examination reports. He couldn't wait, so he found a place with good lighting, took a lot of photos of the physical examination report, and then quickly sent it to Ms. Lu. A few minutes later. Ms. Lu, wait for me at the bus stop at the hospital gate. Wu Yu's eyes lit up. It's coming. It's coming. He immediately ran and rushed to the bus stop in front of the hospital. There are many people coming and going in this place, and they are very diverse. Wu Yu felt uneasy as he waited. What if the other party is a kidney cutter? You spend money to get yourself a physical examination, aren't you trying to see where your value lies? What if Ms. Lu is an obese old woman? Nodding with tears in your eyes? Or just get away with it? What if the other party secretly takes a video to threaten you? Wu Yu was daydreaming when suddenly. Hey, are you squatting here? Lu Ningning and her best friend were standing together, looking at him with sarcasm on their faces. What's going on? Are you begging because you have no money? Are you squatting here waiting for charity? Lu Ningning's voice was unabashedly full of sarcasm and extremely harsh. None of your business. Wu Yu yelled angrily. He was annoyed whenever he saw Lu Ningning. Oh, why is it none of my business? I'm your ex-girlfriend. Seeing you in such a miserable state, I really feel sad for you. Lu Ningning sneered, her tone becoming even more sarcastic. Her best friend beside her also chimed in, saying sarcastically. Ningning, look at him, what a loser he is. I don't know why you fell for such a poor bastard. Lu Ningning snorted, crossed his arms, and said smugly. Yeah. I was so blind. But luckily, I've already dumped him. I guess he'll be single for the rest of his life. Who would choose a poor guy as a boyfriend these days? If you have no money, go home and do it yourself. You fucking. Wu Yu was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and the rage in his heart instantly exploded. But at this moment, a low and violent engine roar suddenly exploded. Boom hum. That voice, with its all-consuming dominance and impact, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wu Yu instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and saw a streamlined supercar gliding towards him silently like a ghost. Then, less than 5 meters away from him, he did a beautiful tailspin and stopped steadily. It was a completely black Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. The scissor doors are closed, and the lines of the car body are as sharp as if they were cut by a knife or an axe, exuding a suffocating violent aesthetic. The two sharp LED headlights on the front of the car are like a pair of cold animal eyes, overlooking the world. When the car window slowly lowered, Wu Yu's breathing suddenly stopped. There was a beautiful woman sitting in the car. She wore a black mask that covered most of her face, revealing only her charming almond eyes and straight nose. Natural fan-shaped double eyelids, long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and bright eyes that are clear and bright as stars. A head of fine, black long hair, flowing down smoothly, with a few strands of fluffy and messy hair from the shoulder level, revealing laziness and casualness in its softness. She was wearing a white silk shirt that tightly wrapped around her slim and well-proportioned figure. Especially the proud curves, even through the clothes, can't hide its amazing explosive power. She sat elegantly in the driver's seat, her left hand casually resting on the steering wheel, revealing a wrist as white as jade, on which she wore a simple silver watch. Wu Yu's gaze uncontrollably slid down her facial lines, neck, and collarbone. Although she was wearing a mask, the beauty and sexiness radiating from the inside out hit Wu Yu's retina like a physical object. This fucking. Compared to the super beautiful girls in the advertisements, this one doesn't look very similar. It's simply better. Chapter 3 I'm going to take a shower first. No. Even more shocking than in the photos. The woman glanced at Wu Yu, and that pleasant voice, like the sound of nature, sounded again. Are you Wu Yu? Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded, his voice trembling. Yes, it's me. Excuse me, are you Ms. Lu? Yes, it's me. Ms. Lu raised her chin slightly and hooked her slender finger at Wu Yu. The action is simple, but carries an indescribable sense of temptation and command. Hurry up and get in the car. Okay. Wu Yu grinned, stretched out his long legs, and walked towards the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ in an extremely cool manner. Boom! The scissor doors open upwards stylishly like wings. Wu Yu bowed and sat in the passenger seat without hesitation. The supercar's highly enveloping seats instantly made Wu Yu feel like he was being embraced in a warm and luxurious embrace. He fastened his seatbelt and took a deep breath. The unique smell of leather and high-end fragrance of Lamborghini instantly filled his nostrils. Bang! The scissor doors fall down handsomely. The engine roared again. In the shocked eyes of Lu Ningning and her best friend, as if they were looking at a monster, the black Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, like a black lightning, instantly left a shadow on the spot and sped away, leaving behind only a spicy exhaust fumes and a bunch of envious eyes. The Lamborghini was like a black lightning, weaving through the traffic. Wu Yu's heart also beat violently along with the roar of the engine. He turned his head and looked greedily at Ms. Lu beside him. Beautiful. The side profile is smooth, the neck is long, and the collarbone is so delicate that it can hold fish. Wu Yu's eyes unconsciously swept from top to bottom. When he saw Ms. Lu's slender legs wrapped in black stockings, his heart trembled violently. Absolutely beautiful. This is no ordinary black silk. It is the kind of top-quality black stockings that are as thin as a cicada's wing and have a sexy, oily sheen. Wu Yu felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Holy shit! Who the hell can handle this? Only. What does she look like? You won't feel weak all over once you take off your mask, right? Ms. Lu seemed to notice Wu Yu's gaze. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a barely perceptible smile flashed in her almond-shaped eyes. Then, she slowly reached out her hand, pinched the edge of the mask with her slender fingers, and gently pulled. In an instant, Wu Yu's breathing suddenly stagnated and his mind went blank. Under the mask, a peerless face that could be called a work of art was completely revealed before his eyes. I had clearly seen those phoenix eyes before, but now, paired with her perfect oval face, they looked even brighter and more attractive. Under the high nose bridge, there is a pair of bright red lips, plump and tempting, like rose petals covered with dew, exuding a fatal attraction. Wu Yu felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat, his blood was boiling, and his ears were buzzing. He stared at those red lips, his throat dry and he couldn't help swallowing. Until Ms. Lu frowned slightly, with a barely perceptible coldness in her eyes. Wu Yu suddenly woke up and realized that staring at someone like that was really rude. He quickly looked away and pretended to look out the window, his cheeks instantly feeling hot. To ease this damn embarrassment, Wu Yu cleared his throat and asked cautiously. Where are we going? He thought Ms. Lu would answer, but unexpectedly, Ms. Lu just glanced at him lightly, and then, without saying a word, the car suddenly became quiet again, with only the roar of the engine and the sound of tires rubbing against the ground. Wu Yu gritted his teeth and asked again, will the reward be paid immediately after the task is completed? Or, do we have to wait until it bears fruit? He chose his words carefully, fearing to offend this extremely beautiful woman. However, Ms. Lu still, without saying a word. Wu Yu felt sweat starting to form on his forehead. He took a deep breath and asked again tentatively. Ms. Lu, does your husband know about this? He won't show up mid-sentence, will he? As soon as he said this, Ms. Lu's cold almond eyes finally looked at him again. The corners of her mouth curled up in a cold arc, and then smiled coldly. That smile, with an indescribable weirdness and amusement, made Wu Yu's heart explode instantly. Oh shit. There's something wrong with this. There can't really be a trap. He suddenly took out his cell phone and wanted to call the police with trembling fingers. Squeak. At this moment, a sharp brake sound suddenly exploded. The huge inertia caused Wu Yu's body to lean forward suddenly. If he hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, he would have hit the windshield headfirst. We're here, get off. Ms. Lu's cold voice finally rang out again, as if carrying some kind of magic power, instantly dispelling all the random thoughts in Wu Yu's mind. Wu Yu looked up blankly, and through the car window, what came into view was a magnificent and majestic building. JW Marriott Hotel. The 5 large gold-plated characters sparkle in the sun, exuding an atmosphere of luxury. Holy crap! A 5-star hotel? Wu Yu's heart suddenly shook, and the feeling of relief at surviving a disaster was instantly swept away by the luxurious scene before him. A waiter in uniform immediately trotted over and respectfully opened the car door. Bang! Ms. Lu took off the car key of the Lamborghini and threw it casually, throwing it accurately into the waiter's hands. Then, she gracefully stepped out with her long and beautiful legs, and her pair of high heels wrapped in black stockings landed lightly on the ground. She didn't even wait for Wu Yu and walked straight to the hotel lobby. Wu Yu quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and crawled out of the car. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Ms. Liu walking to the front desk and taking out a VIP card with a shiny metallic luster from her exquisite handbag. A king-size room. Ms. Liu's cold voice reached Wu Yu's ears clearly. King bedroom? Although Wu Yu was full of fantasies about Ms. Liu, he couldn't help but feel nervous when it came to this point. After all, he and Ms. Liu didn't know each other at all and they hadn't even exchanged a few words. Are we going to start work now? As Wu Yu followed Ms. Liu to the elevator, he comforted himself in his heart. Don't be afraid. At least this is a legitimate hotel. Moreover, Ms. Liu's room was newly opened, so the possibility of kidney cutting could basically be ruled out. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened. Ms. Liu walked out of the elevator with elegant steps, and Wu Yu hurried to follow. Arriving at the door of the room, Ms. Liu swiped her card to open the door. Click. The door opened. A faint fragrance wafts towards you. The luxurious suites in the five-star hotel are indeed worthy of their reputation. It is spacious and bright, luxuriously decorated and spotlessly clean everywhere. Ms. Liu swayed her graceful figure and walked straight to the sofa. She took out a thick stack of papers from her purse and threw it on the coffee table with a bang. Sign this agreement, I'm going to take a shower first. Ms. Liu's cold voice carried a hint of unquestionable command. Wu Yu hurried forward, picked up the stack of documents on the coffee table, and took a look. Chapter 4 Try it and you will know everything. Conception Agreement. Party A, Lu Yunqi. Party B, Wu Yu. Article 1, Party B, Wu Yu, voluntarily assumes the obligation to assist Party A, Lu Yunqi, in natural conception and promises to provide healthy, high-quality. Article 2, after the signing of the agreement, Party A Lu Yunqi shall pay Party B Wu Yu a deposit of 1 million renminbi. This amount shall also serve as the cost of Party B's confidentiality obligation. Regardless of whether the pregnancy is successful or not, Party B shall strictly keep confidential this cooperation and all related information, otherwise it will bear legal responsibility. Article 3, if Party A successfully becomes pregnant and gives birth to a child, Party A will pay the remaining 2 million renminbi in remuneration to Party B, Wu Yu. Article 4, during the period when Party A desires to conceive, Party B, Wu Yu, must cooperate unconditionally and may not refuse or shirk for any reason. Article 5, after the child is born, Party B Wu Yu has no right to visit, take back or take the child away. All custody and guardianship rights of the child belong to Party A Lu Yunqi and have nothing to do with Party B Wu Yu. Article 6, Party B, Wu Yu, must cooperate with Party A, Lu Yunqi, to provide a paternity test for the child in order to handle household registration and other related procedures. Wu Yu's eyes lit up and his heart beat wildly. Oh shit. Very professional. No pitfalls. No traps. And a full 3 million. Not to mention, Ms. Liu is such a top-notch person. This is a huge profit. The more Wu Yu watched, the more excited he became, and his mouth couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Just then, crash. The bathroom door suddenly opened. Wu Yu looked up suddenly and saw Lu Yunqi walking out of the bathroom. She was only wearing a silk bathrobe, and because it was soaked with water, the translucent material clung tightly to her graceful body. Drops of water dripped down her soft black hair, passed over her fair neck, and disappeared under her bathrobe. Her fair and rosy skin sparkled with an alluring luster under the light, and her looming proud curves made Wu Yu's eyes widen. Beauty comes out of the bath. This fucking beauty is simply stunning. Has the agreement been signed? Lu Yunqi's charming almond-shaped eyes glanced coldly at the smirking Wu Yu. As she asked, she stepped on the carpet, swaying her graceful figure, and walked towards Wu Yu step by step. Wu Yu's heart beat wildly along with the sound of her footsteps. The faint fragrance of shampoo and shower gel, mixed with her unique body fragrance, instantly filled the entire room, making Wu Yu's brain dizzy. Lu Yunqi walked up to Wu Yu, and then, slowly stretch out your slender fingers and gently pull. Wow. Bathrobe opened in response. Then let's get started. Fuck. Even though Wu Yu forced himself to remain calm, he couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Yunqi's silk bathrobe slid off gently like a peeling cicada shell. What comes into view is the ultimate temptation. A set of hollow lace sexy lingerie. The tulle lace design is half covered and half exposed. It appears and disappears under the ambiguous light. The S-shaped curve with convex front and curved back is like a careful outline by a master painter. What makes people's blood boil the most is her long and slender legs. The black suspender stockings tightly wrap every inch of skin, from the base of the thigh to the ankle. The delicate lace at the cuffs of the socks is dotted with a few crystal diamonds, sparkling charmingly under the light. And under her feet are a pair of red-bottomed stiletto heels with an attack speed of plus 999. The heels were at least 10 centimeters high, making her already slender legs look even more upright and seductive. Wu Yu felt like his nose was about to bleed. He sat on the sofa, motionless and unblinking. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. The laughter was as sweet as a silver bell, with a hint of charm. She walked towards Wu Yu step by step with a sexy cat step. The pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings swayed in front of his eyes, exuding a fatal attraction. She leaned down and moved closer to Wu Yu, and the fresh fragrance instantly surrounded him completely. Her red lips were almost touching Wu Yu's earlobe, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. It looks like she seems ready to take the initiative. However, when Lu Yunqi inadvertently glanced at the agreement on the coffee table, she was stunned. A hint of doubt flashed across those cold almond-shaped eyes. You haven't signed yet? Lu Yunqi's voice was filled with a hint of confusion. Well, I didn't sign it. Although Wu Yu almost fell prey to the extreme temptation of beauty, he still retained a trace of clarity. Ms. Lu, could you please take a look at your medical report? I'll sign it after I read it. See my medical report? Although Lu Yunqi's tone was calm, it revealed a hint of disbelief. What do you mean? I mean, what if? Wu Yu answered hesitantly, but only said half of his words. What if Lu Yunqi is sick? What if she is out to take revenge on society? It's not impossible. He. Lu Yunqi thought for a moment, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. I don't have a medical report, but you can rest assured. Try it, and you'll know everything. Give it a try? Wu Yu's brain froze instantly. Now that I've tried this, isn't it too late? Ms. Lu, if you don't have the medical report, I think it's better. However, Lu Yunqi did not give Wu Yu another chance to think. She stretched out her long, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings and gently sat on Wu Yu's legs in an extremely seductive posture. The soft touch made Wu Yu's brain go blank in an instant. She leaned down and put her red lips close to Wu Yu's ear again. The warm breath, with a faint sweetness, blew on Wu Yu's ear. She whispered something in his ear in a soft and shy voice that only Wu Yu could hear. Hear this. Wu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted and his eyes widened. The whole person was stunned for a moment, with an expression of disbelief and astonishment written all over his face. What the hell? Is this fucking real or fake? How about it, are you relieved now? Lu Yunqi giggled, and her laughter was like a spring breeze blowing through willows, with a hint of pride. Her slender fingers gently pushed Wu Yu down onto the sofa. The next day, early morning. JW Marriott Hotel, in a luxury suite. On the soft big bed, Wu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room, making it warm and bright. Wu Yu's confused mind slowly began to clear up. Turn around and take a look. There is no one around. Lu Yunqi has disappeared. Only a few strands of black and smooth hair remained on the pillow, lying there quietly. Proof that everything is not a dream. Wu Yu's breathing suddenly quickened, and he jumped up and threw back the quilt. He lowered his head and looked at the snow-white sheets. A touch of crimson, like a blooming rose, clearly comes into view. Chapter 5 Looking for a girlfriend. Preferably a school beauty. First blood. It's really first blood. Wu Yu's heart seemed to be about to jump out of his chest. Ecstasy, excitement, and disbelief. Because last night, Lu Yunqi whispered in Wu Yu's ear. I am a virgin. This is incredible. Lu Yunqi has a husband. Could it be that her husband is a complete loser? Countless guesses flashed through Wu Yu's mind, but he quickly shook his head and threw these messy thoughts out of his mind. Who cares? In short, I made a lot of money this time. Wu Yu hurriedly jumped off the bed, and before he could fully stand up, he fell to his knees with a thump. Damn it! My legs are weak. My whole body feels sore and weak, as if I have been hollowed out. No way. Lu Yunqi is the financial sponsor, so in order to increase the probability of success, we can only increase the base number. The deficit is serious. Wu Yu got up from the ground and limped to the sofa. I saw that the agreement was neatly placed on the coffee table. Next to it, there was a brand new check. A deposit of 1 million RMB. Wu Yu held up the check carefully with trembling hands. I'm rich. I'm rich. Sure enough, the lie became reality. The system is awesome. Just then, Wu Yu's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was a WeChat message from Lu Yunqi. Your performance was okay yesterday. I'll let you know when we meet next time. Don't send me messages proactively. Wu Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and his mood was extremely good. He sent Lu Yunqi a emoticon and then put away his phone. Although his legs were still a little weak, Wu Yu decided to leave the hotel immediately. He was in a hurry to get to the bank to cash the check. Limping out of the hotel, Wu Yu hailed a taxi and headed straight to the bank. Baiyun University, men's dormitory. Damn it! Double kill. Nima, is this support a pig? Hurry up, go ahead, charge. The dormitory was a mess. 3 shirtless roommates were wearing headphones and shouting at the top of their lungs. Sudden. Ahem. At the dormitory door, a pair of brand new Nike running shoes appeared silently. Then, a pair of long legs stepped in. Wu Yu, dressed in trendy sportswear, had a smug look on his face and walked to his roommate's table with a swaggering gait, ignoring everyone. Bang! Wu Yu took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and threw it on his roommate's desk. Then, Wu Yu had a playful smile on his face, waiting for them to discover the surprise, then kneel down and worship him, shouting Dad. After all, these guys always support me a lot. Otherwise he would have starved to death. Now that I have become rich, of course I have to repay my gratitude and let them share in the benefits. However, fuck. The soft rice guy is back. The roommate turned around and suddenly saw Wu Yu. He was stunned at first, then he suddenly took off his headphones and let out an earth-shaking roar. Nima, soft rice brother? Wu Yu's smile froze on his face. Holy shit, is that true? The news of you hooking up with a rich woman has become a hot topic in the school, and you don't even know? His roommate also took off his headphones and looked at Wu Yu in shock. What's trending? Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. My roommates explained. Yesterday afternoon, Lu Ningning came back to school and made a big fuss about dumping you. Then you couldn't stand the excitement and left with the rich woman. She's a rich woman driving a Lamborghini. Lots of people saw it with their own eyes. I heard that rich woman brought you a bag of money? Was it cash? How much was it? Wu Yu. Damn. And he brought a bag of money? Lu Ningning, this bitch. She really knows how to exaggerate. Rumors. Pure rumors. She and I are just ordinary friends. Wu Yu almost yelled out the words, pay a large sum of money to have a child. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly stopped. No. It's written in black and white in the agreement, it has to be kept confidential. If it gets out, the remaining 2 million will be lost. Ordinary friends? Ha, Wu Yu, you're kidding me? My roommate had an I understand you expression on his face and chuckled. Are you embarrassed to say it? It's okay, we are brothers, we understand you. It's just a gigolo. It's not shameful. These days, being able to eat gigolo is a skill. To be honest, we don't want to work hard anymore. That's right. As long as I can get rich, I'll eat anything, not just free food. Wu Yu tried hard to control his emotions, took a deep breath, and tried to make his voice sound calmer. She and I are just ordinary friends. What Lu Ningning said is pure rumor. Alas, we also know that this is fake. His roommates expressed their belief in Wu Yu's words, but the situation now is that everyone is happy to believe this rumor. Your reputation as a gigolo, Wu Yu, is now completely confirmed. What should we do then? Wu Yu felt his blood pressure rising. That's easy. If you just find a girlfriend, won't the rumors stop being true? Besides, you have to find a top-notch beauty who is 100 or 1,000 times more beautiful than Lu Ningning. Yes. Preferably one who was at the school beauty level. The roommates all contributed their ideas to help Wu Yu come up with strategies. However, none of them believed that Wu Yu could do it. Finding a girlfriend who's as pretty as a schoolgirl would certainly help dispel the rumors, but you're a broke bastard. You can barely afford to eat, who would want to date you? Dream on. Wait a minute, why is there a packet of Huazi on my table? And you're still a softie? Holy crap! Wu Yu, are you really rich? The roommates then realized that the situation had changed and looked at Wu Yu hurriedly. But Wu Yu had already turned around and left the dormitory. Baiyun University cafeteria. Wu Yu was starving. We consumed so much yesterday that we must eat a big meal. Boss, give me 1 serving of mapo tofu, 1 serving of kung pao chicken, 1 serving of braised pork, and 2 bowls of rice. Wu Yu said proudly. The cafeteria ant was stunned for a moment and looked at Wu Yu in surprise. This kid usually eats the cheapest vegetarian dishes, why is he so arrogant today? Wu Yu ignored the cafeteria ant's gaze, took his food, and found an empty seat to sit down. He ate rice in big mouthfuls and gobbled up the vegetables. While eating, I was thinking about my next plan in my mind. The most important thing next is to exercise. Wu Yu was thinking in his heart while chewing the braised pork. Otherwise, I won't be able to get the remaining 2 million yuan. Otherwise, not to mention the balance, there won't even be any ashes left. Well, besides, I really need to find a girlfriend and put an end to those rumors. As for the selection, Wu Yu raised his head and glanced at the girls in the cafeteria. Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the cafeteria. Holy crap! The school beauty is here. Sheningran. It's Sheningran. Look! The school beauty is wearing a Lolita skirt. Various exclamations came one after another, and the boys in the cafeteria turned their heads and looked towards the cafeteria door. Chapter 6 It would be unjust if I didn't lie to him ruthlessly. Wu Yu also subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a beautiful figure, surrounded by a crowd, slowly walking into the cafeteria. She was wearing a pure white Lolita princess dress with delicate lace trimmings on the hem, which made her look like an elf who had strayed into the mortal world. Under the skirt, a pair of long and beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings are straight and slender, so white that they seem to emit light, making people unable to take their eyes off. On her feet, a pair of Mary Jane shoes brought out her cute temperament to the extreme. She has shiny black hair that reaches her waist, which is carefully braided into 2 pigtails and hangs playfully in front of her chest. The hair is dotted with a few pink roses, adding a touch of sweetness. Her oval face, as small as a palm, is impeccably delicate. A pair of watery almond eyes, clear and bright, seem to be able to speak. Under the small and delicate nose, the cherry lips are rosy and plump, without any makeup, making people want to kiss them. Her whole body exudes a temperament of pure desire. As pure as first love, yet with a hint of subtle temptation that makes people unable to stop. She is the chief campus beauty of Baiyun University Sheningran. As a school belle, Sheningran is not aloof at all, but rather very approachable. She had a sweet smile on her face. As she walked, she waved to the classmates around her and greeted everyone with a smile. Her voice was clear and sweet, like the song of a lark or the clear spring in a mountain stream, instantly nourishing everyone's heart. The boys in the cafeteria wanted to glue their eyes to her. Various saliva and swallowing sounds came one after another. Wu Yu looked at Sheningran and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he could win over Sheningran, he would definitely be able to get rid of the reputation of being a gigolo. Only, this is almost impossible. As the top campus beauty, Sheningran has many suitors. Among them are many second-generation rich people with assets worth hundreds of millions, who drive luxury cars and spend money like water. Oh. With only 1 million on hand, it's no problem for him to deal with a gold digger like Lu Ningning. Sheningran? It's too difficult. Wu Yu shook his head, laughed at himself, and continued to eat. After finishing his meal, Wu Yu left the cafeteria. I plan to find a gym outside of school, get a membership, and start exercising. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. Nowadays, gyms are popping up everywhere and the competition is extremely fierce. In order to attract customers, merchants have lost all their dignity. The colorful promotional advertisements on the outer wall of the school gate prove this point. Rapidly build muscle in 6 months, strengthen your body, and achieve your dream of being a stylish man. XX Gym. There is also a muscular man next to her, with a strong body, bulging veins, and overflowing hormones. Say goodbye to being skinny. Build a perfect body in 3 months. No pay if you don't succeed. YY Fitness. The slogan is even more exaggerated. No fee if you don't succeed? Who would believe that? Big bonus. Guaranteed to transform you into a hunk in just 1 month. Plus free one-on-one instruction from a private trainer. Original price, $99999, now only $9,999. ZZ private customization. This price is really bold. Shocking. The most powerful muscle building secret ever. In just 7 days, you'll be as strong as an ox. I'm not a ox, I eat cow dung. Wang's secret recipe. The most outrageous one is this one. The advertisement showed a bald old man holding a tattered secret book in his hand, and a strong bull next to him. This is so. Wu Yu looked at the advertisement and couldn't help but sneer. Bullshit. Routine. Business fraud. This is a clumsy poster, this is a low-level scam, even a fool won't believe it. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Oh shit. He suddenly stared at the advertisement of Wang's secret recipe and the photo of the bald old man on it. Taking the bait? Damn it, the chance to become a super muscle man is here, isn't it? Wu Yu took out his cell phone without hesitation and dialed the number on the advertisement. Then, following the instructions on the phone, we wandered around and finally arrived at a shabby store in a dark alley. This place looks like an abandoned warehouse. There was a rickety sign hanging above the door with 4 large characters Wang's secret recipe written on it, but the writing was already blurred. Before he even entered the door, Wu Yu heard bursts of cursing coming from inside. You liar. Give me back my hard-earned money. You old bastard. My child's future is ruined. Give me back my money. Then, there was a series of ping-pong sounds of things being smashed. Then, Wu Yu saw a group of aggressive parents, accompanied by a few thin-looking high school students, walking out of the shabby store. They were cursing and pointing in the direction of the store with angry looks on their faces. This store is a complete scam. Don't believe it. A parent saw Wu Yu looking at the door and kindly reminded him. Yeah. My child was fooled by them. They said it could quickly build muscle, but it turned out to be useless. Another parent followed suit and complained. Wu Yu's heart moved, and he said with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder." Then he waited until the parents left cursing before rushing into the shabby store. The store was in a mess, with all kinds of fitness equipment toppled over and broken glass scattered all over the floor. A skinny old man was sitting on the ground with a bruised face and nose, looking extremely miserable. When he saw Wu Yu come in, a hint of surprise and vigilance flashed in his eyes. You, who are you? I'm the one who called you just now. Are you old Wang? You really came? Old Wang looked at Wu Yu in disbelief, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Yeah. Didn't you say that you can quickly build muscle and become as strong as an ox in just 7 days? There was a hint of anticipation in Wu Yu's tone. Old Wang. He hesitated for a long time before saying, yes. It is obvious that Lao Deng's career as a scammer has suffered a major setback. After being beaten up by these parents, he almost lost his confidence in cheating people. How is it charged? How much is it? Wu Yu acted very anxious. When old Wang heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. He quickly got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and forced an honest smile on his face. Little brother, let me tell you, the original price of this is 3,888, but considering your sincerity. Okay, I'll pay right away. Wu Yu didn't wait for old Wang to finish speaking, he took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. Bite. The phone rang with a crisp payment notification tone. Old Wang was stunned. He looked at the money deposited into his account on his phone, then looked at Wu Yu who was looking expectant, and his eyes suddenly turned red. What a simple young man. It would be really unfair if I didn't cheat him ruthlessly. Chapter 7 Overlord forcibly succeeds. Lao Wang 2's store is different from other gyms. He specifically cheats high school students who want to take the sports exam. The physical fitness of today's high school students is generally worrying. In order to send athletes to college, many parents choose to take shortcuts and are deceived by them. This was the first time he had met someone like Wu Yu, who paid directly without even bargaining. This suddenly made old Wang feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. But he quickly pushed the guilt out of his mind. Damn! If you are soft-hearted in this business, how can you make money? Old Wang put his phone in his pocket, pretending to be a wise man, cleared his throat, and said, Little brother, let me tell you, I see that you have amazing bones and an extraordinary face. You are a martial arts genius. Wu Yu. I've decided to give you a great opportunity. Old Wang said in a mysterious tone. Oh? What opportunity? Wu Yu asked curiously. That 3888 fast-acting muscle-building package is only taught to ordinary people. Old Wang said, moving closer, I still have a secret manual worth 8888, and I'm only selling it to the right person. As he spoke, he pulled out a tattered, yellow thread-bound book from under the counter. There were 4 big words written on the cover: Ba Wang Changdong. The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched suddenly. Damn. Is this definitely a muscle-building secret, not some old-school trick? Little brother, you have found a treasure. Old Wang carefully picked up the tattered and yellow thread-bound book as if it were a rare treasure. This is a secret manual passed down from our Wang family ancestors, passed down only to men and not women, and not to outsiders. Once I've trained it, 8-pack abs, mermaid lines, vest lines, those are all child's play. Old Wang lowered his voice and acted mysterious, glancing at Wu Yu from time to time to observe his reaction. This technique is a unique breathing technique that focuses on swallowing the essence of heaven and earth and absorbing the brilliance of the sun and moon. In just 3 days, I can transform you completely. What does it mean to be completely transformed? It means your bones will be amazing, your meridians will expand, and your chi and blood will be replenished. Do you believe it? In just 3 days, you can transform from an ordinary college student into a muscular man? Old Wang became more and more excited as he spoke, and even gestured, shaking his bony arms as if he could really lift a 1,000-pound weight. Okay, stop introducing yourself, I'll pay right now. Wu Yu was already itching to listen and couldn't wait any longer. Without saying a word, he took out his cell phone and with a ding sound, he scanned another 5,000 yuan. What the hell? Now, it was Old Wang's turn to be completely stunned. 5,000 yuan. This kid just swept it without even blinking. Pure idiot. A rare idiot in the world. The liar cried when he saw it. Old Wang has cheated countless people in his life. What kind of idiot has he not seen? But this is the first time I've seen someone with Wu Yu's purity. This instantly made Old Wang's remaining conscience begin to hurt. Hey! I've already paid, why are you still standing there? Quick! Teach me! Wu Yu urged, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable dominance. Old Wang shuddered and came to his senses in an instant. He cleared his throat and immediately returned to his previous hermit-like appearance. Ahem! Hey little brother, just watch carefully. I'll only demonstrate it once. As he spoke, Old Wang sat cross-legged on the ground in a strange posture. He took a deep breath, his chest suddenly puffed out, and then he exhaled slowly, his body trembling slightly with the rhythm of his breathing. The whole process was accompanied by a strange sound similar to wheezing. Wu Yu widened his eyes, staring at every movement and every detail of Old Wang without blinking, for fear of missing a single thing. Although Old Wang is skinny, he has an inexplicable sense of rhythm when he does this breathing method. After demonstrating a set of movements, Old Wang exhaled a breath and his face became a little red. How is it? Little brother, do you understand? Old Wang asked proudly. Understood. Wu Yu nodded vigorously, almost jumping up with excitement. He quickly imitated Old Wang, sat cross-legged on the ground, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Huff chi huff chi. Wu Yu clearly felt a current of heat rising slowly from his dantian and instantly spreading to his limbs and bones. That feeling is like the dry land being suddenly moistened by the rain, and every inch of muscle is cheering. Wu Yu's body began to change slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His chest began to grow broad. The arms are starting to get stronger. Even the outline of muscles began to appear faintly in the lower abdomen. Hiss. Wu Yu took a breath of cold air. Oh shit. This effect is too fierce, right? Wu Yu couldn't help but reveal an ecstatic look on his face. He clenched his fists and felt the overflowing power in his body. System YYDS. Old Wang felt even more guilty when he saw Wu Yu's silly smile. After thinking about it, he decided to give Wu Yu some benefits to make this kid happy again. Congratulations, little brother, you win a prize. Wu Yu was stunned. What the hell? There's even a prize? Old Wang cleared his throat and forced a kind smile on his face. Today, you happen to be the 1,000th customer in my store. As he spoke, Old Wang fumbled under the counter for a long time and took out another equally tattered, yellow thread-bound book. This secret book is called I Want to Win the Gold Medal. Old Wang held the book carefully, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. I wrote this myself during the Qigong craze in the 1980s. It was all the rage back then. What's recorded in it are all the unique skills of my Wang family. They use Qigong methods to teach people how to quickly master physical fitness. It sold quite well back then, and this is the last copy left. I was planning to keep it as a keepsake, but now I'm giving it to you. Take it. Wu Yu took the copy of I Want to Win a Gold Medal and was overjoyed. It is always good to have many skills, and he is eager to be fooled by this old liar a few more times. Thank you. You are such a good person. Wu Yu bowed from the bottom of his heart to express his gratitude. Then run away. Go back to the dormitory. Hurry up and master these 2 secret books. When old Wang heard the word good person, his face was filled with mixed emotions. He laughed dryly twice, then squatted down and began to pick up the junk on the ground. The competition in the fitness industry is so fierce. After deceiving Wu Yu, Lao Wang has decided to change track. Specifically targeting those middle-aged weak men, selling magic oil. That thing has high profits and a huge market. It will definitely be successful. Old Wang was happily dreaming about the future, but he had no idea that he had just missed out on a perfect customer for his magic oil. Chapter 8 Go take a shower quickly. Back in the dormitory, Wu Yu threw himself into his bed. He sat cross-legged, carefully picked up the book Bawang Changgong, and began to breathe in and out again according to the diagrams in the secret book. Huff chi. Following the rhythm of Wu Yu's breathing, streams of heat flowed through his body, and every part of his body was cheering. His body was undergoing amazing changes at an even faster pace. What the hell? Wu Yu, what are you doing? Are you cultivating immortality? Brother, when are you going to transcend the tribulation? I'll protect you. Stop it. He must be trying to become indestructible so he can satisfy a rich woman. When his roommates saw Wu Yu's strange look, they all gathered around him and started teasing him. Get lost. Stop bothering me. Wu Yu roared angrily. He was at a critical moment and couldn't be interrupted. Also, I'm not going anywhere for these 3 days. Bring me my food. And help me with the sign-in. I won't treat you unfairly, 1 huazi for each of you. Wu Yu continued to immerse himself in breathing while speaking. When the roommates heard that Huazi was there again, their eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap! Wu Yu, you really made a fortune? Are you really a gigolo? Otherwise, where would you get so much money? Wow, Brother Soft Rice really lives up to his reputation. Now we have to hold on tight. The roommates were talking excitedly. Wu Yu didn't bother to pay attention to them. He just wanted to practice this magical skill as soon as possible. The next morning, the sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains and into the dormitory. Wu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Hiss. He could clearly feel a powerful force filling his whole body. His muscles are tense, his lines are smooth, and he is full of explosive power. He could feel the air vibrating when he clenched his fist lightly. This feeling is so great. Hooray! Breakfast is here. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open with a creaky sound, and a roommate walked in carrying breakfast. Fuck! Wu Yu! You, how did your thing get so big? The roommate just walked to the head of the bed and suddenly saw Wu Yu. He was so scared that he almost dropped the soy milk in his hand. His eyes widened in shock, he pointed at Wu Yu's arm, and his voice changed tone. Is this still Wu Yu? Another roommate came over and was stunned when he saw Wu Yu's expression. Wow! Those muscles! Those lines! Is this a real person? Wu Yu, you didn't take any hormones, did you? Wu Yu grinned, feeling ecstatic in his heart. This forcing the king is indeed a magical skill. The effect is so remarkable in just one night. He stretched his body and felt as if he had endless energy. Oh my god! The happiest person now is the rich woman. Yeah. It can be plowed hard. The roommates surrounded Wu Yu, touching and pinching him, and teasing him non-stop. Wu Yu's face suddenly darkened as he listened to their teasing. That's enough. If you continue spreading rumors, I won't give huazi anymore. As soon as the roommates heard the word huazi, they immediately became obedient. No. Master Wu. We were wrong. We won't say anything more. One of the roommates rolled his eyes and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Wu Yu, guess who I met in the cafeteria just now?" "Who is it?" Wu Yu asked unhappily. "School beauty Sheningran." My roommate said excitedly. She wore a Lolita dress today. She looked like a fairy. That little face and those long legs are absolutely stunning. Yeah. That waist, that chest, it makes my mouth water. I heard that Sheningran will be the cheerleader of our school at the inter-school sports meet the day after tomorrow. She even promised personally that she would blow each of the champion team members a kiss. The roommates were talking to each other excitedly about Sheningran. But Wu Yu didn't hear their discussion at all. Because Lu Yunqi sent another message. "I have an hour at noon today. Please come to the hotel at 12 o'clock sharp." Good job. How much Lu Yunqi hopes to get pregnant soon? Wu Yu looked at the time and it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours left. Wu Yu jumped off the bed, took the breakfast his roommate brought him, and ate it in big mouthfuls. After breakfast, Wu Yu simply washed up and changed into a loose sportswear. He decided to walk to the hotel. That's right. After a night of research, Wu Yu discovered. You don't have to meditate to breathe. But it can be done anytime, anywhere. Wu Yu felt the power flowing through his body as he walked, and each step he took was firm and powerful. He could feel that with every movement of his body, the heat flow circulated faster in his body, and his muscle fibers became tougher. Sweat dripped down his forehead and soaked his clothes. But he didn't feel tired at all, instead he was full of energy. Along the way, Wu Yu was like a tireless machine, running at high speed. When he arrived at the JW Marriott Hotel, it was almost 12 o'clock. He was soaked to the skin, his clothes clinging to his body, outlining his well-defined muscles. Oh shit! This muscle has swelled up again. Wu Yu was secretly happy. He took the elevator directly upstairs according to the room number sent by Lu Yunqi. Click. The door opened. In the room, Lu Yunqi was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with her back to him. She was wearing a neat black women's suit with a slim cut that perfectly highlighted her exquisite figure. The inky black hair was piled high, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. Her whole body exudes the unique aura of competence and abstinence of a strong woman. You're here? Lu Yunqi turned around and a cold voice rang out in the room. The next second, she seemed to smell something, her dark eyebrows slightly frowned, and her small nose moved slightly. Why do you smell like sweat? Lu Yunqi stretched out her slender fingers and gently pinched her small nose, with a hint of disgust in her tone. Hurry up and take a shower. Oh. Wu Yu agreed and walked into the bathroom obediently. After all, Lu Yunqi is the financial sponsor. If you take someone else's money, you have to follow their arrangements. Clatter. The sound of water continued. After taking a shower, Wu Yu picked up the bath towel, casually wrapped it around his waist, and walked out with his upper body naked. Lu Yunqi was sitting on the sofa, processing a document. When she heard footsteps, she raised her head suddenly and saw Wu Yu. Her pair of cold almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. The document in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Oh my god. This figure. Lu Yunqi suddenly stood up from the sofa. She stared at Wu Yu with complicated eyes, her face full of disbelief and shock. It's only been one day. How could it change so much? Although he was not thin last night, he was just an average boy's body. But now, Wu Yu looks like a bodybuilder who just came out of the gym. A perfect inverted triangle figure, broad shoulders, strong chest muscles, 8-pack abs, and that mermaid line. Every inch of muscle in his body is full of strength and exudes a fatal temptation. Lu Yunqi's breathing suddenly became rapid. Wu Yu looked at Lu Yunqi's stunned expression, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stopped in front of Lu Yunqi, bent down, and looked directly into her almond-shaped eyes that were trembling slightly with shock. With a hint of evil smile, he whispered. Ms. Lu, what are you standing there for? Time is precious. Let us get started. Chapter 9, starting with a dog, all equipment depends on explosion. The sunlight on the street in the afternoon was too glaring. Wu Yu, with his upper body naked, was running forward on the sidewalk, panting like a cheetah. Sweat slid down his angular abdominal muscles, sparkling in the sunlight. The young ladies passing by couldn't help but glance at him, and some of the brave ones even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Brother, add me on WeChat. Wu Yu turned a deaf ear to him. He was feeling so happy now. Because he was pleasantly surprised to find that during strenuous exercise, the muscle building effect of the Bawang Jin Shanggong method was like riding a rocket, rising rapidly. This isn't a secret to muscle building at all, it's a method for cultivating immortality. After running for a while, Wu Yu felt his throat was a little dry. He found a roadside supermarket and went in to raid the freezer. "Boss, check out." Wu Yu held a pile of drinks and slapped them on the cashier counter with a bold gesture. Just as he took out his phone to pay, the screen lit up and a WeChat message popped up. It was sent by Lu Yunxi. "I have to accompany my husband tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so I can't cooperate for the time being." The corners of Wu Yu's mouth instantly curled up into a playful arc. "Yo! This is the first time that Lu Yunxi has taken the initiative to report her itinerary to me. What does it mean? This shows that this top-notch queen is a little addicted. After all, her useless husband couldn't even make her a real woman. And what about yourself?" Not only did it allow her to experience the happiness of being a woman, but it also gave her hope of becoming a mother. How could this not be addictive? Wu Yu smiled triumphantly and casually sent Lu Yunxi an OK emoticon. Then he scanned the code to pay and walked out of the supermarket with the drink in his arms. He continued running towards the school while drinking his iced cola. But when passing by the school playground, Wu Yu was stopped by someone. "Classmate. Classmate, wait a minute." A gentle-looking boy wearing black-framed glasses ran up to him, panting. Wu Yu knew this guy. He was the head of the sports department of the student union. "What's up?" Wu Yu raised his eyebrows. "Oh my god. Aren't you that gigolo?" The sports minister's gaze was fixed on Wu Yu's perfectly formed muscles, his eyes white as copper bells. "Fuck, you're in such great shape. Don't you exercise a lot?" Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "It's okay, just practice casually." "Great. Great." The sports minister suddenly grabbed Wu Yu's arm excitedly. "The school needs talents like you. Classmate, what sports are you good at?" "Huh?" Wu Yu was a little confused by his sudden enthusiasm. "What are you doing?" "Oh, forget it." The sports minister slapped his thigh, his face full of worry. "The day after tomorrow is the inter-school sports meet jointly hosted by several major universities. This is a major event concerning the honor of the school. The school has issued a strict order, and we must produce results. But who knows? Our school's athletes have been training too hard lately, and a massive wave of injuries has broken out. Leg cramps, back strains, dislocated arms, there are just too many projects to get enough people. So, I was so anxious that I was looking for a replacement player. And I just happened to see you." Wu Yu's heart moved. He had been planning to exercise like crazy these days. "It doesn't matter if I participate in the sports meeting at the same time." Thinking of this, Wu Yu nodded confidently. "Me? I'm good at everything." "What?" The sports minister had a look on his face that said, "Are you kidding me?" However, the situation is urgent now, so we have to try our best to save the dying horse. "Okay. Buddy, I'll trust you this time." The sports minister gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to sign up right now. After registration is over, athletes will start training." Wu Yu, as a newcomer, immediately attracted everyone's attention. There's no way around it, his sculpted muscles are just too eye-catching. On the playground, athletes are sweating profusely while performing various training exercises. In a corner of the playground, a beautiful scenery attracted the attention of all the men. I saw the chief school beauty Shen Ingran rehearsing a cheering dance with a group of young and beautiful cheerleaders. Today, Shen Ingran took off her cute Lolita dress and put on a youthful tight sportswear. A pure white short t-shirt tightly wrapped around her proud curves. As she moved, the touch of white under her hem made people imagine more. She wore a playful pleated miniskirt, the hem of which fluttered as she jumped, revealing a pair of slender legs wrapped in over the knee-white stockings. Those legs, straight, slender, and white as if glowing, are the ceiling of pure desire. Holy crap! The school beauty's outfit today is so amazing. Damn it, my nose is about to bleed. If I could be squeezed by the long legs of the school beauty, I would be willing to live 10 years less. The male athlete's training enthusiasm was instantly ignited to the extreme. Wu Yu's gaze was involuntarily drawn over. I have to say that Shen Ingran is indeed the best of the best. In terms of appearance and figure, she is not inferior to Lu Yunxi at all, just with a different style. At this moment, a girl from the cheerleading team suddenly pointed at Wu Yu and shouted in surprise. "Ha! Isn't that the gigolo? How come he's an athlete now? Soft rice brother?" Upon hearing this, Shen Ingran stopped dancing and asked curiously. "Yeah. Ingran, you don't know yet, right?" The girl came over immediately and told the rumor about Wu Yu being kept by a rich woman in a very vivid way, adding fuel to the fire. A rich woman driving a Lamborghini. She's said to be all flesh and burly. TSK, I wonder if Wu Yu can handle it. After listening to this, Shen Ingran frowned slightly and looked at Wu Yu, who was warming up. No wonder you're favored by a rich woman, you've got a pretty good figure. Her rosy lips curled up in a disdainful arc. Then, he gave Wu Yu a look full of contempt and disgust. As a school belle, Shen Ingran has very high standards for choosing men. Being handsome and having a good figure are just the basics. The most important thing is to have strength and financial resources. A man like Wu Yu, who relies on his looks and appearance to live off women, is a disgrace to all men. Shen Ingran doesn't like it at all. Wu Yu didn't know that his impression score in the school beauty's heart had dropped to negative. At this moment, he was sweating profusely on the playground, enjoying the pleasure of growing strength. It wasn't until it was getting dark that he felt a little tired. After eating a few mouthfuls of food in the cafeteria, I returned to the dormitory. Double kill. What the hell? Is the opposing jungler your dad? He keeps catching me. Go. Charge. Push the tower. What a bunch of idiot teammates. The boys' dormitory is always so lively at night. The hoarse shouts of the roommates and the clicking of keyboards and mice intertwined into a passionate symphony. After taking a shower, Wu Yu climbed directly onto the bed, sat cross-legged, and prepared to continue practicing his Bawang Changgong. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he was pulled down by his roommate. Hey, brother, you, stop cultivating. Hurry up, the game is waiting for you. Hurry up. Take the guys to a big score tonight. Wu Yu's gaming addiction was instantly aroused. Okay. Wait, I'll take you flying today. He got out of bed and opened the laptop that he hadn't touched for a day. As soon as I turned on the computer, a huge pop-up advertisement took up the entire screen. If you're a brother, come and chop me. I'm a dog at the beginning, and all my equipment depends on luck. Shocking. A veteran player spent 3 years cracking the game's back-end code. Log in and receive VIP 15. Get tons of red envelopes. Your wife ran off with someone? No problem. Play this game, idle for half an hour, and earn tens of thousands. Pick her up in your Ferrari. The visuals in the ad are crudely made, and the sound effects are even worse. A muscular man wearing golden armor, holding a dragon-slaying sword, was shouting at the top of his lungs in Cantonese. Wu Yu felt nauseous after seeing this and subconsciously wanted to click the cross in the upper right corner. Just then. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Chapter 10 Earn 8 million. Oh shit. Wu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Isn't this the chance to make a fortune? Without hesitation, he clicked his mouse and went directly to the official website of the game. Register, log in, and you're done. Ding. Congratulations to player dad is here for logging in successfully. The system has given you a 3,000 yuan cash red envelope. It has been deposited into your game wallet and can be withdrawn at any time. Is this true? Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the game wallet and chose to withdraw cash. The next second, his phone vibrated. Alipay payment, 3,000 yuan. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Wu Yu was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. This is faster than robbing a bank. He suppressed his inner ecstasy and clicked the Enter Game button. A flash of light passed by, and Wu Yu's character appeared in a place called Novice Village. The game graphics were just as he had imagined, full of cheap plastic. But Wu Yu doesn't care about these at all now. He controlled the character, rushed out of the Novice Village, and slashed at a stupid-looking pheasant with a knife. 999,999. The pheasant didn't even have time to let out a cry before it exploded into a pool of golden light. Ding! Congratulations on killing the 7-colored glazed chicken. It dropped the artifact, dragon-slaying sword. Ding! Divine equipment, golden sing cloth dropped. Ding. Divine skill, summoning divine beasts dropped. Ding. Drop, ingot, 88,888. Oh my god. Wu Yu's eyes almost popped out. Is this a fucking pheasant? This is a fucking mobile treasure trove, right? He quickly picked up all the dropped equipment, and his backpack was full in an instant. Returning to the novice village, Wu Yu found an NPC named Equipment Recycler. With the mentality of giving it a try, he sold the artifact, Dragon Slaying Sword. Ding. Equipment recovered successfully. Congratulations on receiving RMB 88,888. The phone vibrates again. Alipay received 88,888 yuan. Sent. This time it's completely successful. Wu Yu's breathing became heavy, and he felt that the blood in his body was boiling. He controlled the character like a madman, frantically slaughtering those 7 colored glazed chickens outside the novice village. Fuck, Wu Yu, what are you doing? Why are you playing this garbage web game? That's right. The image quality is like mosaic, it's too low. Brother Ruffin's taste is indeed unique. The roommates waited for a long time, and seeing that Wu Yu was still playing that crappy game, they immediately surrounded him and mocked him with disdain. Wu Yu suddenly had an idea. He suddenly pushed his roommates away and clicked on the game advertisement on their computers in a flash. Let me use the computer. Then, 4 computers and 4 characters began a brutal massacre outside the novice village. The golden light keeps flashing. The RMB flowed into Wu Yu's pocket. Hey, Wu Yu, what are you doing? We still have to fight the Alliance. That's right. Who wants to play this crappy game? In order to appease these wailing roommates, Wu Yu took out his cell phone. Alright, stop arguing. Whatever skins you want, just buy them. I'll reimburse you. When the roommates heard this, their eyes turned green instantly. Fuck. Wu Yu, are you serious? Can I buy legendary skins too? Buy whatever you want. Wu Yu waved his hand with a heroic attitude. Then, he used the same method and exchanged a few top-level skins for the right to use computers in several dormitories next door. For a moment, the entire male dormitory building, dozens of computers, were frantically working to farm equipment for Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked at the numbers jumping in his Alipay account and was so happy that he almost went crazy. Of course, he wouldn't tell his roommates that this game could make money. He just secretly used his own account to collect the equipment he had earned piece by piece and withdraw cash. The next day, early in the morning. Before dawn, Wu Yu jumped out of bed. Without even brushing his teeth or washing his face, he rushed to the computers and began to review his gains from last night. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Wu Yu's fingers were trembling. One night. Just one fucking night. He actually made a huge profit of more than 8 million. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yu could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and laughed like a barbell. Wu Yu, what are you doing so crazy so early in the morning? That's right, can't we sleep anymore? His roommates were woken up by his laughter and protested in dissatisfaction. Everyone, get up. Wu Yu opened the drawer and took out a whole piece of soft huazi. Hurry up and get up, there are 200 red envelopes for everyone. Huazi, take anyone you want. Also, all 3 meals today are on me. Eat whatever you want. Wu Yu held a cigarette in his mouth with an arrogant smile on his face. Let's go. To the cafeteria. What the hell? The entire dormitory erupted in earth-shaking screams in an instant. The cafeteria in the early morning. Wu Yu walked in with a group of younger brothers. Everyone had a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out smoke, and they looked even more arrogant than gangsters going out on the street. Order whatever you want. I'll take care of the bill. Wu Yu walked to the window and waved his hand. The cafeteria ant was stunned. Isn't this the poor student who eats white rice with free soup every day? Is this a big explosion today? Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is awesome. The roommates behind him started to cheer, each with a happy smile on their face. It would be strange if you were not happy hanging out with a rich guy. Soon, a large table of sumptuous breakfast was placed in front of them. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed dumplings, beef noodles, and pancakes. A dazzling array of products and a fragrant aroma. Everyone was eating enthusiastically when a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded beside them. Hey, isn't this Wu Yu? Wu Yu frowned and looked up, only to see his ex-girlfriend Lu Ningning and her best friend standing beside him, looking at him sarcastically. Lu Ningning wore delicate makeup today, but her ordinary face was filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction. Yes, the most disgusting thing in the world is to see your ex, who is not living as well as you, suddenly living better than you. Especially when she saw Wu Yu's brand new brand sportswear and his obviously stronger and more powerful figure, the jealousy in her heart was about to overflow. Why? Are you feeling well nourished by that rich woman with a face full of fat? Lu Ningning's tone was like a poison knife, every word piercing the heart. TSK, look at how generous you are. It seems that rich woman gives you a lot of pocket money. Do you need to be so anxious to win people's hearts? What the hell did you say? Wu Yu slammed his chopsticks on the table and stood up suddenly. Originally, he didn't want to argue with her because of their ex. But this bitch, not only did she spread rumors about me everywhere, she even had the audacity to speak rudely to my face? Do you really think I'm still the same punching bag I used to be? I have a lot of brothers now. Chapter 11 My laptop is on for you 24 hours a day. Lu Ningning. I'm warning you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Wu Yu's eyes were as cold as a knife as he stared at her intently. I'm a man of integrity. I earned all this money with my own ability. Skill? Oh, isn't your skill just serving rich women? Lu Ningning sneered, showing no fear at all. Bullshit. Before Wu Yu could lash out, a roommate behind him couldn't help but stand up, pointing at Lu Ningning's nose and cursing. You stinking bitch. Just because you were dumped for being materialistic, you're spreading rumors and slandering my brother Yu everywhere? Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu, which is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. My brother Yu has been in the dorm every day these days, researching how to play games and make money. Everyone in the dorm can testify to this. That's right. Brother Yu made his money playing games. The whole story about hanging out with a rich woman is pure fabrication and malicious slander. Another roommate also stood up and spoke indignantly. Yes. We can all testify. The other roommates also echoed, and for a moment, the atmosphere was full of momentum. Wu Yu looked at his brothers who supported him, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He took a deep breath, scanned the audience, and said loudly, Classmates. I know there have been some false rumors about me in school lately. Today, I am solemnly declaring this in front of everyone. Every penny I, Wu Yu, earn is genuinely hard-earned money. He paused and raised his voice even higher. I know, words alone are not enough, and you may not believe it. To tell you the truth, all my money is earned from farming equipment in the web game. So, I've decided to rent everyone's computer rights for a high price. If you just lend me your computer to farm equipment for a day, I'll give you 200 yuan. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire cafeteria exploded. Holy crap. Is this true? 200 a day? Nah, my computer is just sitting there anyway, isn't this like picking up money for free? Brother Yu. Me. I'll sign up. I'll lend you my computer. And me. My laptop is on 24/7 for you. College students buy computers, ostensibly for study needs, but what is the reality? 99% of the time, I am playing games, watching TV shows, and watching videos, just killing time. Now, this entertainment tool can actually become a money printing machine that can earn you 200 yuan a day. Only a fool wouldn't do that. For a moment, all the students in the cafeteria went crazy. They swarmed over and surrounded Wu Yu, vying for cooperation. That scene was even more popular than a celebrity meet and greet. Brother Yu. Choose me. My computer is the latest Alienware model, and it's absolutely smooth to hang up. Get lost. Brother Yu, my Shenzhou Aries has the best value for money. Choose me. Looking at the crazy scene in front of him, Lu Ningning was completely dumbfounded. The rumor was debunked just like that? Wu Yu, he really didn't hook up with a rich woman? Lu Ningning's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. She began to regret it. He had just broken up with Wu Yu, and he had found such an earth-shattering way to make money? I actually pushed a future rich man away with my own hands? Deficit. It's such a shame for Grandma. She looked at Wu Yu, who was surrounded by people and looked as glorious as an emperor, and she regretted it so much. And Wu Yu, looking at his ex-girlfriend's expression as if she had eaten shit, felt relieved. He waved his hand and shouted to the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. Come one by one. I want everyone who's willing to cooperate. After dinner, everyone go gather downstairs in the dormitory and I'll do the registration. Good. Thunderous cheers erupted again in the cafeteria. At this moment, Wu Yu became the well-deserved focus of the entire school. Just then, there was a small commotion at the cafeteria entrance. The chief school beauty Sheningran, dressed in a pure white dress, walked in slowly, like a fairy who was not of this world. As soon as she appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of all the boys. The noisy cafeteria suddenly became quiet. Wu Yu's gaze also fell on her. In order to achieve more cooperation, he took the initiative to meet it. Hello, Mr. Shin. Wu Yu had a confident smile on his face. If you can just lend me your computer to farm equipment, I'll give you 200 yuan a day. How about a partnership? Upon hearing this, Sheningran glanced at him lightly with her beautiful eyes that were as clear as water. Then, she opened her red lips and uttered 3 words. Dream on. The tone was cold and disdainful, not giving any face at all. You think you can bribe me with just 200 yuan? After saying that, she didn't even look at Wu Yu again, and walked straight to the food window. The smile on Wu Yu's face froze slightly. A sense of dissatisfaction also arose in my heart. Oh shit. If you don't want to, then don't want to. Why are you so arrogant? What does it mean to have such a bad attitude? However, Wu Yu quickly forgot about this little episode. After all, there are thousands of people waiting to cooperate with him. For most of the next day, Wu Yu completely transformed himself into a master of time management. He ran around the various dormitories in the school, skillfully logging into the game and setting up autoplay on one computer after another. Thousands of accounts are online at the same time. What a spectacular scene! The golden equipment was continuously produced like water, and then quickly collected and cashed out by Wu Yu. The balance in his Alipay account skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, within a day at most, my personal wealth will break the billion mark. Wu Yu stood in the corridor of the boys' dormitory, looking out the window, feeling full of pride. 1 billion. Numbers that we once couldn't even imagine are now within our reach. This feeling is even more exciting than riding a rocket. Just as he was immersed in beautiful fantasies about the future, his cell phone rang. It was the Minister of Sports calling. Hey! Wu Yu! The mobilization meeting is about to start. You'll be criticized if you're late. Wu Yu thought, since the game is automatically idle anyway, I don't need to watch it myself, so it's okay to join in. Okay, I'll be there right away. This year's mobilization meeting is of an unprecedentedly high standard. The school has invested a lot of money to motivate the athletes to work hard and win glory for the school. The stadium was filled with colorful flags and crowded with people. First, the school leaders took turns to come on stage and delivered passionate and inspiring speeches. The saliva was flying everywhere, making Wu Yu drowsy. After the speech, the next step was a group visit to the school's honor room. The honor room is brightly lit and solemn. The walls are covered with various trophies, certificates, and yellowed old photos. They silently tell the glorious history of Baiyun University and the famous leaders who came out of here. The sports minister walked at the front of the group, introducing them with saliva flying. Students, see? This wall is the pride of Baiyun University. And this time at the inter-school sports meet, there will be many successful alumni who will be here to cheer us on. Among them, the one with the most noble status and the greatest reputation is undoubtedly Elder Xia. The sports minister pointed to a black and white photo on the wall, his tone full of reverence. Mr. Xia. He is now 88 years old and a legend at Baiyun University. He is an honorary lifelong professor and a senior national technical expert. He personally developed dozens of world-leading technology patents. His company, Xia Technology, was already listed on the Nasdaq, with a peak market capitalization exceeding $100 billion. Hundreds of billions of dollars? Wu Yu was secretly shocked when he heard this. He looked at the brilliant profiles of celebrities on the wall and couldn't help but start to think. I now make money from games, and my net worth will soon exceed 10 billion. This is not a small amount. I wonder if I will be qualified to hang my own photo on this wall when the time comes. Wu Yu was thinking happily when his eyes inadvertently swept across the last photo in the corner of the wall. Next second, He was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze for a moment. The pupils suddenly contracted. My brain is blank. Because, in that photo, he saw a figure that couldn't be more familiar. Lu Yunxi. Chapter 12 Will Xiningran be attracted to me? Lu Yunxi. It turned out to be Lu Yunxi. She's actually an old senior from Baiyun University? Wu Yu's eyes were fixed on the line of introduction below the photo. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. Lu Yunxi, a distinguished alumnus of the class of 2015, was admitted to our graduate program that same year and studied under Professor Xia, becoming his last remaining disciple. After graduation, she joined Xiaoshi Technology and, with her outstanding business acumen, rose through the ranks, becoming the group's youngest female executive. Last year, I married my mentor, Professor Xia, creating a truly remarkable teacher-student romance. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Wu Yu felt like the top of his head was about to be opened. The whole person, from head to toe, was completely shocked and numb. I actually gave a school legend, a multi-billionaire, a national treasure-level scientist a green hat? No wonder. No wonder Lu Yunxi is 31 years old and still has first blood. It won't work if it's not her husband. It's her husband, he's almost in his fucking coffin. What can an 88-year-old man do? I guess it's hard for you to even pee while standing. Wu Yu ended the mobilization meeting in a daze, in a state of incomparable shock and confusion. He didn't even know how he walked back to the dormitory. As soon as I opened the door, I heard the bad news from my roommates. The service has been stopped. The garbage web game couldn't stand Wu Yu's profiteering and was forced to shut down. Damn! Developer, you're going to die. Wu Yu rushed to his computer and cursed at the cold service suspension notice. But then I thought about it. That's normal. This kind of shoddy pay-to-win web game is designed to rip off players. How can we withstand someone like Wu Yu who opens thousands of accounts to make money crazily? It would be strange if they were not squeezed to the point of bankruptcy. Oh shit. Wu calmed down, opened his mobile banking app, and began to take stock of today's gains. Although the game was shut down after only half a day, he still managed to make over 3 million today. Add to that the previous deposit of over 1 million and the over 8 million earned from the game. His total personal assets have officially exceeded 10 million. Multi-millionaire. Wu Yu looked at the long string of zeros, and the unhappiness in his heart disappeared instantly. And so what if the service is discontinued? There are a lot of these money-sucking junk web games on the internet. I'll change another one and continue plucking. Wu Yu quickly found another web game with a more exaggerated style and even more outrageous slogans. Ding! Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. The familiar prompt tone made Wu Yu's mouth curl up with confidence again. He registered and logged in with ease and entered the game. Just slash the monster at the entrance of the novice village with a knife. A flash of golden light. Ding! Congratulations on winning RMB, 66,666. The phone vibrates. Alipay received, 66,666 yuan. Done. So Wu Yu had to start running around again. On thousands of computers, log into the new game again and set up the idle mode to farm equipment. By the time he finished all this, it was completely dark. My stomach is growling with hunger. Wu Yu arrived at the cafeteria, but found that it was too late and most of the windows were closed. Only a stall in the corner had its lights on. Boss, is there anything to eat? Hey young man, you're late. There's only one set meal left. Do you want one? Of course. Wu Yu was about to take out the money when suddenly, a beautiful figure ran past him in a hurry. Boss. Boss. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. It's the school beauty Xiningran. Her face flushed red as she ran, and the amazing curve of her chest rose and fell, making Wu Yu's eyelids twitch. When she learned that only one set meal was left, Xiningran's big watery eyes were instantly filled with disappointment. She pouted and looked aggrieved, which made me feel sorry for her. Here, I'll give it to you. Wu Yu looked at Xiningran's expression, and for some unknown reason, he handed over the meal he had just received. Ah! Xiningran was stunned and looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. She thought that since she had been so cold to Wu Yu during the day, he would definitely feel resentful and might even take the opportunity to mock her. But it seems that they don't take it to heart at all. Thank you. Out of politeness, or maybe because I was really touched. Sheningran took the set meal and gave Wu Yu a sweet smile. Her fair little hands made a big, perfect heart shape in front of her chest. Her big watery eyes narrowed into two crescent moons with joy. You are such a good person. Just then. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. A string of question marks slowly appeared in Wu Yu's head. Fraud? What the hell? Could it be that Sheningran's heart gesture was considered fraudulent in the eyes of the system? She actually doesn't have any feelings for me? She's just playing along? This also means, will Sheningran fall in love with me? This is fucking possible? Wu Yu subconsciously looked at Sheningran, who was eating spicy hot pot in small bites. Really? This little girl, while eating, was secretly and stealthily glancing at me out of the corner of her eye. In those little eyes, there was a hint of curiosity, a hint of inquiry, and a hint of. The meaning is hard to explain. However, this time, the system did not prompt, "Host, please take the bait." Wu Yu didn't want to embarrass himself. It would be so embarrassing if he was scolded by this girl again. He shook his head and gave up the idea of going up to chat with her. He turned around and left the cafeteria. Joke. I'm a multi-millionaire now, what do I want to eat? Why do I have to eat in the cafeteria? Set off. Michelin 3 stars on the way. The other side. After eating and drinking her fill, Sheningran walked back to the dormitory in a daze. She kept muttering in her little mouth. What the hell? What the hell? Why is my mind full of the image of that gigolo? Although he is indeed quite handsome, and his figure is also quite good. No. We need to divert attention quickly. Sheningran felt that she had become very strange, and hurriedly took out her mobile phone and opened the short video app. He tried to use those funny jokes to drive Wu Yu's shadow out of his mind. As she watched, she really started to giggle. But as he laughed, Wu Yu's face with a smirk appeared uncontrollably again. Ah! This is so annoying. Sheningran held her head and quickly returned to the girls' dormitory. As soon as I opened the door. Kill. If you are my brother, come and kill me. Ding. Congratulations to the player for dropping an artifact. Good job. The entire dormitory, 3 computers, all emitted deafening webgame sound effects. Sheningran's head suddenly buzzed, and she thought of the culprit Wu Yu again. She was so angry that she yelled at her roommates. You guys? You sold your computer for a mere 200 yuan? Can you be more ambitious? A roommate who was applying a facial mask rolled his eyes and retorted unhappily. Oh my school beauty, you are a goddess, you are not worldly, you have a lot of rich second generations chasing you, of course you don't need this little money. We're different. 200 yuan a day, that's 6,000 yuan a month. That's a lot. That's right. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. Sheningran was left speechless. She rushed into the bathroom angrily, took a shower, climbed straight into bed, put on noise-canceling headphones, and started watching Korean dramas. She tried to dilute Wu Yu's concentration in her mind by using those infuriatingly handsome oppa in the drama. I kept looking until my watery eyes could no longer open. She covered her mouth with her little hands and yawned. Turn around, leaving a cute back of the head. Fell into a deep sleep. It was just that in the dream, those oppa's faces, unconsciously, all turned into Wu Yu. Chapter 13. With his physique, he can only fight for 10 minutes. The next day was sunny and windy. The much-anticipated inter-school sports meet finally kicked off grandly. The central stadium of Baiyun University was already packed with people. Tens of thousands of teachers and students gathered here, with colorful flags flying and slogans deafening. The scene was comparable to a superstar concert. Wu Yu stood in the line of athletes, feeling the thunderous cheers all around him, and felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. This is youth. He found the Minister of Sports and asked impatiently. Minister. What events do I have to participate in today? Hurry up, I can't wait to bring honor to the school. Unexpectedly, the sports minister scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Wu Yu, you're just a substitute. I don't think you'll have much chance to play today. When a regular team member gets injured, you can take over. What? Wu Yu's enthusiasm was instantly dampened by a bucket of cold water. After all this time, I'm just a spare tire. He walked to the corner of the rest area in a sullen manner and sat down. Since he was free anyway, he pulled out the wrinkled secret book he got from the old swindler from his pocket. I want to win the gold medal. The content of this secret book is quite simple and crude. There are no lengthy theories and no obscure techniques. Some of them are just hand-drawn pictures with unique style but vivid lifelike. Each picture perfectly combines a sport with a unique set of qigong breathing techniques. Wu Yu watched, imitated the postures in the picture, and began to practice silently. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Next second, a miracle happened. He could clearly feel that every muscle in his body began to twitch violently and uncontrollably. It was as if countless tiny electric currents were running through his muscle fibers. Right after, the explosive power of sprinting, endurance for long-distance running, the bounce of high jump, the power of shot put. All kinds of muscle memories belonging to top athletes, like a tide, madly poured into his brain and merged into his limbs and bones. Oh shit. Wu Yu's eyes widened instantly. This fucking. It's going against the will of heaven. At the same time, above the podium, Lu Yunqi wore a well-tailored pure white high-end sportswear, with her long hair neatly tied into a high ponytail, looking capable and youthful. Her charming almond-shaped eyes were staring intently at the young figures sweating on the sports field below. On the left side of Lu Yunqi sat an old man with white hair and closed eyes, almost sleepy. This person is Lu Yunqi's husband, the founder of Xia Technology, and a legendary figure at Baiyun University, Mr. Xia. Lu Yunqi glanced at Mr. Xia, who had already started snoring softly, and the little calculation in her mind started clattering instantly. At my age, once my mentor falls asleep, he won't wake up for 2 or 3 hours. How about taking this opportunity to invite Wu Yu and have another collaboration? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lu Yunqi felt her cheeks getting slightly hot. No. No. She quickly shook her head and forced herself to suppress the inexplicable impulse. Lu Yunqi, wake up. It's just a deal. Just a deal. You're so impatient. If Wu Yu finds out and develops real feelings for you, we'll be doomed. For the sake of inheritance, I must restrain myself. That's right. What was Lu Yunqi trying to achieve by marrying her mentor, who was older than her grandfather? On the surface, it was to repay the teacher's kindness and take care of the lonely and helpless teacher in his later years after the divorce. What is the reality? It's all for money. As long as she can serve old Xia comfortably until he dies, then as his legal wife, she will definitely get tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars from Xia Technology's huge industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars. As for paying a large sum of money to have a child, that was also agreed by old Master Xia. The old man felt sorry for her youth and knew that her old bones were no longer able to bear children, so he took the initiative to suggest that she find a healthy young man and have a child of her own. But this does not mean that Mr. Xia hopes that Lu Yunqi has someone outside. Once discovered, the plan will completely fail. How shameful. While Lu Yunqi was daydreaming, a series of commotions, one louder than the other, suddenly came from the stands below, bringing her thoughts back to reality. She frowned slightly and looked up at the huge electronic scoreboard in the center of the stadium. On the gold medal list, in the column for Baiyun University, there were 3 bright zeros for gold, silver and bronze, which were so dazzling that it made people upset. In contrast, several other sister colleges have already achieved great success and won numerous medals. What the hell? Lu Yunqi couldn't help but complain in her heart, this class of students is just too lame. She was able to maintain her elegance and composure on the podium. But the students below were already going wild. Fuck. What the hell is going on? I can't even get a single card? Isn't that embarrassing? You came in last in the shot put. You almost fell into the sand pit in the long jump. Are you guys here to make fun of me? Give me back my money. I'm not watching anymore. All kinds of shouting, booing, and jeers came one after another, without stopping. Wu Yu's roommates were even more excited than anyone else. He yelled at the top of his lungs, madly attacking the dejected athletes on the field. Useless. A bunch of useless. They're all so energetic when they're picking up girls downstairs in the dorms, but when they get to the competition floor, they're all fucking wimps. That's right. I'm so tired of cheering you on. My voice is almost hoarse. Hey. Wait. A roommate suddenly remembered something. Where's Brother Yu? Where did Brother Yu go? Why isn't he on stage? Yeah. Brother Yu's muscular body is definitely 100 times better than those losers on the field. Just then, someone in the crowd screamed excitedly. Look! Brother Yu! Brother Yu is on stage. Holy crap! Is this true? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar and tall figure doing warm-up exercises beside the 100-meter sprint track. If it's not Wu Yu, then who else could it be? Come on, Brother Yu! Brother Yu! Beat them up! Brother Yu! You are the hope of our entire village. The stands of Baiyun University, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly erupted into warm cheers. However, not far away, a cold and disdainful sneer sounded particularly harsh. Lu Ningning was standing with a few young sisters. When she heard the cheers for Wu Yu from everyone around her, she immediately rolled her eyes. TSK, cheer him on? Wait till you see the joke. She crossed her arms and said to the classmate beside her with a stern look on her face. What kind of character is Wu Yu? Others may not know it, but am I not clear about it? With his physique, he's only good enough to fight for 10 minutes. He's all show and no use. He'll be a disgrace if he goes on the field. A little girl nearby who was infatuated with Wu Yu couldn't help but retort, no way? I think senior Wu Yu has a great figure. Those muscles look very powerful, so he shouldn't be too bad, right? What do you know? Lu Ningning's tone became even more disdainful. That's all technology. He must have been trying to hook up with a rich woman, so he injected himself with some weird drug to create dead muscles. It looks scary, but it's actually just a silver-plated spearhead. At this moment, Wu Yu naturally had no idea that his ex-girlfriend was spreading rumors and slandering him behind his back. He stretched his muscles on the sidelines, feeling the explosive power in his body, and then walked onto the track with confidence. Competition event, men's 100-meter sprint. Start. Chapter 14 This gene. Too high quality. Competition event, men's 100-meter sprint. The original contestant vomited before the game because he was too nervous and was carried to the side to lie dead. Since this project has always been Baiyun University's weak point, ranking last every year, it would be embarrassing to send anyone. The Minister of Sports decided to go all out and directly pushed Wu Yu, the backup, up. Before going on stage, the minister patted Wu Yu on the shoulder and said earnestly, Wu Yu, don't be nervous. The important thing is to participate. Strive to get second to last, and that'll be considered a success. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's lips curled up in a playful arc. Second to last? He. He walked to the starting line, bent down, squatted, supported himself with his hands, and struck a textbook-perfect starting posture. The starter raised the starting gun high. Everyone, take your positions. Preparation. Bang. A gunshot. The 100-meter sprint officially begins. At the moment the gunshot rang out, Wu Yu's body shot out like a cannonball. He didn't hold back at all, and the moment he started, he left all the other players far behind. That terrifying explosive power, that lightning speed. Suddenly, the whole audience was silent. Tens of thousands of spectators seemed to be collectively frozen in place, each one of them stunned and silent. The stopwatch in the sports minister's hand fell to the ground with a click. He rubbed his eyes hard, his face full of disbelief. Oh shit. This is the fucking substitute player Wu Yu that I know? In the stands, Wu Yu's roommates all opened their mouths wide with stunned expressions, as if they had seen a god descend to earth. Lu Ningning, who was drinking water, sprayed all the water in her mouth on the back of the head of the classmate in the front row with a puff sound. On the rostrum, Lu Yunxi, who had been sitting upright, suddenly stood up. Those beautiful almond eyes were wide open. Wu Yu! It's actually Koreha. Isn't he actually an athlete at school? And running so fast. Oh my god. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Wu Yu rushed all the way like a black lightning. He even had the leisure to look back and found that he was already more than 10 body lengths ahead of the second place. Sprint. Crossed the finish line. He won the gold medal in the men's 100-meter dash with an almost overwhelming performance, without any suspense. On the electronic scoreboard, a bright red number froze for a moment. 10.25 seconds. Even this was the result of Wu Yu deliberately letting go and controlling the speed. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he might accidentally break a world record or something, which would cause him big trouble in the future. after 3 full seconds of silence. The stands where Baiyun University was located instantly exploded. What the hell? Awesome. Wu Yu is awesome. The thunderous cheers, screams and shouts were like raging waves, almost overturning the roof of the entire stadium. After a brief moment of shock, Wu Yu's roommates became like crazy, hugging the classmates they didn't know, jumping and dancing, and yelling together. On the other side, Lu Ningning looked at the classmates around her who were cheering and feeling proud, and her face instantly turned purple. That expression is uglier than eating shit. Wu Yu. He really became stronger? How is this possible? On the rostrum, Lu Yunqi stared with her beautiful eyes, her small hands in front of her chest, clapping mechanically. Her brain was also blank at this moment. This Wu Yu. Not only is he fierce when collaborating, but he's also so fierce when exercising? A top athlete. Why didn't he tell me at the beginning? The reason why Lu Yunqi chose Wu Yu was that she thought he looked good and met her aesthetic standards. On the other hand, there is Wu Yu's identity as a student at Baiyun University. Lu Yunqi wants to take care of her junior. But now it seems this is simply the perfect choice. This sports gene. Wow, what a high quality. Don't you have to inject it hard? Wu Yu is awesome. Little Tiger documents anti-theft printing, find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable don't step into pitfalls. Amidst deafening cheers and shouts, Wu Yu, panting, slowly walked down the runway. Before he could stand firmly, a fragrant breeze blew towards him. I saw the chief school beauty Shen Ingran coming up excitedly with a group of young and beautiful cheerleaders. Shen Ingran is dressed so youthfully and charmingly today. She wore a tight white short t-shirt on her upper body, which perfectly outlined her proud curves. She wore a playful pleated skirt, which made her straight and slender legs look even more attractive. Pure. Want. Temptation. Confused. She is so depressed. For this sports meet, she and her cheerleading sisters rehearsed day and night for more than half a month. But what is the result? Baiyun University couldn't even get a bronze medal. She didn't even have the chance to show off all the cool celebration moves she had prepared. Now, it's different. Gold medal. Hot gold medal. They must show off their style to the fullest. Sisters. Music. Let's go. At Xiningran's command, dynamic music instantly sounded. She brought a group of cheerleaders and started a vibrant and pleasing celebratory dance in front of Wu Yu. That slender waist, that flying skirt, those long legs that make people dizzy. While Shen Ingran was dancing, she secretly glanced at Wu Yu with her big watery eyes. My little heart is beating boom 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 non-stop. He is really awesome. Wu Yu, on the other hand, was also staring intently at the pretty school beauty with a flushed face in front of him. I have to say, this school beauty goddess. It's really beautiful. The two of them looked at each other across the crowd, their eyes colliding in the air, as if invisible sparks were created. Until the Minister of Sports, that unromantic guy, intervened. Wu Yu. You're so fucking awesome. The minister rushed over excitedly, grabbed Wu Yu's arm, and shouted with spit flying. I declare. I've included you in all the upcoming matches. When Wu Yu heard this, he was shocked. He took the registration form and looked at it. There were track and field events, ball games. Adding up everything, there are more than 20 projects? This is like treating me like an animal and squeezing me to death. But just right. By the way, practice Bawang Changgong. No delay. Thinking of this, Wu Yu waved his hand and said proudly, "Oh JBK. For the honor of the school, I'm going to risk it all today." At the same time, the cheerleaders were chattering and joking around Shen Ingran. Ingran, I saw it. There was something wrong with the way you looked at Wu Yu just now. That's right. He was so affectionate, his eyes almost fell on him. Are you interested in him? Nonsense. Shen Ingran's pretty face turned red and she quickly shook her head to deny it. As the recognized chief campus beauty at Baiyun University, she knows that she must take advantage of the following few years when her beauty is at its peak to find the most ideal destination for the rest of her life. In fact, she already had a candidate in mind. The other party is the prince of a top domestic game company. His family assets are worth hundreds of millions. The most important thing is that he is tall and handsome, and he has launched a fierce pursuit of her. Sheningran was very satisfied and was about to whet his appetite a little more before agreeing to be his girlfriend. As for Wu Yu? Although I don't know why, this guy's shadow always inexplicably pops into my mind recently. But is it interesting to him? Absolutely not. Chapter 15. Are they all sincere? Sheningran gritted her teeth and tried again to drive Wu Yu's smirking face out of her mind. But the next second, the cheerleaders beside her burst into an even more shrill scream. Gold medal. Another gold medal. On the track and field in the distance, Wu Yu threw the javelin casually, and it was like a stream of light, accurately hitting the ground 100 meters away. Another record broken. Oh my god. Is he that awesome? Sheningran was completely dumbfounded. There was nothing she could do, so she could only accept her fate and once again lead the cheerleaders to Wu Yu's side, starting a new round of dancing celebrations. But Sheningran never expected that this was just the beginning. Because the next 2 hours became Wu Yu's personal performance show. High jump. Gold medal. Long jump. Gold medal. Shot put. Gold medal. Discus. Gold medal. Wu Yu was like a tireless god of war, shuttling back and forth between various competition venues. Wherever he went, gold medals were easy to come by. Baiyun University's ranking on the gold medal list is rising rapidly like a rocket. Finally, we have arrived at the last and most anticipated highlight of the day, the men's football final. Wu Yu! Wu Yu! Wu Yu! Amid the enthusiastic cheers of tens of thousands of spectators, Wu Yu changed into his jersey and took the court again. He serves as the team's lone striker. The game begins. Wu Yu didn't give his opponent any chance. Less than 3 minutes into the game, he received a pass in the midfield and then began his amazing performance. Marseille turn. The ball passes. Fried meatballs. He dribbled the ball past 7 opposing defenders by himself, like a sharp knife, piercing straight into the opponent's heartland. Facing the attacking goalkeeper, he shook his ankle lightly. A light lob shot. The football drew a beautiful arc and went into the net. 1-0. The whole audience was boiling. The following game completely became Wu Yu's personal show. Violent long-range shot. A volley in the penalty area. An incredible bicycle kick. Wu Yu alone scored all 4 goals for the team. Big 4. 4-0. He beat his opponent to a pulp in an almost brutal way. The moment the final whistle sounded, the entire stadium was in complete madness. Ah! Wu Yu's roommates shouted until their voices were hoarse, and they hugged each other excitedly and cried bitterly. In the stands, Lu Ningning's facial features were completely distorted by jealousy. She clutched the railings so tightly that her nails broke, and she kept muttering to herself. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tisk, what's impossible? You were blind and treated a potential stock like junk. Now you regret it, don't you? That's right. You're so narrow-minded. All you do is slander your ex-boyfriend. You deserve it. The merciless ridicule from her classmates was like a sharp knife, stabbing into her heart. Lu Ningning couldn't bear it anymore. She cried out and broke down in tears. On the rostrum, Lu Yunqi clenched her fists, her pretty face flushed with excitement. High-quality genes. This is definitely a super high-quality gene. My future baby will definitely be an all-powerful athlete. At this moment, old Xia beside him rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly woke up. When he saw that Baiyun University topped the gold medal list with a cliff-like advantage, he was completely stunned. Wow! When did our school become so powerful? This student named Wu Yu is no ordinary student. Lu Yunqi immediately agreed, yes. Of course he's amazing. He's a rare talent at Baiyun University. As she spoke, she made a secret decision in her heart. No. Can't wait. It has to be done quickly. Cooperate more with Koreha. Tonight. Football field side. To celebrate this hard-earned victory, Sheningran and the cheerleaders put on their best-kept winning uniforms. Uniform over the knee white stockings. Those long white legs are so dazzling in the afterglow of the setting sun that it is hard to open your eyes. Especially Sheningran, her pure and invincible temperament instantly ignited the hormones of all the males in the audience. In an instant, countless boys had nosebleeds. Then, the cheerleaders shouted out the most exciting slogan they had prepared for a long time at the top of their lungs. Woo you! Woo you! I love you. I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Oh shit. When Woo Yu heard this, he was immediately happy. Is it so explicit? Next second. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. What the hell? Woo Yu was stunned on the spot. Before he could react, he saw the school beauty Sheningran, walking with her long legs wrapped in white stockings, running towards him like a fluttering butterfly. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, she opened her arms and gave Woo Yu an extremely warm hug. Then, she stood on tiptoe and pressed her beautiful red lips heavily on Woo Yu's mouth. Boom! A magnitude 12 earthquake instantly shook the entire stadium. All the girls screamed with envy and jealousy. Only Lu Ningning rolled her eyes in the stands and fainted from anger. All the boys felt like their hearts were broken into dumpling fillings. The hatred of having my wife taken away. Many psychologically fragile boys burst into tears on the spot, crying their hearts out. Sheningran, who gave him a sweet kiss, was completely stunned after the kiss. She stood there blankly, her mind blank. What's going on? What did I just do? Why, my body suddenly became out of control. It's over. It's over. So many people saw this. This is totally unrecoverable. Looking at Sheningran, who was confused, with red eyes and about to cry out of grievance, Woo Yu smiled. Of course he knew the slogan Sheningran had just shouted, I want to give birth to a baby for you. It's a hypocritical fraud. It's against my will. So, the anti-fraud system is effective. Now Sheningran really wants to give birth to a baby for herself. She couldn't resist this anymore. Etc. Woo Yu suddenly realized a more serious problem. The system prompt just now only happens once. This means, is Sheningran the only one lying? What about the other cheerleaders? Those dozens of delicate young ladies. They are all. Seriously? What the hell? Woo Yu swallowed hard, and when he looked up, he saw dozens of pairs of big, watery eyes staring at him in unison, their gazes strained. That look seemed to want to eat him alive. Right after. Senior Woo Yu. I love you. This is my WeChat ID. Senior. Let's date. Senior. I have time tonight. Dozens of young and beautiful cheerleaders, like hungry wolves crying for food, screamed and swarmed forward, surrounding Woo Yu. All of a sudden, he was flooded with invitations to dates, confessions of love, slipping notes, and even people directly stripping him of his clothes. Woo Yu was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 16 Did you secretly drug me? Just then. Stop it, everyone. A clear and majestic roar suddenly exploded. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. The cheerleading captain Sheningran was seen with her hands on her hips, her eyebrows raised, and her pretty face full of seriousness. Look at all of you. You're chasing men without even caring about your dignity. Pulling and tugging, how disgraceful. You guys have completely disgraced our cheerleading team. Don't be fooled by Sheningran's usual sweet and lovely appearance, but when she gets really angry, her aura is definitely that of a queen. The team members were stunned instantly. They lowered their heads and remained silent, not daring to act rashly again. Everyone, get back. Run around the playground 10 times. You're not allowed to eat until you finish. At Sheningran's command, the team members dared not stay any longer and ran away in shame. In an instant, Woo Yu's surroundings became quiet. He looked at the pure, sexy, and slightly domineering school beauty in front of him, and his heart was filled with joy. Thank you, campus beauty. Woo Yu teased with a smile. Snort. Sheningran turned her head away proudly, but she secretly glanced at Woo Yu from the corner of her eye. A touching blush quietly crept up on that delicate face. Here. Sheningran pretended to be casual and walked past Woo Yu. Then, with lightning speed, he stuffed a small note into Woo Yu's hand. The warm and soft touch made Woo Yu's heart flutter. When he came to his senses, Sheningran had already run away with a red face like a frightened little rabbit, leaving behind only a beautiful and graceful back. Woo Yu opened his palm and saw a small piece of paper with a faint fragrance. On it were written a line of words in elegant handwriting. Add me on WeChat, waiting for you. On the back, there is a crooked but super cute little heart. Wu Yu's mouth instantly stretched to his ears. You know, this is the personal WeChat of the chief school beauty Sheningran. At Baiyun University, this thing is as rare as a limited edition Hermes. I don't know how many bootlickers have stayed up all night just to add the campus beauty on WeChat, and they even spend a lot of money to buy screenshots of her daily moments. And now, I have easily obtained this qualification that countless boys dream of. Wu Yu smiled triumphantly, took out his mobile phone without hesitation, scanned the code, and added a friend. Bite. Passed in almost seconds. Looking at Sheningran's sweet and lovely avatar in the chat interface, Wu Yu sent a smirking emoticon, then crossed his arms, waiting for the school beauty to throw herself into his arms, crying and shouting that she wanted to give birth to a baby for him. However, the next second, the smile on his face froze instantly. Sheningran, Wu Yu. Did you secretly drug me? Wu Yu. What the hell? What the hell is this plane? The system has already been activated twice, and this school beauty is still able to maintain a trace of rationality and stubbornly resist? This concentration is too damn strong. Wu Yu curled his lips, feeling a little unhappy. But, forget it. Anyway, she will be his sooner or later, so there is no need to rush. Now, making money is king. He happily put away his phone, turned around and walked towards the dormitory building. A day has passed, it's time to review today's results. Back in the dormitory, Wu Yu sat down in front of his computer. Familiar web game interface, familiar idle equipment farming. He skillfully opened the backstage and began to count today's income. Good news. Thousands of computers were idle at the same time, and more than 7 million yuan was fleeced. Bad news. Damn game developers, they can't hold on anymore. In the center of the game screen, a cold service suspension notice appeared, seemingly mocking Wu Yu mercilessly. Gah! Again? Wu Yu was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. These game companies are too easy to profit from. There was no other way, so Wu Yu had to repeat the same trick and open the web page again, looking for the next unlucky person among the overwhelming advertisements. Soon, a fairy tale web game with a more exaggerated style, cooler special effects, and more outrageous slogans successfully caught his attention. Start with an egg, hatch the beast. Sell equipment for tens of thousands without spending a penny. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Here we come. Wu Yu's face once again showed the smile of a capitalist seeing leaks. He logged into the game with ease, and then repeated the same operation on thousands of computers in the school one by one. Wu Yu was running around, busy as a whirlwind, when suddenly the phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Lu Yunxi. Meet at room 69 of the Orange Hotel outside the school at 8 o'clock tonight. By the way, are you stamina okay? Seeing this message, Wu Yu's brows furrowed instantly. What the hell? Didn't this top-notch queen say that she would accompany her husband who was about to be buried today and tomorrow? Why another temporary collaboration? No. Wu Yu suddenly felt unhappy. Things are different now. I am now a millionaire worth tens of millions, and I am madly sprinting towards the goal of becoming a billionaire. Your remaining payment of just 2 million? I'm sorry, I really don't like it now. In the past, I had to beg her to cooperate. Now, it depends on my mood. But then again, Lu Yunxi's stunning face, her stunning figure, and her unique queenly temperament. It is really so delicious that you can't stop eating it. Therefore, it is impossible to breach the contract. But, I can no longer be like before, where she can call me and dismiss me at will. She must know who is the real leader in this relationship. Thinking of this, Wu Yu raised his lips in a playful arc, tapped his fingers lightly on the screen, and replied with a line of words. I'm not free tonight, let us do it another day. At the same time, outside Baiyun University, in a private room of a magnificent high-end hotel. The atmosphere was warm and the guests were toasting each other. The school leaders were surrounding Mr. Xiao like stars surrounding the moon, each holding a wineglass, with flattering faces, and flattering him loudly. Old Xiao was so coaxed that his face flushed and he was as happy as a child. Lu Yunxi, who was sitting next to him, felt nauseous when looking at the group of greasy middle-aged men in front of her. But she always maintained a decent and elegant smile on her face. Seeing that the time was almost up, she made an excuse to go shopping with her best friend and prepared to slip away. Mr. Xiao was in high spirits while drinking, and without thinking, he just waved his hand and agreed. Go ahead. Have fun. Lu Yunqi raised the corner of her mouth in an imperceptible arc, stood up gracefully and walked out of the private room. Although Mr. Xia knew that it cost a lot of money to have a child, in such a grand occasion, his lovely wife. If you rush out to get vaccinated, any man would feel uncomfortable, right? When she arrived outside the private room, Lu Yunqi immediately took out her cell phone and prepared to send a message to Wu Yu, asking him to wash up and wait for her at the hotel. But when she saw Wu Yu's reply, "I'm busy, let's do it another day," she was struck by lightning and froze in place. He actually rejected me? How could this happen? Chapter 17 Why did you bring me to the hotel? Lu Yunqi has always been arrogant and believed that the deal between her and Wu Yu was a great favor and charity to Wu Yu. Therefore, she could feel at ease and carry out high-intensity cooperation again and again, regardless of Wu Yu's health. But now, this guy, whom I treated as a tool, actually dared to ignore me? Why? Am I not pretty enough? Or am I not in great shape? Lu Yunqi subconsciously looked at the mirror-like glass on the corridor wall. The self in the mirror was slightly tipsy due to a few drinks, and her eyes were moving, making her look more charming and attractive than usual. No. There is definitely no problem with my attractiveness. It's that damn cheerleader. The scene of Sheningran forcefully kissing Wu Yu on the sports field today instantly emerged in Lu Yunqi's mind. Hurrah! So that's how it is. This kid has a new love. A nameless fire instantly rushed from the bottom of Lu Yunqi's heart to the top of her head. Etc. Why am I so angry? Looking in the mirror, Lu Yunqi was completely stunned by her own slightly ferocious expression due to jealousy and anger. Late at night, 11 o'clock. Wu Yu finally figured out the idle settings for all computers. Looking at the thousands of game characters frantically killing monsters and getting equipment on the screen, he nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, millions can be easily earned in one night. So delicious. After working so hard for so long, of course you have to reward yourself well. Wu Yu immediately decided to go to the most upscale private club in the city. First, have a top-notch feast, then order a bunch of young ladies wearing black and white stockings and give yourself a full-scale massage. He was daydreaming happily and humming a little tune as he passed by a small woods beside the playground. Sudden. A dark shadow, like a ghost, rushed out from the woods and stood firmly in front of him. Wu Yu was startled and looked carefully. It's Sheningran. I saw the top school beauty standing in the moonlight, still wearing the youthful and beautiful cheerleading uniform she wore during the day. The pair of slender legs wrapped in knee-length white stockings exuded a dreamy and alluring glow under the hazy moonlight. However, this beauty was completely destroyed by her angry expression. Wu Yu! Stop right there! Sheningran put her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks, and asked fiercely like an angry kitten. Tell the truth. What on earth did you do to me? Sheningran was going crazy. She couldn't understand why she suddenly became so strange. Not only did Wu Yu's smirking face constantly echo in his mind, but even his body. I always feel like there is an inexplicable heat running through my limbs and bones. Looking at Sheningran's aggrieved look, Wu Yu couldn't help but laugh. He walked forward step by step, looking down at her, with an evil arc at the corner of his mouth. Shin University campus belle, if you like me, just say so. Why are you pretending to be a victim? You're talking nonsense. Sheningran's pretty face flushed instantly all the way to her ears. She stamped her feet and retorted in shame and anger. Humph. Only a ghost would like you. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Oh shit. Again? Unfortunately, this hypocritical lie made Sheningran fall into the trap again. 2 consecutive system optimizations were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, instantly breaking down her already shaky psychological defenses. She stared at Wu Yu in front of her, her heart pounding like a drum. An unprecedented and extremely strong love, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly penetrated her whole body. Can't suppress it. I can't suppress it at all. Next second. Sheningran took the initiative again. She pounced on him like a frantic little wildcat, and hugged Wu Yu tightly with all her strength. It was completely different from the previous skimming on the sports field. This time, Sheningran is very fierce. Very long-lasting too. In the grove, the sound of eating continued for a long time. Until... Call. Wu Yu felt like the air in his lungs was about to be sucked dry. He used all his strength to forcefully push Sheningran away. Oh my god. You want to kill me? Wu Yu gasped for breath and yelled angrily. Sheningran was pushed away, but she was not angry. Instead, she lowered her head shyly, and two charming blushes appeared on her fair face. She played with the corner of her clothes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, and answered hesitantly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. It's over. When this cold system prompt sound exploded in Wu Yu's mind again, Wu Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at Sheningran in front of him. The school beauty who was so embarrassed that she almost crawled into the ground was now slowly raising her head. She extended the tip of her pink tongue and gently licked her tender red lips. In those big watery eyes, there was a flicker of a ray of light that is as enchanting as a fairy. Then, she gave Wu Yu a devilish smile that made the world pale in comparison. Midnight. Wu Yu and Sheningran held hands and slowly appeared outside the school gate. Wu Yu's mouth had completely swollen into a sausage and was burning with pain. But he didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, there was a smug smile on the corner of his mouth that he couldn't hide. Got it. I actually managed to win the heart of the campus beauty. What's more, it was the school beauty who came to me on her own initiative. This feeling is even better than making 8 million in one night. Sheningran, who was beside him, was in a mess at the moment. Strong love and huge confusion, like two torrents, collided wildly in her mind. She felt dizzy and could only let Wu Yu lead her and let him do whatever he wanted. After all, I've already given my first kiss, and in public. Now that things have developed to this point, what else can I do except accept it? What's more? Sheningran secretly glanced at Wu Yu beside her out of the corner of her eye. He is indeed quite handsome, and his figure is also very good. I was just daydreaming. Sheningran suddenly shuddered, raised her head, and found something wrong. Wu Yu! She stopped anxiously, her fair face full of confusion and nervousness. Didn't you say you would take me out for a late-night snack? Why are you here at the hotel? Chapter 18 now. Immediately. Right now. Go to the room and wait for me. This. Wu Yu pointed at the magnificent luxury hotel in front of him and showed an unfathomable smile on his face. That's right. We're here for a late-night snack. Let me tell you, the late-night snacks at this hotel are really good, they're incredibly delicious. Oh. Sheningran nodded as if she understood, but her pretty face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. Wu Yu was complaining madly in his heart. What the hell is this plane? The system has arranged everything clearly, so why does this girl still look a little reluctant? Could it be the system's efficacy? Ugh, is the optimization effect not strong enough? Just then, that cold and familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in Wu Yu's mind. Bite. System-friendly reminder, host, please rest assured. The target character, Sheningran, has fallen hopelessly in love with you due to system optimization. But human hearts are complex. The birth of love requires not only the irresistible attraction of hormones but also a process of emotional brewing and fermentation. Sudden, strong emotions without any preparation can easily cause the target person to have psychological instinctive resistance and confusion. Suggestions to the host: proceed step by step, with a moderate degree of tension and relaxation, slowly guide her, and give her sweet treats. This suggestion is quite inappropriate. Wu Yu got the answer, and suddenly his mind was enlightened, and the unhappiness in his heart disappeared. Brewing up feelings, right? Simple. First, have a delicious midnight snack to enhance your relationship, and then go to the hotel room and chat all night long. I just don't believe that there won't be a result. Thinking of this, Wu Yu took Sheningran's hand and walked into the hotel lobby. Hello, sir, how can I help you? The sweet-looking waiter in uniform at the front desk smiled professionally. Open us, ahem, where is the restaurant? We want to have a midnight snack. I'm sorry, sir. The waiter smiled apologetically, the restaurant is about to close. There are only a few tables left. We will be off work after they finish eating. Wu Yu was stunned. At this moment, Sheningran, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly mustered up the courage and whispered. I'm not really hungry. How about we find a quiet place and have a good chat? When Wu Yu heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Okay. No problem. He slammed the marble table at the front desk and said proudly, "Get a room." After all, where else could be quieter, more comfortable, and more suitable for chatting than the Simmons bed in the presidential suite? Sheningran, who was standing beside her, had her pretty face flushed red, and even her jade-carved pink earlobes had turned red. Check in? Although she is not mentally prepared for this yet. But for some reason, instead of being disgusted, there is also an indescribable, strong desire and expectation. Nod? Isn't this moving too fast? Will I seem too unreserved? Reject? What if Wu Yu gets angry? Sheningran was shocked to find that she had actually begun to subconsciously consider Wu Yu's feelings. Afraid that he would be angry, unhappy, or ignore me. It's over. It's over. How did I become love-brained? Sheningran was so anxious that she was about to cry. Her two little hands were twisted together nervously, and she was torn between her conscience and her desires. But at this moment, "Hey, Mr. Xia, please slow down. This way. Drink well, drink well. Have a good day today." Suddenly, a large group of people walked out of a luxurious private room in the hotel restaurant. Leading the group were the school leaders of Baiyun University, as well as Mr. Xia and Lu Yunqi, who were surrounded like stars. The school leaders and Mr. Xia were obviously drunk, their faces were flushed and they were staggering as they walked. Lu Yunqi held Mr. Xia's arm intimately, looking like a gentle and virtuous little wife, and kept pretending to care about him. After being rejected by Wu Yu, she was extremely depressed and had to lie that her best friend stood her up and returned to the drinking party. After spending so long flirting with this group of greasy old men until late at night, she could no longer hold back the anger in her belly. Who knew that when I looked up? Koreha. That brat who rejected me and made me feel bad for the whole night. He was actually standing at the hotel front desk, hand in hand with that damn cheerleader? What is this for? Check in? Lu Yunqi was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. At the same time, the school leaders also saw Wu Yu and Sheningran. What the hell? Isn't this the athlete who won over a dozen gold medals for the school today? Good job. It's only been a few hours, and he's already got the school's most beautiful girl? This progress is simply outrageous. Hey! Isn't this classmate Sheningran? A vice president with a Mediterranean hairstyle forced a friendly smile and took the initiative to greet him. It's so late, why are you here instead of staying in the dormitory? Is it because the dormitory is closed and you can't go back? It's okay. We can just make a phone call and ask the dormitory manager to open the door for you. It is obvious that these old perverts who are kind to women don't want the most beautiful flower in the school to be taken away by the pig Wu Yu. Wu Yu smiled at this. He took a step forward, protecting Sheningran behind him, looking at the school leaders in front of him with neither arrogance nor servility, and said loudly, "Leaders, what you said is wrong. College students are adults too. As long as they don't break the law, there's nothing they can't do. Forget about getting a room. Even if we get married, it seems like the leaders have no right to interfere, right?" What he said was well-reasoned and powerful. The school leaders were instantly speechless, looking at each other with extremely embarrassed expressions. Just then, ahem! Lu Yunqi takes action. She had already lost her patience. It's clearly written in black and white in the agreement. During the cooperation period, Party B, Wu Yu, may not refuse Party A's invitation for cooperation for any reason. But what about him? Not only rejected. He even brought his new girlfriend to check into a hotel right under his nose? Those are the super strong, top quality genes that I carefully selected. Just wasting it on another woman? What a waste. It's such a waste of resources. Lu Yunqi glared at Wu Yu angrily, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes almost spitting fire. She gave Wu Yu a fierce warning look. Then, calmly, he gently shook the phone from behind. The phone in Wu Yu's pocket vibrated instantly. He quickly took it out and saw that Lu Yunqi had sent a WeChat message. Now. Immediately. Right now. Go to room 69, clean up, and wait for me. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent of the remaining 2 million. This. When Wu Yu saw the news, he hesitated for a moment. Although he no longer cares about the remaining 2 million, but he cares about Lu Yunqi, the ultimate queen. Chapter 19 Young man, are you booking a room by yourself? Wu Yu understood. If I refuse again, with Lu Yunqi's arrogant personality, she will definitely ignore me again. As for Shen Yingran? Well, the person is already in our hands, there is still a long way to go, so there is no need to rush. Countless quotes from scumbag men flashed through Wu Yu's mind. Time management master, never miss any time. Adults, of course, want them all. Women don't love bad men. A man's honesty and duty are just a helpless compromise in the face of reality. All capable men are scum. Without exception. Then, Wu Yu took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at Shen Yingran with an extremely serious look, even with a hint of apology. Yingran, it's getting late. You should go back to the dormitory first. After all, the school leaders have spoken, and as students, we have to give them some respect, right? Shen Yingran was completely confused by this sudden change. What are you doing? I've already prepared myself mentally, and I've even imagined the plot in the room for 800 rounds. And then, you let me go? But in front of so many school leaders, she couldn't just hug Wu Yu's arm and act coquettishly, crying and shouting, No, I just want to get a room with you tonight, right? That's so embarrassing. So Shen Yingran had no choice but to nod helplessly. Looking back every few steps, he followed Wu Yu back to the school dormitory. After the two separated, Wu Yu immediately turned around and returned to the hotel along the same route. Orange Hotel, room 69. Wu Yu had just opened the door with the spare room card. Lu Yunqi came hurriedly right after. She had obviously been jogging all the way here, and a fine layer of sweat was oozing from her forehead. A few knotty strands of hair stuck to her smooth forehead, and her usual efficiency and elegance were gone, instead giving her a bit of endearing cuteness. Wu Yu was startled and couldn't help asking, so soon? Does your husband have any objections? Hoo. Lu Yunqi held onto the doorframe, breathing heavily, and the amazing curve of her chest rose and fell violently. My husband is drunk and resting in the next room. Don't worry, he's sleeping like a dead pig and won't wake up before dawn. Oh shit. My husband sleeps next door, this is too exciting. Wu Yu felt his adrenaline surge instantly. What are you still standing there for? Go take a shower. Lu Yunqi urged, her voice carrying an unquestionable command and a hint of imperceptible urgency. Oh. Wu Yu responded and obediently began to take off his sportswear. When he was shirtless, revealing his perfect inverted triangle body. Lu Yunqi's eyes widened instantly. Oh my god. She couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and involuntarily stretched out her slender jade hand to gently touch the well-defined, rock-hard pectoral muscles. How come your figure is getting better and better? These muscles, these lines, this explosive sense of power. It's even more exaggerated and visually impactful than what I saw at the sports meeting during the day. When Wu Yu was touched by Lu Yunqi's soft and smooth little hand, he suddenly felt an electric current running through his chest and his body, and his mouth became dry. He wanted to take a shower, but Lu Yunqi's hand seemed to be stuck on him and she was reluctant to take it away. Those charming almond-shaped eyes sparkled with the light that only a hungry wolf would have when it sees a little lamb. Wu Yu smirked, grabbed Lu Yunqi's rebellious hand, leaned over, breathed hot air into her ear, and whispered. How about, we take a shower together? Lu Yunqi's body trembled violently, and her pretty face instantly turned red to the base of her neck. She lowered her head shyly and hummed softly in a voice as thin as a mosquito's. Okay. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Wu Yu suddenly opened his eyes on the soft big bed, and there was no one around him. He hummed a little tune, walked into the bathroom, washed up briefly, and walked out of the room refreshed. But as soon as I went out, I ran into Mr. Xia and Lu Yunqi who came out of the next room. Ha! Young man, it's you! When Mr. Xia saw Wu Yu, he seemed very surprised. What? You're checking into a room by yourself? Wu Yu nodded and said with a smile, Yes, how can I compare to you, Mr. Xia? You have such a young and beautiful wife to accompany you whenever you go out. Ha, you're quite good at talking, young man. When Mr. Xia heard this, he was immediately delighted and looked happily at his wife who was looking pleasant and radiant. Lu Yunqi laughed awkwardly, feeling guilty, and complained madly in her heart. You probably don't know, old man, but I didn't come back to you until dawn. Wu Yu said goodbye to the two of them with a smile, then strode out of the hotel and returned to school. It's time to review what we gained last night. Back in the dormitory, Wu Yu turned on his computer. As expected, the game is down again. However, after a whole night of crazy idle play, another full 9 million was easily earned. Wu Yu's total assets have soared to more than 30 million. He once again found a new cheating web game on the internet with ease. Then I spent the whole morning resetting the auto-down system on thousands of computers throughout the school. After doing all this, Wu Yu lay on the bed and began to think, he is now a multi-millionaire after all, should he start spending some money? Buy a car? Buy a house? Just then. Brother Yu. Something bad has happened. The dormitory door was kicked open and several roommates rushed in a hurry. The school beauty is about to be snatched away. Wu Yu was stunned when he heard this. He slowly sat up from the bed and asked, "What's going on? You look so flustered." What's going on? A rich second-generation kid is confessing his love to Sheningran in public at the school gate. What a grand spectacle. Yeah, brother Yu. That rich second-generation guy drives a Ferrari, is tall and handsome, and even prepared 999 roses for the school beauty. He's definitely a top competitor. If you don't go now, the school beauty will really become someone else's. My roommates were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Wu Yu smiled. Why are you panicking? I'm not nervous at all. Just kidding, the system has been optimized 3 times. That little girl Sheningran loves me wholeheartedly now. Even if the king comes to poach her, it's useless. But I can't help but feel sad about my roommates who were kept in the dark. Wu Yu was dragged out of bed by them and taken all the way to the school gate. When I got there and took a look, wow. It's really a grand occasion. Chapter 20 The person who fleeced us is simply a god. At the school gate, a bright red Ferrari was parked arrogantly on the side of the road. A handsome guy who is 1.85 meters tall, wearing trendy brand clothes and looks like a popular young idol, is holding a large bouquet of gorgeous roses in his hand and looking at Sheningran affectionately. On the ground, a huge heart was formed with candles. The area was surrounded by students, and it was packed with people, making it extremely lively. Lu Ningning was also among the crowd. Yesterday, Sheningran kissed Wu Yu in public, which was a devastating blow to her. She couldn't understand how the trash she didn't want could suddenly become the school beauty's favorite. But now it's different. Seeing this handsome and rich man in front of her, whose financial resources and appearance made Wu Yu look like ashes, Lu Ningning's heart was rekindled with hope. She thought with a gloating look on her face, humph. Sheningran will definitely agree to this rich guy's confession. When that happens, Wu Yu will be publicly abandoned by the school beauty. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how arrogant he can be. Not only Lu Ningning, but everyone present thought that Sheningran had no reason to refuse. But the next second, everyone's jaw dropped. Sheningran didn't even glance at the handsome guy, but just uttered a few words coldly. Wan Kaixian, it's impossible for us to do this. Please leave. What? The rich man named Wan Kaixian was stunned on the spot. He has been pursuing Sheningran for a long time, spending countless amounts of money and effort, and is about to win her heart. But at this crucial moment, she actually rejected him? Wan Kaixian was unwilling to accept this. He asked anxiously, Ingran. Why? Tell me, why is it? Sheningran raised her head, met everyone's gaze, and answered frankly. Because I already have someone I like. Wan Kaixian was anxious. Who is that guy? Is he richer than me? More handsome than me? A happy and sweet smile appeared on Sheningran's face, and she said firmly. He's very good. Although he's not very rich, I've already decided on him. I won't marry anyone else in this life. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. The onlookers were completely shocked. Oh my god. Isn't the person Sheningran was talking about Wu Yu? What kind of charm does Wu Yu possess that could make the top school beauty so devoted to him that she'd even say, I'll only marry him? Lu Ningning's face turned pale, as if she had been struck by lightning, and she almost fainted from anger on the spot. This is fucking awesome. This is unscientific. Wang Kaixian was also a man who cared about his reputation. Seeing Sheningran's words were so decisive, he felt that continuing to pester her would only bring humiliation upon himself. With a gloomy face, he threw the rose in his hand to the ground, turned around, drove his Ferrari, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away in shame. There were no more melons to eat, and the onlookers dispersed. Wu Yu, who arrived late, walked up to Sheningran. To be honest, he still felt a little touched in his heart. He looked at the campus beauty in front of him who was willing to reject the top handsome, rich, and successful man in public for him, without saying a word. He just lowered his head and kissed her. The world spun around and around until Shin Ingran was almost out of breath. Wu Yutsai took Shin Ingran's hand and led her out of the school. Hey! Wu Yu! Shin Ingran was pulled by him, and her pretty face was so red that it was about to bleed. Now, it's still broad daylight, going to the hotel, isn't it a bad idea? Wu Yu turned his head and scratched her nose, then said seriously. What are you thinking about? What kind of garbage is going on in your little head every day? Let's go. Let's go shopping. Shop? Shin Ingran's big watery eyes were instantly filled with little stars. Her little head has automatically come up with 10,000 romantic idol drama plots. For example, Wu Yu held her hand and walked her through the dazzling array of goods, patiently accompanying her to try on one beautiful piece of clothing after another. Then he said gently in his magnetic voice, Baby, you look good in anything you wear. Oh my god. Wu Yu, how can he be so good? You know, shopping is the natural enemy of all boys. They would rather play games in the internet cafe all night than spend one more minute shopping with their girlfriends. But what about Wu Yu? He actually offered to go shopping with me. What does this indicate? This shows that in his heart, he is more important than the game, more important than the whole world. Shin Ingran was so moved that her eyes were red. She became more and more convinced that Wu Yu was the Prince Charming sent by God to save her, and was her destined man. No. Wu Yu is so good to me, I want to be good to him too. Shin Ingran secretly opened WeChat on her mobile phone and took a look at her wallet balance. 52,000 yuan. These 52,000 were all from the 520 red packets that the rich second generation named Wang Kaixin had sent to her in order to pursue her. Originally, Shin Ingran planned to return the money. But now. Snort! Just use your dog-licking money to buy gifts for my real boyfriend. Are you angry? You'll be so mad. Shin Ingran secretly made up her mind, then followed Wu Yu obediently, holding his arm like a little bird. Let's go, dear. City Center, CBD. The top floor of a skyscraper hundreds of meters high. The giant logo of 69 Interactive Entertainment shines brightly in the sun, demonstrating the company's strong financial resources. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the company's top conference room was as depressing as an ice cellar. All the company executives in suits lowered their heads, remained silent, and didn't even dare to breathe. Their eyes were all focused in horror on the main seat at the conference table. There sat a gorgeous mature woman with a powerful aura. Explain. What kind of bug is it that you haven't figured it out yet? Services are shut down one after another. And there are tens of millions of losses. Can anyone give me a reasonable explanation? A cold and angry shout suddenly exploded. The beautiful mature woman slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Her name is Lu Baoling, she is 39 years old, and is the founder and CEO of 69 Interactive Entertainment. The main business of her company is to develop all kinds of shoddy, crazy Krypton gold-winning garbage web games. With the business model of accurately harvesting leaks, the annual income has easily exceeded 100 million. Lu Baoling wore a well-cut black OL suit today, which perfectly outlined her curvy figure and gave off an alluring scent like a ripe peach. Her neat short hair makes her already delicate and beautiful oval face look even more heroic and capable. Especially the pair of slender legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, straight, well-proportioned and tight, under the lights of the conference room, they glow with a layer of sexy oily sheen that makes people's blood boil. The pair of 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos on her feet are like the queen's scepter. Every time you step on the floor, the tapping sound is like a heavy hammer, hitting every employee's heart hard. Lu, Mr. Lu. The technical director wearing glasses stood up tremblingly, his voice shaking. We checked all the back-end data overnight and are 100% certain that the game itself has no bugs. The guy who's fleecing us is simply a god. He seems to be able to steal things out of thin air. Top quality equipment keeps popping up. We can't defend ourselves at all. Chapter 21 wrap them all up for me. Waste. Upon hearing this, Lu Baoling was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and the amazing curve of her chest also rose and fell violently. A bunch of trash. I spend tens of millions a year supporting you, but at the critical moment, you're of no use at all? Are we just going to watch helplessly as that guy steals all our company's money? Do you know how much money we will lose if we stop serving for one day? Lu Baoling became more and more angry as she spoke. She grabbed the documents on the table and threw them to the ground. Mr. Lu, please don't be angry. Another employee who seemed more clever rolled his eyes and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Actually, we are not completely helpless. Oh? Lu Baoling raised her eyebrows, a cold glint flashing in her almond-shaped eyes. Tell me about it. Since we can't defeat him technically, we can only resort to unconventional tactics. The employee chose his words carefully. We have already pinpointed the person's approximate location through the IP address. It's inside Baiyun University. Anyone who could do something like this is most likely a computer genius, and 9 times out of 10, a fat otaku obsessed with the anime. Mr. Lu, think about it. People like this definitely don't have much presence in real life and haven't seen much of the world. As long as we can find him, give him a little money, and promise him a high-paying job, he will definitely be grateful and stop. Joke. Lu Baoling sneered disdainfully. He can make millions of dollars from us in a single day. How much do you want to pay him to be interested? This. The employee choked and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Just then, a weak voice sounded in the crowd. Mr. Lu, maybe we don't have to spend money? The person who spoke was a fat man wearing black-framed glasses. Anyone who can do something like this must be a man, right? The fat man mustered up his courage and continued, as long as he's a man, how could he possibly resist Mr. Lu's charm? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence in an instant. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Baoling's incredibly beautiful face and her devilish figure that no man could resist. Lu Baoling's brows moved slightly. Yes. How could I have forgotten my secret weapon? As long as he is a man. It's a male. There is absolutely no one who can escape from the palm of my hand, Lu Baoling. Back then, Lu Baoling started to develop at the age of 15. With her angelic face and devilish figure, she became a well-known school beauty goddess. The boys who have a crush on her, pursue her, are crazy about her, and are crazy about her can line up from the school gate to the city center. After she graduated from university, she started her own business and transformed herself into a beautiful CEO worth over 100 million yuan. With the blessing of the halo of money, her charm has reached an unprecedented peak. Over the years, no matter if they were competitors in the business world or those unruly and troublesome employees, as long as they were men, there was no one she couldn't handle. Just throw a wink or flick a finger, and countless dogs will come to her with wagging tails, crying and shouting that they will do anything for her. A tech geek hiding in a university town who has never seen the world? Isn't that easy? Thinking of this, Lu Baoling's mouth curled up into a confident arc of determination to win. Okay. Leave this to me. She waved her slender fingers lightly and said in a queenly manner. You guys, right now. Right now. Find that guy who's fleecing me. I want all his information. Yes. Wearing high heels and twisting her slender waist, Lu Baoling returned to her luxurious office of 200 square meters. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling department store entrance below her. Those enchanting phoenix eyes narrowed, and the fiery red lips outlined a fierce arc. Just wait, you fleeced the sheep. If you fall into my hands, I'll show you how I'll squeeze you dry. At the entrance of the department store, Wu Yu had no idea that a pair of eyes filled with a desire to conquer were threatening him viciously from hundreds of meters in the air. He was holding Xining little hand and walking into the mall with great interest. Today is the last day of practicing Bawang Changgong. As long as you maintain high-intensity exercise for more than 10 hours, this magical skill will be fully mastered. Although, with his current strength, let alone Lu Yunqi alone, he could easily deal with even 10 of them. But which man would complain that his body is too strong? Hey! Wu Yu! Please walk slower. Xining staggered when he pulled her, and her feet in her small leather shoes were almost rubbed with sparks. She pouted her cherry lips and said coquettishly, how can this be called shopping? It's even more tiring than a long-distance run at a sports meet. Wu Yu chuckled, turned around, and spoke nonsense seriously. The essence of shopping is buying, not just browsing. Our goal is very clear, we only look at things we like, buy them, and leave immediately. We won't waste a second on anything else. That's called efficiency. But the things I like are right here. Xining stopped and pointed to a row of counters next to her, her big watery eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wu Yu looked in the direction of her finger. Good job. Cartier, Tiffany, Bulgari. All of them are top-notch jewelry brands. It seems that this school beauty, like other women, has no resistance to these shiny things. Okay, since you like it, go and have a look. Yeah. You're the best. Sheningran immediately jumped to the counter like a happy little rabbit, her little face almost sticking to the glass as she looked excitedly at the dazzling jewels inside. Hello, miss, you have such good taste. A sweet-looking salesgirl in uniform immediately came up to us with a big smile on her face. This Eternal Love is our brand's latest model. Designed by a top Italian designer, it's inlaid with 99 natural South African diamonds, symbolizing everlasting love. With the salesgirl's exaggerated flattery, Sheningran was soon dazzled by the choices. She tried on a necklace, then a bracelet, and finally, a pair of earrings. Each piece seemed to be tailor-made for her, making her already stunning appearance even more radiant and beautiful. Even the knowledgeable salesgirl couldn't help but admire in her heart. Oh my God! This girl is so beautiful. She is like a fairy from heaven. However, just when the salesgirl thought that this big deal was a sure thing, Sheningran was reluctant to leave, so she took off her jewelry one by one and carefully put them back into the velvet box. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Wu Yu asked curiously. No. Sheningran walked to Wu Yu, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear. These are too expensive. We're still students, we can't afford them. Let's wait until we start working and save enough money. After saying this, she tugged at Wu Yu's clothes and said with a sweet smile, let's go to the second floor. I heard there are a lot of big-name men's clothing on sale there. Let's go see if there's anything that suits you. Looking at Sheningran's sensible and considerate appearance, Wu Yu felt a warm feeling in his heart. No need to wait until later. He smiled, turned around, and snapped his fingers proudly at the disappointed salesgirl. Beauty, pack up everything she just tried. Chapter 22. Can't you just sweat like crazy in front of me? Ah. Sheningran and the salesgirl exclaimed at the same time. Wrap it up? The cheapest bracelet among the pieces of jewelry that Sheningran tried on just now cost over 100,000 yuan. All in all, the total price is at least over 500,000. He really wants to buy it? Before the two of them could recover from their shock, Wu Yu had already taken out his bank card and handed it over. Swipe the card. Drop. The POS machine made a crisp sound. More than 500,000 yuan, just like that, it was spent without any hesitation. The salesgirl's eyes instantly widened like bells. She looked at Wu Yu's infuriatingly handsome face, her heart pounding, almost jumping out of her throat. Oh my God! Handsome, rich, and doting on his girlfriend. What a fantastic boyfriend this is. Sheningran was completely dumbfounded. She stared at Wu Yu blankly, her mouth slightly open, her mind blank. Wu Yu. How much money have you made playing games? Wu Yu smiled mysteriously, scratched her nose, and did not give a direct answer. Joke. If I tell you my current net worth, I'm afraid you'll faint. At the same time, in front of another jewelry counter next door, a cold and astonished gaze was fixed on Wu Yu and Sheningran. Yunqi, what are you looking at? Why are you so lost in thought? A gorgeously dressed lady followed Lu Yunqi's gaze and asked curiously. Nothing. Lu Yunqi quickly withdrew her gaze, picked up the champagne in front of her, and took a sip elegantly, hiding the jealousy and anger that flashed in her eyes. Hurrah! Wu Yu! You're a traitorous brat. How dare you use the 1 million deposit I gave you to please another woman? Etc. Why am I jealous again? Lu Yunqi's heart was instantly in turmoil. Hey, Yunqi, what do you think of that necklace? Is it pretty? My best friend next to me pointed at a valuable necklace in the window and asked excitedly. Lu Yunqi glanced at him indifferently, with a hint of disdain on the corner of her mouth. That's it? Isn't that too low end? Let's go. There's nothing good about this kind of place. If you really need jewelry, I'll give you some limited edition jewelry I bought in Paris last year. Wow. Really? Yunqi, you're so nice. I love you so much. When the best friend heard this, she was so happy that she almost flew up, and hugged Lu Yunqi's arm and kissed her fiercely. Little did people know that the reason Lu Yunqi wanted to leave was not because she thought the jewelry here was too low end, but because She was going to follow Wu Yu, that ungrateful brat. I'll wait until you spend all your money. Then ask you for urgent cooperation. You have to leave your girlfriend. Snort. In order to get the balance, don't you have to sweat like crazy in front of me? Get it right. Wu Yu held Shiningran's soft and smooth little hand, and had no idea that someone was following him. Where are we going next, honey? Shiningran raised her beautiful face that could be called a work of art, and her big watery eyes were full of anticipation for an unknown journey. Wu Yu chuckled and pointed to a shop in front of him that was decorated so magnificently that it looked like a palace. Let's go and take a look over there. The two of them swaggered into the watch counter. Welcome to Patek Philippe. The salesgirl was wearing a black professional suit and flesh-colored stockings on her legs, with a sweet and professional smile on her face. In the counter, a wide variety of mechanical watches sparkle with dazzling luxury under the light. Each piece is like a finely crafted work of art, quietly telling the weight of time and the nobility of wealth. Wu Yu's eyes were almost dazzled by what he saw. Oh shit. In the past, I could only look at pictures on the internet to satisfy my visual craving. Now, guys can also spend some real money. Wow. This watch is so beautiful. Shiningran pointed at a men's watch in the glass counter and uttered a heartfelt exclamation of admiration. Wu Yu leaned over to take a look. Wow. The design of that watch is simple yet domineering. The dark blue dial is like the vast starry sky, and the hands rotate gracefully on it, full of the unique charm of mechanical aesthetics. Sir, you have excellent taste. The salesgirl came over immediately, her voice so sweet that it could squeeze water out of her. This is our Patek Philippe Starry Skywalker series, symbolizing the wearer's distinguished and extraordinary status. Listening to the salesgirl's exaggerated introduction, Wu Yu felt very happy. It is worthy of being a top luxury product, even its bragging is so sophisticated. My dear, I think this watch suits you very well. Shiningran pulled Wu Yu's arm and shook it coquettishly. Just now, Wu Yu spent a huge amount of money on her, more than 500,000 yuan, and she felt both touched and distressed. I was touched by Wu Yu's love for me, but I felt distressed. That is more than 500,000. Although she didn't know how much money Wu Yu made from playing games, she thought it wouldn't be too much. This time, I guess all the savings have been emptied out, right? No. A watch is a man's appearance and a symbol of his status. You just spent so much money on me, now it's my turn to spend money on you. Thinking of this, Shiningran mustered up the courage and asked the salesgirl. Hey, beautiful lady, how much is this watch? The salesgirl smiled slightly and gave a number that almost petrified Shiningran on the spot. It's not expensive, miss. This watch is priced at 388,000 in our counter. How much? Shiningran felt as if she was hallucinating, and her beautiful eyes widened. 300,000? What kind of joke is this? She looked over and over the balance of 52,000 yuan in her phone several times. Her face instantly fell and she was so aggrieved that she almost cried. It's over. Barbie is cute. I wanted to buy a watch for my boyfriend, but I found out I couldn't even afford a fraction of it. This is so embarrassing. Looking at Shiningran's cute face that looked like she was about to cry, Wu Yu couldn't help but laugh. He rubbed Shiningran's little head and said softly, Silly boy, it's enough that you have this intention. How about this, you pay whatever you have first, and I'll make up the rest. Ah? Shiningran was stunned and looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. Do you still have money? Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Wu Yu winked at her and gave her an unfathomable smile. At Wu Yu's request, Shiningran had no choice but to blush, take out her cell phone, and transfer the huge sum of 52,000 yuan in full. Looking at the balance on her phone that was instantly cleared, Shiningran's heart was bleeding. All my savings. But it's worth it to be able to buy something for my man. Sir, we're still short of over 250,000. May I ask if you are? Before the salesgirl could finish her words, she was interrupted by Wu Yu. Etc. Wu Yu waved his hand, pointed to the counter on the other side, and said proudly, Wrap up those 2 eternal hearts for me. What the hell? Couple watches? Shiningran and the salesgirl exclaimed at the same time again. Chapter 23 I see you are beaming with joy, you will definitely win the prize. He looked in the direction Wu Yu pointed. In the C position where the lights are the brightest, 2 beautifully designed couple watches are lying quietly on the velvet display stand, exuding fatal temptation. The men's model is majestic, while the women's model is exquisite and elegant. The dials of both models are inlaid with diamonds to form a complete heart shape, symbolizing everlasting love. Mr. Sir. The salesgirl's voice began to tremble. That pair of eternal hearts are our brand's most valuable treasures. The price is 800,000. 800,000? Sheningran felt her head buzzing and completely shut down. She stared at Wu Yu, took out the ordinary savings card from her pocket without changing her expression and handed it to him. Swipe the card. Drop. The POS machine made a crisp sound. 800,000, just like that, gone without a care in the world. The salesgirl took the signed receipt and looked at Wu Yu's stunningly handsome face. Her legs began to go weak. How? So generous. As for Sheningran, she was completely stunned. She watched Wu Yu take out the women's watch worth 400,000 from the velvet box, and then gently put it on her fair and tender wrist. The cold touch made her shudder and she came back to her senses in an instant. The watch is very beautiful. The diamonds sparkled brightly under the light, making her wrist look even more slender and charming. But Sheningran's heart was trembling wildly. Panic. Unprecedented panic. This is just the beginning of shopping. All in all, I have spent more than 1 million. Wu Yu, is he crazy? Sheningran always thought that the money Wu Yu earned from playing games was at most a few 100,000. But now it seems. He actually made millions? And judging by the way he's spending money like water, he's going to spend it all soon, right? No. We must not let him continue to waste time like this. These are all the startup funds for our future family. Must save it for him. Sheningran secretly made up her mind. She took Wu Yu's hand and said in an almost pleading tone, "Honey, let's go straight to the second floor, okay? I heard there are a lot of big brands having special sales there. Let's go find some bargains and then go back to school, okay?" Looking at Sheningran's pitiful appearance, Wu Yu smiled. How can that be possible? We've only just started now. He took Sheningran's little hand and pulled her out. Let's go. Next stop. The two of them had just left. Lu Yunqi and her best friend followed closely. Lu Yunqi asked the salesgirl, "Beautiful lady, how much are those couple watches?" 800,000. Puff. Lu Yunqi almost vomited blood. Good job, Wu Yu. You are an ungrateful traitor. I worked so hard to give you a 1 million deposit, and you just spent it all on another woman in the blink of an eye? Okay. It's better to spend it all. Now that you have no money, what can you use to show off in front of your girlfriend? If you have no money, you have to listen to me and work like a slave for me, sweating like a slave. Thinking of this, Lu Yunqi's mouth curled up into a sneer of success. She immediately took out her phone, clicked on Wu Yu's WeChat profile picture, and sent an extremely overbearing message. Where are you? Hurry up and wait for me at the Four Seasons Hotel on the top floor of Sunny Department Store. We'll be working together until dark. After sending the message, Lu Yun subconsciously added another sentence. Don't come at your own risk. After doing all this, Lu Yunqi continued to follow Wu Yu slowly. She had already begun to look forward to Wu Yu's embarrassing look after seeing the message, wanting to refuse but not daring to, and having no choice but to dump his girlfriend and throw himself into her arms. Cool. This feeling of having everything under control is so cool. Get it right. Wu Yu and Sheningran soon arrived at the first floor lobby, the center and most prosperous area of the mall. There are huge crowds of people here, and it is very lively. A temporary luxury car show is in full swing. Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini. Under the spotlight, the top luxury cars with cool designs and high prices emit a heart-pounding metallic luster. Once upon a time, these high-end top brands would not bother to hold exhibitions in such noisy shopping malls. But under the crazy impact of domestic new energy vehicles, their sales are getting worse year by year, and face is no longer so important. Wu Yu stared at the dazzling array of luxury cars in front of him, his eyes almost turning green. Dream. This is every man's lifelong dream. Humph. Don't look. Sheningran saw Wu Yu's lustful look and thought he was looking at a car model. She was so angry that she stretched out her little hand and pinched the soft flesh on his waist hard. Humph. Wu Yu grimaced in pain, speechless. What the hell are you doing? I'm just looking at cars, okay? He pointed to a black SUV not far away that looked like a beast ready to attack, and said excitedly, "Look at that Lamborghini Urus. Isn't it handsome? Isn't it domineering?" Sheningran glanced in the direction of his finger and curled her lips. "It's handsome, but so what? We can't even afford a wheel." Wu Yu smiled, said nothing, and walked straight over. He opened the car door and plopped into the driver's seat. Soft leather seats, an interior full of futuristic technology, and that unique, luxurious leather fragrance. Wu Yu took a deep breath, gently stroked the steering wheel with both hands, and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. "The last time I rode in Lu Yunqi's Aventador was a few days ago. In the blink of an eye, I can actually own such a top-notch car." Just then, a sweet voice sounded outside the car window. "Hello, sir. Are you interested in our Urus?" Wu Yu turned his head and saw a saleswoman with an extremely hot body, wearing a black tight skirt and a layer of black stockings wrapped around her legs. She was looking at him with a smile on her face. Those bewitching fox eyes seemed to emit electricity, making Wu Yu feel itchy in his heart. "Our brand is currently holding an event." The saleswoman in black stockings leaned over, and the breathtaking abyss on her chest almost hit Wu Yu's face. "As long as you buy a car now, you can get a chance to enter a lucky draw. The highest prize is a free meal." Wu Yu was delighted when he heard this. He raised an eyebrow and asked playfully, "Free? What's the probability of winning? 1 in 10,000? Oh, look at what you said." The saleswoman in black stockings giggled and threw me a coquettish glance. "Lamborghini is a major international brand, and we're sincerely organizing this event to give back to our customers. I see you're glowing today, and your brows are shining. You're definitely a lucky person. You're definitely going to win." Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Oh shit. Here we come. Isn't this the chance to get something for free? Wu Yu's heart suddenly started beating wildly, and he gave the black stocking saleswoman in front of him an evil and arrogant smile. "Okay. I believe you. I bought it." "Ah." The saleswoman in black stockings was stunned on the spot. Bought it? Chapter 24. These are what a mature woman should wear. Is this true or false? This is the Lamborghini Urus. The landing price is over 3 million. This young man in front of me looks to be in his early 20s at most. Is he serious? Sheningran, who was standing outside the car, was also frightened. Bought it? Wu Yu, did he think he was buying cabbage at the market? A super luxury car worth over 3 million. Just buy it? You, don't listen to him. Sheningran became anxious and quickly waved at the saleswoman in black stockings. He's kidding. We can't afford it. The smile on the saleswoman in black stockings froze in an instant, and a hint of imperceptible disappointment and contempt flashed in her eyes. Cut. I thought I was lucky today and met a real rich man. After all this time, it turns out he's just a poor bragging loser. What a waste of my feelings. At this moment, Wu Yu frowned and glared at Sheningran. Who said I was joking? He turned to the saleswoman in black stockings and said, "Swipe the card. I'm still waiting to win a free meal." Wu Yu. Are you crazy? Sheningran was completely anxious. She ran over and grabbed Wu Yu's arm, lowering her voice and yelling. You actually believe this nonsense? This is a complete scam. How could it possibly work with a 1 in 10,000 chance? Besides, even if you want to participate in the lottery, you have to buy a car first. Do you have that much money? Wu Yu smiled faintly. It's just a few million. I still have this little money. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the stunned Sheningran, and directly took out the ordinary savings card from his pocket. Swipe the card. The saleswoman in black stockings took the card and was completely stunned. What's going on? Really want to buy it? Does this incredibly handsome guy really have this ability? But why does his girlfriend seem to have no idea about it? With her mind full of doubts and confusion, the saleswoman in black stockings inserted the savings card into the POS machine with trembling hands. Drop. Payment successful. Oh shit. WTF. He is really rich. I actually placed an order. An order for Urus worth more than 3 million. The commission alone is enough for me to go without food and drink for several years. The saleswoman in black stockings felt so happy that she was about to faint. The look she gave Wu Yu instantly became extremely passionate and admiring. She almost crawled and rolled as she took Wu Yu to the lottery area nearby to draw the prizes. Sheningran, on the other hand, stood there blankly as if she had been cast into a spell, her cherry lips open wide enough for a fist to fit in. Oh my god. He really bought it. More than 3 million. How much money does he have? At this moment, the POS machine slowly spit out a long customer receipt. Sheningran looked down subconsciously. Below the amount of consumption, a small line of numbers was clearly printed there. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. More than 30 million? Sheningran felt like her eyes were going blind. She rubbed it hard and looked at it again. That's right. That's more than 30 million. In an instant, Sheningran felt dizzy, and the whole world collapsed and reorganized before her eyes. It turns out that Wu Yu is a multi-millionaire. Oh my god. My boyfriend is a multi-millionaire. My vision is so damn good. At the same time, Lu Yunxi, who was pretending to stroll not far away, also took in all of this. When she saw Wu Yu calmly swiping his card to buy the Urus worth more than 3 million yuan, she was completely shocked and confused. Where did he get so much money? How could an ordinary college student possibly have such financial resources? Not to mention, since he is so rich, why did he cooperate with me for a mere 1 million? Could it be? Is it possible that he is not doing it for money at all? He just simply covets her own body? A terrible thought, like lightning, suddenly struck Lu Yunxi's brain. She felt her cheeks burning instantly, and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. She had always thought that she was the one in control, the queen who bestowed favors on everyone. But now it seems. The person being controlled seems. It's me? Just when Lu Yunxi was feeling confused and having all sorts of wild thoughts. Suddenly, an extremely piercing scream erupted in the lottery area. It's the saleswoman in black stockings. She pointed at the screen on the lottery machine where the 3 big words special prize kept flashing. She was so excited that her whole body was shaking and her voice was out of tune. I won the prize. Free. It's free. Oh my god. A 1 in 10,000 chance. He really won. Boom. The entire auto show scene exploded instantly. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a god. Wu Yu, on the other hand, had a calm expression that said don't do basic exercises, with a charmingly handsome smile on his lips, but in his heart he was shouting madly. The system is awesome. YYDS. Get the campus beauty and luxury car for free. Beautiful. Sheningran, who stood there, had experienced the shock of millions of boyfriends. Once again, he was shocked by this incredible scene and completely lost the ability to think. As for Lu Yunxi, who was not far away, her body trembled. The Hermes bag in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with extremely complex shock and confusion. Wu Yu pulled Sheningran, who was still a little dazed, to the second floor of the shopping mall. The car has been obtained for free, but the procedures need to be reviewed by the headquarters. The sales lady patted her majestic chest and guaranteed that Wu Yu would be able to drive away this steel beast worth more than 3 million for free tomorrow morning. So, it's time to move on to the next step. Get the school beauty. Completely. Take. Down. Wu Yu took Sheningran and strode into a high-end women's clothing counter that looked ridiculously expensive. Honey, the clothes here are so expensive, let's. Sheningran took a look at the long string of zeros on the tag, and her face turned pale instantly. Expensive? Wu Yu turned around and gave her an evil and arrogant smile. Without saying anything, he snapped his fingers and said to the salesgirl who came over with a heroic tone. Bring over everything in your store that she can wear and that suits her, and let her try it on. Yes, sir. The salesgirl's eyes instantly lit up like a 2,000-watt light bulb, and her service attitude was even more enthusiastic than that of her own father. After seeing each piece of breathtakingly beautiful new clothing, Sheningran gradually recovered from her great shock. Yes. My boyfriend is now a hidden multi-millionaire. I just got lucky and got a Lamborghini worth more than 3 million for free. Why am I still being so hesitant here? How can I save him money? Besides, Which girl can resist the temptation of beautiful clothes? After figuring this out, Sheningran completely let herself go. Try hard. She was like a butterfly, flying back and forth between the fitting room and the mirror. Beautiful clothes one after another were put on her, as if they were tailor-made for her. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Wu Yu, like an emperor choosing a concubine, sat on the sofa with his arms and legs spread out. If he thought someone looked good, he would only have one word for them: purchase. An hour later, a small mountain of various luxury shopping bags had piled up behind Wu Yu. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yu took Sheningran, who was still unsatisfied, to the lingerie counter next door. As soon as I see those sexy things hanging in the windows, with very little fabric and bold and revealing designs. Sheningran's pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. That. She tugged at the hem of Wu Yu's clothes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. I still have a lot of underwear, so why not buy some? Wu Yu shook his head and said seriously. Those Pikachu and SpongeBob prints in your closet should have been retired long ago. Here, these are what a mature woman should wear. Sheningran looked in the direction of his finger. Wow. Chapter 25. Come closer, let me take a good look. Good job. The designs of those clothes really make your heart beat faster. Sheningran felt that her cheeks were so hot that she could fry an egg on them. She covered her face with her hands, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Which one do you like? Or. Wu Yu leaned close to her ear, exhaled hot air, and chuckled softly. Wrap them all up? Finally, with Wu Yu's encouragement. Sheningran still had a red face, and in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, she picked out the ones that most moved her. Let's go buy shoes. The two came to the high-heeled shoes counter again. This time, Sheningran was no longer shy. Because she was about to graduate and start her internship, she really needed a few pairs of high heels that could hold up to the occasion to match her newly bought professional suits. Finally, this crazy shopping trip came to an end. Wu Yu was carrying dozens of shopping bags in his left and right hands, but he was still walking briskly and breathing steadily. Sheningran was like a happy little follower, following him closely, her big watery eyes filled with happiness. Honey, what are we going to do next? Wu Yu touched his chin and said seriously, it's getting late. Of course, we should go see a movie, then have a candlelight dinner at the most upscale restaurant. Finally, I'll get you back to your dormitory safely. Sheningran was stunned and stopped. Wu Yu deliberately raised his eyebrows and asked, why? Do you have other ideas? Sheningran's pretty face instantly turned red like the sunset. She lowered her head, played with the corner of her clothes, and said hesitantly in an almost coquettish tone. That's not the case, it's just, today went by so quickly, and I don't want to go back so early. A knowing smile appeared on Wu Yu's lips. He suppressed his inner joy and said calmly. Yeah, I feel the same way. The time we spend together always goes by so fast. How about, we find a place and stay a little longer? Sheningran raised her head, her eyes flashing with anticipation, and nodded slightly. Wu Yu pointed at the magnificent 5-star hotel sign above his head, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just going there? The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the floor-to-ceiling windows and gently streamed onto the king-size bed in the presidential suite. Wu Yu slowly opened his eyes, and a faint fragrance instantly entered his nostrils. He turned his head and saw Sheningran still sleeping beside him. She lay on her side, her long black hair cascading down on the snow-white pillow. Her sleeping face, as delicate as an angel's, was peaceful and beautiful. The long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings, casting a charming shadow under the eyelids. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Wu Yu's heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction and tenderness. In my mind, I couldn't help but compare Sheningran and Lu Yunqi. Sheningran is like a white rose in bud, pure, sweet, and with a hint of naivete. People can't help but want to protect her and watch her bloom with the most moving colors by their side. Lu Yunqi, on the other hand, is like a red rose that has bloomed to its fullest. She is beautiful and noble, and exudes the aura of a confident and cool queen, which makes people fascinated by her charm. Two completely different styles, yet equally captivating. Adults, of course, want them all. They chatted until late last night, and it was not until Wu Yu saw the threatening WeChat message from Lu Yunqi. However, the time had already passed, so he didn't bother to reply. Anyway, that top-notch queen would eventually give in and come looking for him again. No rush. At this moment, Xining ran on the bed, trembled her eyelashes slightly, and slowly opened her big watery eyes. She woke up. After waking up, she no longer had the shyness and awkwardness of yesterday. Her clear eyes were filled with love and attachment to Wu Yu. Like a lazy kitten, she took the initiative to move into Wu Yu's arms, resting her cheek on his strong chest, and gently drawing circles on his chest with her slender fingers. "What are you thinking about, dear?" Wu Yu came back to his senses, looked down at the girl in his arms who now completely belonged to him, and replied with a smile. "I was wondering what you would look like in those new clothes I bought yesterday." After hearing this, Xiningran's pretty face turned slightly red, but she didn't feel shy at all. She smiled, gave Wu Yu a charming look, then turned over and jumped off the bed. She picked up a shopping bag from the sofa and went into the dressing room. A few minutes later. Tick, tick, tick. The crisp and rhythmic sound of high heels hitting the ground came from the locker room. Wu Yu suddenly looked up. Xiningran was seen walking out of the dressing room slowly, wearing the pair of crystal high heels she had bought yesterday and a newly bought white dress, swaying her graceful figure. At that moment, Wu Yu felt that his breathing had stagnated. So beautiful. Purity and confidence are perfectly combined in her. A living, beautiful elf, as if walking out of a painting, appeared before him vividly. "Come closer, let me take a good look." Wu Yu felt his throat was a little dry. Xiningran smiled charmingly and walked towards Wu Yu step by step with elegant steps. Sudden. Oops. She seemed not to be used to high heels, her footing was unstable and her body suddenly fell forward. Wu Yu was quick-witted and quick-handed. He jumped out of bed and held her steadily in his arms. Then. We can no longer be separated. Chapter 26. Am I already so famous in this circle? Afternoon. On the wide road, a pitch-black Lamborghini Urus is speeding like a roaring beast. Inside the car, Wu Yu held the steering wheel, and the corners of his mouth beneath his sunglasses couldn't help but rise wildly. Cool. It feels so fucking good. He had just waited for more than 3 hours at the forest store, signing documents and taking photos, and finally got this top-of-the-line luxury car back for free. As for Xiningran, she had already reluctantly returned to school because she had professional classes in the afternoon. Before leaving, she clung to Wu Yu and kissed him for several minutes, and she was so reluctant to part with him. Wu Yu drove the car at full speed, overtaking at all limits and having a lot of fun. After mastering the art of Ba Wang Chang tyrannical force, his physical fitness has reached a terrifying level. Both reaction speed and dynamic vision are far beyond ordinary people. For him, driving this high-performance beast is just like playing, easy and comfortable. Back to school. Wu Yu suddenly saw a beautiful mature woman with an extremely hot body, wearing big sunglasses, standing downstairs of the dormitory. Because this woman's aura is so powerful and her temperament is so exquisite. Wu Yu couldn't help but look at it a few more times. She was wearing a tight white silk shirt with 3 buttons undone at the collar, revealing a large area of snow-white, delicate skin and an astonishingly deep cleavage. She wore a black miniskirt that perfectly outlined her perky and round peach buttocks. Especially the pair of slender legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, which are shining with an attractive oily sheen in the sun, making it impossible to take your eyes off them. Wu Yu secretly sighed in his heart, wow, such a charming and beautiful woman is the most exciting. Plump. Sexy. Mature. The key is to understand everything and be able to do everything. There's no need to break in, just step on the accelerator and you can experience the ultimate thrill of high-speed racing. Cough cough. What am I thinking about? Just as Wu Yu looked away and was about to go upstairs, the beautiful mature woman suddenly took off her sunglasses, revealing an incredibly beautiful face. She walked towards him quickly in 10-centimeter high heels with red soles. Classmate, do you know Wu Yu? Wu Yu was stunned for a moment and pointed at himself. I am. You are Wu Yu? The beautiful mature woman's eyes lit up instantly. She looked Wu Yu up and down, then took out a gold-rimmed business card from her limited edition Hermes bag and handed it over. Wu Yu took the business card and looked at it. 69 Interactive Entertainment? Lu Baoling? I don't know him and I've never heard of him. Mr. Lu wants to see me, what's going on? Of course it's a great thing. Lu Baoling forced a smile on her face that she thought was captivating to everyone, stretched out her fair and tender arm, gently touched Wu Yu's strong chest, and her voice was so sweet that it could squeeze water out of him. Come on, handsome boy, I'll take you out to a quiet place so we can have a good chat. However, what she didn't expect was Wu Yu was unmoved, and even took a step back, shaking his head with a vigilant look on his face. I don't know you. What if you have bad intentions and want to harm me? What? Lu Baoling was furious on the spot. Hurt you? I am a beautiful CEO worth over 100 million. If it were any other man, upon seeing me, wouldn't he be crying and licking me on his knees? You're actually afraid that I'll hurt you? I'm so. Etc. How come the way he looks at me is there no desire at all? Lu Baoling was completely stunned. This is unscientific. Any male creature should have the most primitive impulse the moment he sees himself. What's more, I dressed up carefully today in order to capture him. Just standing downstairs of the boys' dormitory for more than 10 minutes has caused several accidents where boys bumped into telephone poles because of looking at her. This Wu Yu. Could he be a gay? Lu Baoling had no idea that Wu Yu was now a man who had seen the world. After tasting the two goddesses among goddesses, Shen Yingran and Lu Yunxi, his aesthetic threshold has been raised to an unprecedented height. Although Lu Baoling is indeed the best, do you want him to drool like a pig who has never seen a woman? Sorry, that's impossible. However, looking at Lu Baoling's chest heaving violently with anger, yet forcing herself to maintain an elegant appearance, Wu Yu thought she was quite cute. So he smiled and said, if you have anything to say, just tell me here. If I'm interested, I'll talk to you. Lu Baoling took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart, and said straight to the point, I want to cooperate with you, money is not a problem. When Wu Yu heard this, he was dumbfounded. Cooperate? Good job. Another person who was willing to pay a large sum of money to have a child? He even came in person and took the initiative to trade? Am I already so famous in this circle? Lu Yunxi. It must be you. You actually sold my information to others. Wu Yu cursed Lu Yunxi 100 times in his heart, then shook his head at Lu Baoling and said seriously, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I've decided to quit. What? When Lu Baoling heard this, she was immediately overjoyed. Are you quitting? He's not going to fleece our company anymore? Very good. It's really great. In this way, wouldn't it be possible for him to easily resolve this huge problem without bloodshed? However, Lu Baoling is an old fox who has been in the business world for many years. She rolled her eyes and asked tentatively, what's up? Has Wu Yu found another way to make money? I guess so, Wu Yu nodded, it's quite profitable. Lu Baoling was completely relieved now. She immediately put on an expression of admiration for Wu Yu's talent and showered him with praise, calling him young and promising, a true jack of all trades, and someone with a promising future. Wu Yu felt a little embarrassed by all the praise. After praising, Lu Baoling said goodbye and left with satisfaction. Wu Yu shook his head, thinking that this woman was really mentally ill and incomprehensible. He returned to the dormitory, turned on his computer, and began to check the final results of his 2 days. When he saw the long string of zeros in the bank card, his mouth instantly stretched from ear to ear. 11 million. Easy to deposit. Adding the previous money, his total personal assets have soared to a terrifying 50 million. Of course, not surprisingly, the game was shut down again. This time, Wu Yu decided to do something big. Cyber Cafe. There isn't much else around the university town, except for a lot of internet cafes. He wants to use his financial power to directly rent out all the internet cafes nearby. Tens of thousands of computers are all idle at the same time to help him make gold. Then find a top student in the computer department and spend money to develop a set of remote background control software for mobile phones. In this way, as long as a game is shut down, he can switch to a new game on his mobile phone with just one click and continue to make money. By then, making tens of millions a day, let alone millions, would be a piece of cake. Chapter 27 Someone is looking for you. It's a super beautiful lady. Just do it. Wu Yu immediately took out his cell phone and started his grand plan. Contact the internet cafe owner and spend money. Contact the Shueba team and spend money. With the help of money, everything went smoothly. I was busy all afternoon. Wu Yu lay happily on his bed in the dormitory, looking at the background software that has been initially formed on the mobile phone, and the tens of thousands of game accounts online at the same time. A satisfied smile like a capitalist appeared on his face. The other side. After meeting Wu Yu, Lu Baoling was in a very good mood. She went to one of the most upscale private clubs in the city and arranged a top-notch SPA for herself. In a private and luxurious room, she took off her restrictive OL suit, exposing her perfect body that could be called a work of art, and lay on the soft massage bed. Two skilled young female technicians used their hands, soaked in essential oils, to gently knead and massage her smooth, jade-like skin. Lu Baoling closed her eyes in comfort and let out a sigh of contentment. After the SPA, Lu Baoling returned to the company feeling refreshed. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, but the lights in the company were still on. Hundreds of programmers were working like swarms in front of their computers, typing away at their keyboards frantically, their eyes covered in dark circles as if they were wearing smoky makeup. Lu Baoling wore high heels, twisted her slender waist, and inspected her territory like a queen, with a satisfied smile on her lips. She just likes to see her employees working hard for her. She cleared her throat and announced in a condescending tone, "Brothers, thank you for your hard work. To reward everyone's efforts, tonight's supper is on me." However, to her surprise, the office area did not erupt with the cheers and gratitude she had imagined. Everyone raised their heads and looked at her with an expression of extreme astonishment as if she were an idiot. What's with that expression?" Lu Baoling's brows furrowed instantly. An employee who looked like a team leader had a sad face and a trembling voice. Mr. Lu. It's over. That guy who's fleecing people, he's using technology. All of our company's games, all of our servers, all of them were taken over by him alone." "What?" When Lu Baoling heard this, her delicate body trembled violently, and her well-maintained almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. She ran to a computer, pushed away the programmer with a sad face, and stared at the screen. "Really? The server list of more than a dozen web games under the company is now gray. All of them are in a state of emergency shutdown and maintenance. This kind of tragic situation would only occur when a devastating blow was suffered and the data backend was on the verge of collapse. Lie to me. That little bastard named Wu Yu. How dare he lie to me?" Lu Baoling was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and the thrilling arc on her chest was like a huge wave in the wind, rising and falling violently. Mr. Lu. The technical director came over tremblingly, with tears in his voice. "Now, what should I do now? What to do?" Lu Baoling turned around suddenly, and her beautiful face was now covered with frost. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from exertion, and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "I want him dead." College Town. In a private room of a high-end restaurant decorated in an antique style. Wu Yu was toasting with a few boys wearing glasses who looked rather dull, and the atmosphere was lively. They are all graduate students from the computer science department of Baiyun University. It only took a few hours to tailor a perfect super back-end system for Wu Yu. This system can not only stably control tens of thousands of computers in all internet cafes near the university town at the same time, but also squeeze the performance of each computer to the extreme, allowing for crazy multi-machine operation. Efficiency maxed out. Just now, Wu Yu took a look at his bank card balance. In just a few hours, more than 30 million was deposited. Cool. It's so fucking cool. Come on. Seniors. I'll toast you again. Wu Yu picked up the wine glass with a smile on his face. This back-end system is a stroke of genius. Seniors, awesome. Ahem, Junior Wu, you're too kind. A senior who looked like the leader pushed his glasses up shyly, his cheeks slightly red. Actually, the core code for this back-end system was also copied from an open-source website overseas. We just made some minor modifications and optimizations. It's not that impressive. Hey! You can't say that. Wu Yu waved his hand and said proudly. No matter what, all the seniors have helped me a lot. As he spoke, he took out several thick red envelopes from his pocket and stuffed them into the hands of the seniors one by one. It's just a small token of my respect. Then he took out a few pink cards with gold edges. This is also for all the seniors. The seniors looked at the cards with rather ambiguous designs, their faces filled with curiosity. Brother Wu, what is this? Wu Yu winked at them and gave them a smirk that all men understood. Hey seniors, staying in the dorm all day working on technology and not even having a girlfriend is very taxing, right? Hey, I'm familiar with this club. The girls inside are so charming. They're all beautiful and have great figures. They're proficient in all kinds of music and singing. I guarantee you'll be entertained and never want to leave. Fuck. When the seniors heard this, their eyes instantly turned green. Everyone was breathing rapidly, their faces were red, and their hearts were beating fast. They didn't even have time to eat the delicacies in front of them. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. That's right. Why are you still eating? I can't wait for the dragon blade to be unsheathed. Wu Yu looked at their anxious expressions and laughed heartily. He immediately paid the bill and prepared to lead the team personally to the land of pleasure. But as soon as he walked out of the restaurant door, ding-ling-ling, Wu Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. It was my roommate calling. Hey! Brother Yu! Come back soon. Someone is looking for you. It's a super gorgeous lady. The most beautiful woman? Wu Yu subconsciously thought of Lu Yunxi's noble, cold, and beautiful face. Calculating the time, I stood her up yesterday. With that kind of queen's personality, she should have come to me today. Thinking of this, Wu Yu felt a hint of anticipation. So, he asked the seniors to take their cards and go to the club to experience it on their own. I rushed back to school in a hurry. But as soon as I entered the school gate, I saw Lu Baoling, the beautiful mature woman with an extremely hot body from yesterday. She was wearing 10-centimeter high heels with red soles and was rushing towards him angrily. Wu Yu! Lu Baoling shouted angrily, and her enchanting eyes almost spitted fire. Why did you lie to me? Chapter 28 After signing, my sister is yours. Wu Yu was stunned by Lu Baoling's yelling and was full of questions. Lie to you? What did I lie to you about? Still pretending? Lu Baoling stomped her feet in anger, and the majestic waves on her chest made people dizzy. Didn't you say you were going to retire? What happened? You caused our company to lose tens of millions. Wu Yu finally reacted. Damn it! So this beautiful mature woman is the boss of that crappy online game company? Although his operation was flawless, it was not illegal at all. But after all, Wu Yu had taken so much advantage of others, so he still felt a little embarrassed. So he cleared his throat and asked politely. Then, Mr. Lu, what do you want? Lu Baoling gritted her teeth, staring at Wu Yu with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. After a moment of silence, she asked coldly. Tell me, how did you manage to get so much wool? Mr. Lu. Wu Yu smiled evilly, this is a trade secret. You. Lu Baoling was so angry. But she didn't dare to get angry. Before coming, she had consulted the company's legal team. The conclusion is that Wu Yu's behavior is completely reasonable and legal. After all, isn't the advertisement of your web game just to deceive players with the slogans of equipment recycling in exchange for RMB and cash red envelopes will be given when you go online? Now that Wu Yu has gotten it by his own ability, you want to sue him? Isn't this typical of not being able to afford it? If this gets out, the company's image will plummet and it will become the laughingstock of the entire industry. No way. Lu Baoling could only suppress the rage in her heart and force herself to put on a smile that was uglier than crying. Mr. Wu Yu, there are so many people here, it's hard to talk. Let's find a place to talk properly. I want to cooperate with you. As she spoke, she calmly cast a coquettish glance at Wu Yu, and even deliberately straightened her proud figure. Oh? What kind of collaboration? No rush. Lu Baoling's voice instantly became soft and sticky, so coquettish that it made people's bones go soft. Let's talk in the car? After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Wu Yu's reply. She twisted her snake-like waist and walked towards the school gate. Wu Yu looked at her plump, swaying and exquisite back, hesitated for a fraction of a second, and then followed without hesitation. The two came to the parking lot. Lu Baoling's car is a white Lexus LX 600. Its huge body is full of power and its price is as high as more than 2 million. Get in the car, handsome boy. Lu Baoling opened the car door and hooked her finger at Wu Yu. Wu Yu shook his head, pointed to the brand new Lamborghini Urus next to him, and said with a smile. Let's talk in my car. I'm afraid, you'll bully me. Puff. Lu Baoling almost vomited blood. Bullying you? It was obviously you who bullied me. Tens of millions. My company's net profit for half a year was all taken away by you, little bastard. However, in order to solve the problem, Lu Baoling chose to give in. She suppressed her anger, followed Wu Yu, and sat in the passenger seat of the flashy Urus. Good job. This car, isn't it too new? A unique, luxurious leather scent instantly filled her nostrils. Then I looked at the seat protective film that had not been removed yet. Lu Baoling's lungs exploded instantly. Good job, Wu Yu. You're using my money to buy such a top-of-the-line luxury car? You really are willing to do that. But the next second, she quickly adjusted her mentality, and her face was filled with a charming smile again. The gorgeous mature woman's face looked at Wu Yu with a smile and said softly, Mr. Wu Yu, I'm your sister, and I want to ask you for a favor. I want you to use your amazing skills to fleece my competitor's company. As long as you agree, our previous little conflict will be written off. Also, for every rival company you help me take down, I'll give you an extra 10 million. As she spoke, Lu Baoling's pair of slender legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings began to inadvertently change into various seductive poses. Her slender fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, began to gently draw circles on Wu Yu's arm. The warm breath, with the unique fragrance of a mature woman, blew against Wu Yu's ears again and again. This dazzling teasing made Wu Yu feel dry in the mouth. It's so exquisite. This ripe peach is absolutely stunning. But this is a trap. This cooperation is so damn unprofitable for me. Now is the time for me to gain the absolute upper hand. Why? It's you, Lu Baoling, who puts forward the conditions. Thinking of this, Wu Yu took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and shook his head seriously. No. This cooperation is a sure win for you, Lu Baoling. You can avoid being fleeced by me, and you can easily defeat all your competitors. The price you pay is just a few tens of millions. And what about me? I can completely refuse to cooperate with you and take over the entire web game market on my own. Hey! You, just listen to what I have to say. Lu Baoling was anxious. She came closer suddenly, and her two beautiful red lips were almost touching Wu Yu's cheek. Her breath was as sweet as orchid, and she spoke softly in a tone that could drive all men crazy, with a hint of shyness and suggestion. I'm still single. As long as you agree to cooperate with me, then I can be yours. By then, won't my sister's company be your company? As she spoke, she blinked at Wu Yu with her captivating almond-shaped eyes. Oh shit. Wu Yu felt that the blood in his body was boiling at this moment. This proposal. It seems hard to refuse. Lu Baoling looked at Wu Yu's absent-minded appearance, and a barely perceptible, smug sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Snort. Are you moved? My charm is indeed invincible. As long as you sign this contract in black and white, then, I'll treat you like a ball and kick you however I want. Just you? You don't even have the qualifications to lick my ass. Hurry up, sign quickly. Once you sign, I'll be yours. Lu Baoling raised her head and continued to urge Wu Yu in that sickeningly sweet voice. Just then, a cold system prompt sound suddenly rang out in Wu Yu's mind. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. He shuddered instantly, and a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Good job. There is indeed a pit. Chapter 29 TSK. It's indeed a top-tier luxury car. Damn bitch. She actually tried to seduce me with her beauty, and then after I signed the contract, she would just walk away? Fortunately, I have an anti-fraud system. Otherwise, I would have fallen into your trap today. So, Wu Yu pretended to be so sexy and soul-bestowed that his saliva was almost flowing out. He stared at Lu Baoling with lustful eyes and asked, Mr. Lu, what you mean is, as long as I sign this agreement, you will be my woman? Yeah. Lu Baoling suppressed the nausea in her heart and answered in a delicate voice. But this is just a verbal promise. It's not written in the agreement. Oh. You little rascal. Why are you so suspicious? Lu Baoling was a little impatient. What on earth do you want to do? Wu Yu chuckled and rubbed his hands. I want, after signing the agreement, you will immediately become my woman. How about that? Okay. Lu Baoling lowered her head, pretending to be shy, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. At the same time, her hand, which was in her Hermes bag, was tightly holding the pepper spray inside. Humph. What a joke. As long as this kid dares to sign the agreement, my goal will be achieved. If he dares to touch me, then I will let him know what it means to be an eyesore. Wu Yu took the agreement and pretended to read it carefully. Party A, 69 Interactive Entertainment. Party B, Wu Yu. Article 1, Party B, Wu Yu, is appointed as the Honorary Chief Business Strategy Director of Party A, 69 Interactive Entertainment, effective immediately. Article 2, Party B, Wu Yu, shall not log into any game products under 69 Interactive Entertainment in any form again. Article 3. Judging from the agreement alone, there is nothing wrong with it. So Wu Yu signed his name with a flourish of his brush? Done. Call. Seeing this, Lu Baoling breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got it done. From now on, she, Lu Baoling, will completely monopolize the entire web game industry. Although it costs a bit, it is definitely worth it. As for what comes next, it's time for happy revenge. Lu Baoling snatched the agreement and stuffed it into her bag. Then, his face changed instantly. She folded her arms, looked down at Wu Yu, and a sarcastic sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Boy, have you ever heard a word? The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she is. Want to get me? Dream on. After saying that, she waited to see Wu Yu's angry and frustrated look. If he dares to do anything, just spray him in the face. Let out your anger. If he keeps silent, then continue to humiliate him severely with words. Ha 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 ha. However, Lu Baoling's complacency lasted less than 3 seconds before she realized that something was wrong. Wu Yu. He is laughing. That was a smug smile. No. It's a smile of success. In a moment, Lu Baoling's head suddenly buzzed and everything went blank. An unprecedented and extremely strong impulse, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly swept through her whole body. She looked at Wu Yu's infuriatingly handsome face and felt her body begin to heat up uncontrollably. Her pair of slender legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. What's wrong with me? Lu Baoling was horrified to find that I actually developed a crazy liking for this little bastard. No. I am the queen, high and mighty. How could I treat a brat like that? Lu Baoling struggled desperately, trying to use her strong willpower to resist this sudden and inexplicable impulse. It's impossible to suppress it. A few hours later, the door of Horus was suddenly opened. Lu Baoling stumbled out of the car. She looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. The silk shirt on her body was torn into several holes, revealing the black lace underwear underneath. The pencil skirt was wrinkled like a piece of pickle. Only one of the 10-centimeter red-soled stiletto heels was left. She got into her Lexus, still in shock, gasping for breath. It's so terrifying. It's so astonishing. Just then, knock, 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 there was a knock on the car window. Lu Baoling was startled and turned around to see that it was Wu Yu. In his hand, he was holding his lost high-heeled shoe. 2 touching blushes instantly appeared on Lu Baoling's beautiful face. Where is she with any of her previous arrogance and queen-like aura? She obediently rolled down the window, took the high heels, started the car and prepared to drive away. Hey, wait. Wu Yu's voice rang out from outside the car. I'll come to the company to see you tomorrow. See you there. You shouldn't do this. Lu Baoling's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, with a hint of pleading. The company can't do this, someone will find out. What are you thinking about? Wu Yu smiled. I just wanted to go take a look at the company. After all, I'm now the Honorary Chief Business Strategy Director of 69 Interactive Entertainment. Lu Baoling was speechless and had to step on the accelerator and flee in a hurry. Wu Yu looked at the crooked Lexus, a satisfied smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. TSK. It is indeed a top luxury car. It's really the best. However, the next second, Wu Yu felt his legs go weak. Grass. The intensity of intense driving is too great. I have such a strong body, but I actually feel a little bit of effort. It seems that it's time to eat something good and replenish my body. Wu Yu drove to a high-end seafood restaurant. He didn't notice at all that a sneaky shadow was quietly appearing behind him. It's Lu Yunqi. She returned to her alma mater today to attend an important alumni symposium. After the meeting and dinner, she was preparing to drive home. Then I saw Wu Yu and a slutty bitch walking out of the car one after another. How outrageous. How ridiculous. Lu Yunqi could tell at a glance that Wu Yu and the coquettish bitch must have done something shameful just now. Good job, Wu Yu. There is not only one pure and lovely school beauty around me. Now, there is another old woman who looks extremely sexy at first glance. Lu Yunqi was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. The school beauty is young and beautiful, so that's all. But what about this old woman? It seems that he is several years older than me. Why? Why would you, Wu Yu, rather cooperate with her than pay attention to me? Before she knew it, Lu Yunqi was completely jealous. She secretly made up her mind, tomorrow. We must take the initiative tomorrow. She wanted to see what attitude this little bastard Wu Yu had towards her. How dare you abandon me after having an affair with me? Pa! Dare to violate the agreement? This lady will kill you. Chapter 30. This is a sign of missing a man. The next morning. Baiyun University cafeteria. Wu Yu held a fried dough stick in his mouth and drank soy milk slowly, with a satisfied smile on his face. Opposite him sat a stunning sight so beautiful that it made the entire cafeteria pale in comparison. Shen ran. Today's school beauty has obviously dressed up carefully. She was wearing a Chanel white puff-sleeved shirt that Wu Yu had just bought for her yesterday, which showed off her perfect shoulder and necklines and delicate collarbone. Her lower body was covered in a tight black miniskirt that wrapped around her hips. Under the skirt, her long and beautiful legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings as thin as cicada wings. They were straight, well-proportioned, and so white that they seemed to be glowing. On her feet, she was still wearing the pair of expensive red-soled stiletto heels that she had bought yesterday. The perfect combination of purity and sexiness is fully reflected in her. As soon as she appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of all the male animals in the cafeteria. Many boys were drooling as they watched, and they didn't even notice that the buns in their hands had fallen to the ground. Fuck! Isn't that Wu Yu? And the one next to him is the school beauty Shen. They are really together? No, you didn't participate in the sports meet. You even gave away Miss Shen's first kiss. I don't believe it. That was just a momentary excitement on the part of school beauty Shen. It's definitely not sincere. Damn it. Wu Yu must have spent a lot of money and licked the boots for a long time before he finally got the school beauty. Exactly. Don't be fooled by his smug look. I guess he's just like a lapdog in front of the school beauties. All kinds of sour discussions were heard in every corner of the cafeteria. However, the next second, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. I saw Shen, the chief school beauty who was high and mighty and otherworldly in the eyes of everyone. At this moment, he was looking at Wu Yu with an extremely gentle, even flattering look. She picked up a fried dough stick that had just come out of the pan, blew on it carefully, and then handed it to Wu Yu's mouth with her own hands. Ah, honey, open your mouth. That voice is so sweet that it's sickening, and so coquettish that it makes your bones numb. Wu Yu opened his mouth lazily and enjoyed the feeding service of the school beauty goddess. After eating, Shen immediately took out a tissue and gently wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. That movement, that expression, is even more attentive than serving one's own father. Honey, what else do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Honey, your collar is crooked. Let me help you fix it. Honey. Oh shit. Oh shit. The boys in the cafeteria were collectively petrified. Everyone opened their mouths wide with dull expressions, as if they had seen the end of the world. What the hell is going on? Where is the dog liquor you promised me? How did it get reversed? What the hell? It's the school beauty licking Wu Yu. Moreover, it is the ultimate dog licking mode with no blind spots in 360 degrees. This is unscientific. This is unreasonable. This is simply the cruelest dimensionality reduction attack on these single people. For a moment, the cafeteria was filled with the sounds of heartbreak, one after another, without stopping. After breakfast, Wu Yu held Shen hand and walked out of the cafeteria slowly under the envious and jealous gazes of countless boys. My dear, I have to go out this morning. You should go to class by yourself. Wu Yu squeezed her soft and boneless little hand and spoke softly. Yeah. Shen nodded obediently, her big watery eyes full of curiosity. What are you going to do? Wu Yu stroked his chin and said in a pretentious tone, I'm going to own my own company soon, and today I'm going to do some preliminary research. Wow. When Shen heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Wu Yu was full of little stars of admiration. Really? You're so awesome, dear. You're going to be the big boss so soon. Now Shen Ingran has completely become a hopeless love-brained person. In front of Wu Yu, her IQ plummeted. She believed whatever Wu Yu said. Even if Wu Yu told her now that he was actually the Jade Emperor who had descended to Earth, she would probably believe it without hesitation, and then ask if she could be the Queen Mother. The two of them stayed at the school gate for a long time until the bell rang, and then they reluctantly parted. Wu Yu drove his cool Urus, stepped on the accelerator, and headed straight for 69 Interactive Entertainment. 69 Interactive Entertainment, Chairman's office. Lu Baoling was wearing a smart black business suit and was sitting anxiously on the expensive leather boss chair. Those captivating almond-shaped eyes were now gleaming with a hint of irritation and complexity. She stood up and paced back and forth in the office, as if something was bothering her. And the name of the man who upset her. Wu Yu. Lu Baoling opened her red lips and whispered the name that made her angry and helpless, but she couldn't get rid of it. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. What happened to me? Just that one confrontation yesterday, and yet, he completely lost his composure? Lu Baoling shook her neat burgundy short hair violently, trying to drive Wu Yu's smirking face out of her mind. She walked to the refrigerator in the office, took out a bottle of ice water, and gulped down several mouthfuls. The cold liquid slid down her throat, calming her restless heart a little. Just then. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Baoling was startled and turned around to look. He saw his beloved son Wang Kaishan, with a haggard face and messy hair like a chicken coop, walking in a daze. Mom! What's wrong, son? Who bullied you again? When Lu Baoling saw this, she felt heartbroken. I figured it out. Wang Kaishan raised his head, and a hint of fighting spirit was rekindled in his bloodshot eyes. I can't stay depressed like this. I have to cheer up. I want to take back everything I lost. Good. Good son. Ambitious. Lu Baoling looked at him with satisfaction and waved her hand proudly. Mom supports you. Go ahead. If you need money, just tell me. Is 100 million enough? If not, I'll give you more. Enough. Enough. Wang Kaishan nodded heavily, turned around and left quickly. Lu Baoling looked at her son's back as he rekindled his fighting spirit and smiled with satisfaction. But soon, her thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to yesterday afternoon. She hasn't touched a man for 20 years. At that time, she was only 18 years old and ignorantly married a scumbag who had no good qualities except for his good looks. She also foolishly gave birth to a son for him. What's the result? That scumbag took her money and spent it on drinking, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, doing all kinds of evil. Feeling disheartened, she resolutely chose to divorce. With her son, she struggles alone in this cruel society. With her extraordinary business acumen, she overcame all obstacles and finally created the billion-dollar business she has today. Although she has maintained herself well over the years and still retains her charm, she has countless suitors. But she devoted herself to her career and never had any real feelings for any man again. But now, all of this seemed to have been completely shattered by that kid named Wu Yu. Lu Baoling was daydreaming when her assistant knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Lu, there's a man outside who claims to be our company's honorary chief commercial strategy director looking for you. Please. Quick. Please invite him in. When Lu Baoling heard this, she was instantly overjoyed and even her voice became excited. Chapter 31. I am as old as a wolf and a tiger. The ancients were not deceiving me. Soon, Wu Yu walked in with a swagger. He looked around the extremely luxurious office and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Sure, sister. You have a big business. This office alone must be worth several million, right? Humph. What else are you talking about? Lu Baoling rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, her tone tinged with a hint of resentment. I was almost driven bankrupt by a little scoundrel like you. Wu Yu was slightly stunned. Strange, why did the tone change? Yesterday, she still looked superior to me, full of resistance and vigilance. Why is it that today, she's like an old acquaintance, and even a little bit like a spoiled child? What would you like to drink? Coffee or wine? Lu Baoling came forward warmly and poured tea for Wu Yu personally. Then, he took out a thick list from the drawer and handed it to Wu Yu for review. Look, these are all my sister's competitors. Take a look. Which one do you want to start with? Wu Yu took the list and looked at it. Wow! Dragon Slaying Hegemony, Sword Breaking the Sky OL, Mortal's Immortal Cultivation Record Webgame Version, Battle Through the Heavens. They are all the same, all garbage webgames with shoddy graphics, stereotyped gameplay, and relying solely on exaggerated advertising and celebrity endorsements to make a lot of money. I see. Wu Yu put away the list, his face expressionless, but his heart was already beaming with joy. Be good. If you bankrupt a company, you will get a subsidy of 10 million. There are more than 30 companies on this list. This fucking. Aren't these 3 small goals delivered right to your lips? Plus the wool I got from these games. Oh my god. Sent. This time it's really fucking out. Xiao Wu, come here. When Lu Baoling saw Wu Yu accept the list, the smile on her face became more charming. She twisted her snaky waist, led the way, and introduced Wu Yu to everyone in the company. Everyone. This is our 69 Interactive Entertainment's newly appointed Honorary Chief Business Strategy Director, Wu Yu, Xiao Wu. Hello, Mr. Wu. Hundreds of programmers shouted in unison, the sound was deafening. The way they looked at Wu Yu was full of awe and admiration. After all, this guy is a legendary figure who single-handedly brought the company to the point of nearly bankruptcy, and was eventually personally invited back by the beautiful boss. After the introduction, Lu Baoling personally took Wu Yu on a tour of the company. Finally, she pointed to the equally luxurious room next to her office and said with a smile, "This will be your office from now on. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Wu Yu nodded, turned around and prepared to leave. Are you kidding me? I have to go back to farming. Why would I waste time here with you? Hey! Now that we're here, why don't we have lunch before leaving? However, Lu Baoling grabbed his arm, her voice soft and sticky, with a hint of coquettishness that could not be refused. I have something else to do. Wu Yu hesitated. It's okay, Lu Baoling rolled her eyes at him charmingly. I work on my job, you work on yours, let's not disturb each other. Wu Yu thought about it and agreed. Anyway, now that we have background software on mobile phones, there is no place where we can't hang up? He nodded and walked into his new office. Take out your mobile phone, log into the background skillfully, select the target, and start with one click. Done. Wu Yu put away his phone with satisfaction and began to look around his new office leisurely. Wow, leather sofa, solid wood desk, huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Sudden. He discovered that there was an inconspicuous little button on the frosted glass wall of the office. What is this? Wu Yu pressed it curiously. Next second. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight sound of electric current, the frosted glass in front of me suddenly became clear and transparent. What the hell? Wu Yu's eyes almost popped out. In the office next door, Lu Baoling was sitting in the boss's chair, concentrating on processing documents. Perhaps the air conditioning in the office was turned on too high, she seemed to feel a little hot, and casually took off her black OL suit jacket, revealing the tight white silk shirt underneath. Perhaps feeling a little restrained, she stretched out her slender fingers and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt. That amazing bottomless cleavage, that snow-white and delicate skin, that faintly visible black lace. Just then, Lu Baoling seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly raised her head and looked towards Wu Yu. Eye contact. Far from showing any panic or shyness, she had a playful smile on her lips. Then, in front of Wu Yu, he slowly unbuttoned the 3rd button. The 4th one. Hiss. Wu Yu took a breath of cold air. Then he saw Lu Baoling hook her finger at him, and then pointed at the glass wall that had become transparent. What's the meaning? Wu Yu's gaze fell on the small button again. He pressed it again. Click. The glass wall actually slowly slid to one side. This isn't even a fucking wall. It's the door. It's a hidden secret door. Chuckle. Lu Baoling walked in front of Wu Yu slowly, wearing a pair of 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos that made a crisp tapping sound, swaying her graceful figure. Her captivating phoenix eyes, with a sly smile, opened her red lips slightly. How is it? My arrangement is good, right? That way, no one will find out about us. Wu Yu swallowed hard, feeling like his throat was about to burn. Then, what if someone hears it? Don't worry. Lu Baoling leaned close to Wu Yu's ear, her breath sweet as orchid. Yesterday, I had someone install top-quality soundproofing materials in these 2 offices overnight. If you don't believe me, just listen. As she spoke, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and whispered into Wu Yu's ear. A few hours later. Chairman's office. Wu Yu sat in the large and comfortable boss chair with his feet on the table, like an emperor who had just finished reviewing memorials. And Lu Baoling, the beautiful general manager with a net worth of over 100 million. At this moment, she was like a docile kitten, snuggling up to him like a little bird, personally massaging his shoulders and legs. That look was even more respectful than the most caring female secretary. Dear. Lu Baoling pressed her plump and full body tightly against Wu Yu's, and said coquettishly in a sweet voice. For lunch, how about we go to the hotel next door for dinner? I heard that the presidential suite there has a new oversized waterbed. Sister, just eat, don't bother with the bed. Wu Yu's scalp went numb when he heard this. Good job. This job is too hard, isn't it? Chapter 32. You are not allowed to scold my mother. Ahem. To avoid talking about sex again, Wu Yu cleared his throat and changed the subject. Speaking of which, sister, isn't it normal for you, a single female boss worth over 100 million, to have a man? Why are you hiding it so much? Are you worried about your employees gossiping? Alas, it's all because of my disappointing son. Hearing this, Lu Baoling sighed, and a trace of helplessness flashed across her beautiful face. He's almost 20 this year, just a few years younger than you. If I found a boyfriend who was about his age, and he knew about this, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to accept it. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu nodded to show his understanding. After all, no one wants their mother to find a fake father who is the same age as them, right? Well, after lunch, I have to go back to school because I have classes in the afternoon, Wu Yu said. No. Lu Baoling was unhappy. She hugged Wu Yu's arm and shook it violently, rubbing her right body against him. Can you stay with me for a while longer, please? That coquettish tone, that seductive look, that unique way of acting like a spoiled child that only mature women can. Wu Yu felt like his bones were about to become soft. But he still managed to hold on to the last bottom line. No. Absolutely not. I just took down Sheningran yesterday, and now I'm turning my attention to another place. How can this be justified? As a qualified time management master, the most important thing is to learn to treat everyone equally. How can all the skills be handed over to Lu Baoling alone? No, I have to go. Wu Yu's attitude was firm. Humph. You little scoundrel. You have no conscience. Seeing this, Lu Baoling knew she couldn't keep him, so she had to pout her tempting red lips and angrily called her assistant. Shaoli, go to the hotel next door and order a top-notch seafood Buddha jumps over the wall set meal and have it delivered to my office. Ha? Wu Yu was stunned. Aren't we going out to eat? Why are you ordering takeout? Lu Baoling gave him a sly smile and licked her red lips. Of course it's to save time. Back to school. Wu Yugan parked his flashy Lamborghini Urus in the school's open-air parking lot. I saw a large crowd of people gathered at the school gate, 3 layers deep inside and 3 layers deep outside. It was very lively. Holy crap, what's going on? Is there something exciting to watch again? Wu Yu, adhering to the principle of not eating melons, immediately locked the car and walked over with his long legs. I finally squeezed into the crowd and took a closer look. Good job. The watermelon he was eating actually fell on his head. In the center of the crowd, the rich second-generation Wang Kaixian from last time was now kneeling on one knee with a huge diamond ring in his hand. And standing opposite him was his girlfriend, the top school beauty Sheningran. Ingran. Please give me one more chance. What exactly makes me inferior to Wu Yu? Wang Kaishuan's voice was tearful, and his originally handsome face was now filled with humility and unwillingness. Sheningran's face was cold and impatient. She frowned and her tone was without a trace of emotion. I'm sorry, classmate Wang Kaixian, I've made it very clear that there's no chance of anything happening between us. Please leave immediately and don't harass me anymore. I don't accept it. Wang Kaixian stood up suddenly and roared excitedly. I don't accept it. You must give me a reasonable explanation. That guy named Wu Yu, is he more handsome than me, or is he richer than me? When Wu Yu and the crowd heard this, he immediately laughed. Damn it, I was just thinking of watching the show quietly outside, but you insisted on cueing me by name? Okay. You asked for this. Besides, as a man, how can you bear to watch your woman being harassed by other flies? Wouldn't that make him a Ninja Turtles? Ahem. Wu Yu cleared his throat, parted the crowd, and swaggered out amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers. He walked up to Wang Kaixian, looked down at him, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Kaixian, right? He's very handsome, right? His family is very rich, right? Let me tell you, men are different from women. Appearance is useless. Body shape is king. As soon as the words fell, Wu Yu didn't say anything and took off his shirt in front of everyone. Hiss. In an instant, the whole audience gasped. Wu Yu's perfect inverted triangle figure was fully displayed in front of everyone. Broad shoulders, rock-hard pectoral muscles, 8-pack abs that look like they were carved by a knife, and that sexy mermaid line that makes people drool. Every inch of muscle in his body was filled with explosive power, with blue veins coiling around it like a dragon, emitting a layer of healthy bronze luster in the sun. Hormones. The overflowing hormonal atmosphere instantly swept the entire venue. The girls around were blushing and their hearts were beating faster. There were even a few brave ones who couldn't help but scream like groundhogs. Wang Kaixian was dumbfounded on the spot. He looked down at his own skinny body, then at Wu Yu's perfect physique that rivaled a bodybuilding champion. His face instantly turned the color of liver. And in Xiningran's big watery eyes, countless little stars of admiration appeared. Wow! You are worthy of being my man. This figure is really something you can never get tired of looking at. I feel so safe. Wu Yu admired everyone's reactions with satisfaction, then fixed his cold gaze on Wang Kaixian again. You said you have money? Bullshit. That's your father's money. What does it have to do with you? A real man should make money with his own abilities. Become the first generation of rich people. That's awesome. As he spoke, Wu Yu took out the car key from his pocket and gently pressed the key on the black Urus not far away. Beep beep. The two extremely sharp LED headlights of the Lamborghini flashed twice in an instant, like a pair of cold animal eyes, overlooking the group of mortals in front of them. What the hell? Lamborghini? Or Urus? Is this Wu Yu's car? Damn it! A top-of-the-line luxury car worth over 3 million. Where on earth did he get so much money? The onlookers were collectively petrified once again. Everyone opened their mouths wide, with dull expressions, as if they were under a spell. Wang Kaixian felt a burning pain on his face. Although he drives a Ferrari, in terms of price, it is comparable to the Urus. But, as Wu Yu said, that was the money his mother gave him. For a moment, Wang Kaixian was completely silent. Xiningran's face flushed with excitement. She looked at Wu Yu's tall figure, and the love in her eyes almost overflowed. That's right. Marry a rich man. A loser like Wang Kaixian who only knows how to live off his parents is not even worthy of carrying shoes for my Wu Yu. Looking at Wang Kaixian's distraught look, Wu Yu's smile deepened. He walked forward, looked down at him condescendingly, and said word by word in a cold and unquestionable tone. Boy, I'm warning you, if you dare to harass my girlfriend again, I'll break your legs. Get out of here, you idiot. As soon as I heard the 4 words, Wang Kaixian's eyes turned red instantly. He suddenly raised his head and roared hysterically at Wu Yu, don't you dare scold my mother. Chapter 33 Wu Yu. You are a complete scumbag. Ha, I just cursed, so what? Wu Yu sneered disdainfully and prepared to add a few more words. After all, he didn't know who Wang Kaixian's mother was. Just then. Brother Yu. We are here. Who the hell dares to bully my brother Yu? The brothers in the dormitory got the news from somewhere and came here with a large group of people to kill us. When Wang Kaixian saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he crawled up from the ground and said, just wait for me. Without looking back, he dejectedly disappeared into the crowd. Wu Yu chuckled and didn't take the threat from this stupid rich second generation seriously at all. He walked up to Xiningran, gently took her into his arms, and asked softly. Baby, you're not scared, are you? Yeah. Xiningran nodded obediently, like a docile kitten, burying her head in Wu Yu's strong chest and rubbing against it. How about this? Wu Yu stroked her hair. I'll hire you some bodyguards, so that guy won't come bothering you again with his evil intentions. No, Xiningran pouted and said coquettishly, hiring a bodyguard is expensive and leaves no privacy. I don't want one. Besides, who would dare to bully me when you're here? The two of them flirted and walked hand in hand towards the cinema outside the school, making others envious. Little did they know. Not far behind them, a tall figure wearing big sunglasses was following them quietly. Cinema. Wu Yu bought 2 tickets for the latest movie, a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of Coke. Before the movie started, Shenning Ran suddenly curled her lips and said pitifully, "Honey, I suddenly want to eat the strawberry milkshake from the place downstairs." "Okay, wait, I'll buy it for you." Wu Yu scratched her little nose lovingly, then turned and walked out of the screening room. Came to the milkshake stand downstairs. Wu Yu took out his mobile phone, scanned the code to pay, and waited quietly. Sudden. He felt a sharp cold wind suddenly blowing from behind his head. Fuck. Wu Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. Fortunately, his current physical fitness has reached a level that can be called abnormal. Without even thinking, he rolled over like a lazy donkey and dodged it narrowly in an extremely awkward but extremely practical posture. Look back. Good job. A group of scoundrels dressed in gaudy clothes and holding shiny machetes and steel pipes surrounded him. And at the front of the crowd, Wang Kaixian was staring at him with a ferocious look on his face. It's obvious that this guy is calling people to take revenge. Wu Yu. Your time of death has come. Wang Kaixian roared with resentment, his eyes red. Go. Destroy him for me. At the command. Dozens of street thugs rushed forward like mad dogs. Wu Yu's heart instantly rose to his throat. Although he is now strong and powerful, he has no experience in actual combat after all. What's more, the other side has more people and is armed. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and a hero cannot stand against a large number of people. At the critical moment, Wu Yu could only rely on his super reaction speed and physical fitness to dodge hastily in the crowd, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. But at this moment, danger! Accompanied by a crisp and anxious cry. A familiar and beautiful figure suddenly rushed out from the side like a ghost. It's Lu Yunqi. When she saw Wu Yu in danger, her noble and cold face was instantly covered with frost. Without saying a word, she rushed to the stinky tofu stall next to her. He picked up the wok of oil that was still sizzling with steam, and with all his strength, poured it hard at the group of street urchins. Ah! The scalding hot oil, like flowers scattered by a fairy from heaven, instantly burned the group of street urchins, making them scream and writhe on the ground. Wu Yu got a chance to catch his breath and immediately started to counterattack. Damn it! If Lu Yunqi hadn't suddenly appeared, I would have almost capsized in the ditch. But now, they're all looking for death. Wu Yu roared, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and rushed into the crowd. His current body is abnormal. Strength, speed, reaction, all-round crushing. Wu Yu was seen moving through the crowd like a ghost. He didn't even bother to use any fancy moves, just the simplest and most brutal punches and kicks. Bang! A yellow-haired thug had just raised the steel pipe when Wu Yu punched him in the face, breaking his nose on the spot and sending him flying backwards with a scream. Crack! The other guy holding the machete had his wrist broken by a huge force before he could even see Wu Yu's movements. He rolled on the ground in pain, howling like a pig being slaughtered. So easy. It takes less than a minute. The more than 30 aggressive street thugs were now all lying on the ground, groaning, and had completely lost their fighting power. The whole place was in deathly silence. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a monster. Wang Kaixian was dumbfounded on the spot. He opened his mouth wide, his expression was dull, and his mind was blank. What the hell is going on? I brought more than 30 people with me. And he's fucking armed. To think he was defeated in seconds by himself? This is unscientific. This is unreasonable. This is Superman? Wu Yu walked step by step to Wang Kaixian. Thump! Wang Kaixian's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground in fear. Wu Yu looked down at him condescendingly, then stepped on his chest. The tremendous force made Wang Kaixian feel that his sternum was about to break, and breathing became difficult. But he, Wang Kaixian, is also a man of integrity. He knew that begging for mercy now would only bring humiliation upon himself. Then, he stiffened his neck, his eyes reddened, and roared resentfully. Wu Yu! Don't get so cocky. If a passerby hadn't happened to help you, you would have been chopped into pieces by my men. He. Wu Yu smiled when he heard this. He pointed to the top-notch Queen Lu Yunqi who was looking at him with a worried look not far away, and said playfully. Boy, look carefully, she is not some passerby. She is my woman. You're talking nonsense. When Lu Yunqi heard this, Her pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. She subconsciously wanted to refute. But when she saw Wu Yu's possessive and domineering eyes, her heart started pounding wildly. That shy look, that expression of wanting to refuse but also wanting to welcome. It's clearly a tacit acknowledgement of the relationship with Wu Yu. This left Wang Kaixian dumbfounded. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. This beautiful woman in front of me has a hot body, noble temperament, and exudes a mature and elegant charm. She's actually Wu Yu's woman. Wu Yu, doesn't he already have Shining Ran? 2 timing? And both of them are goddess-level top-level ships? Scumbag. Wu Yu. You're a complete scumbag. Wang Kaishuan's eyes turned red instantly. He pointed at Wu Yu and roared hysterically. I'm going to tell Shining Ran. I want her to see the true face of you, a scumbag. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Wu Yu slapped him hard in the face with a big slap. The crisp sound resounded throughout the venue. Bang. Another backhand big pocket. Wang Kaishuan's face swelled up like a pig's head in an instant, and stars appeared in his eyes. Chapter 34. Why is my mind now full of possession of him? Silly boy, idiot, do you think Shining Ran will still care about you? Wu Yu squatted down and patted Wang Kaishuan's swollen cheek. In a cold and disdainful tone, he slowly said, I'm sorry, now she only listens to me. I say one thing, and she dare not say another. I told her to go east, but she didn't dare go west. As for you? Unfortunately, she will always treat you like a dog on the side of the road. Get it? Trash. Despair. Unparalleled despair. Wang Kaixian looked at Wu Yu's face with a devilish smile, listened to those heart-wrenching words, and completely collapsed. He covered his swollen face, crawled to his feet, and fled away in shame amid the contemptuous gazes of everyone. Why? Why? Why am I more handsome than him? My family is richer than his, but I can never compare to him. I don't accept it. Wang Kaixian ran while roaring wildly in his heart. He ran to an empty corner in the distance, hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey! Sister Lei. Your people, all your people are dead. Yeah. That guy named Wu Yu is simply not human. He's such a damn good fighter. He even threatened to destroy your Tianlei gang. After adding fuel to the fire and confusing right and wrong. Wang Kaixian hung up the phone, a hideous and resentful grin on his face. Wu Yu. Aren't you good at fighting? Offended the underworld queen, Sister Lei. Let me see how you will die this time. Wu Yu had no idea what kind of danger he was about to face. At this moment, he and Lu Yunxi were looking at each other passionately. Look at this top-notch lady in front of me who is willing to pick up a frying pan and fight with dozens of street thugs for her own sake. Wu Yu felt an unprecedented surge of emotion in his heart. After all, Lu Yunxi was not influenced by the system and forced to fall in love with herself. A senior executive of a listed company is actually willing to take such a huge risk for himself. This friendship is so precious. As for Lu Yunxi, looking at Wu Yu's stunningly handsome face, her heart was beating fast and she was in a mess. He was so handsome just now. One man took on dozens of armed thugs alone and actually won. This feels too safe. But if I had known he was such a good fighter, I wouldn't have helped him. Now it's completely exposed. Really? Wu Yu looked at Lu Yunxi's shy expression, his eyes rolled, and he asked with a smile. Sister Yunxi, why are you nearby? Are you following me? I didn't. Lu Yunxi hesitated and her pretty face turned even redder. Ha, it seems to me that you just want to cooperate with me, right? Wu Yu's smile grew more playful. What's there to be embarrassed about? After all, we signed an agreement. Party B is obligated to cooperate with Party A at all times. No. It's not like that. Lu Yunxi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. But Wu Yu had already walked forward and grabbed her soft, boneless little hand. The warm touch came from the palm of my hand and spread throughout my body in an instant. Lu Yunxi's delicate body trembled violently. She quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, and a trace of panic flashed in her charming almond-shaped eyes. Aren't you watching a movie with your girlfriend? Why are you standing so close to me? Are you really thinking of having 2 girlfriends at the same time? This one sentence instantly awakened Wu Yu. Yes. Sheningran is still waiting for me in the cinema. Although he really wants to work well with Lu Yunqi now. But, standing up your girlfriend halfway is such a despicable thing. As a principled scumbag, Wu Yu would never do such a thing. Then I'm going upstairs to watch a movie. Bye. Wu Yu waved at her, turned around and left without any hesitation. Lu Yunqi looked at his back as he left in such a leisurely manner and stomped her feet in anger. This brat. Just leaving like that? Can't you just pester me a little longer? If you just say one more word, I will obey you. Etc. Lu Yunqi, what's wrong with you? We're clearly just partners, so why is your mind now filled with thoughts of possessing him? It's over. It's over. Lu Yunqi stood there blankly, her whole body mired in deep confusion. The next day, morning. In the city center, in the presidential suite of a super 5-star luxury hotel. Wu Yu lay comfortably on the soft big bed with his upper body naked, holding his mobile phone in his hand, checking the final results of yesterday's battle. When he saw the long string of zeros in the bank card, the corners of his mouth instantly stretched to the back of his head. 30 million. Another full 30 million, easily deposited into the account. Plus, he had already successfully taken down 2 rival gaming companies yesterday. According to the agreement, Lu Baoling needs to pay him a salary of 20 million. In other words, he made a whopping 50 million in just one day yesterday. Net worth is about to exceed 100 million. Cool. It's so fucking cool. Hee hee, dear, what are you laughing at? At this moment, a sweet voice sounded beside him. Wu Yu turned around and saw, wow. I don't know when, Sheningran had already gotten up, and even changed into a new set of combat equipment. She was wearing a pure white lace suspender top. Under the translucent gauze, the breathtaking curve was faintly visible, full of fatal temptation. The lower body is wearing a miniskirt made of the same material, the hem of which only reaches the base of the thighs, outlining the round and perky peaches to the fullest. Especially the pair of slender legs wrapped in pure white over the knee stockings, which glow with a dreamy and holy glow under the morning sunlight. On her feet, she is still wearing the pair of red-soled stiletto heels that she bought yesterday, with an attack speed of plus 999. She also put on an exquisite makeup that was pure and sexy. Her pretty face, which was already stunningly beautiful, was even more charming and beautiful, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Holy crap! What are you doing? Wu Yu's eyes lit up and his heart skipped a beat. Of course, as a reward. Sheningran sat down on the edge of the bed and took out an exquisite breakfast tray from behind her like magic. On the tray was the loving breakfast she made herself. My husband is so great, he's going to be a billionaire so soon. As your woman, of course I have to reward you well. Wu Yu looked at this sumptuous breakfast, his heart warmed, and he smiled and pinched her cheek. That's it? I thought there was some earth-shattering reward. Isn't that enough? Sheningran puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction, hugged Wu Yu's arm and said coquettishly, "This is my first time cooking. Come and try it. I've been researching this recipe for a long time just for you." That coquettish tone and that cute look almost melted Wu Yu's heart. Of course, after eating a full meal, you definitely need to exercise to help digest the food. Why? Chapter 35. Are you weak? You're already so young? An hour later. Wu Yu came to 69 Interactive Entertainment and pushed open the door of the chairman's office. He saw Lu Baoling standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with her back to him, looking a little worried. Sister, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Wu Yu asked curiously. Lu Baoling turned around, her pretty face filled with helplessness and worry. Alas, it's all because of my disappointing son. He got into a fight with someone outside yesterday. Oh? Wu Yu asked knowingly, is it serious? It's not serious. My face is swollen and I have some minor injuries. Lu Baoling sighed, otherwise, I would have called the police long ago. Little did she know that the culprit who beat her son was standing right in front of her. Seeing Wu Yu coming, Lu Baoling put away her displeased expression, called her assistant, and brewed another pot of good tea for Wu Yu. Then, the financial director was called. Then, in front of Wu Yu, he announced cheerfully. Xiao Zhang, transfer 20 million to Mr. Wu's account immediately. Okay, Mr. Lu. Seeing Lu Baoling so straightforward, Wu Yu was also very happy. He took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Don't worry, sis. Based on the current progress, the remaining game companies on the list won't survive more than a week. In a week, you will completely monopolize the entire web game industry. Really? When Lu Baoling heard this, she was immediately delighted, and the worry on her face disappeared in an instant. She immediately ordered her assistant to go to the wine cabinet and get a bottle of good wine. Come on, Xiao Wu. Let's open a bottle of champagne and celebrate properly. No. Wu Yu quickly waved his hand. I have to go back to school soon. I can't drink and drive. You must drink it. Lu Baoling's attitude was extremely firm. After you finish drinking, I'll ask the driver to take you home. There was no other way, so Wu Yu had to bite the bullet and have a few drinks with her. A few glasses of red wine. Lu Baoling's beautiful face was instantly dyed with a touching blush. The look she gave Wu Yu also began to become strange. Those enchanting phoenix eyes seemed to be dripping with water, filled with undisguised evil thoughts. She walked step by step to Wu Yu. Then, slowly, she sat on his lap. Xiao Wu. Tell me, sister, am I good to you? Good. Then shouldn't you also repay your sister in a good way? 8 hours later. The door of the chairman's office was suddenly opened. Wu Yu stumbled out from inside. He felt that his legs were as soft as noodles and he could hardly stand. Hey! Honey! Don't go! Let's have dinner together before leaving. Behind him, Lu Baoling's lazy and satisfied cry came. Wu Yu didn't even look back and walked faster. Have dinner? Eat shit. If I eat anymore, my waist will break. Damn it! The fuel consumption of this old A8 is really damn high. Even with my iron body, I can't bear it. Not to mention. Wu Yu counted carefully on his fingers. Yesterday, Sheneng ran X5. Today, Lu Baoling X7. Damn. Got to control it. Must be controlled. I had more than 80 million in my hand and I hadn't even spent it yet. He died so young. What a fucking pity. Wu Yu drove away from 69 Interactive Entertainment. Because more than 8 hours had passed, the champagne that I had drunk earlier had long since evaporated. On the way. He was thinking about it while driving. My current soft power is already strong enough. However, the hard power still needs to be improved. We must find a way to strengthen it. As for the method, Wu Yu believes that the profound traditional Chinese medicine, that is, traditional Chinese medicine, should be able to solve it. So Wu Yu drove to the largest and most mixed market in the city. There is everything here, and everything is sold, especially those fortune tellers setting up stalls and old Chinese doctors hanging signs with various secret recipes passed down from their ancestors, which are everywhere. Wu Yu parked the car and walked into the market. As it was late, there were not many people here. Wu Yudong looked around and soon found many signs of old Chinese medicine practitioners. A gynecological expert, here to relieve your worries. Professional haters turned fans. Marry a good man. What the hell does this have to do with me? Don't worry about diarrhea in your piglets. Easily fix your weight gain. Naima veterinarian? A miracle doctor, healers the dead with his magic hands. A powerful pill passed down from generation to generation, allowing you to hold your head high. Ha, is strength a problem? Wu Yu shook his head repeatedly when he saw this, and just when he was about to give up and look for another place. Sudden. His attention was drawn to a shabby and inconspicuous little stall in the corner. Hanging on the stall was a crooked sign written with a brush. Secret recipe of the Imperial Palace 9 Dragons bathing soup. According to legend, this is the supreme elixir used by ancient emperors to nourish the dragon body. It uses 9,981 kinds of precious medicinal herbs, combined with a unique technique, and requires 9 steaming, 9 drying, 9 refining, and 9 transformations before it can be made into elixir. Take it internally or apply it externally, a two-pronged approach. In just 30 days, your kidneys will be as strong as iron and as hard as steel. Achieve the body of an emperor and enjoy all the blessings of a woman. Wu Yu's tiger body shook violently. Damn it! This ad. It's so outrageous and exaggerated. It's tailor-made for me. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. It's coming. It's coming. The system's cold yet pleasant notification tone is simply the sound of nature. Wu Yu went straight to the shabby little stall without saying a word. the stall owner was dozing off on the table. When he heard footsteps, he suddenly raised his head and was about to start shouting with sleepy eyes. Come on, take a look. This secret recipe passed down from generation to generation can cure any disease. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze. An incomparable brilliance suddenly burst out from those turbid old eyes. Oh my God! Why is it you again? Wu Yu took a closer look and was also amused. Isn't this stall owner the same old liar from last time? Why is the miracle doctor no longer doing muscle building and changing his career path? Oh, don't mention it. Old Wang is feeling very upset now. Ever since he changed his career to sell miracle drugs, he thought he could make a fortune with his exaggerated publicity. But who would have known that these days, the market for middle-aged frail men is even more competitive than the fitness market? He set up his stall here for the whole day, his voice was almost hoarse, but he didn't get a single sale. I never expected that at this desperate moment when I was about to close the stall and go home, I would run into this chosen enemy again. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Well, you got straight to the point, I want all the 9 dragon bath soup you have. When old Wang heard this, he was dumbfounded. He looked Wu Yu up and down, his eyes full of doubt and inquiry. No, little brother, why are you eating this at such a young age? What's wrong? Are you feeling weak? You're so young and you can't do it anymore? Fart. Wu Yu's face turned dark in an instant. Damn. How can a man say he is not good enough? I bought it for my dad. Wu Yu rolled his eyes and said nonsense. My father is old and in poor health. As his son, I bought him some supplements to show my filial piety to him. Is there anything wrong with that? Stop the fucking shit. How much is it? Hurry up. Oh. So that's how it is. Old man Wang suddenly understood and immediately gave a thumbs up. Little brother, you are such a filial son. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Wu Yu waved his hand impatiently. How much is it? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Here we come. Old man Wang's heart skipped a beat and his mind raced. The cost of this Kowloon bath soup is only a few dollars, and he usually sells it for 188 yuan a box. But today, since the customer is this chosen one, he must be ripped off mercilessly. Chapter 36 King Kong's eyes are furious, dragon spirit and tiger fierce. Ahem. Old man Wang pondered for a moment and held up 3 fingers. Since you're a regular customer and so filial, I'll give you a friendly price of 3,888. Okay. Without saying anything, Wu Yu took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code to pay. What the hell? Old man Wang was dumbfounded on the spot. This fucking. No bargaining? Not even a scratch? No. Fewer pitfalls. I definitely have missed a lot of traps. When you encounter this kind of idiot, a rare find, you have to cheat him to the fullest. Cheating him until he loses everything. After all, if I don't lie to him, he will be lied to somewhere else. I am doing good deeds. Thinking of this, old man Wang grabbed Wu Yu's hand that was about to pay. Hey! Little brother, wait. Wu Yu was stunned. What happened again? He. Old man Wang came over with a mysterious smile on his face and said in a low voice. Little brother, to be honest with you, I have an even stronger medicine here. Oh? Wu Yu suddenly became interested. What medicine? This medicine is called Emperor 9 Transformation Resurrection Pill. Old man Wang carefully took out a small wooden box wrapped in yellow cloth from his tattered shoulder bag. As he opened the wooden box, he introduced it with saliva flying. This is a true palace secret treasure. In ancient times, there was a tyrant king named King Yu of Zhou. You know him? He's the one who lit beacons to trick the princes. It was because he ate this magical pill of mind that he was able to enjoy himself every night and win over 3,000 beauties in his harem. From then on, the king never held court in the morning. This elixir was stolen from the palace by my Wang family's ancestor, risking his life. There is only one of its kind in the world. Eat it, and you'll benefit from it for life. No matter if you're an icy beauty or a flaming rose, I promise that in front of you, you'll all become soft as silk, crying and begging for your mercy. In short, it's awesome. It's rare. If you don't buy it, you'll never get it again. That's the price. Old man Wang paused deliberately, whetting Wu Yu's appetite. It might be a little expensive. How much? Wu Yu couldn't wait any longer. Old Man Wang took a deep breath, stretched out 8 fingers, and said in an almost trembling voice, 88,000. Make a deal. Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was full of elation. He took out his mobile phone again, pointed it at the QR code, and with a beep, 88,000 yuan was paid easily. Byte. Alipay received 88,000 yuan. Old Man Wang looked at the glaring arrival notification on his phone, and his eyes instantly turned red. What a simple young man. What pure silliness. Even he himself found the impromptu and flawed speech he had just made up to be absurd and ridiculous. I never expected that this guy would fall into the trap so easily without even blinking. This Nima. It's really hard not to be moved. No. I must give him something else. Otherwise, I would feel guilty about it. Old Man Wang wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and took out a tattered thread-bound book from his bag. Little brother. Congratulations. You're the 100th customer of my stall. There's a prize. This secret book is for you. Wu Yu took a closer look and saw 4 large characters written in a flamboyant style on the cover: staff techniques to subdue demons and monsters. Good job. This name sounds so domineering. Little brother, don't underestimate this broken book. Old Man Wang leaned close to Wu Yu's ear mysteriously and said in a low voice. There are 2 types of stick techniques. One is the one with a furious look, and one blow from the stick will cause the whole place to wail. The other kind is as fierce as a dragon or a tiger, and with one blow, they'll be begging for mercy. In short, it's incredibly powerful no matter who you're dealing with. Take it. Practice hard. Thank you, Miracle Doctor. Wu Yu bowed from the bottom of his heart, put the magic medicine and secret book into his pocket as if they were treasures, turned around and ran. He. It's buy one get one free again. Make a lot of money. Old Wang looked at Wu Yu's joyful back, breathed a long sigh of relief, and quickly and swiftly packed up his stall. Alas, selling medicine is not easy these days. Those middle-aged weak men are more cunning than the other, and stingy as hell. It's harder than climbing to the sky to cheat them out of some money. No. We have to change the track. Old Wang's eyes rolled and he instantly had an idea. Tomorrow. I'll set up a stall at the antique market. I'll specifically target those idiots who want to get rich quick. By the way, let's learn from those young people and try live streaming to sell goods. Just call it Dr. Wang's online treasure appraisal. Maybe you can even become an internet celebrity. Old Wang happily fantasized about a bright future where he would become a treasure appraiser, have millions of fans, and make a fortune every day. Humming a little tune, he disappeared into the night. Wu Yu returned to his flashy Lamborghini Urus and couldn't wait to take out the Emperor's 9-turn resurrection pill. The pill was pitch black and emitted an indescribable strange smell mixed with soil and herbs. Wu Yu swallowed it in one gulp without any hesitation. Next second. Boom! A violent and unparalleled stream of hot air, like a giant dragon awakening, suddenly exploded from his dantian and instantly swept through his limbs and bones. Wu Yu's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. He could clearly feel that every inch of his muscles, every bone, and every meridian were being madly tempered and reorganized under the overbearing power of the medicine. Kidney. As strong as 10,000 years of black iron, indestructible. Waist. Like a pillar supporting the sky, powerful enough to pull up mountains and rivers. Leg. Like taking root, as stable as Mount Tai. An unprecedented and extremely powerful sense of control arises spontaneously. It was as if from this moment on, he was the only emperor in the world, dominating everything. Cool. Wu Yu roared to the sky, feeling that his whole body was filled with endless explosive power. Hard. Both his physique and strength have reached a whole new level. Confidence. Boundless confidence. It took Wu Yu a long time to come back to his senses from the extreme comfort. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked up the book Staff Techniques to Subdue Demons and Monsters with great interest. It is said to be a secret book, but in fact it is just a patchwork reading material with extremely poor printing quality and art style comparable to that of an elementary school student's graffiti. The first half is a collection of ancient martial arts picture books pieced together, such as sweeping thousands of troops and splitting Mount Hua with force, and the drawings are quite realistic. The second half. That's interesting. They are all action pictures of ancient versions. Although the painting style is unique and the lines are rough, it has a wide variety of styles. There are all kinds of difficult postures, and they are accompanied by crooked annotations. Wu Yu sat in the car, watching with great interest, and exclaimed that it was very exciting. Countless new fighting postures were instantly unlocked in my mind. Fuck. This is what a man should learn. After reading the secret book, Wu Yu smacked his lips in satisfaction. When he looked up, he found that it was completely dark. Broken. I made an appointment with Shin Ingran. Wu Yu stepped on the accelerator, and the Lamborghini Urus roared and rushed towards the school like a black lightning. Chapter 37. What? My account is fake? At the school gate. Shin Ingran was standing under the street light with her arms folded across her chest. The word unhappy was written all over her pretty face. She waited for Wu Yu for a whole afternoon. Don't answer the phone, don't reply to WeChat. Humph. Stinky Wu Yu. Rotten Wu Yu. I'll never talk to you again. Shin Ingran stomped her feet in anger. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, a familiar and dazzling headlight suddenly shot towards her from a distance. The Lamborghini Urus did a beautiful drift and stopped steadily in front of her. Wu Yu opened the car door and walked down quickly. Baby, I'm back. You still remember to come back? When Shin Ingran saw him, she immediately became furious, pouting her cherry lips, and said coquettishly, Where the hell have you been all afternoon? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? My bad, my bad. Wu Yu hurried forward, pulled her into his arms, and soothed her softly. Isn't it just that I was delayed by some business? Look, I rushed back as soon as I finished my work. I don't care. You promised me you'd be back soon. Shin Ingran struggled in his arms, her eyes red with grievance. Okay, I was wrong, I apologize. Wu Yu scratched her nose and said with a smile, To express my apology, I'd like to invite you to dinner at Cloud Love. How about it? Love in the clouds? When Shin Ingran heard this, she stopped struggling instantly, and her big watery eyes were filled with incredible surprise. You got the number? Love in the Clouds is the most upscale and hardest to book top internet celebrity floating restaurant in the entire Bayun city. It is said that the reservations alone are already booked until next year. Shin Ingran had wanted to go there for a long time, but she had no way to do so. No big deal. Wu Yu winked at her and gave her an enigmatic smile. Leave it to me. The two arrived at their destination. A skyscraper over 500 meters high, like a sharp sword, pierces the sky. The so-called Love in the Clouds restaurant is hung at the top of the building, like a crystal clear box, emitting a dreamy light in the dazzling city night view. Shin Ingran was fascinated by the sight and was ready to rush in with great anticipation. Wu Yu grabbed her. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Ahem, Wu Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I haven't gotten a number yet. Shin Ingran was stunned on the spot. Wu Yu smiled and pointed to a dark alley nearby. Don't worry, watch me. Wu Yu pulled Shin Ingran and walked into the alley. Soon, a sneaky scalper wearing a hoodie was found. Brother, do you have an account for Cloud Love? Yes. The scalper pulled out a beautifully crafted card from his pocket and said in a low voice, Internal number, for tonight. Fixed price, 1,000. 1,000? Shin Ingran was shocked when she heard this. She pulled Wu Yu's clothes and whispered, This is too expensive. The money for buying a number is enough for us to eat hot pots several times. No, let's go. Must buy. Wu Yu's attitude was extremely firm. Money is not important. What matters is that my baby is happy. Oh. Boy, you're so nice to your girlfriend. The scalper also hurriedly fanned the flames. Such a good boyfriend is hard to find even with a lantern. Girl, what are you still hesitating about? When Shin Ingran heard this, her heart suddenly felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey, and a happy smile appeared on her delicate face. Alright, then, let's be extravagant for once. I hope we won't be disappointed. Don't worry. Huang Yo patted his chest and assured, This restaurant's food is amazing. The environment is even better. I guarantee your trip tonight will be worthwhile. After saying that, he looked at Wu Yu, rubbed his hands, and indicated that it was time to pay. Just then. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Wu Yu's brows suddenly raised. Good job. This scalper is actually selling a fake account? But, so what? With the system, even fake things can be turned into real ones. Wu Yu raised the corner of his mouth with a playful arc, and without saying a word, he scanned the code to pay. After getting 1,000 yuan, the scalper slipped away happily. Wu Yu took the exquisite number plate, held Xiningran's hand, and swaggered to the door of the restaurant. "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" "Have." The handsome waiter in a tuxedo at the door took the number card, and the smile on his face instantly became extremely respectful and enthusiastic. "It's the distinguished guest from table 006. Quick! Please come in." Wu Yu and Xiningran walked into the restaurant. What meets the eye is the ultimate luxury and romance. There is a transparent glass floor under your feet, as if you are standing on the clouds, and the dazzling night view of the entire city is in full view. Above your head is the vast starry sky dome, with countless stars twinkling, so beautiful that it takes your breath away. And their table 006 has one of the best views in the entire restaurant. Leaning against the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook the sparkling sea view while enjoying the brightly lit city night scene. Wow! It's so beautiful. Xiningran's face flushed with excitement, and she took out her phone and started taking selfies crazily. Wu Yu smiled, picked up the menu, and started ordering. French baked snails, black truffle foie gras, Australian tomahawk steak. Order whatever is expensive. The two of them enjoyed top-notch food while admiring the beautiful night view. The atmosphere was warm and romantic. But at this moment... What? My account is fake? A cold and angry shout suddenly exploded from the restaurant door, instantly breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Wu Yu subconsciously turned his head to look. I saw a stunning beauty with an extremely hot body and an aura so strong that everyone looked at her. She was standing at the door, her pretty face full of anger. She wore a neat matte burgundy leather suit that perfectly outlined her proud curves. She wore a pair of leather pants made of the same material on her lower body, which tightly wrapped her perky and round peaches, and a pair of straight and slender long legs. Her long, shiny black hair was carefully braided into a thick and long pigtail, hanging playfully behind her, swaying slightly with her movements. So cool again. And beautiful. And sexy. Ma'am, I'm so sorry. The waiter was frightened by her powerful aura and trembled. He explained carefully. The guests at table 006 are already dining. You said you also made a reservation for table 006. Then, there's only one possibility: your number plate is fake. I'm fake? When the beautiful lady heard this, her eyebrows immediately turned upside down, and two terrifying cold rays of light shot out of her phoenix eyes. Why don't you say they're fake? Her gaze, like two sharp swords, instantly locked onto Wu Yu and Xiningran at table 006. Chapter 38. This wild and cool energy. She is simply a beauty on earth. The extremely beautiful woman's gaze was like two extremely sharp ice spikes, fixed on Wu Yu and Xiningran at table 006. That look was filled with undisguised anger and cold murderous intent. Before Wu Yu could say anything, Xiningran beside him became unhappy. She stood up suddenly, put her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks, and replied without giving in. Hey! What's wrong with you? We're just sitting here, why are you looking at us like that? Besides, what makes you say our license plates are fake? Let me tell you. We spent 1,000 yuan on our license plates, buying them from scalpers at a high price. How could they be fake? Lei, Sister Lei. Just then, behind the beautiful lady, a person suddenly jumped out. Wang Kaixian. Sister Lei. It's him. He's that Wu Yu. Wang Kaixian stretched out his slightly trembling hand, pointed at Wu Yu, and roared resentfully. Although he was terrified of Wu Yu, who was standing next to him now. Ling Yulei. The leader of the Tianlei gang. In the underground world of Baiyun City, the queen of the underworld who has the final say. With the support of this big sister, Wang Kaixian instantly felt that his back was straightened again. What's more, what a shitty scalper account. Fake. It must be fake. Wang Kaixian had heard a long time ago that there were countless unscrupulous scalpers near this restaurant, who specialized in selling fake license plates and cheating those unsophisticated foreign tourists. People who often eat here know this routine. Ha 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 ha. I was worried that Sister Lei wouldn't be able to find an excuse and might not be willing to touch Wu Yu for such a small matter of hers. It's okay now. How dare you use a fake license plate to steal Sister Lei's seat? Isn't this courting death? Just wait for your death. On the other side, after hearing Wang Kaishuan's words, Ling Yulei's bewitching phoenix eyes instantly widened. Good job. After all this fuss, the seemingly decent brat in front of him was actually Wu Yu, the guy who beat up his people yesterday and threatened to destroy the Tianlei gang? How dare you use a fake license plate to occupy the seat I reserved? Court death. You are dancing tango like crazy in my minefield. Ling Yulei stared at Wu Yu fiercely, her eyes showing that she wanted to eat him alive. Wu Yu also stared at her without showing any weakness. Wow. It's the best. This figure, this temperament, this wild and cool energy. She is simply a beauty. Only. Why would she be with Wang Kaishan, such a loser? Who is she? Just then, the restaurant manager ran over panting. As soon as he saw the tense situation, he was frightened out of his wits and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lei. Sister Lei. Please calm down. The manager nodded and bowed, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. Look at this, is there some misunderstanding here? He turned his head and looked at Wu Yu with an almost pleading look, lowering his voice and saying, Sir, could you please check the license plate for me again? Well, to be honest, this Sister Lei, she's a frequent visitor here, and she's a gangster. We can't afford to offend her. The manager's meaning was very clear, Sister Lei could not have used a fake license plate. So, the one with the problem must be you. It's okay, check it out. Wu Yu shrugged, looking indifferent. The manager was as if pardoned. He quickly took the number plate, ran to the front desk, and began to inspect with professional equipment. A few minutes later, the manager came back with 2 number plates in his hand, looking dejected and with heavy steps. The expression on his face was as ugly as if his father had died. What's going on? Is his license plate fake? Wang Kaishan asked impatiently. The manager shook his head, his voice trembling. No. Two number plates, both real. What? Ling Yulei and Wang Kaishan screamed at the same time and were stunned on the spot. ISNT at a fake license plate? How is this possible? Now that I have no legitimate reason to do so, I can't take advantage of this issue to make any more noise. I'm sorry. There was a malfunction in our restaurant's system. It was our mistake at work. The manager hurriedly brought a group of waiters and bowed 90 degrees to Ling Yulei to apologize. We'll arrange new seats for you and your friends right now. The view is definitely no worse than seat 006. Also, as a token of our apology, all your purchases tonight will be waived. Ling Yulei suppressed the immense rage in her heart, snorted coldly, and said nothing more. She and Wang Kaishan were taken to another table by the window. As soon as she sat down, Ling Yulei couldn't wait to ask. Who is that Wu Yu? Tell me everything you know. Wang Kaishan didn't dare to hide anything, so he immediately exaggerated the matter, confusing right and wrong, and described Wu Yu as an unforgivable demon. Sister Lei. You don't know, that boy relies on his well-developed muscles and excellent skills to walk around the school like a bully. He bullies boys and girls and does all kinds of evil. He's such a scumbag. He's been cheating on so many girls. He's been cheating on all the pretty girls in our school. He even beats his girlfriend all the time. When Ling Yulei heard this, her eyebrows raised and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. What she hates most in her life are 2 types of men. One type is a domestic violence man. The other type is the scumbag who plays with women's feelings. Wu Yu. You are good. You have both. Ling Yulei's impression of Wu Yu instantly plummeted to the bottom. She secretly made up her mind that today, she must teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Let him know what cruelty is. Now. Definitely not. This restaurant is crowded and located in the downtown area. Gathering people to cause trouble? It's too easy to get into trouble. Let's wait. Wait until he finishes his meal and do it on his way back. By then, the moon will be dark and the wind will be strong, in the wilderness. He. Thinking of this, a cruel and bloodthirsty sneer appeared on Ling Yulei's lips. She immediately took out her cell phone, opened the Tianlei Gang's WeChat group, and issued orders. Everyone. Right now. Meet downstairs at the Cloud Love restaurant. Bring your stuff. We're having a big night tonight. As soon as the news came out, the quiet WeChat group instantly exploded. Received. Sister Lei. Received. Sister Lei. Got it. Sister Lei. I promised to complete the task. Hundreds of gang members were playing together, and the scene was so spectacular. The other side. Table 006. While enjoying the top-notch food, Wu Yu quietly observed Ling Yulei not far away from him out of the corner of his eye. Why is Wang Kaixian with this gangster goddess? Chase her? Not like that. No matter from which angle you look at it, it seems like Wang Kaixian needs help from others. Etc. Ask for help? Besides wanting to kill me, what else could Wang Kaixian possibly want from the gang? Oh shit. This little bastard is still determined to take revenge on me. What a pity. You found a beautiful woman to help you. I, Wu Yu, specialize in punishing beautiful women. Chapter 39. What awaits them is only complete submission. Wu Yu was smiling evilly. Sheningran, who had been concentrating on eating, suddenly slammed the knife and fork in her hand heavily on the table with a bang. She raised her head, her big watery eyes filled with grievance and anger, and she said angrily, "Hello? Wu Yu. You're a big liar. You've been secretly thinking about that woman since just now. Right?" Wu Yu was stunned. "No, baby, what do you mean? What do you mean?" Sheningran's eyes instantly turned red. "Don't think I don't know. Ever since that woman in leather jacket showed up, it's like your soul has been seduced by her. You've secretly looked at her several times. Do you have feelings for her?" Wu Yu gave a bitter smile, feeling speechless. "Silly woman. The reason I was staring at her was because she was about to bring people to chop me down." But he couldn't say this. With Sheningran's timid nature, if she knew about it, she would be unable to do anything but be frightened, and would only cause more trouble. So, Wu Yu had no choice but to put on a stern face and warned in an unquestionable tone. "Don't let your imagination run wild. Don't let your words run wild. Just eat your meal. After we finish eating, let's go back to the hotel." You. When Sheningran heard the word hotel, her pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. Your mind is full of this kind of thing. Humph. Although she said this, she still lowered her head obediently, picked up the knife and fork, and began to stuff food into her mouth frantically. That little face was full of anticipation and shyness. Wu Yu couldn't help but laugh at her cute, pure, and sexy appearance. "Fool. Why don't you drive away in my Lamborghini after eating? Why are you staying here waiting to die? When you are surrounded by dozens of gangsters, won't you be scared to death?" Soon, a sumptuous candlelight dinner was over. Wu Yu paid the bill readily, then took Sheningran's hand and walked out without looking back. Ling Yulei saw this, a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she quickly sent a message in the group. "The target has appeared. Everyone, pay attention. Keep your eyes on him." Who would have thought that less than a minute after the message was sent, bad news came from the group. "Lei. Sister Lei. I lost her. That guy's driving a Lamborghini. What about us? Our crappy Toyota Corolla. He steps on the gas and we can't even see his taillights. Right. Sister Lei, isn't it time to get the guys some high-performance cars? Otherwise, we won't be able to do this job anymore. Change your grandmother's legs." Ling Yulei was so angry that she cursed in the group. "From now on, I'll always ride an electric donkey. It's fast. It's also environmentally friendly. It's small and hard to spot." When the younger brothers saw this, they all replied with sad faces. "Sister Lei. Stop it. We're gangsters after all. Riding an e-scooter is too embarrassing." Ling Yulei was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and replied directly. "When Lu Huaxiang stabbed someone, wasn't he also riding a broken motorcycle? Just get the job done. Stop the nonsense. Everyone, listen up. Dig deep into the ground and find that kid named Wu Yu." The next day. In the city center, a 5-star luxury hotel, presidential suite. Wu Yu was sitting comfortably on the soft sofa with his upper body naked. The table in front of me was filled with a variety of sumptuous breakfasts. Beside him, Sheningran was like a docile kitten, snuggling up to him with tenderness and love in her eyes. "Honey, open your mouth, ah." Sheningran picked up a piece of crystal shrimp dumpling with chopsticks, blew on it carefully, and then fed it to Wu Yu's mouth with her own hands. Wu Yu opened his mouth lazily and enjoyed the feeding service of the school beauty goddess. Now Shen Yingran has been completely conquered by him. It was a kind of complete submission from the inside out, from soul to body, from hair to toes. If Shen Yingran's love for Wu Yu was 99 before, then now it has been completely welded to 100. She was obedient to Wu Yu and followed his every command. Let him go east, he will never go west. Let him stand, he will never sit. She even did whatever Wu Yu asked her to do. Come, dear, let me help you get dressed. After breakfast, Shen Yingran lowered her head and helped Wu Yu put on the Armani suit he had bought yesterday. She even squatted down and put on his shiny leather shoes and tied his shoelaces herself. That look was even more submissive than the most humble bootlicker. Wu Yu looked at the beautiful school beauty who was devoted to him and gentle as water, and an unprecedented sense of emperor arose spontaneously. Cool. It's so fucking cool. The Emperor's 9-turn resurrection pill is indeed a miracle drug. The stick technique to subdue demons and monsters is even more powerful. From now on, I don't have to worry about any woman daring to turn her back on me. Surrender. What awaits them is only complete submission. But this is not the most exciting thing. Wu Yu turned on his phone and logged into the backend. Just yesterday, he bankrupted 4 webgame companies. A total profit of more than 35 million. This does not include the 40 million subsidy promised by Lu Baoling. Damn, his net worth is about to exceed 200 million. Billionaire? A true billionaire. Wu Yu grinned, looking like a 300-pound silly son of a landlord. Hee hee, dear, what are you grinning about? A voice that was sickeningly sweet, yet also carried a hint of laziness and cuteness, came from the ground. Wu Yu looked down and saw Shen Yingran kneeling on the soft carpet, having just helped him clean his expensive limited edition dad shoes. She raised her beautiful face that could drive any man crazy, and her big watery eyes were filled with pure curiosity and deep love. Perhaps because she had been kneeling for too long, her little face was red like a ripe peach, making people want to take a big bite. Are you hungry? Wu Yu asked knowingly. Yeah. Shen Yingran nodded pitifully, covering her flat belly with her fair hands, pouting her charming cherry lips, and said coquettishly, My stomach has been growling for a few times. When can I eat? We'll have to wait. Wu Yu had an unfathomable smile on his face. No. I don't care. I want to eat it now. Shen Yingran refused to give in. She climbed up using her hands and feet like a koala. Hanging on Wu Yu's body, she kept twisting her soft and delicate body. Just let them eat a little, it's good to fill their stomachs. Okay. Wu Yu lay down on the sofa and nodded. A few minutes later. Ding dong, the doorbell of the room rang. Wu Yu raised his hand and gestured. Shen Yingran immediately understood. She stood up, straightened her somewhat messy silk nightgown, and trotted to open the door with her long legs wrapped in white silk. The courier at the door was so stunned when he saw such a pure and sexy beauty opening the door that he almost dropped the package in his hand. Your express delivery, please sign for it. Shen Yingran nodded politely, took the package and closed the door. She walked over to Wu Yu and handed him the package. Then he made a swallowing motion and began to speak. My dear, what is this? Chapter 40. You are used to the high-end version, can the low-end version satisfy you? Wu Yu did not answer, but slowly opened the package. Next second. A pitch-black baton emitting a cold metallic luster suddenly appeared before his eyes. You can tell at first glance that this baton is no ordinary item. The stick body is made of aviation-grade titanium alloy, which is light and strong, and the surface is coated with a matte black coating, full of low-key luxury. The handle is covered with a layer of delicate matte soft rubber, which fits the palm perfectly and provides an excellent grip. The most terrifying thing was the tungsten steel window-breaking tip on the stick that was flashing with a cold light. If this thing hits someone's head, it will definitely create a hole. The reason why Wu Yu bought this was to use it with the book staff techniques to subdue demons and monsters. After all, theory without practical weapons is just nonsense, isn't it? Wow! That's so cool! Shen Yingran didn't recognize this thing. She stretched out her slender fingers and poked the cold stick curiously. What is this for, dear? Wu Yu looked at her innocent and cute appearance, and a devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He shook his wrist. Swish! The baton popped out instantly, making a crisp sound of breaking through the air. This is, to teach you a lesson when you're disobedient. 3 hours later. Wu Yu changed into a brand new set of casual clothes and walked out of the presidential suite feeling refreshed and energetic. He took the elevator to the tea restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. I found a seat by the window, ordered a pot of the best Longjing tea, and sipped it happily. As for Sheningran, she was still resting and recuperating in the room. I guess we can only move around at night. Wu Yu held the teacup and looked at the familiar hotel lobby not far away, feeling a little emotional. Back then, he met Lu Yunxi for the first time and started their cooperation here. At that time, I was still a poor loser who was so poor that I had to think for a long time before even eating a bowl of beef stewed rice. Time flies, and now he is a top billionaire with a net worth of nearly 200 million. No need to sell your body for money anymore. Only. His relationship with Lu Yunxi seemed to become increasingly distant because of this. Calculating the time, the two have not been in contact for several days. I don't know what that cold and aloof queen is doing now. Just when Wu Yu was daydreaming, suddenly, a familiar and beautiful figure appeared in his sight. Lu Yunxi. Today, she is wearing a well-cut pure white OL suit, which perfectly outlines her exquisite devilish figure. She wore a pair of large sunglasses that covered most of her face, but the noble and cool aura that emanated from her was still so eye-catching. Behind her, there was a muscular man who was 1.85 meters tall, handsome, strong, and full of sunshine. Wu Yu was immediately happy when he saw it. Good job. Isn't this guy just a low-profile youth version of myself? You are so good, Lu Yunxi. Does this mean you have completely given up hope on me and are planning to find someone else and start a new collaboration? Wu Yu hurriedly lowered his head, pretending to look at his phone, but his ears were perked up as he began to secretly listen to the conversation between Lu Yunxi and the boy. After his physical fitness was enhanced in all aspects, Wu Yu's hearing was now abnormal. Even though they were more than 10 meters apart, he could clearly hear every word they said. I only heard Lu Yunxi say to the boy in a cold and distant tone. Have you thought this through? Once you sign this agreement, there's no going back on it. I hate people who lack integrity. The boy seemed a little nervous and asked timidly. Lu, let me ask, has anyone ever reneged on their agreement before? Why? Is there something wrong with this agreement? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Lu Yunxi's tone instantly turned even colder. Anyway, think it over carefully. After signing the agreement, you'll be on call at any time. A reward of 200,000 isn't something you can take so easily. Puff. Wu Yu almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Only 200,000? It's indeed a low-profile version. Back then, I had 3 million. The boy was obviously still hesitant, and he stammered, can you let me think about it for a few more days? Please. I dare to believe you, but you still don't dare to believe me? Lu Yunxi's tone was filled with impatience. If you don't want to do this, get out. Don't waste my time. No. I'll do it. I'll do it. When the boy heard this, he immediately became anxious and quickly nodded and agreed. Just when he was about to take the agreement and sign his name. Wu Yu, here we go. He held the teacup in his hand and walked over with an unconcerned gait. He pretended to meet Lu Yunxi by chance, with just the right amount of surprise on his face. Oh. Sister, what a coincidence. You are here too? It just so happens that I've made an appointment with your husband to have tea together. He will be here soon. Ah. Lu Yunxi and the boy were stunned at the same time. Especially the boy. When he heard the word husband, he was scared to death. What the hell? My husband is coming? If this guy gets caught on the spot, his third leg will definitely be broken. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he crawled up from the ground. He said, I suddenly remembered that the gas at home was not turned off, and ran away in shame without looking back. Lu Yunxi finally reacted. She took off her sunglasses, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with anger. Wu Yu! What are you doing? Sister, you are really something. Wu Yu sat down across from her with a grin on his face, and said innocently, didn't we sign an agreement? How can you just change people so easily? That's a breach of contract. When Lu Yunxi heard this, she was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. It was obviously you, little bastard, who didn't abide by the agreement first. No phone calls. No WeChat replies. He's still fooling around with other women every fucking day. If I don't change people, am I going to keep you for the new year? I'm just busy these past 2 days and don't have time. Wu Yu seemed to see through her thoughts and said with a smile, "Why? Sister, you can't wait any longer?" "I don't have any." Lu Yunqi's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. The real reason why she was looking for a new person so quickly was that she wanted to forget Wu Yu, the brat she loved and hated, as soon as possible. In addition, Mr. Xia's health is indeed getting worse day by day. She must get pregnant as soon as possible and then legitimately obtain the status of adopted son for the child. In this way, you can get more alimony. It's understandable that I can't wait. Wu Yu's smile became more playful. But what do you mean by looking for a low-end version of me? Are you kidding me? You're used to the high-end version. How can the low-end version satisfy you? What high and low configuration? Lu Yunqi's thoughts were exposed, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She forced herself to say, I just need high-quality genes. What she meant was that she only cared about the results of the collaboration and did not consider the process of collaboration. I understand. Wu Yu nodded, then looked her up and down with an extremely ambiguous look and said with a wicked smile, "How about this? I happen to have some free time now, why don't we work together? Let's reach a conclusion as soon as possible so that we can both be even in the future. Now." Chapter 41 tonight, don't mention my husband or your girlfriend. Lu Yunqi was stunned. Although she had longed for Wu Yu in her heart for a long time and longed for him very much. But she is still angry with Wu Yu. How could I agree to him so easily? Yeah, what? Don't want to? Wu Yu's smile became more playful. You have feelings for me? Didn't we agree that our relationship is purely a partnership? Who has feelings for you? Lu Yunqi took off her sunglasses and glared at Wu Yu fiercely. But when her eyes fell on Wu Yu's perfect body, which was even more muscular and full of explosive power than before, her heart started pounding wildly. She took a deep breath, forced herself to remain calm, and said coldly in a businesslike tone, "Then let's do it as soon as possible. I have something else to do later, so I'll try to finish it in half an hour." 9 o'clock in the evening. The hotel's elevator door slowly opened. Lu Yunqi's face was flushed and her eyes were moving. She hugged Wu Yu's arm tightly, almost hanging on him. Wow! Time flies. Before I knew it, it was already dark. Lu Yunqi pretended to exclaim. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes and sighed. Oh, it's all your fault. We agreed to finalize the cooperation in half an hour, so what happened? Who told you to change so much? Lu Yunqi buried her head in Wu Yu's arms in shame, and her noble and cold face was full of obsession at this moment. It's over. It turns out that after experiencing the high-end version, I will never look down on the low-end version again. Etc. What a high configuration. It is obviously the best of the best. It's a perfect match. Are you hungry? Wu Yu pinched the tip of her nose and asked with a smile, "How about we go have a meal first, and then strengthen our cooperation?" Okay. Lu Yunqi almost blurted out without even thinking. But she slammed on the brakes. No. Absolutely not. If this continues, I will be completely defeated. Once you develop real feelings for him, this cooperation will completely change. The risk is too great. So, Lu Yunqi forced herself to suppress the overwhelming passion in her heart, shook her head, and said, "After dinner, I'm going home. Let's meet again when we're free." Wu Yu nodded and said that was fine. When Lu Yunqi saw Wu Yu agreed so readily, she suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable loss in her heart. This brat. Do you really think of this as pure cooperation? Can't you try to keep her here? Snort. The two left the hotel and walked towards the brightly lit and bustling night market across the street. Little did they know that not far behind them, in a dark corner, a dark shadow moved quietly. Hey! Sister Lei. We've got that guy. What a jerk. He went in with a beautiful woman and came out with another beautiful woman. What? Beat him up? Don't worry, Sister Lei. He's been busy all day and his legs must be weak. This wave is a sure thing. The bustling night market is bustling with people and full of the atmosphere of fireworks. Wu Yu took Lu Yunqi and found an open-air barbecue stall to sit down and waved. Boss. Bring us his 100 kebabs first. 2 more cases of cold beer. Lu Yunqi looked at the noisy environment in front of her and smelled the mixed aroma of cumin and chili in the air. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she was obviously not used to it. But looking at Wu Yu's excited look, she still said nothing and sat aside obediently. Soon, a large plate of sizzling and fragrant grilled skewers was served. Golden lamb, scorched chicken wings, and the crispy pork belly. Wu Yu picked up a skewer and took big bites of it, his mouth full of oil, enjoying it very much. Lu Yunqi suddenly raised her hand and shouted to the boss not far away. "Boss! Grill us 10 more bunches of leeks. 2 dozen oysters. The fattest ones." Puff. Wu Yu almost spit out his beer. He stared at Lu Yunqi in amazement, his face full of disbelief. "Sister, what are you doing? Are you trying to replenish my body? Is it not possible?" Lu Yunqi's pretty face turned red and she gave him a charming look. "You work so hard, and I know how to care for you. Let me tell you, leeks are a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. Oysters are even more, even more." As she spoke, her voice became softer and her face became redder. "Ha ha ha." Wu Yu was amused. He leaned over, breathed hot air into her ear, and said with a wicked smile, "I'm naturally strong, I don't need these." "Don't give me that." Lu Yunqi's tone suddenly became serious. "Don't take advantage of your youth to cherish your body. When you get old, it will be too late. Don't worry, even when I'm old, I'll still be better than your useless husband." Wu Yu said casually. "Don't you dare say bad things about him." Lu Yunqi's brows furrowed instantly, and her tone became cold. Wu Yu was stunned and then shut his mouth. He took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Shen Ingran. "Baby, I have something to do here, so I won't be back tonight. Just go back to the dormitory and sleep." Lu Yunqi looked at Wu Yu's chat interface, and the 4 words Ingran baby clearly visible on the note were like a needle piercing her heart. A nameless fire, mixed with a strong sense of sourness, rushed straight to the top of his head. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the jealousy in her heart, picked up a glass of ice-cold beer and handed it to Wu Yu. "Come, have a drink. Tonight, don't mention my husband or your girlfriend. Just the 2 of us, have a quiet meal, okay?" Wu Yu looked at the complex light flashing in her charming almond-shaped eyes and smiled. He put his arms around Lu Yunqi's soft waist and held her in his arms. "Okay, but you have to feed me." Lu Yunqi's body trembled violently, but she did not resist at all. She picked up a string of freshly grilled lamb skewers, blew on them carefully, and then slowly handed them to Wu Yu's mouth. That look was full of affection, as if to melt people. Just when this ambiguous atmosphere was about to reach its peak. "It's him!" With a loud shout, there was a sudden explosion from not far away. Right after. Walala! A large group of hooligans, armed with machetes and steel pipes. Like a tide, it surged from all directions. Surround Wu Yu and Lu Yunqi's table. Grass. Wu Yu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously protected Lu Yunqi behind him. Lu Yunqi had never seen such a scene before, and she was so frightened that her face turned pale. Chapter 42 There is no surveillance here, I can finally show my full strength. Lu Yunqi subconsciously tried to stand up, but her foot suddenly twisted. Oops. She cried out in pain, a piercing pain coming from her ankle, and she fell uncontrollably towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu was quick to act and held her soft and delicate body firmly in his arms. "Kill him." At the command of the leading thug, dozens of people rushed up, roaring like mad dogs. The flashing of swords and the shadow of sabers, the chilling air. "Oh shit." Wu Yu cursed inwardly, "This is trouble. With such a burden in my arms, I can't use all my abilities at all." In a flash. The diagram of the staff technique to subdue demons and monsters suddenly flashed through Wu Yu's mind. He hugged Lu Yunqi tightly with his left hand, and suddenly touched her lower back with his right hand. Swish. The pitch-black titanium alloy baton popped out instantly. The first move of the stick technique to subdue demons and monsters sweeping through thousands of troops. Wu Yu didn't even look back. He shook his wrist violently and swung the baton fiercely behind him with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Ah! The thugs who were rushing in the front didn't even touch the corner of Wu Yu's clothes before they were knocked to the ground by the powerful stick. The steel pipe machete in his hand made a clang sound and flew far away. Fuck! This guy is really good. Let's go together. Kill him. Although the thugs were intimidated, they still rushed forward fearlessly, relying on their numbers. Wu Yu held Lu Yunqi in his arms, twisting and turning in the narrow space, swinging the baton in his hand with great vigor and energy, making it impossible to get through. Every time the stick hits, it is accompanied by a shrill scream and the crisp sound of broken bones. However, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Just when Wu Yu felt a little tired. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill horn sounded. I saw a large group of people rushing into the entrance of the night market. Moreover, they were all riding the same shared electric bikes. Sister Lei has given the order. Support! Support quickly! The scene of hundreds of gangsters riding electric chickens was both hilarious and shocking. Shit! It's never going to end, is it? When Wu Yu saw the situation, he knew that he could not fight any longer. He acted decisively and kicked over a table next to him. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, grabbed the electric chicken closest to you. Come up! Hold me tight! Wu Yu yelled at the terrified Lu Yunqi in his arms. Lu Yunqi subconsciously climbed onto the back seat of the electric chicken using her hands and feet, and her long, beautiful legs tightly clamped Wu Yu's waist. Wu Yu turned the switch, and the electric chicken made a light buzzing sound, and rushed out in an instant like an arrow from a bow. Chase! Don't let him get away! The people from the Tianlei gang behind him also rode on electric chickens and chased after him closely. An epic electric chicken chase took place on this bustling city night. Wu Yu rode his electric chicken, weaving madly through the traffic, with the pursuers behind him chasing him relentlessly. He turned around and around, and finally, he rode the electric chicken up a deserted mountain where few people had been. Hoo-hoo! Lu Yunqi got out of the car, held onto a big tree, and gasped for breath. The thrilling curve of his chest rose and fell violently. She looked at Wu Yu in shock, her voice trembling. Why did you bring me here? Shouldn't we be going to the police station? To the police station? Wu Yu smiled, and that smile was cold and ferocious. Sister, you are too naive. When the police come, they arrest them, detain them for a few days, and then release them. It's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. To deal with people like this, we have to use the most primitive and violent methods to defeat them and scare them away all at once. Let them never dare to mess with me again in their lifetime. And you? Of course I fought back. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in Wu Yu's eyes. He helped Lu Yunqi to the back of a sturdy tree and said softly, You just hide here obediently, don't go anywhere, wait for me to come back. After saying that, he held the baton in his hand and walked down the mountain step by step along the winding mountain road. Under the cold moonlight, that back figure looked like a killing god returning from hell. Soon, there were dense sounds of electric chickens and the arrogant shouting of thugs coming from the foot of the mountain. That guy went into the mountains. Search him. Damn it! How dare he offend our Tianlei gang? Today I must chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Lu Yunqi hid behind a tree, her heart almost jumping out of her throat due to nervousness. She covered her mouth tightly, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Just then. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly came from the bottom of the mountain road, breaking the silent night sky. Right after. Bang! Crack! Help! Various wails filled with pain and fear came one after another, without stopping. Lu Yunqi cautiously poked half of her head out from behind the tree. Next second. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. On the mountain road under the moonlight, Wu Yu was holding the black baton, like an invincible god of war, madly harvesting heads. His speed is extremely fast. His power is so terrifying. Every strike of his was made with incredible precision, hitting the most vulnerable joints of those thugs. Wrist. Ankle. Knee. All of them were killed in one blow, no dragging of feet. Those gangsters who were so arrogant just now were now as weak as paper in front of him and could not withstand a single blow. Less than 10 minutes. Hundreds of people were lying on the ground, wailing everywhere, and had completely lost their fighting ability. Wu Yu slowly put away the baton, walked to Lu Yunqi's side, and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's so exciting. There are no surveillance cameras here, so I can finally unleash my full potential. Lu Yunqi stared at him blankly, her mind going blank. Turn out to be. Is this his true strength? So terrifying. Invincible god of war. This is simply top-notch genes. If his future baby could inherit his 1 in a million physique. Lu Yunqi didn't dare to think about it anymore. She felt her cheeks were terribly hot. Come on, sister, I'll take you home. Wu Yu rode on the electric chicken and said with a smile. Go home? Lu Yunqi shook her head. She walked behind Wu Yu, stretched out her arms, and hugged his broad back tightly from behind. No, I don't want to go home tonight. She gently pressed her cheek against Wu Yu's back, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, but filled with a firmness that could not be refused. I just want to be with you. The night on the top of the mountain is very quiet. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the two of them, stretching their shadows very long. In the distance, there are thousands of lights in the city, bright and blurry. The evening breeze blows gently, carrying with it the fragrance of grass and the scent of earth. In the forest, there was a rustling sound, the sound of wolfing down food. Chapter 43 Take this as a warning, be vigilant, and don't give scammers any chance to take advantage of you. The next day, Wu Yu suddenly opened his eyes from the familiar hard bed in the boys' dormitory. He rubbed his aching waist and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn! There are so many damn mosquitoes in the mountains. This caused him and Lu Yunqi to end their relationship abruptly and go back to their separate homes. However, the relationship is very solid. Lu Yunqi said that future cooperation must continue happily, and even in special periods, cooperation in other areas must be carried out and must not stop. Wu Yu got up and checked his final earnings from last night. What the hell? Only over 10 million? He took a closer look and realized that all the webgame companies he had plundered had learned the same trick. As soon as any abnormality occurs in the background data, they will immediately shut down the server. I would rather not do business than let him fleece me for a penny. It seems that this way to make money is coming to an end. Wu Yu was thinking about how to open up a new way to make money, when suddenly, boom boom boom. There was a sudden and urgent knock on the door. Who is it? It's so early in the morning, can't I sleep? My roommate rubbed his sleepy eyes and yelled impatiently. Hello, police officer. From outside the door came a clear and pleasant female voice, yet one that carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. Police? Wu Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat and rose to his throat. Oh shit. No way? What happened last night was exposed so quickly. I have obviously been very careful. He deliberately lured the man to a deserted mountain with no surveillance before taking action. How could he be discovered? Could it be that even gangsters know to call the police when they get beaten up? Classmate, open the door. The policewoman outside the door seemed a little impatient. Wu Yu took a deep breath and didn't even bother to put on his clothes. He jumped out of bed, rushed over shirtless, and opened the dormitory door. Fuck. At the door, there stood a heroic, breathtakingly beautiful, and top-notch policewoman. She was wearing a neat blue police uniform, which perfectly outlined her devilish figure. Especially the two majestic peaks on the chest, standing tall, as if they are going to burst open the buttons of the police uniform. The scale of this is simply horrifying. Under the police uniform is a pair of slender legs wrapped in black trousers, straight, tight, and full of amazing explosive power. At first glance, you can tell that you are a tough guy who has been exercising regularly for many years. Looking at her face again, it is even more impeccable. A standard oval face with delicate features like God's most perfect masterpiece. A pair of bright and moving phoenix eyes, awe-inspiring without anger, full of the light of justice. Ahem. Just when Wu Yu was feeling dry-mouthed and his blood was boiling, the beautiful policewoman's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head shyly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. Classmate, can you put on your clothes first? Wu Yu then realized that he was only wearing a pair of boxer briefs. Oh. Sorry. His old face turned red, and he hurriedly grabbed a t-shirt from the closet and put it on, then hurriedly put on his pants. Then, like a primary school student who had made a mistake, he sat upright on the chair and looked at the beautiful policewoman nervously. Now, you can come in now. But the beautiful policewoman was still standing at the door, motionless. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were fixed on Wu Yu, and deep in her eyes, there was a flash of incomparable shock and admiration. Oh my God! What kind of divine figure is this? A perfect inverted triangle. 8-pack abs as if carved by a knife and an axe. And that sexy mermaid line that makes people drool. As a senior fitness expert, the beautiful policewoman could tell at a glance that Wu Yu's muscles, which could be called a work of art, were absolutely natural and additive-free. Moreover, if you want to practice to this level, it is impossible without 10 or 8 years of hard work. This kid. What is the origin? Ahem. Until Wu Yu felt uncomfortable under her gaze and couldn't help coughing twice. Jiang Yuezhen suddenly shuddered and realized that he had lost his composure. She quickly withdrew her fiery gaze, walked into the dormitory with a slightly blushing face, and took out a stack of promotional materials from her briefcase. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Yuezhen, and I'm from the Municipal Bureau's Anti-Fraud Center. The main reason I came here today is to give everyone an anti-fraud campaign and raise students' awareness of prevention. When Wu Yu heard that it was an anti-fraud propaganda, his heart finally settled down. He let out a long sigh and a relaxed smile returned to his face. Officer, please tell us what you are saying. We are listening. Jiang Yuezhen nodded and began his boring official document. But soon, in order to liven up the atmosphere, she changed the subject and began to list some fresh, real cases that happened in the city. First, there's the paying a large sum of money to have a child scam. Just a few days ago, we received a report from a male student from the sports college, saying that he was scammed by a small advertisement online. The ad said that a wealthy woman with fair skin, a slim waist and long legs wanted to spend a lot of money to find a healthy man to help her because her husband was infertile. What happened? When he excitedly arrived at the hotel, he discovered that the so-called rich woman was actually a tank weighing 200 kilograms and stronger than a man. What's even more terrifying is that the rich woman's husband is hiding in the next room. He's holding a camera. It's a total honey trap. Luckily, this boy was smart enough to jump out the window and escape, only breaking a leg. Puff. Wu Yu almost vomited blood. The plot, why does it sound so familiar? Also, a quick fix fitness scam. Jiang Yuezhen continued, today, many young people, in pursuit of a good figure, are willing to spend huge sums of money on various fitness classes. But what's the result? They spend all the money and suffer, but their figure doesn't change at all. Some people even damage their kidneys by consuming protein powder promoted by their trainers. Secondly, it's a game gold farming scam. Many scammers exploit people's desire for something easy to earn. Under the guise of making money playing games, they develop all sorts of crappy online games, ripping off players like crazy. Do you think you can make a killing? Don't dream. You'll end up losing everything. Finally, and most importantly, antique bargain hunting scam. There are always people who dream of spending a few hundred yuan to find a priceless treasure from a street stall and become rich overnight. I tell you, it's impossible. The antique market these days is incredibly treacherous. There are scams everywhere. Inexperienced college students like you would be asking for trouble if you went there. Every word Jiang Yuezhen said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Wu Yu's heart hard. Not bad. Not bad. Fortunately, I have an anti-fraud system. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that's all for today's promotion. Jiang Yuezhen put away the information and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I hope that after listening to my explanation, students can learn from it, be more vigilant, and not give scammers any chance to take advantage of them. Of course. Thank you, officer. Wu Yu and his roommates nodded, showing how humble and eager to learn they were. Jiang Yuezhen left with satisfaction. As soon as she left, Wu Yu jumped out of the bed, put on his clothes and rushed out. Hey! Brother Yu! Where are you going? Asked his roommate curiously. Let's go to Antique Street. Wu Yu replied without even turning his head, looking for some antiques. Finding a bargain. Chapter 44 I am now a host. Antique Street. This place is a paradise for liars and a hell for fools. Wu Yu drove his super cool Lamborghini Urus to a parking lot outside the Antique Street, then walked in with a swaggering gait, ignoring everyone. That's right, after the major manufacturers jointly blocked the way of making money by playing web games, he made a decisive decision to change track. New track. Antique. This thing is much more valuable than the equipment in the web game. If you pick up a bargain, you can make millions or even tens of millions of profits. What's more, we have an anti-fraud system. Aren't all the scammers in the Antique Street my ATMs? Wu Yu thought happily in his heart and began to stroll along the Antique Street, looking for a scam that was exaggerated and outrageous enough. However, after a round of shopping, he was disappointed. Totally disappointing. Well, Wu Yu couldn't help but sigh. How come scammers are so greedy these days? Each one strives to be truthful, but the main purpose is to deceive people sincerely. The first stall. The stall owner was a well-mannered middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. On his stall were several pieces of blue and white porcelain that looked quite old. Wu Yu came over and asked, "Wow. Hey bro, this is a high-quality imitation. A 1:1 replica from Jingdajun. Look at the glaze and the painting, it's indistinguishable from the real thing. I have the certificate. The original price was 9,800, but I think you like it, so I'll give you a discount and take it for 8,800. Damn it. You're telling me this is a fake?" Wu Yu felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind, and he turned and left. The second stall. The stall owner was an old man wearing a tang suit and looking like an immortal. A magnificent landscape painting hung on the stall. "Young man, you have good taste." The old man stroked his goatee with a look of pride. "This is Tang Bowu's viewing the waterfall at Lushan Mountain. Look at the brushstrokes and the artistic conception. Wow, it's absolutely amazing." When Wu Yu heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Tang Bowu's paintings? If this could come true, I would have to sell several small goals. No, it's a priceless treasure. He was just about to go up and talk. The old man added slowly, "Of course, it's a high-quality imitation. Otherwise, why would it hang here? I'm selling it to those pretentious local bosses to hang in their offices for office decoration. 50,000 yuan apiece. No bargaining. Damn." Wu Yu's face turned dark in an instant. The third stall is even more outrageous. The stall owner was a burly, bald man with a big gold chain around his neck. He was introducing the rusty bronze sword on his stall with saliva flying. Come. Take a look. The sword of Gojian, king of Yu. The younger brother. The sword of Gojian, king of Yu. I dug this up on a construction site. Freshly unearthed. It's still fresh. While it's not a national treasure, it's still an old item. Buy it to ward off evil spirits at home. It's definitely effective. 500 yuan. No cheating. Wu Yu. He covered his face, feeling that his intelligence had been insulted like never before. What the hell is going on? Each one focuses on transparent information and treating people with sincerity. How can he trigger the system? Just when Wu Yu was feeling discouraged and ready to go home. Sudden. His attention was attracted by a newly opened, fancy decorated shop on the corner of the street. At the entrance of the store, there was a huge banner with a slogan written in bold artistic font. New store opening. Antique blind boxes. Everything is 100 yuan. Everything is 100 yuan. At the door of the store, a familiar figure was holding a big loudspeaker and shouting at the top of his lungs. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Antique blind boxes, 100 each. Take a chance, and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Bet on it, and you'll get a villa by the sea. Guaranteed to be authentic. Guaranteed authentic. Wu Yu took a closer look and was immediately amused. Damn it. Isn't this old Wang? This old liar, has he changed his track again? Wu Yu didn't say anything and rushed over with his long legs. Miracle doctor. I hope you are well. Oh my. Who am I thinking? Isn't this my Dasha, my important customer, Brother Wu? As soon as old Wang saw Wu Yu, his cloudy old eyes instantly burst into an unparalleled brilliance. Just opened. The chosen one came to my door on his own initiative. This fucking. It's a good omen. Little brother, what's up? Are you interested in antiques too? Old Wang greeted Wu Yu warmly with a big smile on his face. Stop talking nonsense. Wu Yu got straight to the point, pointing at the beautifully packaged blind boxes in the store, and asked in a deep voice. I ask you, are there any genuine items in here? The smile on old Wang's face froze slightly. He looked Wu Yu up and down, then, to Wu Yu's surprise, he came closer and said in a low voice. Without. What? Wu Yu was dumbfounded on the spot. No. No? Why the fuck were you yelling so loud on the speaker? He, old Wang rubbed his hands and smiled innocently. Little brother, you don't know yet? This is just a gimmick. Wu Yu's brows instantly wrinkled into the shape of a character. You, why are you telling me this? No. Uncle. What the hell is wrong with you? You lied to me. You keep lying to me. As long as you lie to me, I can get a real antique. Why don't you play by the rules? Wu Yu roared madly in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. Ahem, old Wang cleared his throat, pointed to the brand new mobile phone holder in fill light beside him, and said proudly, "Brother, to be honest, I've figured it out now. When it comes to business, you can't just rely on selling goods, you have to keep up with the trend of the times. Look, my shop doesn't make money mainly from selling these blind boxes. Then what do you rely on?" Wu Yu looked confused. Damn it! Old Wang pointed to the rapidly increasing number of online users on his mobile phone screen, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Live streaming. I'm a live streamer now. I specialize in live streaming and opening antique blind boxes. Although I don't know how to appraise treasures, opening blind boxes is exciting. It's a gimmick. Audiences love to watch this. Look, I've only been streaming for half a day and there are already hundreds of people watching me. I've already received hundreds of dollars in tips alone. Looking at old Wang in front of me, who has changed his appearance and kept up with the times. Wu Yu's head buzzed, as if a bolt of lightning suddenly struck him. Damn! Why didn't I think of that? Live streaming. Yes. I can also do live broadcast. Live broadcast of Taobao. You can open real antiques openly and in front of the entire network of viewers. You can harvest another huge wave of traffic and earn some money from gifts. This fucking. It's killing two birds with one stone. Double the happiness. Miracle Doctor. Thank you. Wu Yu slapped his thigh suddenly, clasped his fists towards old Wang, turned around and ran. Hey! Little brother. Don't leave. At least buy a blind box to show your support to me. Old Wang was so anxious that he kept jumping up and down in the back. Watching Wu Yu's back disappear in the crowd, old Wang withdrew his gaze in disappointment, took out his cell phone and made a call. Sister Lei, I did as you asked. I didn't cheat him. Yes. He seems to be really ready to come here to buy the real thing. What? Okay, I get it. Chapter 45 Once, I'll give you 1%. 69 Interactive Entertainment. Lu Baoling was in the conference room, holding a mobilization meeting with a group of executives with a lot of chatter flying. Wu Yu was alone, sitting comfortably in his office. He crossed his legs, drank the top-grade Dahongpo tea that his assistant had just brewed, and used his mobile phone to place orders crazily in a certain JDS self-operated store. Sony A7M4 full-frame mirrorless camera. Order now. DJI RS3 Pro Professional Stabilizer. Order now. Sennheiser MKE 600 shotgun microphone. Order now. Aperture Amaran 300C full-color LED fill light. Order now. A full set of top-notch outdoor live broadcast equipment, all ready in less than 10 minutes. Hey, it will arrive tomorrow morning. Wu Yu put down his phone with satisfaction, a beautiful look of anticipation for the future on his face. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to change my career path. I'm going to enter the live streaming industry. As for who to sell the antiques to after getting them? No need to worry at all. Old Wang had just called him and said he knew the real boss of the antique street. As long as it was genuine, he would buy it at the market price, in cash. Very reliable. Of course, Wu Yu knew this in his heart. Those truly amazing cultural relics must be auctioned at regular auction houses in order to maximize profits. Wu Yu was happily dreaming of getting rich, when suddenly, the frosted glass wall of the office slid open silently. He turned his head subconsciously. I saw Lu Baoling, wearing 10-centimeter high heels with red soles, walking towards me slowly. She had taken off her smart office suit jacket and was only wearing the white shirt underneath. There was a hint of fatigue on her face, but her eyes were unusually bright. She lacked her usual calmness and showed a bit more complicated emotions. Wu Yu was slightly startled when he saw her in this rare state. Sister, is the meeting over? Didn't we agree to talk about business? Chuckle. Lu Baoling chuckled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She walked up to Wu Yu, pulled out a chair opposite him and sat down, folding her arms and looking straight at him. Now, we can get down to business. Sister, I just checked the back-end data. Wu Yu cleared his throat. The remaining webgame companies are all frightened and have collectively shut down their services. Does this situation count as bankruptcy? If so, shouldn't you pay me the remaining tens of millions in subsidies? No. Lu Baoling shook her head, and a cunning light flashed in her enchanting eyes. They're just temporarily shrinking their strategy. Once the hype has died down, they'll definitely reopen the server. So, it's not considered bankruptcy. Damn it! Aren't you just cheating? Wu Yu was unhappy. To help you, I gave up the opportunity to fleece them and lost tens of millions in profit. Now, I can't even get the subsidy. Isn't this inappropriate? Oh. My little ancestor. Seeing this, Lu Baoling leaned forward slightly and her tone became earnest. The company is in need of people right now. We are the best partners. Why are you arguing with me over such a small amount of money? Stop it. Wu Yu's brows furrowed instantly. You have a son. Unless you give me the company now, won't your son inherit these billions of dollars in assets? What does it have to do with me? You. Lu Baoling's expression changed instantly. Son. This is her Achilles heel. It is the bottom line in her heart that cannot be touched. Although, she is now hopelessly and deeply in love with Wu Yu. But in the face of huge family interests and biological son, this passionate love seems insignificant. Wu Yu. You, why are you being so serious? Do you really have to be so clear with me? Great. You're trying to fool me, right? Wu Yu's face also darkened instantly. Watch this. Bang. The sound was so loud that even the employees in the office outside could hear it clearly. What the hell? What's that noise? It seems like the sound of a slap? What the hell? It's clearly a fight. But Director Lu was alone in the office, how could it be possible? What are you all arguing about? Get back to work. Don't you want to do this anymore? After the supervisor's angry shout, everyone had to lower their heads and work hard again. After all, 69 Interactive Entertainment has an unwritten rule: no employee can leave until the boss leaves work. Time passed quickly and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. One employee couldn't stand it any longer and leaned over the table, cursing softly. Damn it! Director Lu is such a jerk. He must be sleeping in the office and deliberately not letting us leave. Another employee chimed in, exactly. Working at this company is worse than being treated like a beast of burden. I'm quitting tomorrow. Others were even pointing fingers at Wu Yu. That new CEO, Mr. Wu, is also a scab. He only comes to work in the afternoons and is working overtime until now. What's all this pretense? How would they know? This shift worked by the labor trader Mr. Wu is so worth it. In the chairman's office. The atmosphere is still somewhat solemn. After a fierce quarrel, Lu Baoling seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She leaned tiredly on the sofa and looked at Wu Yu with complicated eyes. Tonight, we must come to a conclusion. How can that be? Wu Yu shook his head. I'd been with you for most of the day. He suddenly remembered something and asked, wait, don't you have to go home to be with your son tonight? Hey, don't mention it. Lu Baoling waved her hand and said nonchalantly, my son is almost 20 years old. He's an adult. Why does he need his mother to accompany him every day? We agreed that you can't leave today. No. Wu Yu's attitude was firm. No. Lu Baoling refused to give in and started shaking Wu Yu's arm. That coquettish tone and charming eyes are enough to drive any man crazy. Just stay with me for a while, okay? It's no use begging me, Wu Yu shook his head. I have to go back and think of new ways to make money. Lu Baoling's bewitching phoenix eyes rolled around, as if she was having a fierce struggle in her heart. After a moment, she gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. Let us do this. As long as you are willing to stay. I'll give you 1% of the company. That's all? Wu Yu curled his lips in disdain. Are you sending away beggars? I won't accompany you. You. Lu Baoling was anxious. The power of the demon subduing stick technique is simply too terrifying. She has completely fallen now. What son, what property, it doesn't matter. She now had only one thought in mind, and that was to tie Wu Yu firmly to her side at all costs. Then this. Lu Baoling took a deep breath and said in an almost trembling voice. Tomorrow. I'll transfer 10% of the company's shares to you. The rest, as long as you are willing to accompany me, I I will give you 1% at a time. Chapter 46. Am I not even as good as an idiot? Wu Yu's live broadcast account had been registered long ago. The name is simple and straightforward, it's called Brother US Treasure Appraisal. The profile picture is a selfie of him shirtless, showing off his muscles in the dormitory. Sexy. He had just set up a full set of top-level live broadcast equipment and opened the live broadcast room. A familiar figure, like a dog smelling something, rushed over with a howl. Little brother. Old Wang put on a brand new tang suit today and held 2 shiny walnuts in his hands, looking like a gentleman. He grabbed Wu Yu's arm, his face full of smiles, a little too enthusiastic. Hurry! Little brother. Follow me. There's a treasure over there. Ha! Before Wu Yu could react, Old Wang half pushed and half dragged him to an inconspicuous stall. The stall owner was a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He had dark skin, a face covered with traces of weathering, and his hands were covered with calluses. Wearing an old cloth jacket that had been washed so much that it looked pale, he squatted on the ground, puffing on his pipe, looking like an honest farmer who had just returned from working in the fields. In front of him was a piece of gray rag, on which stood a dirty bronze mirror. Little brother. Baby. This is a huge treasure. Old Wang pointed at the broken mirror, lowered his voice, and spit flew with excitement. This guy came from his hometown in the countryside. He said this is a treasure passed down from his ancestors, passed down for several generations. Because his son is getting married and he needs money urgently, he reluctantly sold it. Oh. When Wu Yu heard this, he immediately became interested. He turned on his phone and started the live broadcast. A few scattered viewers soon flocked into the live broadcast room. Holy crap! Is this a real treasure appraiser? This crap is fake. It's 10 yuan each at a street stall. The lead packager is so young, do you even know what he's doing? Don't let yourself be slaughtered like a pig. Wu Yu ignored the comments and looked at the bronze mirror carefully. Although the bronze mirror is covered with verdigris, its shape is simple and the pattern on the back can be vaguely seen, which seems to be a pattern of some auspicious beast. The most important thing is, the system did not prompt. No hint, which means, this is the real thing. Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Really lucky? He squatted down, pointed at the bronze mirror, and asked the farmer, "Uncle, how much do you want for this mirror?" The farmer raised his head, revealing a simple and honest face. He held up 5 fingers and said in a thick rural accent, 50,000. 50,000? Before Wu Yu could say anything, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded. 50,000? Why doesn't he just go and rob it? I wouldn't even want this rubbish for $500. Host, stop it. This guy is a liar. Wu Yu smiled, shook his head, and said to the farmer, "Uncle, 50,000 is too expensive. Let me ask you, how about 3,000? 3,000? The farmer's face instantly fell. He waved his hands repeatedly, no. It's too little. This is my family heirloom. At least 30,000. 5,000. 20,000. 8,000. 15,000. 10,000. No more. Make a deal." The farmer slapped his thigh, as if afraid that Wu Yu would go back on his word, and hurriedly stuffed the bronze mirror into Wu Yu's hand. Wu Yu scanned the code and paid without hesitation. The audience in the live broadcast room were completely speechless. It's over. The anchor got scammed. 10,000 yuan for a piece of junk. With that kind of intelligence, you've basically said goodbye to bicycles. I unfollowed you, you idiots are wasting my time. Wu Yu chuckled and said to the camera, "My friends, don't worry, the moment to witness a miracle is coming soon." Under the guidance of Old Wang, Wu Yu came to a building deep in the antique street. The building was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a mixed smell of mold and old wood. Brother Cohen! Brother Cohen! Are you there? Old Wang shouted at the top of his voice, heading deep into the corridor. What the hell are you yelling about? Get in here! A rough and hoarse male voice came from the innermost room. Wu Yu followed Old Wang in and saw a shirtless, muscular man with dragon and tiger tattoos all over his back sitting on a throne with a sword in his hand. He is the boss of this antique street, Brother Cohen. What's going on? Brother Cohen glanced at Old Wang with an impatient tone. Hey, Brother Cohen, I'm here to bring you some big business. Old Wang nodded and bowed, and with a fawning look on his face, he carefully placed the dirty bronze mirror on the 8 Immortals table in front of Brother Kuan. Brother Kuan just glanced at it casually and waved his hand impatiently. What a piece of crap. Take it away. Don't delay me from having tea. Hey. Brother Kuan. Please take a closer look. Old Wang became anxious. He took out a glasses cloth from his pocket and wiped the bronze mirror vigorously. As the patina was wiped off bit by bit, the patterns on the back of the mirror gradually revealed their true appearance. It was a lifelike auspicious beast, Qilan, with its feet on auspicious clouds and roaring to the sky. It was exquisitely carved and had extraordinary momentum. Brother Kuan's eyes widened instantly. He suddenly stood up from his chair, snatched the bronze mirror, took out a high-power magnifying glass from the drawer, and began to observe it carefully. A few minutes later. Hiss. Brother Kuan took a deep breath, and his copper bell-like eyes were filled with incredible shock. Ming Dynasty. This is a fucking Ming Dynasty bronze mirror with a coiled Kirin pattern. It's the real thing. Fuck. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Is this true? Did the anchor really find a treasure? Holy crap. 10,000 yuan for a Ming Dynasty antique? What kind of shit luck is this? Isn't this a script? Wu Yu looked at the comments, a smug smile forming on his lips. He turned to look at Brother Kuan and asked with a smile, Brother Kuan, do you want this? What's the price? Yes. Of course. Brother Kuan rubbed his hands together excitedly. He pondered for a moment and held up 5 fingers. Little brother, considering you're friends with Old Wang, I'll give you a fair price, 50,000. 50,000? Wu Yu shook his head. Brother Kuan, that's really not fair. I just checked online, and the market price of this thing is at least several 100,000. Hey, little brother, you can't say that, Brother Kuan said with a simple smile. This Ming Dynasty bronze mirror with a coiled Kirin pattern can cost up to $1 million. But yours, well, it's not in good condition. It has too many flaws. Okay. Wu Yu glanced at the bronze mirror and saw that it indeed had many flaws. He nodded and said, 80,000. Not a cent less. Okay, deal. Brother Kuan slapped his thigh and agreed readily. Soon, 80,000 yuan in cash was received. Wu Yu looked at the thick stack of red bills and felt so happy. The cost was 10,000 yuan, but he made a profit of 70,000 yuan after reselling it. It's definitely a huge profit. Wu Yu chuckled, but he was worried in his heart. Something is wrong. Why did this old liar change his nature today? In the past, he tried every means to cheat me, but today, he took the initiative to introduce the real thing to me? What does he want? At this moment, Old Wang came over, rubbing his hands and looking fawning. Hey, little brother, can we have a deal? To be honest, I haven't been in this business long, but I have some unconventional ways to make a fortune. It's a pity that I'm short of money and don't have the capital, so why don't we just cooperate? You pay and I work, and we split the profits 20-80? Of course, I split 20-80. No problem. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly, put his arm around Old Wang's shoulder, and went off to make a fortune with a smile on his face. After the two left, Brother Kuan slowly and respectfully pulled open the heavy mahogany screen. Behind the screen, a beautiful figure wearing a fiery red leather jacket and with an extremely hot body was standing there. Sister Lei. Brother Kuan bent down and asked cautiously, I did everything you instructed. The boy shouldn't have noticed. Ling Yulei nodded, and a cold light flashed in her enchanting phoenix eyes. Kunkin, you have to act well today. I'm going to make Wu Yu lose everything. She was so hateful. Thousands of little brothers were killed in one night. The hospitalization fees and lost wages alone would add up to millions. If he fights, he will definitely not be able to beat Wu Yu. Her Tianlei gang is just a third-rate gang in this city. The area is not big, and the most profitable business is this antique street. As for the title of the so-called Queen of the Underworld, it was simply because among the big bosses in the underworld of this city, she, Ling Yulei, was the only woman. That's why he was praised and praised by his brothers in the underworld. But, women are the most vengeful. From the moment Wu Yu walked into the antique street, Ling Yulei decided that she had to trick him. If I can't beat you, can I still cheat you? What's more, that old liar Lao Wangtu tipped off the public, saying that Wu Yu was a complete idiot and was very easy to deceive. When Ling Yulei heard this, she was so angry that she almost overturned the table. Is he a big idiot? Then, as the defeated general, am I no better than an idiot? Out of caution, Ling Yulei did not let Lao Wang directly deceive Wu Yu, but carefully planned a series of traps. First, use a real product to let Wu Yu taste the sweetness and lower his vigilance. Then, use a shocking fake to trick him. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to bankrupt you. I've even mortgaged that Lamborghini. Chapter 47 Pure and Naive. Unfollowed. Under the guidance of old Wang, Wu Yu soon arrived at an ordinary-looking stall. The stall owner was a skinny middle-aged man with a lewd look in his eyes. There was only a lonely blue and white porcelain bowl on the stall. Little brother. Here comes another one. Old Wang pointed at the bowl and introduced it with saliva flying. This is Yuan blue and white porcelain. Yuan blue and white porcelain. Look at the diffuse effect of the Su Mali Qing. And the rust spots. It's definitely a hit. Wu Yu leaned over to take a look. The bowl was beautifully painted and had a fine texture, which made it look like an authentic item. The most important thing is. System, still no prompt. Is it the real thing? Wu Yu's heart started beating wildly again. Boss, how much is this bowl? 200,000, the stall owner asked loudly. 50,000. Wu Yu directly cut the price to an ankle. After some fierce bargaining, the deal was finally concluded at a price of 80,000 yuan. Wu Yu took the bowl and went straight to Brother Cohen. Brother Cohen. Here comes another baby. When Brother Cohen saw it, his eyes widened. Holy crap! A large bowl with a Yuan dynasty blue and white peony pattern. It's a real thing. But the quality is a little off. In the end, this bowl was bought by Brother Cohen for 300,000. After one transaction, he made a net profit of 220,000. The audience in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. Fuck. I got a fucking bargain again? This isn't scientific. This is definitely a script. How can I be so lucky? Anchor, I advise you to buy a lottery ticket. Don't waste your talent here. Wu Yu looked at the comments and couldn't stop laughing. According to the agreement, 44,000 of the 220,000 miles belonged to old Wang. But Wu Yu waved his hand and said proudly, Brother Wang, don't worry. After we close the stall today, we'll find a place and I'll pay you all the money in one lump sum. Okay. Old Wang rubbed his hands together, grinning so hard that his teeth were showing. The little abacus in his mind was already crackling. This kid must have complete faith in me now. It's time to serve the final dish. Old Wang brought Wu Yu to an inconspicuous corner in the deepest part of the antique street. Here, there is only a shabby-looking stall. The stall owner was a farmer wearing a straw hat, squatting on the ground and dozing off. In front of him, there was only one thing. A completely white, jade-like, chamber pot? Little brother. What a great treasure. Old Wang, however, had a serious expression on his face. He pointed at the chamber pot and said in a low voice, almost like a pilgrim. This is no ordinary chamber pot. This is called the White Jade Dragon and Phoenix Auspicious Pot. It was used by Emperor Qianlong when he visited the south of the Yangtze River. Look at the quality of this jade, the craftsmanship, wow, it's so royal. Wu Yu took a closer look. Although the chamber pot has a strange shape, the jade is indeed warm and delicate, and it is carved with patterns of flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, which looks quite extraordinary. He squatted down and was about to reach out to touch it. The dozing old man suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed his hand. Don't move. The old man's voice was hoarse and alert. This is my family heirloom. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. Uncle, how much do you want to sell this treasure for? Wu Yu asked with a smile. The old man held up 2 fingers and said in an unquestionable tone. 5 million. Not a cent less. Hiss. Wu Yu and the audience in the live broadcast room gasped at the same time. 5 million? Buy a chamber pot? Little brother. It's worth it. Absolutely worth it. Old Wang was fanning the flames crazily. Think about it, this was used by Emperor Qianlong. It's imbued with dragon energy. It must be worth a lot. We must take it down. We'll be rich in no time. Just then. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Here we come. It's finally here. Wu Yu's heart suddenly started beating wildly. He knew that the real big pit had finally surfaced. Bronze mirrors and yuan blue and white porcelain are all baits. This chamber pot is the knife that kills without shedding blood. It's a pity that I'm not afraid of being cheated at all, ha ha. However, just as Wu Yu was about to take out the money, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the bottom of the chamber pot out of the corner of his eye. An extremely tiny but extremely clear QR code was printed there. Puff. Wu Yu almost vomited blood. QR code? There's a QR code printed on Emperor Qianlong's chamber pot? This Nima. This trick is too low level and insulting to people's intelligence, right? The audience in the live broadcast room also noticed this highlight and started laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha. QR code. I saw it. There's a QR code on the bottom of that thing. This is hilarious. Did Emperor Qianlong pay by scanning a QR code? Host. Run. This is a trap. Spending 5 million on a chamber pot with a QR code on it? Are you stupid? Wu Yu looked at the barrage, a playful smile on his lips. He turned to look at old Wang and the old man, and a simple and honest smile appeared on his face. I bought it. What? Old Wang and the old man were both stunned. Bought? You took the bait so easily? This guy is really a big idiot. Old Wang's heart was instantly filled with joy. He was anxious just now. Cheating is a technical job. Getting an antique with a QR code, damn, Sister Lei is too unprofessional. But now? Ha 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 ha. Done. The idiot took the bait. This wave is done, and the 100,000 yuan reward promised by Sister Lei is in hand. When that time comes, I will retire and quit. Go to Yunnan. Buy tea from the mountains. They're specifically designed to trick those pretentious petty bourgeoisie. That thing has high profits, low risks, and is not easy to be exposed. So delicious. Ding payments successful. Wu Yu ignored the overwhelming dissuasion and abuse in the live broadcast room and took out his mobile phone. 5 million, easily paid. Then, he carefully held the white jade dragon and phoenix pot in his hands, looked at it from left to right, and couldn't let it go. The audience in the live broadcast room were completely speechless. Purely silly. Unfollowed. The host's IQ is hopeless, everyone please disperse. No. I won't leave. I want to see him get scammed out of everything and burst into tears. That scene will definitely be delicious. Wu Yu brought the chamber pot and came to Brother Cohen's office again with old Wang. Brother Cohen. Come on. Let me see. This is the great treasure I just bought. Wu Yu placed the chamber pot on the table, his face full of anticipation. When Brother Cohen saw the look, he almost laughed out loud. But he still suppressed his smile, cleared his throat, and pretended to start tasting the wine. Ahem. Little brother, you really made a mistake this time. Brother Cohen picked up the chamber pot, pointed at the patterns on it, and began to analyze it in a logical manner with the speech he had prepared long ago. Look at this dragon pattern, it's carved with fangs and claws bared, without any royal majesty at all. It's clearly the work of a small street workshop. Look at this phoenix pattern again. Its wings are messy and its expression is wretched. Where is the aura of the king of birds? Although this jade looks warm and smooth, if you touch it carefully, does it feel a little rough? This is called too much stone, it's not top-grade Hutton white jade at all. Brother Cohen became more and more excited as he spoke, with saliva flying everywhere. However, as he spoke, he felt something was wrong. Damn it! Chapter 48 Hello? 110? I was cheated. This dragon pattern, why does it look more and more real the more I look at it? The aura of an emperor who looked down upon the world and was the only one of his kind seemed to burst out of the jade. And this phoenix pattern, with its graceful and elegant demeanor, clearly embodies the bearing of a mother of the country. That's not right. A thin layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Brother Cohen's forehead. He hurriedly turned the chamber pot upside down, ready to use the fatal QR code to put the final nail in the coffin of this fake. However, when his eyes fell on the bottom of the chamber pot, he was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze for a moment. What the hell? Where's the QR code? Why is my QR code so big? Why did it disappear? Instead, there are 4 large characters carved in seal script, simple yet majestic. Emperor Qianlong. Is this fucking real? Old Wang was also confused. He leaned over to take a look and was also dumbfounded. How did the fake become real in the blink of an eye? Brother Cohen didn't dare to be negligent. He knew that this matter was beyond his understanding. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey! Mr. Huang. Please come over here quickly. I have received a large item. After hanging up the phone, Brother Cohen looked at Wu Yu and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Well, little brother, you sit down for a moment and have some tea. I'll get a real expert to take a look at you. Okay. Wu Yu nodded, then pointed to his stomach. I'm a little urgent, I need to go to the bathroom first. After saying that, he hurried out of the office. A few minutes later, an old man with white hair, wearing reading glasses and exuding an air of elegance, walked in hurriedly accompanied by Brother Cohen. He is the most famous and authoritative treasure appraiser in this antique street, Mr. Huang. Old Huang walked to the table, picked up the white jade chamber pot and took a look at it. In an instant, an unparalleled brilliance burst out from his turbid old eyes. Baby! Baby! He was so excited that his whole body was shaking and his voice was out of tune. I've been collecting antiques all my life, but I've never seen a Qing Dynasty official kiln piece in such good condition and with such high-quality jade. Brother Cohen and Old Wang were completely dumbfounded. Ling Yulei, who was hiding behind the screen and saw all of this through the surveillance, trembled and almost fainted on the spot. How is this possible? That fake product was clearly something I bought from the internet for $50. How did it become an antique? The situation was urgent, and Ling Yulei could no longer care about the behind-the-scenes manipulation. She suddenly rushed out from behind the screen, her enchanting eyes filled with panic and bewilderment. Quick! Kongken! Get that chamber pot back for me! She now had only one thought in mind, which was to quickly replace the fake item that had become the real thing. Stop loss in time. Brother Cohen is also a smart man. When he heard what Sister Lei said, he immediately understood what she meant. Without saying a word, he pounced on the white jade chamber pot on the table like a hungry tiger. However, it was too late. Hey! What are you doing? A teasing voice suddenly came from the door. Wu Yu walked in swaggeringly, holding a white jade chamber pot exactly the same as the one on the table. He walked up to Brother Cohen, put the chamber pot in his hand on the table, placed it side by side with the original one, and then said with a smile. What? You want to switch? You know everything? Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled violently, and her pretty face instantly lost all color, turning pale. She subconsciously took 2 steps back, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on Wu Yu. Deep in his eyes, there was incredible shock and fear. Sister Lei, I have to thank you so much. Wu Yu had a harmless smile on his face. But in Ling Yulei's eyes, that smile was scarier than the devil. If you hadn't carefully planned this wonderful show, I really wouldn't have gotten such a big leak today. Wu Yu pointed to the chamber pot on the table, which had been authenticated as authentic by Mr. Huang, and smiled triumphantly. You're talking nonsense. Ling Yulei was furious. She pointed at the genuine chamber pot and screamed hysterically. That's obviously mine. It's my collection. It has nothing to do with you. Yes. It's Sister Lei's. Brother Cohen and Old Wang also reacted, and immediately spoke with one voice, starting to join in crazily. That's right. This chamber pot was just brought over by Sister Lei and asked us to help identify it. Stop talking nonsense here. Brother Cohen took a step forward and pointed his fist, which was as big as a casserole, at Mr. Huang's nose, his eyes full of naked threats. Wu Yu smiled at this. His smile was so calm and relaxed. He walked to the corner and picked up his well-hidden mobile phone from behind the half-dead pot of green ivy. Unfortunately, I forgot to turn off the live broadcast when I went to the bathroom just now. Wu Yu shook the phone in his hand and gave the camera his signature devilish smile. Now, the hundreds of people in my live studio saw everything that just happened clearly. What would happen if I called the police now? Don't call the police. When Ling Yulei heard this, she was so frightened that she screamed. What kind of joke is this? Call the police? This chamber pot is a genuine antique worth tens of millions. If this alarms the police and they open a case for investigation, it will be a major case. By then, I will most likely go in and operate the sewing machine. Why aren't you allowed to call the police? Wu Yu looked at her innocently and blinked. I'm not targeting you. I just want to report a scam. Report a scam? That's right. Wu Yu pointed to his newly bought fake chamber pot with a QR code on the bottom. He shook the phone in his hand again and said confidently, I was scammed and spent $5 million on a fake product with a QR code. Hundreds of friends in the live studio can testify to this. So I have to call the police. To protect my legal rights as a consumer. Puff. Ling Yulei couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Good job. What a great guy. He wants to get the $5 million back. I thought Wu Yu was a lamb to be slaughtered, a prey to be manipulated by anyone. After all this time, it turns out that he is the top hunter holding a hunting rifle and making plans. This group of people were played around by him from beginning to end. Ling Yulei wanted to stop Wu Yu from calling the police, but she didn't dare to act rashly in front of the live camera. What's more, she also knew that the bunch of losers under her command were no match for Wu Yu. There was nothing she could do, she could only watch Wu Yu and slowly dial the police number. Hello? Is this 110? I want to call the police. I've been scammed. Chapter 49 Young people should still keep their feet on the ground. Soon. A shrill siren sounded from far away. The leader is none other than the hot, heroic, and top-notch policewoman Jiang Yuezhen. When she saw that the person who reported the case was Wu Yu again, her pretty face was instantly filled with helplessness and heartache. Classmate. Jiang Yuezhen quickly walked up to Wu Yu and said with a look of dismay. I just finished giving you an anti-fraud campaign yesterday. I warned you over and over again not to believe in any pie-in-the-sky goodies. Why wouldn't you listen? Ha? Officer, you misunderstood. Wu Yu had an honest and simple smile on his face. I was originally very cautious, but they teamed up to trick me. They used shills and acted like a double act. I'm just a naive college student, how could I resist such a trick? As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Yulei, Brother Cohen, and Old Wang were so angry that they were shaking all over and almost died from vomiting blood on the spot. We teamed up to deceive you? Please. It's obviously you, the mysterious kid, who made the fake look real and tricked all of us, okay? Jiang Yuezhen was speechless when he saw Wu Yu's expression of I am innocent, I am wronged. She sighed and waved. All right. Stop acting. Bring them all back to the police station. Catch them red-handed. Now let's see what they have to say. Police station, interrogation room. Jiang Yuezhen pushed the door open and placed a cup of steaming hot tea on the table in front of Wu Yu. Come on, Mr. Wu, what's going on? Don't even think about hiding it from me. Her voice, though still clear and pleasant, carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. Officer, I really didn't hide anything. Wu Yu spread his hands innocently. What happened is exactly as I said. I was deceived by them, and then I called the police. It's that simple. Simple? Jiang Yuezhen's brows wrinkled instantly, and his beautiful almond-shaped eyes flashed with wisdom. Then can you explain to me how an ordinary college student like you could afford $5 million to buy a fake chamber pot? Also, where did that real chamber pot worth tens of millions come from? You have the real thing, why would you spend $5 million on a fake? Facing Jiang Yuezhen's series of sharp questions, Wu Yu just smiled and replied calmly. Officer, the source of my personal wealth and how I acquired that antique, this should be my personal privacy, right? It seems that it has nothing to do with this fraud case? Jiang Yuezhen was left speechless. She knew that what Wu Yu said was true. Without solid evidence, she really had no right to inquire about Wu Yu's personal privacy. However, a woman's sixth sense told her that this Wu Yu was definitely not simple. He must be hiding some shameful secret. Okay. Jiang Yuezhen took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress his curiosity and doubts, and said in a businesslike manner. We have recovered your $5 million in full. You can collect it later after completing the formalities. Thank you, officer. Wu Yu bowed to Jiang Yuezhen from the bottom of his heart. Then, under Jiang Yuezhen's complex gaze full of inquiry and unwillingness, he swaggered out of the police station. In front of the police station, A completely black Lamborghini Aventador SVJ was parked quietly on the side of the road. Next to the car, a familiar and beautiful figure was pacing back and forth anxiously. It's Lu Yunqi. As soon as she saw Wu Yu coming out, she immediately stepped on her high heels and walked towards him. How much were you scammed? How serious was it? Was the person caught? Don't worry, sis, it's all solved. Wu Yu waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this issue any further. He looked at Lu Yunqi's beautiful face, which was filled with worry, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. By the way, sister, do you know anyone who collects antiques? Preferably a professional auction house. Antique? Lu Yunqi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I don't know it, but I can ask around for you. Okay. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry, your business is my business, isn't it? Lu Yunqi said softly as she started the car. There was a hint of tenderness in that voice that she herself had not noticed. Wu Yu chuckled and was in a good mood. He held the chamber pot in one hand, feeling the dragon energy of Emperor Qianlong. One hand was placed quietly and gently on Lu Yunqi's slender legs wrapped in black stockings. The first touch is extremely warm, smooth, firm and elastic. Lu Yunqi's delicate body trembled violently, and two touching blushes instantly appeared on her noble and cold face. She glared at Wu Yu shyly, but did not resist at all. She let his restless big hand roam freely on her legs. While feeling the wonderful touch that made his blood boil, Wu Yu was thinking in his mind. That chamber pot is worth tens of millions, which is not a small amount. It must be sold through the most formal and reliable channels, so that it is safe. However, there is no rush, we can take our time. The most critical question now is: there is no place to put this treasure. In the dormitory? What a joke! As for those idiots in the dormitory, if one day they get drunk and use this chamber pot worth tens of millions as a urinal, who can I turn to for justice? It seems that it is time to buy a house of my own. Wu Yu estimated his current financial resources. You should be able to pick any house in this city you want, just lay down and take your pick. Thinking of this, Wu Yu suddenly slapped his thigh and said to Lu Yunqi, who was driving with great enthusiasm. Sis. Not going back to school. Turn around. Go downtown. Look at the house. In the city, there are tall buildings and heavy traffic. While driving, Lu Yunqi helped Wu Yu analyze the current real estate situation in the city. Our Baiyun city is a new first-tier city. It has been developing rapidly in recent years, and housing prices have also risen sharply. The properties in these core areas of the city center are basically large flats and high-end apartments, and the unit price is generally over 100,000 yuan. Lu Yunqi paused and continued. The advantages of these properties are their good locations, complete supporting facilities and convenient transportation. They are very valuable whether for self-use or investment. The downside is, it's expensive, and the potential for appreciation has pretty much reached its ceiling. If you want to hold it for the long term to preserve and increase its value, I personally don't recommend it. Wu Yu nodded and asked, Sister, do you have any recommendations? Lu Yunqi took out a tablet from her Hermes bag, and her slender fingers slid quickly across the screen, calling up information about some local real estate projects. Let me recommend a few discs to you. They all have good value for money. She handed the tablet to Wu Yu and began to analyze it professionally. Look at this Xingguan garden. It's a good location in the school district. Although the apartment is a bit small, the total price is not high. It can be bought for around 3 million, and it will be easy to sell it later. There's also Jinghu Villa. It has a quiet environment and a low plot ratio, making it suitable for living. It's a bit far from the city, but the price is also cheap. You can buy a small 3-bedroom apartment for 5 million. As Lu Yunqi spoke, she secretly observed Wu Yu's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Although she didn't know how much Wu Yu was worth now, she estimated that it was probably only 10 or 20 million at most. Buying a house worth several $1 million can improve your life without breaking your bank account, and it is the safest choice. However, Wu Yu just glanced at it casually and curled his lips in disdain. Sister, can't you recommend some bigger houses? I advise you not to be too ambitious. Lu Yunqi adopted a rational, didactic tone. A big house is nice, but it's too expensive. The property management fees and maintenance costs alone are a considerable expense. Young people, you should be down to earth and act according to your actual situation. That makes sense. Wu Yu nodded in agreement. It's true that you should buy a house based on your individual circumstances. Then let's do this. He raised his hand and pointed to a skyscraper not far away that shone brightly in the sun, like a futuristic fortress. Let's go take a look ahead. Front? Lu Yunxi subconsciously looked in the direction of his finger. Next second, she felt as if struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. What the hell? Cloud Top Palace? What kind of joke is this? That is the top-notch and most awesome real estate project in the entire Baiyun city. Facing the river. Facing the sea. Exclusive access to the most central prime location in the city. The supporting facilities are even more luxurious to an outrageous degree. Sky gardens, infinity pools, private clubs, everything you need. Those who live there are all top dignitaries who are either rich or powerful. Although Lu Yunxi had managed to squeeze into the powerful circle thanks to her relationship with old Xia, she was still just a nobody. Over the years, the money she had gotten from old Xia was only enough to buy a bedroom in the Cloud Top Palace. Can Wu Yu afford it? Etc. He doesn't want me to pay, does he? What are you thinking about? Come on. Give me some advice. Seeing Lu Yunxi standing there in a daze, Wu Yu urged her with a smile, took her soft and boneless little hand, and walked towards the sales center. Lu Yunxi's mind was blank at this moment, and she could only mechanically let him lead her. Chapter 50 Sir, please bargain for a price. The sales center of Hentaying Highlands Palace is decorated more magnificently than an imperial palace. A huge crystal chandelier hangs down from the dome dozens of meters high, emitting dazzling light. The floor is paved with top-quality marble airlifted from Italy. It is as smooth as a mirror and can clearly reflect people's shadows. The air was filled with a light, high-end fragrance. Wu Yu and Lu Yunxi just walked in. A tall, sweet-looking sales lady wearing a custom-made business suit immediately came up to us with a big smile on her face. She immediately noticed Lu Yunxi's expensive Chanel suit and outstanding temperament. Looking at Wu Yu again, although he is handsome and has a good figure, he is too young and immature. What is their relationship? Brother and sister? No. It's a rich woman and a gigolo. The sales lady had such a sharp eye that she caught a hint of ambiguity in Lu Yunxi's gaze towards Wu Yu. So she made a prompt decision. Pour all your enthusiasm into Lu Yunxi. After all, whoever pays has the final say. Hello, beautiful lady. Welcome to Yunding Palace. As she spoke, she led the two of them to a huge sandbox model and began to introduce it with saliva flying. Beautiful lady, look, our Cloud Top Palace adopts the world's most advanced design concept, with a landscaping rate of up to 70%. I guarantee that living here will be like living in a natural oxygen bar. And our apartment types are all large flats, with the smallest starting at 300 square meters. The 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows allow you to enjoy the most beautiful river and sea views every day. Lu Yunxi was listening absent-mindedly, and was so embarrassed that her toes almost pierced through her high heels. Why are you telling me? How the hell do I have the money to buy this? She wanted to explain several times, but seeing the sales lady's enthusiastic look, she was too embarrassed to interrupt. I had no choice but to keep winking at Wu Yu, reminding him to stop looking. My sister can't afford it. And what about Wu Yu? He acted as if he didn't see it, with his hands behind his back, pacing slowly in front of the sand table, listening with great interest. At last, he pointed to the top of the sand table and asked calmly, "Is this apartment still available?" Ah. The sales lady was stunned for a moment, then replied subconsciously, "Sir, this is the best apartment in our building. It's on the top floor, with a total area of over 1,000 square meters, and it also comes with a huge sky garden and a private swimming pool. Of course, the price is..." Before she could finish, Wu Yu interrupted her. "Okay, this is it." What? Lu Yunxi and the sales lady exclaimed at the same time. For eyes, as big as copper bells, stared at Wu Yu. You want this?" Lu Yunxi was anxious. She grabbed Wu Yu's arm and shouted in a low voice. "Are you crazy? That house costs over 100 million. Even if I sold myself, I still couldn't afford it. Stop kidding. Let's go." "But who knew?" Wu Yu smiled. "Who told you to buy it?" He turned to look at the sales lady, who was completely dumbfounded, and took out the ordinary bank card from his pocket. "I want the house. Yes, full payment. That calm tone, that unquestionable attitude. It was as if what he bought was not a mansion worth hundreds of millions, but a cabbage worth 2 yuan in the vegetable market. Immediately following, Wu Yu looked at the confused Lu Yunxi again. Sister, you are right. We should buy a house based on our actual situation. I have over 100 million yuan in spare cash in my account, so I can only buy this house. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yunxi widened her eyes and looked at Wu Yu as if he were a ghost. The sales lady's voice was shaking. Mr. Sir. She took the bank card carefully and felt her palms were full of sweat. Are you sure? Do you want to buy? Etc. Wu Yu suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. By the way, this house is undecorated, right? This type of large apartment has a huge space for renovation, so it is generally impossible to include decoration. The sales lady answered honestly. I see. Wu Yu smacked his lips and said no. Must be decorated. Otherwise, it would take at least 3 months to renovate a big house like this. I can't wait, and I don't want to wait. So Wu Yu asked the sales lady again. Do you have any pre-furnished model homes that you can move into right away? No, but, I heard there's a house that should meet your needs. Oh? Wu Yu raised his eyebrows. It's like this, there's a homeowner in our neighborhood who's very rich and is said to be a big shot in the antiques world. She bought a top-of-the-line, large flat from us last year, paying in full. It's already been renovated, and all the appliances and furniture are top-notch custom-made. She's move-in ready. The most important thing is, she hasn't lived in this house for a single day since she bought it. I recently heard someone say that she seems to be a little short on money lately and is preparing to sell this house. How about I ask around for you? Hurry up. Wu Yu was overjoyed. Okay. The sales lady hurried over and got the owner's phone number. A few minutes later, she ran back with a happy face and handed the phone to Wu Yu. Sir. Great news. The owner has indeed agreed to sell. But, she said the price might be quite high, 150 million. Wow. Wu Yu was speechless upon hearing this. 30 million more expensive than a new house? Can it be cheaper? Well, you should talk to the owner yourself. The sales lady turned on the speakerphone of her cell phone. From the other end of the phone, a clear and pleasant young female voice, as sweet as the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley, was heard. Hello, sir. You want to buy my house? Okay. But as for the price, there won't be a single cent discount, because I don't need the money at all. The tone was arrogant and distant, full of unquestionable meaning. However, just then, in Wu Yu's mind, that cold and familiar mechanical sound exploded again. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Next second. Hello, sir? I'm sorry, I might have expressed myself incorrectly just now. As for the price, it's actually negotiable. Hello? Sir, you should bargain for a price. Sir? Are you listening? Okay, 100 million. I'll sell it to you for 100 million. 90 million. I've already lost a lot of money at this price. 80 million. It can't be any lower. Okay. Wu Yu finally spoke. You're not short of money, right? A tough attitude, right? I'll just wait for you to lower the price. Moreover, it is the lowest price in your mind. Chapter 51 Didn't I say I was staying overnight at my best friend's house? 80 million. Get a newly renovated, never lived in top-notch luxury home, it's a perfect bargain. The corners of Wu Yu's mouth curled up in a smug arc. The other party in the transaction spoke in a low voice, full of helplessness and grievance. If I wasn't in a hurry to raise money to participate in Sotheby's autumn auction, I wouldn't sell it to you so cheaply. You're not staying here anyway, so it's a waste to leave it empty. Wu Yu said with a smile. The call ended. Under the sales lady's gaze filled with admiration and awe, Wu Yu went out, turned left, and found an agency. With the remote authorization of the female owner, all the house purchase procedures were completed quickly. On the last page of the contract, he saw the name of the mysterious female owner. Song Wei Tian. TSK, the name suits the person. Wu Yu sighed inwardly. The voice is indeed sweet, but I don't know what the real person looks like. Get everything done. Wu Yu returned to the sales center and generously transferred 5,000 yuan as an introduction fee to the sales lady. It was not until this moment that Lu Yunqi, who had been in a state of shock and daze, finally woke up from her dream. Oh my god. 100 million. A house worth nearly 100 million, and he bought it in full without blinking an eye? This is no longer just about being rich. This is so inhumane. Lu Yunqi has always had an extraordinary obsession and desire for money. After witnessing Wu Yu's unfathomable and terrifying financial resources, she felt her heart beating wildly and uncontrollably. Can fight. Capable. Can make money. And he is so handsome. The figure is still so great. The best. This is the real best of the best. I actually thought of him as a poor student who needed charity? It's ridiculous. Lu Yunqi looked at Wu Yu's face with a faint smile, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were instantly filled with undisguised obsession and passion. She no longer cared about being reserved, and rushed forward, actively and intimately holding Wu Yu's arm. Ha! Everyone else's salespeople get bonuses, what about mine? She pressed her tall and plump body tightly against Wu Yu's, pouted her charming red lips, and spoke coquettishly. No hurry, Wu Yu smiled and took her soft little hand. Come with me to see the new house first. The two of them took the exclusive sightseeing elevator and soared all the way up, and soon arrived at the top floor unit. Fingerprint unlocks, the door opens. What meets the eye is the ultimate luxury and spaciousness. The huge space of over 1,000 square meters and the nearly 10-meter high structure give people a strong visual impact. The decoration style is Wu Yu's favorite modern minimalist style, with black, white and gray as the main colors, which is low-key but stylish. The home appliances and furniture are all top-quality goods airlifted from Germany and Italy, full of futuristic technology. Wu Yu walked to the huge 360-degree panoramic window with satisfaction. The dazzling scenery of the entire city is at your fingertips. Under your feet, there is a river flowing endlessly. In the distance, there is the vast ocean. Song Wei Tian has good taste. The decoration of the house is quite to my liking. Wu Yu stood on the huge viewing balcony with his hands behind his back, overlooking the countless people below him. An unprecedented sense of pride and ambition to look down upon the world arises spontaneously. Just then, a soft and fragrant breeze blew from behind. Lu Yunqi hugged Wu Yu's broad waist tightly from behind, gently pressed her cheek against his back, and exhaled again. Honey, I want a reward too. All right, there's nothing I can do about you. Wu Yu turned around and scratched her straight and beautiful nose. Then, pointing to an empty guest room, he said with a smile. Then, I'll give you a room. From now on, let's work together here and not go to the hotel. Lu Yunqi nodded shyly, her charming almond-shaped eyes flashing with a scorching light, staring at Wu Yu quietly, without blinking. That look seemed to want to eat him alive. Just when this ambiguous atmosphere was about to reach its peak. Ding-ling-ling. Lu Yunqi's cell phone suddenly rang at an inopportune time. On the screen, the two big words husband were flashing brightly. It's Mr. Xia calling. However, to Wu Yu's surprise, Lu Yunqi didn't even look at it. Just press the hang-up button. Then, she threw away her cell phone and threw herself into Wu Yu's arms regardless of everything. The next day, early morning. Master bedroom. Wu Yu was sleeping soundly on the luxurious king-size bed when he suddenly felt a warm and moist touch on his cheek, waking him up. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Lu Yunqi's charming and beautiful face, which was captivating everyone, looking at him closely. Get up and have breakfast. Wu Yu stood up and took a look. Wow. Lu Yunqi not only got up early, but also changed into a fashionable home outfit. She was only wearing a pure white lace apron, with thin laces crossing her smooth jade-like back, outlining her charming butterfly bones and soft spine. The fabric of the apron fit softly in front of the body, completely exposing the slender waist and round and curvy figure on both sides, forming a breathtaking arc. As she turned lightly, her creamy skin shone slightly in the morning light, and a pair of straight and slender legs extended from the hem of her apron. The virtuous and homely apron forms an extreme contrast with the sexiness it cannot conceal, creating a captivating and charming picture. Wu Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked curiously. Why are you still here? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Xia will get suspicious? He. Lu Yunqi leaned over to Wu Yu's ear and said softly. You don't need to worry about that. Get up quickly. I've made a lot of delicious food for you. Wu Yu got up and went to the restaurant. I saw that the huge dining table was already filled with a wide variety of sumptuous breakfasts. Sea cucumber, abalone, shark fin, bird's nest. All of them are very nourishing. Lu Yunqi was like a virtuous little wife, gently serving Wu Yu breakfast. Suddenly, her cell phone rang again. It was Mr. Xia again. This time, Lu Yunqi didn't hang up, but picked up the phone. But her tone became extremely cold and impatient. What are you doing? Didn't I say I was staying over at my bestie's house? What about breakfast? Go get it yourself. You're too old to walk. Hang up the phone. Lu Yunqi instantly switched back to gentle mode, continued to look at Wu Yu lovingly, and said softly, Honey, I'm not going anywhere today. I'll stay with you all day, okay? No. Wu Yu shook his head. He had important things to do today. What's going on? Trying to acquire a company, well, you have to work really hard and sweat a lot. Chapter 52 You have to call me daddy. 69 Interactive Entertainment. Wu Yu came here again. However, his current identity is different from before. Shareholder. Shareholders holding 30% of the shares. He crossed his legs, sat comfortably in his own office, and waited quietly. Soon, Lu Baoling, wearing a sexy OL suit and suspenders on her legs, walked in hurriedly, wearing 10-centimeter high heels with red soles. She first glared at the employees who were drooling at her. Then, he walked into the office seriously and opened the hidden door impatiently. Facing this charming and beautiful mature woman, Wu Yu didn't waste any words. He walked to the boss chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and hooked his finger at Lu Baoling. Lu Baoling immediately understood and lay down in front of Wu Yu obediently like a docile kitten. She raised her pretty face and looked at Wu Yu with an almost pleading, slightly reproachful look, and opened her red lips slightly. You little brat, you're here so early, are you thinking about your shares in my sister's company? Yes. Wu Yu admitted it generously. He spent a huge sum of money on buying a mansion, and now there are only tens of millions left in his card. He must replenish his ammunition as soon as possible. The way to make money by playing web games has been blocked, and it takes time to find bargains on antiques. The fastest and safest way is to start with Lu Baoling. After all, 69 Interactive Entertainment has now monopolized the entire web game industry, and its profitability is terrifying. As long as he gets the shares, the dividends alone will be an astronomical figure. However, this time, Lu Baoling hesitated. She hugged Wu Yu's thighs, rocked them gently, and said coquettishly, Brother, 30% of the shares is already enough. Can you please stop? Wu Yu's brows furrowed instantly. Are you planning to go back on your word? No. Lu Baoling hurriedly explained, if I give you all the shares like this, what if my son finds out? He'll definitely cause trouble. Alright. You don't keep your word, do you? Wu Yu's face darkened instantly. Alright, I'm leaving. No. I was wrong. When Lu Baoling saw Wu Yu was about to leave, she was immediately frightened. She hurriedly hugged Wu Yu's thighs, crying and begging for mercy. Sister, you shouldn't go back on your word. Let's stick to our previous agreement. Are you satisfied with this? Wu Yu looked at Lu Baoling's pretty face full of pleading, suddenly. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Oh shit. How dare she lie to me? At the same time, Lu Baoling hugged Wu Yu's thigh tightly, and she was struggling with her conscience. Brother, don't blame your sister. I am already yours, but I also have a son. Sister, you can't be so selfish and completely disregard your son's future for your own happiness. At worst, I'll apologize to you later. Even kneeling is fine. As long as you. Lu Baoling suddenly felt a buzzing in her head. The original tangled and contradictory thoughts were instantly replaced by an extremely strong and irresistible idea. Son. Raise your son in poverty. Giving him everything will only turn him into a useless waste. And what about Wu Yu? He is the man I love most. He is the light of my life. I'm going to give him everything. No reservations. Thinking of this, Lu Baoling no longer hesitated. She suddenly let go of her hand, rushed to the desk and opened the drawer. Holding the company's business license in the left hand and his ID card in the right hand. With a bang, he knelt heavily in front of Wu Yu. Brother! From today on, I will leave everything to you. My company is yours. My people are yours. My heart is yours too. Please, please accept it. Yunding Palace. Lu Baoling took Wu Yu's hand and brought him back to her home worth tens of millions. Yes, she lives here too. However, her house was just an ordinary low-rise building with a normal layout. It's completely incomparable to Wu Yu's sky palace on the top floor. But even so, it is enough to demonstrate her strong financial resources. Lu Baoling has decided that from today on, she will completely let herself go. No more hiding, be with Wu Yu openly. As for the rumors? Who cares? I'm happy with it. Dear, this is my sister's home. Lu Baoling held Wu Yu's arm intimately and pressed her plump body tightly against him. Wu Yu looked around. Well, the decoration is pretty good. But compared with my own house, it is still far inferior. Come, I'll show you my bedroom. Lu Baoling threw him a coquettish glance, took his hand, and walked towards the master bedroom. The master bedroom is very large, and in the center is a king-size luxury bed of the same model as the one in Wu Yu's house. The sheets are silk, the quilt is velvet, the pillows are latex. Wu Yu was about to sit down on the edge of the bed to feel the difference. Sudden. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a photo frame on the bedside table. Oh shit. Wu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. In the photo frame, Lu Baoling was hugging a young and handsome boy intimately, smiling brightly. And that boy. It's actually Wang Kaixian? What the hell? Wu Yu felt that his entire body, from head to toe, was completely numb from shock. Wang Kaixian, he is actually Lu Baoling's son? Then myself. Oh. Wouldn't that make me his father? Ha 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 ha. Wu Yu laughed wildly in his heart like a barbell. Cool. It feels so fucking good. The surname is Wang. You little punk. You dare to hire someone to chop me? From now on, when you see me, you have to call me daddy. Otherwise, I will bully your mother. The more Wu Yu thought about it, the happier and more proud he felt, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Just then. Dear. Lu Baoling quickly kicked off her 10-centimeter red-soled high heels, and her long, beautiful legs wrapped in ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings were directly wrapped around Wu Yu's waist. Brother, what are you so happy about? Share it with me? Guess? I guess you want to. Fuck. You can even guess that? Whoa. Wang Kaishuan's mood recently has been extremely bad, even worse than eating shit. The goddess Sheningran, who was pursued so hard and was about to be one, was actually stolen away by a guy who came out of nowhere. That's fine. What he couldn't accept the most was that the guy was a two-timing scumbag. Koreha. I drafted the horse. Wang Kaishan sat in his Ferrari and slammed his fist on the steering wheel, causing a deafening horn sound. I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs sooner or later. After a curse. Wang Kaixian adjusted his mood, opened the car door and got out. Then he took the exclusive elevator and arrived at his doorstep. Mom, I'm back. Chapter 53 pulled her back from the embrace of that devil. Usually at this time of year, Wang Kaixian would be out in a bar or club, drinking and partying with a bunch of friends. The reason why he came home so early today was because he had something important to ask for. Want money? That's right. He wants to find his rich mother and get another wave of gold coins. Damn Wu Yu, he is so fucking difficult to deal with. Even a powerful underworld queen like Sister Lei, who had been in the underworld for more than 10 years, fell at his hands. It is said that he is still in custody. What kind of gang fraud is he suspected of? Wang Kaixian couldn't figure out why it was a scam. But he has figured it out. If Sister Lei isn't good enough, then spend more money and hire someone more awesome. As long as the money is in place, not to mention Wu Yu, even the emperor will chop you off. Thinking of this, Wang Kaixian put away the ferocious expression on his face, straightened his collar, opened the door and went home. Mom? I'm back. The living room was empty. On the sofa, my mother's Hermes platinum bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was placed casually. There's no one in the kitchen. There was no one in the bathroom. Only the door of the master bedroom was tightly closed. What's going on? Is my mother not feeling well and is resting in there? A hint of doubt arose in Wang Kaishuan's heart. He took a deep breath, tiptoed to the door of the master bedroom, and gently pushed it open. Next second, he just stood there in a daze. His eyeballs were as big as copper bells. All I saw was the huge luxurious double bed in the room. My own mother, the powerful woman who usually has the final say and is extremely majestic in the company. At this moment, he completely changed his usual serious and dignified demeanor. She was actually wearing a bright red lace sexy lingerie with very little fabric. Just lying flat on the big bed in such an ungraceful manner. Those enchanting phoenix eyes were now staring blankly at the ceiling. There was a silly smile on the corner of his mouth that he couldn't hide. That expression, that demeanor. Mom! Mom! What's wrong with you? Wang Kaixian was startled and rushed over, asking anxiously. Ah? Lu Baoling was startled by the sudden sound and suddenly woke up from the boundless beauty. As soon as she saw her son, her pretty face flushed and she hurriedly pulled the quilt over herself. Son, why are you back? Mom, what did you just do? Wang Kaishuan's voice trembled as he looked at the silk bedsheet that had obviously been ravaged and was wrinkled like pickles. A hint of panic flashed across Lu Baoling's eyes. But soon, she calmed down. Anyway, it will be said sooner or later. Then she cleared her throat and said, Son, sit down. Mom has something to tell you. What's the matter? Wang Kaixian looked curious. Mom has a boyfriend. What? Wang Kaixian was shocked. He looked at his mother in disbelief and stammered, Who is he? A very good person. A shy blush appeared on Lu Baoling's face involuntarily. He's handsome, has a great body, and treats me very well. In short, Mom loves him very much. Lu Baoling talked incessantly and said a lot of good things about Wu Yu. Of course, she did not reveal Wu Yu's true identity. After all, she also knew that since Wu Yu was a few years younger than her son would probably not be able to accept it. So, this matter needs to be done step by step and slowly. Let him prepare himself mentally first. However, beyond her expectation. After hearing this, Wang Kaixian was surprised for only a few minutes, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at his mother, forced an understanding smile on his face, and said, Mom, actually, you should have pursued your own happiness a long time ago. I'm very happy for you. Really? When Lu Baoling heard this, she was overjoyed and her eyes turned red with excitement. Son! If you can think this way, Mom will be relieved. Wang Kaixian thought to himself, what should I worry about? Anyway, he is just a boyfriend and he won't compete with me for the family property. Besides, how could he care about his mother's private life now? His only thought now is to make money. Then, kill Wu Yu. Thinking of this, Wang Kaishuan's eyes rolled, and he found a random excuse and started to play the victim. Mom, I'm a little short on money lately, can you please? Okay. No problem. When Lu Baoling heard that her son was so sensible and supportive, she was so happy. With a wave of his hand, he agreed immediately. How much do you want? Is 10 million enough? If not, Mom will give you more. Enough. Enough. Wang Kaixian achieved his goal and became even sweeter. He came close to Lu Baoling and said with a smile, Mom, if you're free one day, why don't you bring Uncle home for dinner? I'll have a few drinks with him. By the way, I'll also help you check it out. Just you? And you're still checking? Lu Baoling was amused by him and scratched his nose lovingly. Don't worry, my mother's vision is not bad. By the way, are you hungry? Wait, Mom will cook for you right away. After saying that, Lu Baoling hummed a little tune and went to the kitchen to cook in a happy mood. Wang Kaixian came to the balcony alone. He lit a cigarette and smoked it happily. In my mind, I have already begun to imagine the tragic scene of Wu Yu being chopped off his hands and feet by a group of vicious people, and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. By this time, it was already late. Outside the window, the lights of thousands of houses are bright and blurry. Wang Kaixian looked up inadvertently, and suddenly he froze. The cigarette burned his fingertips, causing him to shudder, but he was completely unaware. Because he saw Sheningran. Sheningran, the goddess he thinks about day and night. At this moment, he actually appeared on the rooftop balcony of the building opposite. Under the romantic candlelight, I am being affectionate and loving with a man. That man. Koreha. Wang Kaixian's eyes widened instantly and his mind went blank. This is the Yunding Palace. The most luxurious and top-notch wealthy area in the entire Baiyun city, where ordinary people are not even qualified to approach. Wu Yu. Why did it appear on the top floor of Yunding Palace? He was enjoying his goddess and scrupulously right under his nose. Wang Kaixian felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly breathe. He fell to his knees with a thud and stretched out his hands in despair towards the beautiful figure in the distance. It was as if he wanted to pull her back from the devil's arms across a long distance. However, the figure of the goddess completely disappeared from Wang Kaixian's sight. On the balcony, only that damn Wu Yu was left. And his smug, evil expression. Chapter 54 WTF. Anchor, you're finally online. Huge viewing balcony with evening breeze. Wu Yu comfortably smoked a top-grade Cohiba cigar and took a sip of the expensive Romane Conti. On the table in front of him, the candlelight had long since dimmed and the steak was already cold. But the love in the air is getting stronger and stronger. Gurgle. Sheningran slowly stood up, leaned against the dining table, and wiped the corners of her mouth elegantly with a tissue. There was an unprecedented excitement flashing in those big watery eyes. Honey, this house is so luxurious. It's like a palace. You just said there really is a room just for me? Wu Yu smiled, walked over and took her into his arms. Of course, you're my real girlfriend. If I don't leave her to you, who else will I leave her to? Humph. Great. Sheningran wrinkled her nose slightly, stretched out her pink fist, and gently punched his strong chest, saying coquettishly. From what you're saying, you have other girlfriends you don't want to see? Okay, stop messing around. Wu Yu pinched the tip of her nose and asked softly, do you need any personal items? Pajamas, cosmetics, underwear, etc. Don't go back to school to get them. I'll order them online and buy you brand new ones. Yeah. Sheningran nodded obediently. She tilted her cute little head and mumbled out a lot of product names as if she was reading out a menu. From La Mer's face cream to CPB's foundation, from Hermès silk scarves to Chanel's perfume. Without saying a word, Wu Yu picked up his phone and placed orders on various luxury goods websites without blinking an eye. The order has been placed. Sheningran was like a happy little rabbit, holding Wu Yu's hand and saying excitedly, come on, let's go. Show me around our new home. So, Wu Yu acted as a tour guide and took her to visit this mansion that was comparable to a palace, room by room. Sheningran was like a curious baby, touching here and there, looking there and exclaiming wow and oh my god from her little mouth. Until she found a uniquely shaped gadget in a storage room at the deepest part of the mansion. My dear, what is this? Sheningran curiously held the chamber pot, which was pure white and as smooth as jade, in her hands and looked at it over and over again. When Wu Yu saw it, he was immediately shocked. Damn it! Ancestor! Put it down now. He rushed over, carefully took the chamber pot from Sheningran, and said nervously, this is Emperor Qianlong's imperial urinal. An antique worth tens of millions. Don't break it. Ah. Sheningran was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly took 2 steps back, her delicate face full of disbelief. But soon, she pouted her charming little cherry mouth and muttered disapprovingly. It's just something you use for peeing, how much can it be worth? Just kidding. Wu Yu was too lazy to explain to her. He carefully put the chamber pot back to its original place, then took her hand and walked out. Okay, are you done with the tour? Go take a shower. Let me show you this giant smart massage bathtub. Wow! It's a nice bath. When Sheningran heard this, she immediately forgot about the chamber pot and ran to the bathroom and the master bedroom with joy. Just when he was halfway through the run, Wu Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. It's broken. I didn't buy any towels. Upon hearing this, Sheningran stopped, looked back and smiled. That look is full of charm and seductiveness. It's okay, dear. I will use something else to wipe your back. The next day, early morning. Wu Yu was woken up by the urge to pee. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and was about to get out of bed to go to the bathroom. Sudden. Sheningran ran in from outside like a fragrant breeze, holding the white jade chamber pot worth tens of millions respectfully in her hand. Your Majesty, I am here to serve you. She handed the chamber pot to Wu Yu with an expression that said, praise me quickly, am I considerate? Seeing such a scene, Wu Yu almost burst out laughing on the spot. But for the value of this treasure, he forced himself to hold back. He snatched the chamber pot, put it back in the storage room, then rushed into the bathroom and had a good time. After going to the toilet, get dressed. As soon as Wu Yu walked out of the room, Sheningran was shocked. He had completely changed from his usual handsome and cool appearance. He was now wearing a pair of thick black framed glasses, an old tracksuit that had been washed out, and a tacky backpack. He looked like an honest and silly student who had just come from the countryside. Honey, what are you doing? Sheningran's face was full of confusion. Wu Yu pushed his glasses up on his nose and smiled innocently. I'm going to participate in a cosplay event today, playing an honest man. Wow! It sounds so interesting. I want to join in too. Sheningran said excitedly. No. Wu Yu shook his head and said seriously, go back to school and attend class. Stop thinking about skipping classes all day. Humph. Then why can't you skip class? Sheningran pouted in dissatisfaction. Me? Wu Yu laughed. I can make a lot of money just by talking. Studying? What the hell is that? That's right, the reason Wu Yu dressed up like this was to make money. Lu Baoling has transferred 30% of 69 Interactive Entertainment's shares to his name in accordance with the agreement. Including the previous ones, Wu Yu now owns 60% of 69 Interactive Entertainment's shares. Definitely a major shareholder. According to 69 Interactive Entertainment's current profitability in the monopoly market, the annual dividends alone would start at least several hundred million. Therefore, Wu Yu decided that it was time to delve into another way to make money. Ta-ba! Find a bargain. Antique Street. Wu Yu parked the car and put on a mushroom-shaped wig. Facing the rearview mirror, he forced a simple and honest smile. Well, very stupid. He's the kind of top-notch idiot that even a scammer would be moved by. Then, he set up a full set of top-level live broadcast equipment and turned on his mobile phone. Brother US Treasure Appraisal is officially on air. Soon, hundreds of viewers flocked into the live broadcast room. Holy crap! Streamer, you're finally online. I thought you weren't going to be online anymore. That's right. That series of tricks last time really got me excited. What are you planning to do today? The fans' enthusiasm exceeded Wu Yu's imagination. After all, his last live broadcast was so damn exciting. Actively take the bait and buy fake goods. Deliberately being bullied by the underworld. Then replace the real thing without anyone noticing. Finally, they called the police and not only got back the $5 million they spent on fake goods, but they also busted the gangsters and scammers. This is fucking amazing. The continuous reversal is so thrilling. The key is not the fucking script. After all, even the police came. Which live broadcast room has such an exciting plot? No. So, the fans waited day and night, and finally the second live broadcast came. Good morning, everyone. Wu Yu smiled innocently at the camera. Today, we won't do anything fancy. Just 2 words: treasure appraisal. Said. Wu Yu walked into the antique street with an honest pace. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. This thing, there is no need to identify it at all. Wu Yu came to a seemingly ordinary stall, pretending that he knew nothing, and picked and chose things there. The stall owner was a middle-aged man who looked quite shrewd. He quickly noticed the silly Wu Yu and immediately came up to him with a smile on his face. Little brother, what treasures do you want to find? Wu Yu pushed up his glasses and said in a tone that sounded almost dreamy. I heard you can get rich picking up bargains here, so I wanted to try my luck. I don't have high expectations, just some Tang and Song Dynasty treasures. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Ha 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 ha. Tang and Song's treasure? Host, are you still asleep? This shabby stall is still Tang and Song Dynasty? I think I'd be lucky if I could find a Coca-Cola from 1986. I give the host full marks for his acting. He acts like a complete idiot. When the stall owner heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. He stared at Wu Yu and thought to himself, how could there really be such complete idiots these days? Today, if I don't cheat you out of everything, I will be unworthy of my cheating skills. So the stall owner decided to start his performance. He pretended to be very embarrassed and said to Wu Yu, My dear brother, these are treasures from the Tang and Song dynasties. They are national treasures. They are so rare. I don't have the ability to get them with my small business. The fans in the live broadcast room began to complain crazily. Here it comes. Playing hard to get. This stall owner has some tricks up his sleeve. One dares to ask, the other dares to answer. The anchor is stupid, and so is the stall owner. Couldn't they just pull out a fake Tang or Song Dynasty treasure and be done with it? And he's got a whole Ming Dynasty one too. What a hassle. The above person doesn't understand, right? This is called anti-routine. First gain trust, then rip off the customer. This is called professionalism. Really? The stall owner changed the subject, lowered his voice, and said to Wu Yu mysteriously, "Well, I do have a Ming Dynasty treasure here. It's definitely a great find. But the price, it might be a little pricey." "Really? Quick. Show it to me." Wu Yu was so excited that his eyes were almost shining. So the stall owner carefully took it out of his tattered shoulder bag. He took out an object wrapped in red cloth that looked quite old. He slowly lifted the red cloth, revealing a large blue and white plate with exquisite painting and simple shape. "Little brother, you have found a treasure." The stall owner introduced the dish with saliva flying. This is a large blue and white plate with seawater and river cliff patterns from the Xuanda period of the Ming Dynasty. Look at the blue and white color, rich and green, full of layering. And look at the body, white and delicate, with a thick and lustrous glaze. If I wasn't short of money recently, I wouldn't be willing to sell this thing. As the stall owner spoke, he didn't let Wu Yu touch it, fearing that he would damage the treasure. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. He rubbed his hands and asked excitedly, Then how much is this?" The stall owner pondered for a moment and held up 8 fingers. 88,000. Not a cent less. Just then. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Make a deal. Without saying a word, Wu Yu took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. Now, the fans in the live broadcast room couldn't hold it anymore. Holy crap. Streamer, are you serious? 88,000 for a broken plate? Are you crazy? Host, I urge you to calm down. This is a complete scam. Are you trying to pull that same switch trick again? I urge you not to play with fire. If you mess up, you'll be crying. Wu Yu chuckled and typed in the live broadcast room. My friends, I've already told you that I'm here to appraise treasures, nothing fancy. Then he readily paid the money and carefully held the large blue and white plate in his arms. The fans were completely speechless. It's over. The anchor is hopeless. He spent 88,000 yuan on a fake product and treated it like a treasure. Can this be called treasure appraisal? This is called the boy who brings wealth, okay? Who said this is fake? It's really good. Wu Yu faced the camera with a confident smile. As soon as these words were spoken, hundreds of fans in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Holy crap! Streamer, are you serious? Stop it. This plate isn't even as good as the Shaxian snacks downstairs. It's from the Xuanda period of the Ming Dynasty? Ugh. That's right. Streamer, if you're serious, then you should analyze it. Where is the truth? Tell us everything and we'll believe you. Well. Wu Yu's smile froze on his face in an instant. Analyze? What a analysis. I am just a complete layman and can't even tell the difference between blue and white porcelain and underglaze red. However, in order to shut up the fans and to maintain his image as a treasure appraisal anchor, Wu Yu decided to spend some money to find a real expert to authenticate the treasure. Then, Wu Yu walked out of the antique street holding the large blue and white porcelain plate. Across the street, he quickly found a shop decorated in an antique style that was quite elegant. On the shop's signboard, 3 large characters were written in a flamboyant style Yayanzi. This is the professional antique trading agency that Lu Yunqi helped him find out yesterday. It is said that the boss here is very powerful. Whether it is domestic auction houses or foreign collectors, there are inextricable connections between them. Wu Yu took a deep breath and walked in. The store was softly lit and the air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. A young clerk wearing a custom-made suit and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked gentle and refined, immediately came up to us with a smile on his face. Hello, sir, how can I help you? I'm here to appraise treasures, Wu Yu said straight to the point. Do you have any experts here? Sir, you have come to the right place. The clerk adjusted his glasses, a perfectly balanced expression of pride on his face. Our experts at Yayanzi are top tier in the industry. However, they don't make easy deals. As an apprentice, I can help you with your ordinary gadgets. Okay, then take a look at this. As Wu Yu spoke, he carefully placed the large blue and white plate in his arms on the Wangwali wooden table in front of him. He added, I just found this from across the street, it's fresh and hot. Puff. The next second, the clerk's gentle face instantly revealed undisguised contempt and ridicule. You found it in the antique street across the street? Sir, with all due respect, this thing doesn't even need to be appraised. Because the street across the street is a den of scammers. 11 out of 10 things they sell there are fake. I advise you to return this thing before that scammer gets away. Maybe you can still recover some of your losses. Wu Yu frowned slightly. I'll pay for the appraisal, and you decide whether to accept it or not. Sir, please don't misunderstand me. When the clerk saw that Wu Yu's expression was not right, he immediately put on a professional fake smile. But the deep contempt in his eyes was still so glaring. Our Yayanzi's rule is that we don't accept items from the antique street. This has nothing to do with money, it's a matter of principle. Besides, I don't even need to touch your plate. I can tell it's a modern work of art just by looking at it. Look at the blue and white hair color. Although it is very similar, it is still too light and lacks the sense of sedimentation. And the bottom foot is so new, there's not a single sign of wear and tear. It's clearly just been fired in the kiln a few days ago. The clerk was talking in a very logical manner, with saliva flying all over the place. Wu Yu shook his head repeatedly after hearing this, feeling speechless. Okay. Yours is not the only store I'm going to do business with. Bye-bye. But just as he turned around, a clear and pleasant young female voice, as beautiful as the sound of nature, suddenly came from behind the screen not far away. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. This is the real classical goddess. Mr. Wang, don't worry. I'm determined to get that Ming Chenghua Dotsai chicken cup at Sotheby's autumn auction this time. Don't worry about the funds. I've already prepared a full 200 million in cash. As long as I can get it, I can at least double the price when I resell it. Okay, then it's settled. Wait for my news. Wu Yu's footsteps suddenly stopped. He was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze for a moment. What the hell? This sound. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Ethereal, sweet, and with a hint of lazy magnetism. Etc. In Wu Yu's mind, it was as if a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Song. Micro. Sweet. Isn't that the voice of Song Wei Tian, the former owner of his Yunding Tiangong mansion? The reason why Wu Yu had such a deep memory of this voice was really. It sounds so fucking good. Just listening to it makes one feel like their ears are pregnant. A woman with such a divine voice, that real person. How beautiful is it? Curious. A strong curiosity, like a cat's claws, was scratching Wu Yu's heart frantically. He couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to see with his own eyes what Song Wei Tian, whom he had only heard of but never seen, looked like. Then, Wu Yu held the large blue and white plate in his arms, stretched out his long legs, and walked straight towards the antique mahogany screen under the shop assistant's astonished gaze. Hey! Sir! What are you doing? The clerk was startled and rushed over to stop it. Our boss is in there negotiating a multi-million-dollar deal. You can't go in. Boss? Wu Yu's brows suddenly raised. Good job. So this Yayanzi was opened by her? Yesterday on the phone, she said she was a big shot in the antique world and was going to attend a Sotheby's auction. It seems that I was not bragging. A true expert. Very good. Now, my treasure has finally found someone who knows its value. Wu Yu was overjoyed and walked faster. He walked around the screen. Take a closer look. Wow. Wu Yu felt that his breathing was about to stop at this moment. The best. The best of the best. Behind the screen, in front of the pearwood tea table, a classical beauty in a cheongsam with ink and wash embroidery was elegantly holding a cup of tea and sipping it carefully. She has shiny black hair that reaches her waist, which is loosely tied up with an ancient jade hairpin. A few strands of hair fall down in front of her smooth forehead, adding a touch of lazy and casual classical charm. She has a standard oval face and delicate features, like a fairy walking out of a painting. She has willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a small and straight nose, and a cherry mouth that is not made up, which is plump and rosy, like a rose petal covered with morning dew, exuding a fatal attraction. She was not wearing any makeup, and her pretty face was still fair and rosy, with skin as smooth as cream, as if water could be squeezed out of it. Especially the tailor-made cheongsam, which perfectly outlines her devilish figure with a curvy figure. The cheongsam has a very high slit, and a pair of slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings as thin as cicada wings are vaguely visible, full of hazy temptation. Classical, gentle, elegant, sexy. These seemingly contradictory temperaments are perfectly integrated in her. It forms a unique and fatal charm that people can never forget after seeing it once. Hundreds of fans in the live broadcast room exploded on the spot. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Fairy! It's a fairy descending to Earth. Mom! I'm in love. This is a true classical goddess. Host. Stop appraising treasures. Lock her in with your camera. I'll give you rockets. At this moment, Song Weitian also discovered this uninvited guest who had barged in. A hint of obvious displeasure flashed across those clear almond-shaped eyes. She put down the teacup, opened her red lips slightly, and asked in a cold voice, "What can I do for you?" Wu Yu didn't have time to answer. The clerk beside him came over, nodding and bowing, explaining with a horrified look on his face. Mr. Song. Mr. Song. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. This guy insisted on breaking in, and I couldn't stop him. He's here to appraise treasures. I told him you were busy and asked him not to disturb you, but he wouldn't listen. Upon hearing this, Song Weitian frowned even deeper. She looked up and down at Wu Yu's silly outfit and silly look, and a hint of undisguised disgust flashed in the depths of her eyes. Where did this stupid student come from? He doesn't know any rules at all. The tone was cold and distant, full of condescension. I'm not a stupid student. Wu Yu smiled. He placed the large blue and white plate in his arms on the table and said slowly, My name is Wu Yu. We just talked on the phone yesterday. Yesterday? On the phone? Song Weitian was stunned, and a hint of confusion flashed in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. But soon, she remembered. Yesterday, there was indeed a man named Wu Yu who bought his own mansion in Hentang Palace. No way. That Wu Yu, is it him? Song Weitian widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She looked Wu Yu up and down carefully again. This rustic outfit, this simple and honest expression, this lingering idiotic aura emanating from his entire body. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like the kind of person who can casually take out 100 million and buy the king of the towers in Hentang Palace in full. Are you really Wu Yu? Song Weitian's voice was trembling. Guaranteed authenticity. Wu Yu said, pointing to the large blue and white plate on the table, and said with a smile. Mr. Song, since you are an expert, could you please help me identify this? Let me see. Song Weitian has a very high level of professionalism. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the shock and confusion in her heart, and turned her attention back to the blue and white porcelain plate in front of her. He put on white gloves, picked up a magnifying glass, and began to observe carefully. She looked at it very carefully, not missing any details. From the body to the glaze, from the painting to the inscription. After more than 10 minutes, she reluctantly put down the magnifying glass, her beautiful face filled with excitement. New arrival. Ming Dynasty Xuanda official kiln. Authentic. What the hell? The fans in the live broadcast room reached a collective climax again. Really? Did the anchor successfully find a bargain? 88,000 for a Ming Dynasty official kiln? This thing will fetch millions. I was wrong. Streamer. I'll never call you an idiot again. The shop assistant next to him was dumbfounded on the spot. He opened his mouth wide, his expression was dull, and his mind was blank. Oh my god. Yes, on that scam street across the street, you can actually find genuine goods there? It's really a ghost. Song Weitian had regained her composure at this moment. She picked up the delicate little teacup and took a sip. Then he raised his head, looked at Wu Yu, and asked casually. Where did you get this plate? It's across the street from the antiques. Puff. Chapter 57 The image of the goddess must not collapse. What? Antique Street? Song Weitian widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Wu Yu, who had been sprayed with tea in the face by her. You found it in the antique street? Oh my god. As a top figure in the antique circle, she has always looked down upon the smoky and chaotic antique street across the street. In her opinion, it was a garbage dump where scammers were rampant and fakes were rampant, and it did not belong to the antique industry at all. It's purely a scam industry. But now, in this garbage dump that he had always looked down upon, actually, a treasure was unearthed? Moreover, this foolish-looking guy in front of me had easily taken advantage of it? Luck. What kind of fucking luck is this? Song Weitian looked at Wu Yu, feeling envious and jealous. But she soon adjusted her mindset. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's obvious that this guy is a layman and doesn't know anything about it. As long as I find a random reason and lower the price, I can easily take this treasure from him. He. Thinking of this, Song Weitian's lips curled up into an imperceptible, cunning arc. Ahem, she cleared her throat, pretending to be embarrassed, and said to Wu Yu. Although your plate is authentic, it's a pity that it's not in very good condition. Look here, there's a crossing line. Although it's not obvious, the impact on the price is fatal. Also, there are a few spots of glaze shrinkage here, which is also a big flaw. So, this price might be significantly discounted. Wu Yu was very happy in his heart, but he kept a calm face and cooperated with her acting. Then, Mr. Song, how much is this thing worth? Song Weiwei pondered for a moment, stretched out 5 fingers, and said in a compassionate tone. Well, since you're our new neighbor, I'll give you a friendly price of 500,000. This is already the upper limit of the market price. If it goes any higher, I'll lose money. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. 500,000? Wu Yu pretended to be embarrassed and shook his head. 500,000? Isn't that too little? No. Oh. You don't know the ins and outs of this antique. Song Weitian was just about to have a good chat with Wu Yu. Sudden. She felt her head buzzing. The whole set of speeches that I had prepared were completely forgotten in an instant. Instead, there was an extremely strong and irresistible thought. Fair. The transaction must be fair. How can you bully an honest person? Next second, Song Weitian slammed the table and blurted out. Let's put it this way. One price. 3 million. No more. Puff. The clerk next to him almost vomited blood. He stared at his boss in amazement, his face full of disbelief. Song. Is Mr. Song crazy? Active price increase? Is this a charity? Make a deal. Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was full of elation. Okay. Shao Li. Check the goods. Pay. Arrange the transaction. Wu Yu looked at the balance and the card and immediately smiled. Net profit of more than 2.9 million. Although it's a little less than what you can make by playing web games. But it's exciting. So interesting. The most important thing is, this is just the beginning. What if you encounter a liar who speaks nonsense, then you can't find a national treasure? Ha. At this moment, Song Weitian's mind relaxed and returned to normal. She stared at Wu Yu blankly, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with incomparable shock and confusion. What is going on? What happened to me just now? Why, I can't control my mouth all of a sudden. Etc. This familiar feeling. This uncontrollable feeling, as if possessed. This also happened when I was selling my house yesterday. Exactly the same. Oh my god. Song Weitian's delicate body trembled violently, and she stared at Wu Yu intently. An extremely absurd, yet extremely reasonable idea suddenly popped up in her mind. This guy. He can use illusion? Or maybe hypnosis? Otherwise, why would I do such absurd things in front of him again and again, things that go against my will? You, who are you? Song Weitian's voice was trembling. Wu Yusho wore a harmless, innocent smile on his face. I'm just an ordinary treasure appraisal anchor. Anchor? Song Weitian was stunned. Only then did she notice that there was an extremely tiny camera on Wu Yu's chest. You're live streaming? Song Weitian is also preparing to have a fight with Wu Yu. As soon as she saw the camera the anger in her beautiful eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a hint of panic and astonishment. Hold on. She is the owner of Yayanzi and a well-known classical goddess in the antique circle. If I were caught throwing a tantrum in public, how would I survive in the circle? Image. The image of the goddess must not collapse. Wu Yu was delighted when he saw Song Weitian's frustrated look, who dared not speak out but was angry. He pointed his phone screen at Song Weitian with a harmless and honest smile on his face. Mr. Song, don't be angry. Look, my friends in my live studio are all praising you. Song Weitian subconsciously leaned over to take a look. I saw that the barrage of comments on that small mobile phone screen had gone completely crazy. Fairy sister. Woo 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 woo, fairy sister is looking at me. Don't fight me. I declare that from today on, I am the stone lion at the entrance of this store. Anyone who dares to disrespect Mr. Song must first ask me if I agree. Just lick the screen. Did you see that? When President Song slammed the table and said 3 million, he looked so beautiful and cool. It was simply amazing. She looks so beautiful even when angry, she is worthy of being my classical goddess. Looking at these comments that are all full of praise, most of the anger in Song Weitian's heart dissipated in an instant. Snort. You stinky men have good taste. She snorted softly, sat back on the pearwood armchair, picked up the teacup, and resumed her noble, cold, and otherworldly demeanor as a goddess. The deal has been finalized and the 3 million has been received. No matter how much we argue now, it will not help. What's more, I have to remain elegant in front of so many fans. However, the doubts in her heart grew wildly like weeds. Illusion? Hypnosis? Or, is there some unknown and sinister secret about this kid? Otherwise, why would I lose control in front of him again and again? No. This matter must be made clear. Song Weitian decided to stabilize Wu Yu first and then test the waters slowly. Ahem. Song Weitian put down the teacup and asked calmly in a businesslike tone, do you have any more goods? As long as it's genuine, we at Yayanzi will buy it. Yes, I have. Wu Yu nodded, then pointed to the smoky antique street outside the door and said with a smile, I'll go across the street and buy you some. Just hold them. Chapter 58. She has learned her lesson now. Ha! Song Weitian was stunned, her clear almond eyes filled with disbelief. Go across the street? Do you think this is the vegetable market where you buy cabbage? How many more? Do you know that on the street across the street, you may not even find a genuine item all year round? Who do you think you are? The chosen one? The system holder in the online article? However, Wu Yu had already put on his silly black-framed glasses and walked away with an honest pace, without looking back. Only Song Weitian was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Wu Yu returned to the antique street again. The fans in the live broadcast room are completely excited. Fuck. Is the anchor really going? You just made 3 million and now you're trying to give yourself away? Streamer, I don't understand your actions. It's over. I bet the host is going to take a huge tumble this time. I'm posting this as proof. Wu Yu chuckled and ignored the comments. He looked around in the antique street and soon locked on a new target. He was a street vendor who looked quite shrewd, with several items on his stall that looked quite old. Wu Yu pushed up his thick black-framed glasses, leaned forward, and asked in a tone that sounded almost dreamy. Boss, do you have any valuable stuff here? I'll buy it at a low price. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Ha 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 ha. Streamer, you're so bold. If someone has something valuable, they won't sell it cheaply. Buying valuable goods at a low price. Holy crap. Is this anchor really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? I can't tell, unless the main actor's acting is natural, it doesn't look like he's pretending. When the stall owner heard what Wu Yu said, he was stunned on the spot, and then he was overjoyed. Little brother, you've asked the right person. Here, I happen to have a Wang Wali four-cornered official hat chair. It was handed down from a relative of mine who was a high-ranking official. It's just that, this thing is so precious that I usually don't want to take it out. It's only because you look kind and seem like someone I'm destined to be with that I. Really? Quick. Show it to me. Wu Yu was so excited that his eyes were gleaming with greed and his saliva was almost flowing out. So the stall owner carefully moved out a chair that looked quite rustic from a corner covered with rags behind him. Little brother, you have found a treasure. The stall owner introduced the chair with saliva flying. Look at the patina of this chair, it's as smooth as jade. And look at the veins, flowing like clouds in water, like a ghost face. This is authentic Hainan Wangwali. If it were put up for auction, it would fetch at least 10-8 million, forget it. Wu Lun nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. He rubbed his hands and asked excitedly, then how much is this? The stall owner pondered for a moment and held up 3 fingers. 300,000. One price. Take it or leave it. Just then. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Make a deal. Without saying a word, Wu Yu took out his mobile phone and scanned the payment code of the stall owner. Ding, payment successful. Now, the fans in the live broadcast room couldn't hold it anymore. Holy crap. Streamer, are you serious? 300,000 for a broken chair? Are you crazy? This thing is 30 yuan a piece at the lumberyard downstairs from my house. I'll wholesale as many as you want. It's over. The anchor is completely hopeless. 300,000. How many girls would he have to order in the club? It's all gone to waste. Wu Yu chuckled and showed a confident smile to the camera. He carried the heavy Wangwali official hat chair with great effort and walked straight to Yayunzi opposite with a gait that ignored all relatives. Inside Yayun Zhai, Song Weitian was holding the teacup elegantly, savoring the top-quality Dahonpo that had just been airlifted from Wui Mountain. Suddenly, a familiar figure that gave her a headache appeared at the door again. Mr. Song. I'm here again. Wu Yu strode in carrying the ordinary-looking wooden chair, with a simple smile on his face. Song Weitian put down the teacup and said in a cold and distant tone. What are you doing here again? I don't accept junk here. Hey, Mr. Song, you can't say that. Wu Yu put the chair on the ground and said proudly, this is a great treasure I just found across the street. A Ming Dynasty Wangwali 4-cornered official hat chair. Can you take a look at it? Huh, you bought it from the antique street across the street again. Song Weitian's clear almond eyes were filled with contempt and speechlessness. Also the Wangwali official hat chair? Do you think this is cabbage? It's all over the floor? It's a pipe dream. Wishful thinking. Purely stupid. The moment Song Weitian's gaze fell on the chair, she felt as if struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Those beautiful almond eyes were wide open. The pupils suddenly contracted. I saw that the seemingly ordinary chair, under the soft light in the store, exuded a charming luster as warm as jade. The flowing texture, the simple and elegant shape, the rich and vicissitudes of life that have been accumulated over the years. Everything about it demonstrates its extraordinary status. Song Weitian did not dare to delay. She hurriedly put on white gloves, picked up a magnifying glass, and began to observe carefully. Her movements, from casual at first, gradually became solemn and finally, filled with piety and awe. It was more than half an hour later that she reluctantly put down the magnifying glass. Her beautiful face was already replaced by incomparable shock and ecstasy. Oh my God. She covered her delicate and tempting red lips, and her voice was trembling. This is actually real. Late Ming Dynasty. Authentic Hainan Wangwali wood. A 4-legged official hat chair. Fuck. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Is this true? Did the host get it right again? Holy crap. 300,000 for a Ming Dynasty official hat chair? What a steal. Other people rely on professionalism to do treasure appraisals live, but this anchor relies purely on luck. Wu Yu looked at the comments, a smug smile forming on his lips. He turned to look at Song Weitian, who had completely lost her composure, and asked with a smile, Boss Song, would you like to take this? No, I won't accept it. Song Weitian blurted out without even thinking. Although she likes this official hat chair very much, she has learned her lesson now. There's something very strange about this kid Wu Yu. If I dare to have any bad thoughts again, I will definitely uncontrollably quote a sky-high price like last time. Not making a penny. She wanted to see what tricks this kid had if she refused to give in. However. Next second. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. I'll take it. Chapter 59 business model was overturned on the spot. Song Weitian slapped her forehead suddenly, and her beautiful face was full of regret and madness. Damn! Here we go again. Here we go again. This damn, out-of-control feeling is coming again. Wu Yu was delighted, but his face remained expressionless as he said calmly. Okay, since Mr. Song is so sincere, then you should give me a reasonable price. Don't try to cheat me, an honest man, again. Song Weitian was so frightened that she shuddered. How could she dare to have any bad thoughts? She looked at Wu Yu, her clear almond-shaped eyes filled with fear and terror, as if she was looking at a devil crawling out of hell. With a trembling voice, he honestly reported a number. 7 million. No more. You have to let me make some money, right? Make a deal. Wu Yu nodded with satisfaction. Soon, 7 million arrived. Wu Yu chuckled at Song Weitian, who looked stunned and had not yet recovered from her shock. Mr. Song, I'm not stopping you from making money. I just don't like it when people treat me like an idiot. Song Weitian looked at Wu Yu's appearance and complained madly in her heart. You have always looked silly, okay? God knows how lucky you are to find such a treasure. By the way, Mr. Song. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow at her and asked with a smile, how about we form a long-term partnership? I have a lot of treasures that need to be sold. A lot of treasures? The corners of Song Weitian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She looked Wu Yu up and down with a look as if he were a psychopath, and asked tentatively. You're not planning on looking for all those treasures you're talking about on the street across the street, are you? That's a must. Wu Yu nodded heavily, looking as if it was a matter of course. Puff. Song Weitian couldn't bear it any longer and almost vomited blood. She held her forehead weakly, feeling that her 3 views had been overturned again and again by this man today. Madman. This guy is absolutely a complete lunatic. In the entire antique circle, who doesn't know that the street across the street is a den of scammers? You actually want to use that place as your exclusive supply channel? Who do you think you are? The sweeping monk of the antique world? Okay. Song Weitian took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart, and said in a businesslike tone. As long as you can really get a lot of treasures, why wouldn't I make money? But her beautiful face was filled with undisguised doubt and contempt. Obviously, she still believed that Wu Yu was able to pick up 2 leaks today, purely because of the good fortune from his ancestors and his incredible luck. Want to have a next time? Go and dream your big dream. Okay. Wu Yu saw through her thoughts, but did not point it out. He stretched himself and said with regret. Looks like I'll have to work hard again today. I was thinking of finishing work early, oh no. After saying that, he put on his silly pair of black-framed glasses, walked away with an honest pace, and never looked back. Song Weitian looked at his naive back, a playful sneer appearing on the corner of her mouth. Humph. Still pretending? Today, I will see with my own eyes how you are cheated and bankrupted by those scammers. Thinking of this, Song Weitian felt an inexplicable, morbid sense of anticipation in her heart. So she followed quietly. Antique Street. As soon as Wu Yu stepped into this familiar street. Holy crap! Dasha, the customer is here. Quick! It's the guy with the glasses. I heard he's stupid and has a lot of money. He's a surefire scam. Brothers! Here's your chance to make a fortune. Go! Walala! In an instant, all the unscrupulous stall owners on the entire street swarmed over from all directions like flies smelling something. Wu Yu was surrounded in 3 layers, with no way out. That scene was even crazier than when fans meet their idols. Little brother. Look here. I have a treasure here. Authentic Tang San Kai. Get lost. Look at me. I have a roux kiln from the Song dynasty. Freshly dug out of the dirt. Don't even bother trying to steal it from me, little bro. I have this bloodstone passed down from my ancestors. An Emperor Qianlong seal. Stall owners rushed to take out all the treasures of their stalls that they were proud of, and tried their best to get in front of Wu Yu. That passionate look seemed as if he wanted to eat Wu Yu alive. Wu Yu looked at the crazy scene in front of him and his heart was filled with joy. Ha 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 ha. Done. My reputation has been completely spread. This is going to make you rich. Don't worry. Don't worry. Wu Yu pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose, with a simple and honest smile on his face, even with a hint of flattered shyness. He rubbed his hands, glanced at the various treasures around him, and said excitedly, "Come here one by one, I have money. As long as it's a real treasure, I want it all." As soon as these words were spoken, boom! The entire antique street was in a frenzy. The business model was overturned on the spot. A private auction just for Wu Yu. Let it begin. I'll go first. I'll go first. A stall owner who looked quite astute pushed through the crowd and lifted up a rusty-looking bronze jug. Bronze Cloud Thunder Pattern Lord. One price. 100,000. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. I bought it. Me. And me. The other stall owner was not to be outdone and took out a jade pendant that looked warm and delicate from his arms. A jade pendant with dragon and phoenix patterns. A family heirloom. 200,000. Bite. Discovering the fraud. I bought it. Little brother. Watch me. Watch me. Another stall owner jumped out, holding a porcelain vase that looked quite ancient. Famous romantic vase with lotus pattern. 300,000. Bite. I bought it. Just like that, amid the enthusiastic shouting of all the stall owners. Amidst the overwhelming barrage of comments like idiot and stupid from fans in the live broadcast room, Wu Yu was like an emotionless machine, scanning the code and paying frantically. Just half an hour. He spent a total of more than 10 million. What I got in return was a sack of money, which was worthless in everyone's eyes. Tattered. Of course, these unscrupulous stall owners are not really stupid. What they took out to deceive Wu Yu were all relatively ordinary antiques. After all, if you are a street vendor and suddenly you have something like the Imperial Seal or the Mao Gongding in your hand, it would be too fake and even an idiot like Wu Yu wouldn't be fooled. It's over. The anchor has gone completely crazy. Over 10 million. Just went down the drain like that? Streamer, I beg you, give me the money. I kowtow to you. Disperse, this isn't treasure appraisal anymore, this is a massive IQ tax payment. The fans in the live broadcast room are completely numb. Song Weitian, who was hiding outside the crowd and observing secretly, was stunned and her three views were shattered. She covered her forehead and felt dizzy. Oh my god. Just how low is this guy's IQ? This was a trick so crude that it couldn't fool even a 3-year-old, and he actually believed it all? More than 10 million. Just like that, without blinking an eye, they threw it all into the water? Song Weitian really couldn't understand. Where on earth did Wu Yu, a complete idiot with questionable IQ, get so much money to buy a mansion in Hentaying Sky Palace? Could it be a rich second generation? Very likely. Just as Song Weitian was daydreaming, Wu Yu had already walked out of the crowd with a satisfied look on his face, carrying a huge sack. When he saw Song Weitian, he grinned and revealed a simple and honest smile. Hey, Mr. Song, look at my harvest, isn't it good? Snort. Song Weitian was too lazy to pay attention to him, not even bothering to look at him directly. She just snorted coldly and turned away. Chapter 60. This is no longer luck. It is a miracle. In Song Weitian's opinion, saying one more word to such an idiot would only lower her IQ. Wu Yu didn't care. He carried the heavy sack, humming a little tune, and followed closely behind. As soon as he entered Yayanzi, Wu Yu threw the sack to the ground, making a dull thud. Song Weitian didn't even glance at it. She sat back on the pearwood armchair, picked up the teacup elegantly, and sipped it carefully. That cold and aloof look seemed to be saying, "Don't bother me, I don't know you." Fans in the live broadcast room also started to mock the show. Ha 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 ha. The anchor is being disliked. Serves you right. You spent over 10 million on a sack of rags, and you still expect the fairy sister to treat you well? Dream on. Quick. Open the sack. Let's see what weird stuff you bought. Okay, since everyone wants to see it so much, I'll open your eyes. Wu Yu chuckled and casually took out a black thing that looked like a gold nugget from the sack. Mr. Song, I bought this for 10,000 yuan. Can you help me check if it's gold? Song Weitian didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, she just waved her hand impatiently at the clerk beside her. Xiao Li, show him. Yes, Mr. Song. Although the clerk Shaoli was extremely reluctant, he still took the gold ingot and took it to professional equipment for testing. A few minutes later. Drop. The instrument made a crisp sound, and on the screen, a few blaring words suddenly appeared. Purity, 99.99%. Material, gold. Fuck. The clerk Shaoli was dumbfounded on the spot. He looked at the gold ingot in his hand in disbelief, then looked at Wu Yu with a silly smile on his face, and felt that his worldview had collapsed. Real gold? This fucking. There's actually gold on that liar street across the street? The fans in the live broadcast room were instantly excited. Holy crap! Is this true? The anchor bought a giant gold ingot for 10,000 yuan? This luck is too incredible, isn't it? Song Weitian also heard the prompt sound of the instrument, and her hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. But she still tried to remain calm and comforted herself in her heart. It's okay, it's just luck, a blind cat caught a dead mouse. Wu Yu did not stop. He took out a few items that looked quite old from the sack and put them on the table. Brother, please help me take a look at these. This time the clerk didn't dare to delay anymore. He hurriedly put on white gloves and carefully began to identify each item one by one. Song Weitian finally couldn't sit still anymore. She pretended to be casual, moved closer, and took a few furtive glances out of the corner of her eye. It's okay to just take a glance. She felt as if struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. That jade bowl is warm, smooth and delicate, clearly made of top-grade Hutian white jade. That inkstone, made of solid stone and with exquisite carving, is actually the old pit stone from the famous Duanqi pit. And that calligraphy and painting, with its powerful and majestic brushstrokes, was signed. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Song Weitian no longer cared about her goddess image. She pushed the clerk away and did it herself. Wear gloves. Get a mirror. Turn on the lights. A set of movements, smooth and flowing, extremely professional. She watched it very carefully, not missing any details. The expression on his face gradually changed from contempt at the beginning to solemnity, and finally, it was filled with incomparable shock and ecstasy. It was more than half an hour before she reluctantly put down the magnifying glass. Her beautiful face was already soaked with cold sweat. Oh my God. She covered her delicate and tempting red lips, and her voice was trembling. This is all actually true. Fuck. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Is this real? The sack the anchor found is all real stuff? Oh my God. A chair worth 300,000, a plate worth 80,000, and now a sack of treasures? This guy has bought up all the genuine goods in the entire antique street, right? I was wrong. Streamer. I kneel down before you. You're not an idiot. You're a god. The clerk was stunned on the spot. He stared blankly at the sack full of junk and felt that his brain was no longer enough. Good job. The total value of this sack full of treasures is at least over 300 million. And Wu Yu only spent more than 10 million. The most important thing is, all these treasures were purchased in bulk from the scam street across the street. This is so outrageous. This is no longer luck. This is a miracle. Mr. Song. Wu Yu looked at Song Weitian, who had been completely petrified, and asked with a smile, will you still accept these treasures? Song Weitian's throat seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't utter a word. Receive? What to receive? 300 million. In this industry, capital turnover is already tight. Who has so much spare money? Hey, it seems that Mr. Song is not interested. Wu Yu shook his head, a hint of disappointment showing on his face. He picked up the heavy sack, turned around and prepared to leave. Since they won't accept it, I'll have to find another one. Don't go. Song Weitian was anxious. She rushed forward and grabbed Wu Yu's arm tightly. What kind of joke is this? So many treasures, and you just watch them slip away right before your eyes? What business is she still running? She should just close it down. Wu Yu, didn't we agree on a long-term partnership? Song Weitian's voice was trembling, and her clear almond eyes were full of pleading and desire. You give me some time. Okay? I'll go raise the money right now. Wu Yu looked at her cute expression, which looked like she was about to cry with anxiety, and smiled. I'll give you 3 days at most. After saying that, he carried the sack and swaggered out of Yayanzi under Song Weitian's grateful gaze. Only Song Weitian was left in the store, and she started making frantic phone calls in a hurry. Hello? Mr. Zhang? I'm Weitian. I have some hard stuff here, can you eat it? Hello? Is this Mr. Li? Help me out. Lend me 100 million to help me with my business. Interest is negotiable. Hello? Uncle Wang? Yunding Palace. Will you park the car in the underground garage? Carrying the sack of antiques inside, he hummed a little tune and walked into the elevator reserved for owners. Just as the elevator door slowly closed. Sudden. A sharp cold wind suddenly blew behind his head. Fuck. Wu Yu's hair stood on end instantly. Fortunately, his body's reaction speed has now reached an abnormal level. In a flash. Wu Yu didn't even look back, his body suddenly twisted to the side like a spring. With an extremely extreme side move, he narrowly avoided the fatal sneak attack. He turned around suddenly. When I took a closer look, I was completely stunned. Chapter 61 The Indomitable Underworld Queen. The attacker is Ling Yulei. At this moment, how could Ling Yulei still have the image of the cool and beautiful underworld queen she used to have? Her pretty face was bare of makeup, and her long, shiny black hair was disheveled, with a few strands of hair clinging to her pretty face, which was slightly distorted by anger. Those enchanting phoenix eyes were now bloodshot, filled with madness and despair. The scariest thing was that she was holding a fucking kitchen knife with a cold, shiny glow in her hand. Wu Yu! I'm going to kill you! Ling Yulei let out a shrill scream, that voice was filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. Sis, calm down. Wu Yu was not afraid at all, and even had the leisure to make a joke. He looked at Ling Yulei's miserable appearance and asked curiously. Weren't you arrested? How did you get out? Snort. Ling Yulei snorted coldly and did not answer. Of course, she would not tell Wu Yu that it was her most loyal younger brother Kuan who took the initiative to help her take all the blame. She was released after spending a few days in the detention center. Although she regained her freedom, she had nothing left. The Tianlei gang completely fell apart within just 1 day after she was arrested. The brothers were either hospitalized or fled, and more than half of them simply changed sides and joined their mortal enemy, the skeleton gang. Even the antique street that she had painstakingly managed for more than 10 years was snatched away by the skeleton gang. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. In just a few days, Ling Yulei went from being a respected underworld queen to a homeless person with nothing. And the instigator of all this is the man in front of him. Wu Yu! Go to hell! Ling Yulei went completely crazy. She raised the kitchen knife again and rushed towards Wu Yu desperately. Well. Wu Yu sighed and shook his head. Next second. His figure, like a ghost, disappeared from the spot in an instant. Ling Yulei only felt a flash before her eyes, and a piercing pain came from her wrist. Ah! She screamed in pain, and the kitchen knife in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force came. Her fiery body was pressed tightly against the cold elevator wall by Wu Yu, unable to move. That was a kind of despairing, absolute crushing power. Ling Yulei's delicate body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. That pretty face that was filled with madness finally revealed a hint of fear and helplessness. Let me go. Ling Yulei gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. That's strange. Wu Yu ignored her struggle and instead lowered his head, leaning close to her ear, and asked in a playful tone, How did you know I live here? Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled violently, and she did not answer. Wu Yu pondered and said, I bought this house after you moved in. In the entire Baiyun city, no more than 5 people know that I live here. So, someone must have told you that I live here. And his purpose, of course, is to use you to deal with me. Since that person didn't show up with you, it means he's not your brother, and he doesn't dare to confront me in person. So, the answer is obvious. It's that loser Wang Kaixian, right? Wu Yu stared into Ling Yulei's eyes and saw the answer from her astonished eyes. I guessed it right. Damn Wang Kaixian. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you're already playing dirty tricks behind my back? At this moment, Ling Yulei seemed to raise her head, and her bloodshot eyes flashed with a crazy light. She gritted her teeth and said, That's right. It's Wang Kaixian. He wants your life just like me. Ha ha ha. Wu Yu was so angry that he laughed. The reason you are in this state now is because of that idiot Wang Kaixian, isn't it? If he hadn't paid you to deal with me, you would have been left with nothing? Heresy. Ling Yulei stubbornly retorted, a gangster should keep their word. Since I've accepted his money and agreed to help him deal with you, I will bear all the consequences from now on. Okay, you are loyal, I admire you. Wu Yu nodded, then changed the subject and sneered. Then let me ask you, do you think you can kill me with your 2 moves? Ling Yulei was silent. She had fully realized the enormous gap in strength between herself and Wu Yu. Wu Yu continued, did you know that this residential complex, from the basement garage to the top floor, is covered with high-definition cameras with no blind spots? Ling Yulei's pupils suddenly contracted. Did you know that the security system in this residential complex is the best in the city? If any accident occurs, the security guards in the monitoring room will arrive at the scene within 30 seconds and call the police immediately? So, Wang Kaixian didn't ask you to come here to kill me. He just wanted you to die. He doesn't care about your life or death at all. He just wants to use you to disgust me. Anyway, he won't be the one to pay the price in the end. Wu Yu's words were like heavy hammers, hitting Ling Yulei's heart. Her stubborn and pretty face instantly lost all color and turned pale. Over there. At this moment, a group of security guards armed with live ammunition rushed over like wolves and tigers. One of them was holding a phone in his hand and was about to call the police. Ah! Ling Yulei was so frightened that her face turned pale. She was just released from the police station. If we get caught again, it will be a serious crime. It's over. Well. At this critical moment, Wu Yu sighed. Then, he took Ling Yulei's soft and delicate body into his arms. He gave a helpless yet doting smile to the group of security guards who were acting as if they were facing a great enemy. Excuse me, everyone. My girlfriend is angry with me. She's from Sichuan. When she gets into arguments, she likes to resort to knives and guns. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I'm sorry to make you laugh. The security guards were collectively stunned. They looked at each other, then looked at Wu Yu with eyes full of sympathy. Wow, the Sichuan Yuan Tyrannosaurus is truly terrifying. But she's so beautiful. Stupid, no matter how beautiful a Tyrannosaurus is, it's still a Tyrannosaurus. What's more important, life or sex? Alright. Let's all go. The security captain waved his hand and quickly evacuated with his men. Ling Yulei breathed a long sigh of relief, her whole body softened, and she collapsed into Wu Yu's arms. Holding the warm and soft beauty in my arms. Wu Yu's body trembled. Oh shit. This figure, these curves, it's like God is chasing her to feed her. Absolutely amazing. Especially since she had just experienced a shock, Ling Yulei's delicate body was still trembling slightly, and her whole body was as soft as a pool of spring water. That feeling of fear, shame, and not being able to move can simply draw out a man's soul. TSK. Wu Yu couldn't help but hold her arms tightly, tightening them a little more quietly. You. Ling Yulei in his arms instantly noticed Wu Yu's little movement, and her delicate body suddenly stiffened. The pretty face that had just regained a bit of color suddenly turned red again to the ears. This bastard. He did it on purpose. Let me go. Ling Yulei was both embarrassed and angry, and tried her best to break free. Shoo. Wu Yu frowned, and suddenly lowered his head to whisper in her ear, lowering his voice and talking nonsense seriously. Don't move. Damn, those security guards didn't go far, they're back. Chapter 62 Come. Brother Yu. This way please. I heard that the security guard had come back again. Ling Yulei's struggle came to an abrupt end. Her body softened again in an instant, and she even subconsciously shrank into Wu Yu's arms, fearing that she would be seen by the security guard who had returned. That nervous little look. Wu Yu almost laughed out loud. He cleared his throat and said righteously. You're my girlfriend now, so we have to play along. Do you understand? If they find out, you'll have to go in for tea. I'm doing this for your own good. The reason is strong and the attitude is upright. Ling Yulei was frightened by him. Although she felt something was wrong, she didn't dare to refute or move. She could only let this bastard take advantage of her and hold her hot body tightly in his arms. Time passes by minute. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute. The surroundings were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Apart from the intimate sounds of their heartbeats and breathing, there was no sign of the security guard. Ling Yulei finally reacted. She was fooled. This dog man. She suddenly raised her head from Wu Yu's arms, her charming almond-shaped eyes spitting fire as she stared at Wu Yu's face that was so close to her and had a wicked smile on it. How dare you lie to me? Ling Yulei was furious. She opened her little mouth and bit Wu Yu's arm with her neat, white teeth. Ow! Wu Yu's strange cry broke the silence in the corridor. Fuck! Are you born in the year of the dog? It hurts, it hurts. This woman is so cruel. It feels like she is biting off a piece of my flesh. As soon as Ling Yulei was free, she jumped back like a rabbit, keeping a safe distance. While wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, she glared at Wu Yu fiercely, with a look that showed she wanted to eat him alive. Why are you so fierce? Wu Yu covered the clear tooth marks on his arm and took a deep breath. Ling Yulei looked at his deflated expression, and the anger in her heart finally eased a little. She snorted coldly, raising her chin slightly. Because I am the Sichuan Yu Tyrannosaurus. What the hell? Wu Yu was stunned. He had just made it up, but he didn't expect that what he said would come true. It turns out that Ling Yulei is really from Bashu. Her father was a member of the Bashu Peoj Society, the leader of the Basha gang. But he died suddenly due to an accident. Later, Ling Yulei inherited her father's business and ventured out into the martial arts world at the age of 13. She founded the Tianlei gang. Although now, the Tianlei gang has fallen apart. But Ling Yulei decided that she must take back everything she had lost with her own hands. Damn, it hurts so much. Wu Yu covered his bitten arm and looked at the top-grade Sichuan Yu Tyrannosaurus in front of him, cursing. This tooth mark will probably stay purple for a week. Sichuan Yu Tyrannosaurus, right? Okay, you're awesome. I'm going to get a rabies shot right away. I'll talk to you later, huh? When Wu Yu came to his senses and raised his head again, the corridor was empty. Only a faint, alluring fragrance remains in the air. The next day, Wu Yu, still dressed like a silly and honest student, came to the antique street again. His image has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people on this street. As soon as he showed up, he hadn't even started the live broadcast. Fuck. Dasha. No, Big Brother is here. Hurry, hurry. It's the guy with the glasses. I heard he's stupid and has a lot of money. He's a surefire scam. Brothers. Whether we can open today depends on this wave. Go. Walala. A large group of unscrupulous stall owners, like sharks smelling blood, swarmed over from all directions. Wu Yu smiled innocently, hee, I'm going to get rich again. Today, I have to make at least 400 to 500 million. Just then. Get the fuck out of here. With a loud shout, there was a sudden explosion. The crowd was torn open by a brutal force. A group of burly men with tattoos and ruffian looks surrounded a long-haired man wearing a huge skull ring and walked over in a swagger. The long-haired man looked Wu Yu up and down and asked in a hoarse voice. It was you who received over 10 million worth of goods on this street yesterday? Wu Yu nodded and asked honestly, who are you? A nearby stall owner, who was watching the fun, immediately whispered back, he's the boss of the skeleton gang, Brother Dao. This antique street is his territory now. Skeleton gang? Wu Yu understood instantly that it must be because of Ling Yulei's downfall that the territory of Antique Street was taken away by someone else. However, this is none of my business. I'm here to make a fortune. I don't care what gang's territory you belong to, as long as it doesn't affect my collection of antiques. Thinking of this, Wu Yu turned sideways, intending to ignore Brother Dao. Who knows? Next second, Brother Dao actually bent down suddenly in front of everyone and gave Wu Yu a standard 90-degree bow. He forced an extremely flattering smile on his face, and his tone was even more respectful than that of a pug. Brother Yu, right? Oh my. Ever since I heard your name yesterday, I, Dao, have been tossing and turning, unable to sleep all night. Look, I've been waiting for you here since early this morning. I heard you like collecting treasures? Perfect. I've got some great stuff here too, I'm sure you'll like it. Come on. Brother Yu. Come this way. Let's talk inside. Brother Dao's attitude is so passionate. Joke. This guy is the ultimate god of wealth. One day. Just on this shabby street, I spent more than 10 million and collected a sack of garbage. How could Brother Dao let such a rich and stupid tycoon be harvested by the small fish and shrimps outside? Of course, you have to do it yourself and make a big cut. So, with the extremely attentive reception from Brother Dao and his younger brothers, Wu Yu once again walked into the familiar old building. As soon as you walk in, you will be treated as a top VIP. Good cigarettes and tea were served, and 2 hot girls stood behind him, rubbing his shoulders and massaging his back. Only after serving Wu Yu to the point where he felt completely satisfied and in ecstasy did Brother Dao get down to business. Brother Yu, to be honest, I don't have any hobbies. I just like to tinker with antiques. Over the years, I have put in a lot of effort and collected a lot of treasures. Wu Yu's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Where's the thing? Take it out and show it to me." "Okay. Please follow me." Brother Dao led Wu Yu into a long sealed warehouse. As soon as the warehouse door opened, Wu Yu's eyes almost popped out. Good job. This huge warehouse, which is over 100 square meters, is filled with all kinds of antiques. There are blue and white porcelain vases, Tang Dynasty 3 colored glazed horses, golden Nanmu furniture. There is a wide variety of items, everything you can think of. Brother Dao looked at Wu Yu, who was so excited that his mouth was almost drooling, and he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Humph. These things are all high-quality imitations that I bought from the wholesale market last night. The most expensive one is only a few $100s. Today, Brother Dao must squeeze every last drop of blood out of that stupid rich man Wu Yu. Chapter 63 I unexpectedly ran into 2 absolute idiots at the same time. Come on, Xiao Lu, introduce Brother Yu to me. Brother Dao winked at a younger brother beside him who was wearing glasses and looked quite gentle. The younger brother immediately understood, cleared his throat, and began to introduce himself with saliva flying. Brother Yu, look at this. A Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rose Hollow revolving vase. There are fewer than 10 of these in existence worldwide. Each one is a national treasure. Although this one was fired in a folk kiln, the craftsmanship is definitely not inferior to that of an official kiln. Conservatively estimated, it's worth tens of millions. And this? A Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum vase depicting Xiaoyi chasing Han Xin under the moon. This is our country's national treasure. Mine, is about Xiaoyi chasing Diaochan under the moon. Although the characters are different, the artistic value is the same. Wu Yu was overjoyed and his blood was boiling when he heard this. This Nima. It's a blatant scam without any technical content. Get rich. This time it's really fucking out. Sudden. Wu Yu's attention was attracted by a huge blue and white porcelain vase in the deepest part of the warehouse. Behind the vase, there was a slender black figure. It's Ling Yulei. She was squatting stealthily, holding the gleaming kitchen knife in her hand. Damn it! Is this woman crazy? How dare you break into the skeleton gang's lair alone? No! If a fight breaks out, won't it delay my plans to make a fortune? Wu Yu immediately walked to the vase and gave Ling Yulei a warning look, indicating that she should not act rashly. Ling Yulei was completely stunned when she saw Wu Yu, who was dressed silly. What is he doing? Looking for a fake from the skeleton gang? Etc. He is going to deal with the skeleton gang. Just like what you did to me last time. Pretend to be hooked first, then call the police and report that you have been scammed. Ling Yulei was so excited. I had just sneakily attacked Wu Yu yesterday, but I never expected that he would actually help me get revenge. Wu Yu calmly returned to Brother Dao's side and pretended to continue appraising the treasure. After going through all the treasures in the warehouse, Wu Yu slapped his thigh and asked proudly. How much are all these things worth? I'll take them all. Take it all? Brother Dao was shocked. He looked at Wu Yu in disbelief and stammered, Total? Brother Yu, are you really taking it all? Yes. Wu Yu nodded heavily. If these are all genuine, I'll buy them all. The real stuff. Absolutely the real stuff. Brother Dao was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and he shouted at the top of his voice. The total is 38.22 million. I'll round off the zeros for you. 38 million. Brother Yu, would you like cash or a card? Alipay or WeChat is also fine. Byte. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Humph. Wu Yu took out his bank card and was about to pay. Just then. Report! A little brother ran in from outside in a hurry. Brother Dao. Outside, someone is looking for you outside. Can't you see I'm accompanying a distinguished guest? Dao Go roared impatiently, make him wait. Even the King of Heaven has to wait for me. The younger brother continued with a sad face, but, the person looking for you is young Master Wang. Before he finished speaking, Wang Kaishuan's face, full of arrogance and domineering, appeared at the door of the warehouse. He immediately saw Wu Yu, who was dressed like an idiot in the warehouse. I was stunned on the spot. What's going on? When Brother Dao saw that it was Wang Kaishan, he immediately put on a smiling face and walked forward and said, "Oh, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I'm busy right here. How about you go upstairs and have some tea and wait for a moment?" Unexpectedly, Wang Kaishan pointed at Wu Yu and roared hysterically. That's him. Brother Dao. Quick. Do it. Kill him for me. $1 million for you. I'll pay you right away. Brother Dao was confused. Last night, Wang Kaishan asked someone to find him and said that he would pay a large sum of money to ask him to kill someone. This kind of thing was too risky, so Brother Dao didn't dare to agree at the time. He just asked Wang Kaishan to come over today to discuss it in detail. Who knew? This fucking target is actually Brother Yu? Dao Ji's face instantly darkened. He looked at Wang Kaishan and asked coldly, "Are you sure that the person you want to kill is him?" Wang Kaishan nodded heavily. Brother Dao laughed, and his laugh was extremely ferocious. Next second, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked Wang Kaishan in the stomach with great force. Fuck it. Brother Yu is my honored guest. He is my guest of honor. Touch him? That would mean you're messing with me, Dao. And with our entire skeleton gang. Wang Kaishan was kicked so hard that he saw stars and was stunned on the spot. Distinguished guest? What the fuck is going on? After kicking Wang Kaishan, Brother Dao hurried back to Wu Yu, bowed and kowtowed, and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Yu, don't worry, you are my adopted parent. I, Dao, will never allow anyone to touch a hair on your head. What kind of joke is this? For 1 million, you want me to give up a business worth more than 30 million? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Just when Brother Dao was madly complaining about Wang Kaishan in his heart, Wang Kaishan clutched his stomach and climbed up from the ground. He pointed at Brother Dao and roared viciously. 10 million. Kill him. I'll give you a reward of 10 million. As soon as these words were spoken, Brother Dao's heart skipped a beat. Good job. What kind of shit luck did I have today? I actually ran into two absolute idiots at the same time. One spent 38 million to buy a house full of garbage. One using a price 10 times higher than the market price to force himself to kill someone. Sent. This time it's completely successful. Brother Dao immediately decided that he would take both businesses. First take Wu Yu's money, then kill him. Perfect. Of course, to do this well, you still need a little acting skills. Brother Dao turned around abruptly, pointed at Wang Kaishan and cursed. Don't even mention 10 million. Even if it's 100 million. I, Dao, will never betray my friends. You. Get out of here. At the same time, Brother Dao was winking at Wang Kaishan frantically. Wang Kaishan understood immediately and immediately cooperated in the acting, pretending to leave in shame. Brother Dao returned to Wu Yu again with a loyal and courageous expression on his face. Brother Yu, if there's no problem, let's settle the payment, right? Wu Yu nodded and entered his bank card password on the POS machine handed to him by Dao Ji's younger brother. But just as he was about to enter the last number, he stopped. Wu Yu raised his head, looked at Brother Dao, and asked playfully. You won't take the money and then do something to me, right? Brother Yu. What are you talking about? Brother Dao patted his chest hastily and promised solemnly. The most important thing to me is loyalty. I will never do such a despicable and treacherous thing. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Ding payment successful. Wu Yu entered the last digit. A ferocious grin instantly appeared on Brother Dao's face. He waved his hand. Brothers. Come on. Chop this guy up. Wang Kaishan also jumped out from outside the door, pointing at Wu Yu and laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. Woo you. You're done. You're dead. If that bitch Ling Yulei wasn't such a jerk, you would have been fucking dead a long time ago. Now, you fucking give it to me. Bang. Chapter 64. Others rely on their own strength to appraise treasures, but the anchor relies on pure fucking luck. Before Wang Kaixian could finish his words, he was hit hard on the face with a loud slap. Bang. The sound was clear and loud, like thunderclap out of nowhere, echoing endlessly in the empty warehouse. Wang Kaixian was whipped by this huge force and spun 360 degrees like a top. Then he sat down on the ground with a thud. He covered his face, completely stunned. What's going on? Dao Gu, why did you hit me? Fuck it. Brother Dao pointed at Wang Kaixian, furious. His face, covered with flesh, was filled with the anger of loyalty and courage. I've already said it. I will never lay a hand on brother you. You're turning a deaf ear to my words, aren't you? Wang Kaixian covered his swollen face, his mind blank. He said anxiously. 10 million. Brother Dao. You don't want it? Brother Dao spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground with a look of disgust on his face, and shouted righteously. Money? How can money be as important as loyalty? In our underworld, the most important thing is righteousness. Brother you is my Dao's honored guest. You actually want to pay me to touch my honored guest? Fuck. Are you fucking crazy? Wang Kaixian was furious and cursed without thinking. You won't even try to make money. Did a donkey kick your brain? Nema. How dare you scold me? Brother Dao was furious. He waved his hand and let out a thunderous roar to the group of younger brothers behind him who were already ready to fight. Brothers. Come on. Let this brat know what cruelty is. Yes. When the younger brothers received the order, they rushed forward like a group of hungry wolves. Bang. Crack. Ouch. For a moment, there were fist fights and screams in the warehouse. Wang Kaixian's expensive branded clothes were soon torn into rags. His rather handsome face was beaten beyond recognition, with blood from his nose and tears all over his face, looking like a pig's head. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Wang Kaixian hugged his head, curled up on the ground, and let out a pig-slaughtering howl. Behind the big vase, Ling Yulei, who had seen the entire process, was so surprised that her red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't utter a word. What's going on? What kind of magical operation is this, Brother Dao? Just walk away from a $10 million deal? And even beat up the financier? Just for so-called loyalty? Damn it! When did the skeleton gang become so principled? But on second thought, Wang Kaixian deserved it. How dare you use me? You caused my Tianlei gang to fall apart and I lost everything. Unconsciously, Ling Yulei had completely accepted what Wu Yu had said to her before. That's right. Wang Kaixian is a despicable and shameless loser who can only hide behind the scenes and use dirty tricks. Soon, Wang Kaixian was beaten unconscious and was dragged out by two younger brothers like a dead dog. Brother Dao finally reacted. He scratched his bald head and felt that his behavior just now was really unbelievable. It's strange, why would I give up a business worth 10 million just for the sake of loyalty? Damn, he must have been high this morning. 10 million. Even if he's my brother, I would sell him out without hesitation. But, Brother Dao is the big brother after all. You can't go back on your word in front of so many of your younger brothers. So, Brother Dao cleared his throat and instructed the younger brothers behind him. Come on. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and help brother you move all these treasures out. Don't. Wu Yu hurried forward and refused with a serious face. These are all precious antiques. How can we let you brothers move them? If they get bumped or scratched, the loss will be huge. We must find the most professional moving team, use the most professional equipment, and transport it carefully. Oh my! Brother you are indeed an expert. You are so particular. When Brother Dao heard this, he was filled with awe and immediately gave a thumbs up. But he was complaining madly in his heart. Idiot! This fucking room full of garbage isn't even enough to cover the cost of hiring someone to move it away. Of course, Wu Yu did this for Ling Yulei who was hiding behind the vase. If Brother Dao's men were allowed to come in and move things, Ling Yulei would definitely be discovered. At that time, given the old grudge between Brother Dao and Ling Yulei, a conflict is inevitable. How can I continue to make money from Brother Dao? So, Wu Yu called Song Weitian in front of Brother Dao. Hello? Mr. Song? I've received another batch of goods. Yes, please send some of the most professional people over here. Soon, all the treasures in the warehouse were moved to Yayunzi across the street. Song Weitian had been waiting for a long time. When she saw the hundreds of sacks filling the entire hall, that stunningly beautiful face was filled with disbelief and shock. These are all? Wu Yu nodded heavily. Song Weitian felt like her breathing was about to stop. She asked in a trembling voice. All of them were bought from the antique street across the street? Wu Yu nodded heavily again. Song Weitian couldn't hold it back any longer. She rushed forward, casually opened a sack, took out a seemingly insignificant object from it, put on gloves and began to identify it frantically. The real thing. She ripped open the second sack. It's the real thing again. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. Still the real thing. Song Weitian's hands were trembling, and her clear apricot eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Good job. Song Weitian has been in the industry for so many years and has seen people dealing in antiques, but she has never seen someone like Wu Yu who wholesales antiques as if they were purchasing goods. It's incredible. The most important thing is that Wu Yu's Taobao shop is right across the antique street where scammers are everywhere. Just this morning, Song Weitian secretly took a stroll around the antique street. What's the result? They are all liars. 100% fake. I can't even find a decent imitation. How come Wu Yu was able to get so many genuine items like a cheat? Song Weitian racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. The hundreds of fans in Wu Yu's live broadcast room were completely excited. That's right, Wu Yu has always kept the camera on. He just paused for a moment when beating Wang Kaixian to avoid the live broadcast room being blocked. Oh my god. Are you the chosen one? Your luck is too good to be true. I finally understand. Others rely on their skills to appraise treasures, but the anchor relies on pure fucking luck. Damn it, why don't I have this luck? Wu Yu looked at the barrage and smiled slightly. My friends, I've already said that luck is also a form of strength. You can envy it, but don't curse it. At this moment, Song Weitian, who was frantically appraising treasures, suddenly discovered a huge black woven bag. With such a large size, what's inside must be something extraordinary. Song Weitian's pretty face flushed with excitement. She rushed forward like a hungry tiger and pulled open the zipper of the woven bag. Next second, a slim figure suddenly emerged from the bag. Ah! Song Weitian was so frightened that her face turned pale and she sat down on the ground. Chapter 65. There is no shortage of beauties around him. Wu Yu, you bastard. Ling Yulei climbed out of the bag, breathing heavily, pointing at Wu Yu and cursing. Why did you let me out now? You almost suffocated me to death. Wu Yu hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Sister Lei. I was so excited just now that I was so focused on looking at my baby that I forgot about you. Humph. See the baby? Ling Yulei snorted disdainfully, do you really think these junks are antiques? I'm telling you, she. Ling Yulei pointed at Song Weitian and was about to expose her identity as a liar. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze. Only then did she realize that she was in a professional antique shop that was decorated in an antique style and was obviously worth a lot of money. The Song Weitian in front of him was wearing an ink and wash cheongsam. She had an elegant and noble temperament, and her whole body exuded the unique aura of a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a liar. A living person? You're not trafficking people, are you? Song Weitian pointed at Ling Yulei and was also frightened. She's my friend. She was just playing hide and seek with me. After Wu Yu finished his introduction, he hurriedly asked Song Weitian, Mr. Song, have you finished the appraisal? What's the market price? This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Song Weitian grabbed Wu Yu's arm excitedly, her voice trembling. The quality of this batch of antiques is much higher than the last batch. I roughly estimated the total value. The total value is probably no less than 600 million. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Yulei was petrified on the spot. 600 million? Those idiots from the skeleton gang sold an antique worth 600 million for only over 30 million? Are you crazy? Ling Yulei was stunned, her mind went blank. Wu Yu laughed out loud, feeling so relieved. It's here. It's here. This way of making money is much more satisfying than making money from web games before. The only trouble is that cashing out is too slow. Mr. Son, there shouldn't be any problem with funding, right? Don't tell me later that you haven't raised enough money. No. Absolutely not. Song Weitian hurriedly raised 3 white and tender fingers like onions and swore to the sky. I, Song Weitian, am a well-known figure in the antique circle. My credibility is absolutely guaranteed. Do you trust me? That delicate tone and those big watery eyes would soften anyone's heart. All right, Wu Yu nodded. If you still can't figure it out in 2 days, I'll really look for someone else. Song Weitian nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. Okay, I'll go back then. Wu Yu stood up. Song Weitian hurriedly arranged for the porters. Hurry, deliver Boss Wu's goods to his house. At this moment, Ling Yulei, who had been standing in the corner silently, suddenly came over. Let me help too. Wu Yu looked at her with some surprise and nodded. Okay, thank you. So, with the personal participation of 2 stunning beauties, Song Weitian and Ling Yulei, the workers carefully loaded the hundreds of sacks of treasures onto the truck one by one. Hentang Palace, the top-floor luxury residence. Wu Yu stood at the door of the storage room specially used to store antiques, looking at the dazzling array of treasures piled up like mountains inside, and a satisfied smile like that of a wealthy landlord appeared on his face. Thank you for your hard work, masters. He took out a thick stack of red bills from his pocket and gave each worker who helped with the moving a big red envelope of 1,000 yuan. Ouch. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. The workers were so happy when they received the red envelopes that they couldn't stop smiling. They left with many thanks. In an instant, only Wu Yu and Ling Yulei were left in the room. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Ling Yulei stood at the door in a coquettish manner, with her head lowered, playing with the corner of her clothes. She looked like a primary school student who had made a mistake and seemed to have something to hide. Why don't you leave? Wu Yu looked at her like this and teased her with a smile. What? You want a red envelope too? No way, no way. Sister Lei of the Tianlei gang, the queen of the underworld, would be short of such a small amount of money? Who knew that he had just finished speaking? Ling Yulei's beautiful almond-shaped eyes turned red instantly. Tears as big as beans rolled down from his eyes uncontrollably. Wu Yu felt a pang of sadness at her pitiful appearance. Fuck. Why are you crying? Wu Yu hated to see a woman cry, so he frantically tried to comfort her. What's wrong? Let's talk it over. Who bullied you? No, no one bullied me. Ling Yulei raised her beautiful face, which was covered with tears, and said in a choked voice, I'm in urgent need of money. Need money? Wu Yu was stunned. Aren't you the big sister of the underworld? How could you be short of money? Well. Ling Yulei sighed deeply and told Wu Yu everything about her predicament. The Tianlei gang has now disbanded, and most of her brothers have run away. The rest are lying in the hospital, and the medical expenses alone are an astronomical figure. What's more, the skeleton gang has taken over my territory. I have to find a way to take it back. Recruiting soldiers, buying weapons, everything costs money. After hearing this, Wu Yu was speechless. No, sister, you are a gang leader after all, can't you save some money? You think I don't want to? Ling Yulei laughed bitterly. My Tianlei gang isn't a big gang to begin with. We only have territories like Antique Street where there's not much money to be made. The little money we make is barely enough to support the hundreds of brothers under us. Wu Yu touched his chin and said thoughtfully, your situation is a bit difficult to deal with. Wu Yu. Ling Yulei suddenly raised her head, and her tearful almond-shaped eyes stared at him intently, full of hope and desire. Can you lend me some money? Don't worry. I, Ling Yulei, am not the kind of person who doesn't pay back the money I owe. When I take back my territory and make a comeback, I will definitely return this money to you with interest. Borrow money? Wu Yu shook his head. No. He refused decisively without any hesitation. Why? Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled violently, and the pair of eyes that had just lit up with hope dimmed in an instant. Sister, it's not that I don't want to help you. Wu Yu said seriously, you're engaged in a criminal business. If I lend you money, wouldn't that be like funding your crime? If the police find out about this, I'll be held jointly responsible. Besides, you're broke right now. What can you use as collateral? If you can't pay me back, who am I going to ask for it? Although Wu Yu's words were realistic, every word made sense. Ling Yulei's last bit of hope was completely shattered. Yes. Now, I am just a stray dog with nothing. Why would Wu Yu take such a big risk to help me? Just because of my good looks? My good figure? Stop it. There is no shortage of beauties around him. Whether it was the pure and lovely school beauty Sheningran, or the elegant classical goddess just now. Which one is inferior to me? Despair. Unparalleled despair, like a tide, instantly drowned Ling Yulei. She turned around in a daze and walked towards the door with heavy steps. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Her voice was hoarse and lonely. She secretly decided to go back and sell the old house left by her father. Although that was her only thought, there was no other way now. Etc. Ling Yulei's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned her head, and a faint light rekindled in her dim eyes. It's not impossible to borrow money. Wu Yu walked up to her and held up 2 fingers. But, I have 2 conditions. What conditions? Ling Yulei asked anxiously. Chapter 66. In this kind of situation, of course I will help you. First, you can't touch that piece of land in Antique Street. Wu Yu said. Why? Ling Yulei asked in confusion. Because Brother Dao and I are now business partners. Wu Yu said bluntly, you must not do anything impulsive until my partnership with him is over. This. Ling Yulei was silent. For those who are in the underworld, face is their trademark. How can you not take back the territory you lost? If that's the case, everyone will look down on her in the future. What's the second condition? Ling Yulei was almost in despair. The second condition is also very simple. Wu Yu said seriously, when it comes to borrowing money, you must have collateral. Since you have nothing, well, then let's mortgage yourself. If you can't pay me back, you're mine. What? Ling Yulei's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. Her beautiful phoenix eyes stared at Wu Yu, feeling both ashamed and angry. Wu Yu! You are shameless. She never thought that Wu Yu would make such an outrageous request. I, Ling Yulei, would rather starve to death, die outside, or jump from here than agree to your unreasonable request. After saying that, she rushed towards the elevator without looking back. Hey! Don't go. I haven't finished talking yet. Wu Yu was anxious and shouted at the back. What I mean is, I want you to be my subordinate. Work for me to pay off my debts. Be my secretary. What are you thinking? However, Ling Yulei had already rushed into the elevator and didn't hear what he said next. Just then. Bite. The door of another elevator slowly opened. A familiar and fiery figure appeared at the door. Lu Baoling. She obviously heard Wu Yu's word secretary just now, and her charming eyes instantly flashed with excitement. Hey! My dear brother. Lu Baoling was wearing 10-centimeter stilettos with red soles, twisting her snake-like waist, and walked quickly towards him. Her voice was so coquettish that it could squeeze water out of her. You wanted to play secretary role-playing? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have prepared in advance. Wu Yu. He covered his forehead and felt a headache coming on. What the hell is going on? Sister, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I understand. Lu Baoling threw him a coquettish glance, then ran back to her home. 10 minutes later. Lu Baoling returns. This time, she put on a brand new set of combat gear that was enough to make any man's blood boil and his nose bleed. She was wearing an extremely tight white silk shirt with 4 buttons undone at the collar, revealing her black lace bra and her amazingly deep cleavage. On her lower body, she wore an equally tight black hip-hugging miniskirt, the hem of which was shockingly short, outlining her curvy and round figure to the fullest. A pair of slender and straight beautiful legs are tightly wrapped in extremely sexy suspender black stockings, extending from the base of the thighs to the ankles, exuding a layer of exciting sexy luster. On her feet were a pair of pointed stiletto heels, the heels of which were at least 12 centimeters high, which made her already incredibly long legs look even more breathtaking. The most annoying thing is the pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face. The temples of her glasses were connected by a delicate golden chain, hanging loosely behind her ears. It swayed slightly with her movements, full of abstinence yet intellectual temptation. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu. Lu Baoling walked in front of Wu Yu and bowed slightly. The thrilling arc of her body almost hit Wu Yu's face. She took out a document from her purse and said in a soft, sticky, and coquettish voice that made your bones soften. This is the company's performance report for last quarter. Please take a look. Ahem. Wu Yu was so overwhelmed by this sudden erotic scene that his mouth was dry and his blood was boiling. He forced himself to calm down, took the document and pretended to read it carefully. Not bad, not bad. As he read, he nodded seriously, like a leader reviewing work. Mr. Wu, you work so hard, can you relax for a while? Lu Baoling came closer, her breath as fragrant as orchid, and the warm breath made Wu Yu's ears itchy. Hey wait, I need to go to the bathroom first. Wu Yu had drunk a lot of tea and yaoyanzi before and was a little impatient. Oh. Mr. Wu, you are the leader, how can you go to the toilet yourself? Lu Baoling hurriedly supported Wu Yu's arm. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang at an inopportune time. On the screen, the 4 big words, "My precious son," were flashing brightly. Lu Baoling didn't even look at it and just pressed the hang-up button. You didn't even answer your son's call? Wu Yu asked in surprise. Snort. Lu Baoling curled her lips in disdain. That good-for-nothing son of mine is always causing trouble outside. He called and must be asking for money again. I don't even bother to pay any attention to him. Now, I just want to be with you, I don't want to be apart for a moment. Finished. Lu Baoling slowly squatted down, raised her beautiful face, and looked at Wu Yu with an almost pleading look. Boss Wu, look, they've done a pretty good job, haven't they? Shouldn't you give them a reward? Wu Yu looked at her charming and unparalleled appearance and said seriously. Please wait for the reward. Hurry up and ask the finance department to transfer 50 million to me. I need it urgently. Ah? Lu Baoling was stunned, and her enchanting eyes were full of confusion. Mr. Wu, is this some new plot? This isn't a plot point, Wu Yu shook his head. I really am asking you to transfer 50 million to me. Consider it a loan. Now Wu Yu's cash flow is almost exhausted. In order not to affect tomorrow's transaction with Brother Dao, he could only borrow some funds from Lu Baoling first. Oh. What's the point of lending or not? I'm yours, sister, so of course my money is yours too. Don't even mention 50 million. Everything I have is waiting for you to claim at any time. Lu Baoling immediately took out her cell phone and called the financial director to transfer the money on the spot. After receiving the money, Wu Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then he deliberately asked, Give me everything. What about your son? Do you really not care about him? Why bother with him? Lu Baoling curled her lips in disdain. Just leave him some money and don't let him starve to death. That good for nothing, the more money you give him, the more trouble he'll cause you. After saying that, she raised her head again, and her enchanting phoenix eyes were filled with undisguised, burning desire. Boss, let's not talk about that unpleasant thing. Shouldn't we start the reward session? Wu Yu nodded. Chapter 67, maybe Auntie is doing some exercise? Hospital, VIP ward. Wang Kaixian was wrapped in bandages and lying on the hospital bed like a mummy. That face, which was once quite handsome, was now swollen like a pig's head, covered with bruises and was a horrible sight. In front of his hospital bed, Brother Dao was peeling an apple for him personally, with an expression of great guilt on his face. Hey, Master Wang. Please don't be angry. I really didn't mean to get hit. I was just putting on a show for that Wu Yu. As he spoke, Brother Dao fiercely kicked the younger brother beside him several times and cursed. A bunch of pigs. I told you to beat young Master Wang just for show. You really want to kill him. All your bonuses for this month will be deducted. Wang Kaixian waved his hands weakly and said in a hoarse voice. All right, Brother Dao, I don't blame you. I just can't understand. I was beaten so badly that I had to be hospitalized, so why didn't my mom answer my calls? Hey, Mr. Wang, don't think too much. Brother Dao consoled her. Auntie is the chairman of the board of directors, and she's very busy. She must have been delayed by something important. She'll naturally call you back when she's done. But I just called her assistant. She's not even in the company. The driver said she went home a long time ago. Wang Kaishuan's voice was filled with anger and grievance. Going home? Dao Gu scratched his bald head. Then, maybe Auntie is doing some exercise? Sports? Wang Kaishian was stunned for a moment. Yes, my mother does have the habit of fitness, so she can maintain such a good figure. But recently, my mother hasn't been to the gym anymore. Abnormal. It's so abnormal. Especially my mother's new boyfriend, he didn't even want to tell me his name. Etc. Boyfriend. Mom, could it be that she is? Wang Kaishuan's mind instantly conjured up 10,000 images filled with mosaics. He suddenly became jealous and no longer cared about his face. He directly borrowed Brother Dao's cell phone and called his mother again. This time, the call actually connected. Hello? Son? What's going on? Mom. I was beaten. I'm in the hospital now. Wang Kaishian said with a sad face and aggrieved. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lu Baoling not only did not feel the slightest bit of distress, but instead scolded impatiently. Who told you to cause trouble outside all day? You deserve it. It's better to learn a lesson. Okay. It's okay, I'm hanging up, hiss. Beep beep beep. Wang Kaishian was completely dumbfounded when he heard the busy tone on his phone. He was hung? Being mercilessly killed by my dearest mother? Why? Why on earth? Could it be because of that damn wild man? Ah! Wang Kaishian could no longer suppress his inner anger and jealousy, and let out a hysterical roar. My mom is having an affair with another man. I don't love myself that much anymore. All this is because of that wild man. Besides, Wu Yu, I want you to die. I must make you die. There was a crazy and resentful light flashing in Wang Kaishuan's bloodshot eyes. He turned to look at Brother Dao and said with gritted teeth, Brother Dao, I'm not just going to kill Wu Yu. I'm going to kill one more person too. Oh? When Brother Dao heard that he had another business, he was immediately delighted and asked, rubbing his hands together, who is it? 10 million. I can help you deal with him. This. I still need to investigate. Wang Kaishian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The most important thing now is to get rid of Wu Yu first. Don't worry, Master Wang. Brother Dao patted his chest and promised solemnly, 10 million. Tomorrow. I promise to make him completely disappear from this world. Tomorrow? Don't you want him to do business tomorrow? What? You don't want to make money? Wang Kaishian was a little confused. Brother Dao sneered, I've already sent someone to investigate. That guy is just a gigolo kept by a few rich women. He has some money, but it's not much. Tomorrow, I'll squeeze the last bit of money out of him. And then I'll send him on his way. I've laid a tight net, I'm sure he won't be able to escape. When Wang Kaishian heard this, he was like, oh shit. Wu Yu is actually being kept by several wealthy women? Is it so popular? As for Sheningran, she would rather be with this kind of person than choose me? Wang Kaishian felt as if his heart was stabbed again. But soon, he calmed down and reminded Brother Dao. That guy is really good at fighting, don't mess it up tomorrow. Don't worry, Master Wang. Brother Dao chuckled and pulled out a black sword filled with cold murderous intent from his waist. Pistol. No matter how good he is at fighting, can he be faster than a bullet? A ferocious and ecstatic smile instantly appeared on Wang Kaishuan's face. He seemed to have seen Wu Yu's miserable appearance as he was riddled with bullets and blood splattered on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yu. You are dead. The next day. Antique Street. As soon as Wu Yu appeared, he didn't even have time to start the live broadcast. Brother Yu. Brother Dao came up with a large group of younger brothers, smiling widely on their faces. That passionate look is even closer than a real father. Here, I've prepared a batch of top-notch goods for you. I guarantee your trip today will be worthwhile. Wu Yu nodded, and with a steady pace, surrounded by Brother Dao and his younger brothers, he walked into the familiar old building again. Live broadcast is also started simultaneously. Fuck. The anchor is here again. A familiar place, a familiar trading partner, this isn't a script, I'll eat shit. What nonsense. I think the host is just lucky. The one in front, I see you're bewitched by that goddess treasure appraiser, right? Fans were discussing the matter in the live broadcast room, while Wu Yu was already smiling happily. This time, the treasures in the warehouse are even more exaggerated than yesterday. Looking around, you will see a dazzling array of things, so magnificent and golden, it's like walking into a museum. Brother Dao pointed to the center, where a half-meter tall, gilded Buddha statue shone dazzlingly under the light, and introduced it with saliva flying. Brother Yu. Look at this. A Ming Yangla gilt bronze seated statue of Sakyamuni Buddha. There aren't many of these things handed down from generation to generation. A few years ago, it was sold at an auction in Hong Kong for over 200 million. As for mine, I can't tell you where I got it from. But it's definitely the real deal. One price. 10 million. After Brother Dao quoted the price, he looked at Wu Yu expectantly. Although this Buddha statue is a fake, it is not cheap. The cost of the gilding process and brass material alone is tens of thousands. You have to make more money. Poof. Again? That's not right. This Buddha statue is obviously made of copper. The color isn't right, I can tell. Host, buy mine. I have a similar model at home, and I'll only charge you 1 million. Fans were posting comments crazily. Wu Yu opened the live broadcast page and searched for information about Ming Yangla gilded bronze seated statue of Sakyamuni Buddha on his mobile phone. Really? This thing was indeed bought by a wealthy man from the mainland for a sky-high price of 236 million Hong Kong dollars a few years ago. Now, it is collected in the home of a rich man. Wu Yu immediately started to have doubts in his heart. If the system takes effect, the fake Buddha statue in his hand will become real. Will the real Buddha statue in the rich man's home become fake? Or will it be that from now on, there will be two identical authentic statues in the world? Chapter 68 You are really stupid. Who cares? Buy it first. Wu Yu thought viciously in his heart. At the very least, after the system takes effect, the one in my hand is definitely 100% authentic. As for the real Buddha statue in the rich man's house, whether it is real or fake, what does it have to do with me? Then, Wu Yu put on that simple and honest smile again, rubbed his hands, and said to Brother Dao. Brother Dao, you see, I'm a straightforward person. Don't quote me in 10 million or 10 million increments, it's too much trouble. Why don't you just give me a total price and I'll take all the treasures in this warehouse? What? Dao Ji's eyes widened instantly, and his face, covered with fat, was filled with incomparable shock. You didn't even look at it, and you bought it all? This fucking. I spent the whole night memorizing my lines. If I had known, I would have taken the girls to a party. He suppressed his inner ecstasy, cleared his throat calmly, stretched out 5 thick fingers, and said in a deep voice. 50 million. As long as you pay 50 million, all the treasures in this warehouse will be yours. 50 million? Wu Yu frowned slightly. Brother Dao, this price, isn't it a bit too high? He only has a little over 50 million in his card now. What's more, the total cost of this room full of fake goods may not even reach 50,000 yuan. Wu Yu didn't bargain before because he was too lazy to bother and wanted to get rich quickly. But today, he decided to negotiate the price. When Brother Dao heard this, he was immediately happy. Ha 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 ha. No money? Squeezed dry, right? Just right. Let us squeeze out his last 50 million today, and then kill him. Perfect. Brother Yu can't say that. Brother Dao started his performance. Look at this room full of treasures. Which one isn't a priceless treasure? 50 million, buying such a large amount, you've already made a huge profit. Besides, I, Dao, opened a business and I need to eat. 30 million, that's all I have. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. Wu Yu chopped the knife hard. Okay. Deal. Brother Dao slapped his thigh, as if he had made a huge decision, and said through gritted teeth. Damn it. Just 30 million. We're brothers after all. He. Wu Yu took out his bank card and swiped it generously on the POS machine handed to him by Dao Ji's younger brother. Ding, payment successful. Ha 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 ha. Brother Dao looked at the dazzling notification of the arrival of the funds on his mobile phone and could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy, and let out a hideous laugh like a barbell. He waved his hand suddenly. Brothers! Close the door. Walala. In an instant, the heavy iron door of the warehouse slammed shut. Dozens of strong men holding shiny machetes and steel pipes rushed over from all directions like a tide, surrounding Wu Yu in 3 layers inside and outside, making it impossible to get through. What the hell? Hundreds of fans in the live broadcast room exploded on the spot. Oh my god. Are you trying to silence me? It's over. I'm going to stop here today. Woohoo, I still want to see you pick up more leaks. Script. This is definitely a script. What a grand scene. The host must have spent a fortune. Wu Yu looked at the scene in front of him, but his face still had that simple and honest expression, and even had a hint of just the right amount of panic and innocence. He pushed up his black-framed glasses and asked timidly. Dao brother, what are you doing? What? Brother Dao grinned, walked up to Wu Yu, and poked his chest hard with his thick fingers. Sorry, brother, you are no longer useful. So, just go and die. Don't. Wu Yu was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly, pointing at the priceless antiques around him, his voice trembling. Let's talk it out. Don't fight here. If you break these treasures, then, the loss will be huge. Ha 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 ha. When Brother Dao heard this, he laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He looked at Wu Yu with pity, as if he were an idiot. You're really fucking stupid. You still think these things are real? I'm telling you. These are all fake. Counterfeits. Garbage. Brother Dao originally thought that after hearing this cruel truth, Wu Yu would panic, feel like he was struck by lightning, and collapse in despair. However, Wu Yu's reaction was far beyond his expectations. There was no shock or fear on Wu Yu's face, but he looked very calm. He just said lightly, and then said in a tone that was almost negotiating. I'm going to die anyway, so you should let me choose a place to die, right? I don't want to die in this warehouse. It's too dirty. Brother Dao frowned slightly. Although he felt that Wu Yu's reaction was a little strange, he changed his mind and thought that it was normal for a dying person to have some strange requests. Alright. I'll show some mercy today and grant your last wish. Dao Guo waved his hand impatiently. Tell me, where do you want to die? Just die at the door. Wu Yu pointed to the door of the warehouse with a harmless smile on his face. He was just about to turn around, stretch out his long legs, stretch his muscles in the open area at the door, and easily take down this group of ignorant trash. Sudden. He felt a cold and hard object pressing against the back of his head. Gun. It's a gun. He. Dao Ji's sinister sneer rang in Wu Yu's ears. I knew you were going to play tricks. Luckily, young Master Wang reminded me that you're not easy to deal with. I should be more careful. Now, kneel down. Wu Yu's heart instantly rose to his throat. This was the first time in his life that someone had a gun pointed at his head. The cold touch and the breath full of death threat made the hairs all over his body stand on end instantly. Although his current physical fitness has reached a level that can be called abnormal. But, after all, we are still mortals. If this gun is real, I will die on the spot with one shot. No. Can't gamble. Just when Wu Yu's brain was working rapidly and he was about to launch a fatal attack. Kill. Accompanied by a crisp cry full of supreme majesty. A fiery red figure, like a flash of lightning, suddenly rushed over. It's Ling Yulei. She had changed her sexy and charming appearance and put on a set of combat gear that was enough to make any man's blood boil. She wore a black tight leather vest on her upper body, which perfectly outlined her breathtaking and proud curves. She wore a pair of super short leather pants made of the same material, which showed off her round and firm peaches and a pair of straight and slender long legs. The worst thing was that there was a black leather belt tied around her white jade-like thighs. There were several sharp daggers stuck on it. Behind her, there were dozens of men holding machetes and looking aggressive. Kill. Chapter 69. How could the two of them be together? Kill. Ling Yulei took the lead, raised her sword and chopped down the 2 skeleton gang brothers who were blocking the front in an instant. That skill, that aura, is even more handsome than the Black Widow in the movie. The fans in the live broadcast room went crazy on the spot. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What kind of magical plot is this? A beautiful woman saving a hero? So beautiful and cool. I can do it, sister. I'm willing to take on everything for you. Fuck, I'm bleeding. This isn't a script. This is definitely not a script. Ling Yulei knocked down several people and soon saw Wu Yu with a gun pointed at his head. Let him go. She let out a deafening roar, and her condition was alarming. He danced the machete in his hand with great vigor, and soon cut a bloody path in the crowd, heading straight for Brother Dao. Brother Dao was shocked. He never thought that Ling Yulei would dare to bring people to invade his territory. He quickly turned the gun around and aimed it at the aggressive Ling Yulei. Bang! A gunshot. The bullet hit Ling Yulei's shoulder accurately. But Ling Yulei didn't even frown. She just groaned, walked faster, and swung the machete in her hand towards Brother Dao's head with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Brother Dao was so frightened that he quickly took several steps back, and only then did he manage to escape. Grass. Brother Dao was so angry. Brothers! Kill this bitch for me. At a command, the group of younger brothers who had been ready to fight instantly turned their spearheads and pounced towards Ling Yulei like a group of hungry wolves. However, at this critical moment, a tall figure, like an insurmountable mountain, stood firmly in front of Ling Yulei. It's Wu Yu. Fuck, you dare to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Brother Dao pointed at Wu Yu and grinned. Alright. I'll grant your wish today. Come on. Do them both together. Wait. Leave the woman alive, he. I'm going to have a good time tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Yulei, who was standing behind Wu Yu, had a very strange smile on her pretty face that should have been filled with fear. That smile was full of pity and disdain, as if he was looking at a group of death row prisoners who were about to be sent to the guillotine. Dao Ji's brows furrowed suddenly. He stared at Ling Yulei intently and asked in confusion. What the hell are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you being stupid. Ling Yulei shook her head, and her enchanting phoenix eyes flashed with a gleam as if she was looking at an idiot. I brought my men here this time with the determination to fight you to the death. How could I have known that you would be so foolish as to provoke him? Ling Yulei pointed at the tall figure in front of her and laughed so hard that her body shook. Brother Dao, you are really seeking your own death. What's the meaning? Brother Dao's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose. Why did I seek my own death? Explain clearly? No need to say. The smile on Ling Yulei's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold and ferocious look. Because you are about to be wiped out. Before he finished speaking, Wu Yu, move. Quick. Almost as fast as possible. So fast that no one could see his movements clearly. I saw a shadow, like a ghost, rushing into the crowd in an instant. Next second. Bang. Crack. Ah. Various wails filled with pain and fear came one after another, without stopping. Those gangsters who were so arrogant just now were like paper in front of Wu Yu and could not withstand a single blow. Wu Yu didn't even bother to use any fancy moves, just the simplest and most brutal punches and kicks. One punch. The bridge of a strong man's nose collapsed on the spot, and he flew backwards with a scream, knocking over several of his companions. One kick. The other guy holding the steel pipe had his kneecap shattered by an irresistible force before he could react. He rolled on the ground in pain, howling like a pig being slaughtered. Crush. This was a complete, one-sided crushing. What the hell? The fans in the live broadcast room went crazy on the spot. Oh my god. Are you Superman? This fighting power is too fucking amazing. One punch kills one kid. This is the real-life One Punch Man. This isn't a script, it really isn't a script. The blood is gushing out. It's so real. So thrilling. It takes less than a minute. Brother Dao's little brothers were all lying on the ground, groaning, and had completely lost their fighting power. Brother Dao was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide, his expression was dull, and his mind was blank. This fucking. Is it a human? He had heard from Wang Kaishan that Wu Yu was a good fighter. However, he never expected that Wu Yu could fight to such an incredible level. This is no longer fightable. This is a monster. What a fucking pervert. Go to hell, alpaca. Brother Dao quickly drew his gun and pointed it at Wu Yu. Haha, you want to hit me at this distance? Two terrifying cold rays of light shot out from Wu Yu's deep eyes. Next second, Brother Dao only felt a flash before his eyes, and a piercing pain came from his wrist. Ah! He cried out in pain, and the gun in his hand instantly flew out of his hand. Wu Yu caught it steadily in his hand. Wu Yu weighed the gun in his hand, a sneer of disdain appearing on the corner of his mouth. Angry dog? Ha, I thought it was a real thing. Even though it's an air dog, if shot at close range and hits vital parts like the eyes or temples, it can still be fatal. You, don't come over here. Brother Dao was so frightened that he rolled and crawled backwards. He looked at Wu Yu's face with a devilish smile and felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Wu Yu ignored him and quickly walked to Ling Yulei's side and asked with concern. Are you okay? After all, Ling Yulei actually helped him block a bullet this time. I'm fine. Ling Yulei shook her head and raised her snow-white arm with beautiful lines and no trace of fat. The wound was not deep, just a little skin scrape, and a trace of bright red blood seeped out. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill siren sounded from far away and got closer. Soon, a group of policemen armed with live ammunition rushed in like wolves and tigers. The leader is none other than the hot, heroic, and top-notch policewoman Jiang Yuezhen. Although she was mainly responsible for anti-fraud propaganda, she was shocked when she heard that an extremely serious gun-wielding gang fight had occurred on the antique street. So I volunteered to come and help. Who knew? Why is it him again? Jiang Yuezhen looked at Wu Yu, who was surrounded in the middle, and her pretty face was instantly filled with astonishment and disbelief. Isn't this guy the same idiot who got scammed out of 5 million last time? And her? Jiang Yuezhen looked at Ling Yulei, who was standing behind Wu Yu with blood on her arm. Isn't this the female leader of the fraud gang from last time? How could the two of them get together? Jiang Yuezhen felt that his brain was completely inadequate. Chapter 70. The host is just a little luckier and has a stronger fighting ability. Don't move. Police. A burly, middle-aged policeman who looked like a captain roared in a voice like a bell. What happened? Who fired the gun? When Brother Dao saw the police, he was not at all panicked. Instead, he seemed to have seen his savior. He slapped his thigh suddenly, pointed at Wu Yu and Ling Yulei, and said sadly, Comrade police officer. You're finally here. If you had been a step later, I would have lost my life right here. It's him. It's him. Brother Dao turned the tables, pointed at Ling Yulei, and yelled, confusing right and wrong. Comrade police officer, my name is Scar Lu, and I'm a legitimate merchant on this antique street. I was taking inventory in the warehouse today when this bitch rushed in with a bunch of people, hacking everyone in sight. Brother Dao pointed at his men who were groaning and bleeding on the ground, his face full of grief, anger, and grievance. And him. Brother Dao pointed at Wu Yu again and said bitterly, this kid is the new thug of the Tianlei gang. He's so ruthless and cruel. Look at all my brothers, they were all injured by him alone. Comrade police, you have to make the decision for me. As soon as these words were spoken, all the police officers present were collectively shocked. They stared at Wu Yu as if he were a monster. One person injured hundreds of people? What kind of joke is this? Where's the evidence? The police captain frowned, obviously not believing Brother Dao's nonsense. Evidence? Brother Dao pointed at the vendors outside the warehouse who were trembling with fear and shouted at the top of his voice. They can all testify. The police captain immediately sent someone out to inquire. Really? Those vendors all insisted that it was Ling Yulei who brought people to kill them. After all, they still have to make a living on this street, so who would dare to offend the local tyrants? Now, the police captain had no doubts. He waved his hand and said coldly, cuff them both. Take them back to the police station. Yes. Two young policemen immediately stepped forward, took out handcuffs, and were about to handcuff Wu Yu and Ling Yulei. Ling Yulei's pretty face turned pale in an instant. She just got out of jail 2 days ago. If she gets arrested again, she'll be finished. Just then. Wait. Wu Yu suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable calmness. Witnesses? Ha, it happened so suddenly, and those vendors were so far away, they couldn't see what happened clearly. Stop making such a fuss, the police captain shouted impatiently. If you have anything to say, go back to the police station and tell us slowly. We'll know everything when we interrogate you. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuezhan suddenly spoke up. We can't just listen to one side of the story. Let him finish what he has to say. Okay. The captain seemed to give Jiang Yuezhu a lot of face. He turned to look at Wu Yu and said in a deep voice, "Tell me. What on earth is going on? I think I'd better not say anything." Wu Yu smiled and shook the phone in his hand. "Let my fans tell you." Fan? The police were collectively stunned. One by one, they came over curiously and pressed their heads against Wu Yu's small mobile phone screen. Next second. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Host, are you the god of war? This is so awesome. One punch, one kill. One kick, a bunch of kills. That scene is more exciting than watching Wu Jin's movie. That idiot actually dared to point a fake gun at the anchor's head. He deserves to be beaten. Yes, yes, yes. We all saw it. It was that bald guy who started it. The anchor is being wronged. He just had better luck and a stronger fighting ability, he didn't break any laws. The overwhelming barrage of comments, like a tide, swiped the screen crazily. The policemen were stunned and dumbfounded. Oh shit. It turns out to be true. This seemingly harmless guy actually took down hundreds of people all by himself? What the hell? Jiang Yuezhan was so shocked that she stared at Wu Yu with her beautiful phoenix eyes, as if she wanted to see through him from inside out. Ahem. The police captain coughed awkwardly twice. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a bullet comment used as evidence. This thing, does it count as evidence? Of course. Jiang Yuezhan came back to her senses from the shock, and she gave Wu Yu's live camera a heroic smile that could make any man fall in love with her. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room, I'm Jiang Yuezhan, a police officer from the Baiyun City Anti-Fraud Center. Excuse me, is there anyone among you willing to come to the police station to assist us in the investigation and make a statement? As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded on the spot. I'll go. I'm willing. Officer, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Damn it. Who wouldn't want to be so close to such a gorgeous policewoman? I'd even die for it. Wait for me, policewoman. I can be there in about 5 minutes on my electric scooter. For a while, in the live broadcast room, the number of fans who signed up to be witnesses was so large that it was impossible to count them. Soon, dozens of fans who lived locally volunteered to rush to the police station immediately. By this time, all the police had believed that Wu Yu was innocent. Brother Dao's face turned green instantly. He never imagined that Wu Yu, this silly-looking guy, was actually secretly broadcasting live. Grass. Miscalculated. But Brother Dao was not very panicked. After all, his gun was fake, so it wasn't a felony. As for gang fights, he has someone above him, and if you spend some money to bribe him, he will just be in jail for a few days at most. When the storm was over, he took the huge sum of money he had defrauded and fled far away. He went to other places and still lived a happy life with delicious food and drinks. Thinking of this, Brother Dao's heart calmed down again. Police station, interrogation room. Name, age, occupation. The police captain began the routine questioning with a serious face. Wu Yu answered every question and was very cooperative. After asking about the basic situation, the captain changed the subject and went straight to the point. Tell me, what caused this incident? Why did you clash with the skeleton gang? Because he cheated me out of money using fake antiques. How much did you cheat? Upon hearing about the fraud case, Jiang Yuezhan immediately asked anxiously. Wu Yu extended a finger. 1 million? Jiang Yuezhan widened his eyes. Wu Yu shook his head. 10 million? Jiang Yuezhan's voice has changed its pitch. Wu Yu shook his head again. Then, amidst everyone's shocked gazes as if they were looking at a monster, he slowly uttered a number that made the entire interrogation room tremble. Close to 100 million. Chapter 71. Something is wrong. There is something very wrong with Wu Yu. Puff. The police captain, who was drinking water, spat out a mouthful of tea, spraying it all over the face of the recorder opposite him. Cough, cough, cough. He was coughing violently, and his resolute face was filled with incomparable shock. 100 million? This fucking. This is the biggest fraud case that has occurred in Baiyun City since the founding of the People's Republic of China, right? Jiang Yuezhen, who was standing beside her, trembled violently, and her beautiful phoenix eyes widened instantly. Her beautiful face, which could be called a work of art, was filled with incredible shock. This Wu Yu. Who is he? She thought it was outrageous enough that she was cheated out of 5 million last time. This time, he was defrauded of another 100 million? A huge wave was set off in Jiang Yuezhen's heart. She has been a police officer for so many years and has caught at least 800 scammers, and has seen countless victims. But someone like Wu Yu, this kind of extreme victim who can be called a walking ATM and a living bodhisattva in the world of scammers, is the first time she has seen it. Where's the evidence? It took the captain a long time to recover from the huge shock. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and asked word by word. Yes, I have. Wu Yu nodded, then slowly took out his phone from his pocket and clicked on a video. The video shows the entire process of his transaction in the warehouse. Officer, you don't know how brutal these people are. Wu Yu paused, a perfectly placed expression of lingering fear on his face. I was so scared at the time that I was taken to the antique street without knowing what was happening. They forced me to buy a bunch of fake goods. Today alone, I was defrauded of 30 million. You have to make the decision for me. As Wu Yu spoke, he displayed all the transfer records. Witness. Physical evidence. Video evidence. All here. At this moment, the entire interrogation room fell into complete deathly silence. All the policemen stared at Wu Yu as if he were a god. Good job. How is this a fraud case? This is fucking targeted poverty alleviation, right? One person supports the scammers in the entire antique street. The captain felt his blood pressure rising. He covered his chest and asked weakly. Then, what about those fakes you bought? They're important evidence. It should be here soon. Wu Yu looked at his watch and said with a smile. As soon as the words fell. Report. A young policeman rushed in from outside, his face full of excitement. Captain. Outside, there's a big truck outside. They say they're delivering evidence. Quick. Bring it in. A few minutes later. A huge truck slowly stopped at the gate of the police station. The car door opened, and a beautiful figure, so gorgeous that it made everyone pale in comparison, jumped down gracefully from the driver's seat. It's Sheningran. Today's school beauty has obviously dressed up carefully. She was wearing a pure white Chanel dress. Under the dress, her long and beautiful legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings as thin as cicada wings. They were straight, well-proportioned, and so white that they seemed to be glowing. On her feet were a pair of exquisite silver high heels, which made her already tall figure look even more graceful. That stunningly beautiful face was painted with delicate peach makeup, and her big watery eyes were filled with worry and concern for Wu Yu. As soon as she appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of all the male animals in the police station. Many young policemen were drooling as they watched, and they didn't even notice that the folders in their hands had fallen to the ground. Honey. Sheningran didn't care about the hot gazes around her at all. Like a fluttering butterfly, she trotted all the way to Wu Yu. Actively and intimately, she took his arm. Are you okay? I was so worried about you. That voice is so sweet that it's sickening, and so coquettish that it makes your bones numb. I'm fine. Wu Yu scratched her nose lovingly and said softly, Thank you for your hard work, baby. It's not hard at all. It's my honor to be able to do things for you. Sheningran stuck out her tongue, and her cute and lovely look almost melted the hearts of the policemen around her. Oh shit. What the hell is going on? This idiot who was scammed out of 100 million actually has such a gorgeous girlfriend? This is unscientific. This is unreasonable. This is simply the cruelest dimensionality reduction attack on these single people. Ahem. The captain coughed awkwardly twice, forcing everyone's attention back. Excuse me, are those the fakes installed in the car? Yes, officer. Sheningran nodded. These counterfeits were all high-quality imitation handicrafts that she urgently purchased according to Wu Yu's instructions. The purpose is to preserve the genuine goods in the warehouse. Jiang Yuezhen ran into the truck and took a look. Wow! From blue and white porcelain vases to Tang Dynasty 3 colored glazed horses, from Wangwali official hat chairs to gilded bronze Buddha statues. All in all, there are hundreds of items. Every single one of them matches the one in the video. Now, the chain of evidence is completely complete. Brother Dao's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair. Take him to the detention room. The captain waved his hand, and 2 policemen immediately stepped forward and dragged Brother Dao out like a dead dog. Wu Yu walked up to Jiang Yuezhen and asked with a smile. Officer, when can I get the money I was defrauded of back? Well. Jiang Yuezhen's face showed an embarrassment. This case is quite special. Not only does it involve a huge amount of fraud, but it also involves a gang crime of a mafia nature. So, it may take some time to handle. As for the money, it won't be refunded so quickly. Okay. Wu Yu nodded to show his understanding. Then, holding Sheningran's soft and smooth little hand, he swaggered out of the police station amid the envious and jealous gazes of the police. Behind them, Ling Yulei hesitated for 0.01 seconds. In the end, he gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and quickly followed. Only Jiang Yuezhen was left standing there, deep in thought. Something is wrong. There's something wrong with this Wu Yu. How could an ordinary college student have a net worth of hundreds of millions? How could a foolish-looking guy repeatedly get such amazing bargains in a den of scammers? Besides, the women around him are all more exquisite than the other. Even Ling Yulei, who was involved in the underworld, followed him. Wu Yu. Jiang Yuezhen opened her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. I've been working in anti-fraud for so many years, and I've never seen such a high-profile victim. Who the hell is Wu Yu? Chapter 72 Waiting on the Side. In a private room of a high-end restaurant decorated in an antique and elegant style. Wu Yu sat in the main seat with his horse and sword in his hands. On the left is the lovely Sheningran. On the right is the cool and dashing Ling Yulei. Come on, dear, open your mouth, ah. Sheningran picked up a piece of premium snowflake wagyu beef that had just sizzled from the iron plate and blew on it carefully with her cherry lips. After making sure the temperature was just right, he handed it to Wu Yu's mouth with tenderness and affection in his eyes. Snort! Seeing this, Ling Yulei on the opposite side snorted disdainfully and raised her snow-white chin proudly. She also picked up a large, plump geoduck that had just been grilled, and put it viciously into her tender and tempting red lips, chewing it hard. Baji, baji. Hiss. Wu Yu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and subconsciously tensed his whole body. Damn! This woman definitely did it on purpose. At this moment, Wu Yu felt his knee being gently touched under the table. He knew without looking that it was Sheningran who moved the chair towards him, getting closer. I'm full, dear. Sheningran looked up at her stunningly beautiful face, her big watery eyes filled with anticipation. Should we go back for lunch break? She deliberately emphasized the word lunch break and completely ignored Ling Yulei, who was standing next to her. Ling Yulei's pretty face instantly darkened. Snort! Isn't it just because she is young and beautiful that she is Wu Yu's official girlfriend? What's so great about that? Although Ling Yulei felt jealous in her heart, she still looked cold and arrogant on the surface. She stood up gracefully, straightened her matte wine red leather jacket, and said lightly, Since you have something to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, he stepped on his black marten boots and walked towards the door of the private room without looking back. That back view is both cool and filled with the powerful aura unique to the queen of the underworld. It's just the taste, a little sour. Yunding Palace. Wu Yu returned home, took a shower, changed into a loose and comfortable silk robe, and walked out of the bathroom. There was no one in the living room. There was no one in the master bedroom either. Where are the people? A trace of doubt arose in Wu Yu's heart. He searched around and finally found Sheningran in the storage room used to store antiques. Sheningran was seen curiously looking at a uniquely shaped antique armchair. The chair is made entirely of precious gold and nanma wood, carved with intricate and exquisite patterns, and its armrests are majestic dragon heads, exuding a heavy sense of historical heritage. This is one of the trophies Wu Yu just bought today. It is said that it was once a study tool of a prince. Honey, this chair is so grand. Sheningran blinked her big watery eyes and tilted her head innocently. She lifted up her slender legs wrapped in pure white over the knee stockings and swayed them in the air. The fair skin looks even more crystal clear against the background of the stockings, full of fatal temptation. Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so evil and crazy. He walked forward step by step, looking down at the pure and lustful beauty under him, and explained with a wicked smile. Of course it is magnificent, because this chair is not for ordinary people to sit on. Ah? Shiningran's pretty face was filled with big question marks. Who was sitting on that duck? Wu Yu did not answer directly, but leaned forward slightly, placed his hands on the armrests of the armchair, circled her in the middle, and said in a low voice, "I am the master and I am the one sitting here. As for you, just wait on the side." Evening. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the entire living room a warm orange. Ah! I'm late. I'm late. Shiningran was hurriedly putting on her exquisite silver high heels while running out in a hurry. She has to go back to school tonight to attend the graduation ceremony rehearsal. Don't worry, baby. Wu Yu leaned back comfortably on the sofa and said slowly, "I'm here to make sure you won't be late." The two came to the underground parking lot. Wu Yu drove his cool Lamborghini Urus, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out in an instant like an arrow from a bow. It galloped madly all the way, and finally did a beautiful drift, stopping steadily in front of the gate of Baiyun University. "We've arrived." Wu Yu turned his head and pinched Shiningran's delicate face. "Yeah." Shiningran reluctantly unbuckled her seatbelt, came over, and kissed him. "I'll stay in the dormitory tonight. See you tomorrow." I know. Go ahead." Wu Yu waved his hand and watched Shiningran's graceful and beautiful figure disappear at the school gate. Then he stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Return to the mansion at Hentaying Sky Palace that is comparable to a palace. Click. The fingerprint lock opened with a click. Wu Yu walked into the empty living room, looking at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and the bustling city night scene outside the window, but suddenly an inexplicable emptiness surged in his heart. Oh shit. The house is too big and it's a bit lonely living alone. The night is long and I have no desire to sleep. I have become accustomed to having beautiful women by my side. Thinking of this, Wu Yu took out his mobile phone and skillfully clicked on Lu Baoling's WeChat avatar. "Sister, where are you?" The message was sent, but it fell into oblivion and there was no response for a long time. "TSK, I guess he's working overtime at the company." Wu Yu curled his lips, clicked on Lu Yunqi's profile picture, and made a voice call directly. A few seconds later, the call was connected. From the receiver came Lu Yunqi's familiar and pleasant voice. Only this time, there was a hint of imperceptible fatigue and hoarseness in her voice. "Sister, why is it so noisy over there?" Wu Yu's hearing was so abnormal that he could clearly hear the fierce quarrels and the crisp sounds of broken objects on the other end of the phone. "Nothing's going to happen, is it?" It's okay. Lu Yunqi seemed to have walked to a quiet corner and forced out a relaxed tone. "It's just a small problem at home, it's no big deal." "Do you need my help?" "No, it's really inconvenient today. Let's work together another day. Love you." Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up. Wu Yu curled his lips, put away his phone, and was about to get up to go exercise, when suddenly, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Wu Yu took a look through the peephole. At the door, there stood a familiar and beautiful figure. Ling Yulei. Tonight, she is wearing a black tight sports vest. Her breathtaking and proud curves are outlined to the fullest, and one can even see two clearly visible waistline on her flat belly. On her lower body, she wore a pair of equally tight black yoga pants, which fully revealed her perky and round peaches and a pair of straight and slender long legs. The whole person is like a black cheetah full of wildness and strength, ready to pounce. So cool again. And beautiful. And sexy. Wu Yu opened the door, leaned against the doorframe, looked at her with interest, and said teasingly with a smile, "Hey, Sister Lei, what's the urgent matter that brings you here so late at night?" Ling Yulei's pretty face flushed slightly, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were a little afraid to look directly at Wu Yu, and she stammered. Chapter 73 Only people who are close to me can sleep with me. I came to you, to borrow money. Ling Yulei sighed deeply, and a trace of helplessness and loneliness flashed across her pretty face that was full of stubbornness. She told Wu Yu everything about her predicament. It turned out that she had just mortgaged the old house left by her father yesterday. But the money earned was only enough to pay the overdue medical bills for the brothers lying in the hospital. Now, although the Tianlei gang has nominally regained the territory of Antique Street, there is still a lot of work to be done and it is time to use money. Recruiting soldiers and buying horses costs money, purchasing weapons costs money, and pacifying people's hearts costs even more money. But now, she is penniless and at the end of her rope. No, you can go to the antique street and collect protection fees from those unscrupulous vendors, then you will have money, right? Wu Yu asked. You think I don't want to? Ling Yulei gave a bitter laugh and shook her head helplessly. Those bastards from the skeleton gang have already collected next year's protection fees in advance. If I go to collect them now, those vendors will fight me to the death. Okay. Wu Yu touched his chin and said thoughtfully, I can lend you the money, but the two conditions I proposed last time. Etc. Ling Yulei suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful phoenix eyes stared at Wu Yu with unquestionable determination. Now, it's my turn to make the conditions. Oh? Wu Yu was amused. He walked up to Ling Yulei, looked down at her, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're just a borrower, and you dare to negotiate terms with me? Who gave you the courage? Snort. Ling Yulei puffed out her full chest, unwilling to be outdone. I know you have a way to turn those fake antiques into real ones. So, you must be in urgent need of a channel to purchase a large number of fake antiques right now, right? What the hell? Wu Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. This woman. There's something. He discovered his secret so quickly? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your affairs. Ling Yulei stepped forward and continued. Ordinary people have no access to informal industries like fake antiques. But for me, Ling Yulei, that's not a problem. As long as you're willing to lend me some money, I'll help you source fake antiques. How about this deal? Do you think it's okay? Wu Yu frowned slightly. The system did not prompt. This shows that everything Ling Yulei said was true. She really has channels. Wu Yu pretended to hesitate for a moment, then nodded, all right. I'll take this deal. But. He changed the subject and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Words are not enough, how do I know you are not lying to me? I have to wait until I get the goods and inspect them before I can lend you the money. The reason why Wu Yu did this was certainly not because he did not trust Ling Yulei. He simply wanted to tease this cool and wild little Tyrannosaurus from Sichuan and Chongqing. After all, she had stabbed herself before. This Tyrannosaurus must be tamed. You! Ling Yulei stamped her feet in anger. But, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and finally chose to compromise. Okay. I'll do as you say. The deal was done. Ling Yulei had no intention of leaving, but stood there coquettishly. He lowered his head and played with the corner of his clothes, looking as if he had something to hide. Why aren't you leaving yet? Wu Yu asked curiously. Ling Yulei raised her head, and a barely perceptible embarrassment flashed across her pretty face, which was full of stubbornness. I mortgaged my house, and now I have no place to live. There are plenty of hotels out there, you can choose anyone. I don't have much money in my pocket, so I have to spend it sparingly. Ling Yulei's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, and by the end of her speech, her face had turned red to her ears. If you lend me the money right now, I'll leave right away. Wu Yu looked at her cute, shy and embarrassed look and smiled. I won't give you the money today. Well, tonight, I'll let you stay here for one night. Then. Ling Yulei temporarily settled down in Wu Yu's mansion, which was comparable to a palace. She looked the house up and down carefully, feeling envious and jealous. Oh shit. I have worked hard in the underworld for more than 10 years, and survived many dangers, but the money I earned can only buy me an old and dilapidated house. As a result, you, Wu Yu, are dealing in fake antiques. Just so easily, you can live in such a top-notch luxury house? This is fucking. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. While Ling Yulei was complaining madly in her heart, she walked into the storage room specially used to store antiques. Soon, her attention was attracted by a chair with a unique shape. Ha! This chair looks so exquisite. Ling Yulei walked over curiously and sat on the armchair. Hurry up, I'm the only one qualified to sit on this chair. Wu Yu leaned against the door and teased with a smile. Ling Yulei curled her lips and walked into a bedroom next door. As soon as she opened the door, she was completely stunned. I saw that the huge cloakroom was filled with all kinds of sexy and disgusting outfits. What lace suspenders, hollow tulle, cat girl, bunny girl? What about maid uniforms, school uniforms, nurse uniforms? Everything you need. Even Ling Yulei, the queen of the underworld, blushed slightly and her heart beat faster at this moment. This is my girlfriend's room, don't even think about living in it. Wu Yu walked to the door of the room and leaned against the doorframe. Humph. I don't care. Ling Yulei's pretty face flushed, she curled her lips in disdain, turned around and walked into another room. The huge cloakroom was filled with all kinds of haute couture dresses, brand name bags, and shoe cabinets that stretched as far as the eye could see. The dazzling array of goods is comparable to top luxury stores. Even Ling Yulei, a queen of the martial arts world who doesn't have high material demands, was secretly shocked at this moment. This is the room of one of my sisters. Don't even think about living in it. Wu Yu reminded from behind. Humph, who cares? Ling Yulei spat fiercely and ran out with her pretty face flushed. I came to the door of another room, but found that it was locked. She tried the doorknob, but it didn't budge. Who lives here? Ling Yulei's curiosity was completely aroused. This is the room of one of my senior students. She values privacy. Wu Yu shrugged and said lightly. Ling Yulei walked to an empty room and said through gritted teeth. Is it okay for me to sleep here? No. Wu Yu shook his head and refused decisively. Only people close to me can sleep in the room in my house. What? Ling Yulei was furious. She stared at Wu Yu and said angrily. Then you promised me to stay overnight? Yes, I promised you to stay overnight. Wu Yu spread his hands innocently, but it doesn't say to sleep in the room. You can sleep on the sofa in the living room. Sofa? Ling Yulei's voice instantly rose an octave, filled with incredible anger. You're just going to let me sleep on the sofa? What kind of joke is this? I am Ling Yulei, the leader of the Tianlei gang, Sister Lei, respected by everyone in the underworld. I actually have to sleep on the sofa? If this gets out, how will I survive in the underworld? Don't underestimate my sofa. Wu Yu seemed to see through her thoughts, and a playful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. This sofa of mine is a top-quality product, flown in from Italy. It's a limited edition worldwide. It uses the most ergonomic design, and the research and development alone costs tens of millions of dollars. Not only that, it also has constant temperature heating and all-round intelligent massage functions. Lying on it is like lying in the clouds, so comfortable that you can forget all your worries. Wu Yu boasted with saliva flying everywhere. Ling Yulei was stunned when she heard this, half believing and half doubting. Humph. I want to see how powerful this shabby sofa of yours is. She walked into the living room angrily and sat down on the ordinary-looking sofa. Next second. An indescribable feeling of comfort instantly enveloped her whole body. It was as if every inch of her muscles were gently lifted and relaxed, making all the fatigue in her body seem to be drained away in an instant. Chapter 74 Mom, why would she wear something like this? The soft leather material of the sofa fits Ling Yulei's body curves perfectly. The perfect sense of being wrapped made her feel as if she was in her mother's warm embrace. Then, a stream of warm air slowly rose from inside the sofa, instantly dispelling all the fatigue and coldness from her body. What is even more amazing is the all-round intelligent massage that starts silently. From the neck to the ankles, every inch of muscle was relaxed and stretched like never before under the perfect force. Ah, so comfortable. Ling Yulei couldn't hold back any longer and let out a lazy and satisfied moan. The whole person collapsed completely on the sofa as if he had no bones, and he didn't want to get up anymore. This sofa is amazing. So big and soft. Wu Yu chuckled and nodded repeatedly. It's really big and soft. Ling Yulei was closing her eyes, enjoying the ultimate comfort. When she suddenly heard Wu Yu's words, her body trembled violently. She glared at Wu Yu fiercely, her pretty face slightly red as she cursed. Rogue. After scolding her, she got up from the sofa and said angrily, I'm going to take a shower. You're not going to eat dinner? Wu Yu pointed to the steaming takeaway that had just been delivered to the table. Lose weight. Don't eat. Ling Yulei walked into the bathroom without looking back. Oh, then I'll eat alone. Wu Yu shrugged. Ling Yulei finished her shower and came out wrapped in a bath towel. That curvy and hot body looks even more seductive when wrapped in a bath towel. Drops of water dripped down her soft black hair, passed over her fair neck, and sank into her bottomless and amazing career line. She wanted to just lie down on the sofa. But as soon as she walked out of the bathroom, an extremely strong and overbearing food aroma suddenly penetrated her nostrils. Ling Yulei followed the scent and walked to the balcony. When she saw it, wow! Wu Yu was sitting alone at the huge viewing table, enjoying a wide variety of super delicious food. Australian lobsters, French oysters, Hokkaido sea urchins, and caviar, piled as high as a mountain. Next to it, there was an open bottle of top-quality red wine that looked very valuable. Luxurious. It's simply inhumane. Ling Yulei's stomach growled uncontrollably. She felt that her saliva was about to flood. Hey, Sister Lei, do you want to try it? Wu Yu shook the king crab legs in his hand, deliberately showing off in front of her. Don't want. Ling Yulei turned her head away stubbornly. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Next second. Ling Yulei's eyes suddenly burst into an incomparable brilliance. She rushed forward without caring about her ladylike image, rolled up her sleeves and started working. She snatched the king crab leg from Wu Yu's hand and took a vicious bite. Delicious. Then she grabbed a Boston lobster that was bigger than her face, and used both hands to tear it apart frantically. Wu Yu was stunned by the way he ate voraciously. Eat slowly, don't choke. Wu Yu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and pointed at the red wine on the table. By the way, do you drink? No. Ling Yulei answered vaguely with her mouth full of lobster meat. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Next second. Ling Yulei directly grabbed the bottle of Romane Conti on the table and gulped down several mouthfuls from the bottle. Belch. She let out a long burp, and her pretty face, which was full of stubbornness, was instantly covered with a charming blush. Sister Lei, now that you've had enough to eat and drink, let's exercise together? Wu Yu extended the invitation again. Ah. Ling Yulei was so frightened that she shook her head repeatedly. How can this be? Okay, no problem. Hospital, VIP intensive care unit. Wang Kaishan tossed and turned on the hospital bed, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. One day. A whole day has passed. Why is there no news from Brother Dao? He doesn't answer the phone and doesn't reply to WeChat messages. Grass. It's not a fucking failure? Wang Kaishan couldn't believe his ears. Brother Dao is the boss of the skeleton gang. He has hundreds of brothers under him. The most important thing is, he has a fucking gun. Even with a gun, you can still fail? The more Wang Kaishan thought about it, the angrier and more desperate he became. He seized the pillow and hurled it upon the ground with a cry of impotent fury. Just then. Squeak. The door of the ward was pushed open. A familiar and fiery figure walked in hurriedly, wearing 10-centimeter high heels with red soles. It's Lu Baoling. Mom. When Wang Kaishan saw his mother, he felt like he had seen a savior and almost burst into tears on the spot. You're finally here. I thought you didn't want me anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Baoling walked to the bedside and looked at her son's horrible pig-headed appearance. Although she didn't say anything, a trace of heartache flashed in the depths of her eyes. But soon, this trace of heartache was replaced by deep disgust. She folded her arms, looked down at Wang Kaishan, and scolded him angrily. Look at your current behavior. All you do is stir up trouble outside all day long. When will you ever let me have some peace of mind? I've already asked the doctor, and he said you only have a broken leg. The rest of your injuries are superficial, nothing serious. Stop pretending to be dead here. Come home with me. Then. Wang Kaishan returned to his home worth tens of millions in Yunding Palace in a wheelchair. Lu Baoling tied on a sexy lace apron, twisted her snake-like waist, walked into the kitchen, and made soup for her son herself. Wang Kaishan was in the living room, studying the electric wheelchair that looked quite high-tech. He was like a child who got a new toy, moving forward and backward, having a lot of fun. Holy crap! This thing has a drift function? Wang Kaishan fiddled with the remote control excitedly, but accidentally touched the highest gear. Whoosh! The wheelchair instantly rushed towards my mother's master bedroom like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins at a terrifying speed. Ah! Wang Kaishan was so frightened that he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Bang! With a loud bang, the wheelchair slammed into the closet door in the master bedroom. Clatter! All kinds of dazzling clothes were scattered all over the ground in an instant like flowers scattered by fairies. Wang Kaishan got up from the ground in shock. Next second. He just stood there in a daze. His eyeballs were as big as copper bells. I saw that the deepest part of the huge wardrobe was filled with all kinds of sexy lingerie that was disgusting to the eyes. Lace. Hollowed out. With straps. There are also super minimalist styles with very little fabric and extremely bold designs. Each one of them is full of fatal temptation, enough to make any normal man's blood rush and his nose bleed. Wang Kaishuan's brain buzzed and went blank in an instant. Old. Mom. Why would she wear something like that? He subconsciously imagined a scene in his mind. My own mother, the powerful woman who usually has the final say and is extremely majestic in the company. At this moment, she is wearing these extremely sexy things and is dating a middle-aged greasy boyfriend. Vomit. The strong sense of shame and nausea made Wang Kaishan unable to hold back any longer and he vomited on the spot. He can no longer remain calm. He drove his wheelchair to the balcony and lit a cigarette viciously. Grass. Mom is completely trapped. It's all that damn wild man's fault. How dare you seduce my mom? Just wait for me. I must find you out. Then, I will let you die without a burial place. Wang Kaishan was furious, and his bloodshot eyes flashed with madness and resentment. Sudden. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the rooftop balcony of the building opposite. The whole person was petrified again. Chapter 75 Sister, why did you bring me here? I saw the huge balcony opposite that was like a palace in the sky. Wu Yu. And another tall and agile beauty in black. Lifting dumbbells and exercising breathlessly. Nima. Wu Yu is fine after all. Wang Kaishan was shocked. Because this means that brother Dao fucking failed. Etc. That woman. The woman wearing tight black yoga pants and with a body so hot it makes your nose bleed. Yes, it's Sister Lei. It's the leader of Tian Lei gang, Ling Yulei. Why? Why is Sister Lei with Wu Yu? And, still having so much fun? Although Wang Kaishan is Xiningran's ultimate bootlicker, he is also full of admiration and fantasy for Ling Yulei, the beautiful and cool underworld queen. However, he knew his own limitations and knew that others looked down upon him, so he did not dare to have any unreasonable thoughts. But now, in his mind, the high and mighty underworld goddess who cannot be desecrated. She actually got touched by that scumbag Wu Yu? Ah. Wang Kaishan could no longer suppress the anger and jealousy in his heart, and let out a desperate and shrill roar. Wu Yu! Wu Yu! Wu Yu! I, King Kaishan, swear to heaven. I'm willing to risk my life. I will make you die too. You will die without a burial place. The next day, early morning. Wu Yu was in the bathroom, brushing his teeth while admiring his perfect inverted triangle figure in the mirror. Sudden. Ouch. A charming cry of pain was heard from the living room. Wu Yu spat out the toothpaste foam in his mouth and walked out to take a look. I saw Ling Yulei sitting on the ground with her pretty face full of stubbornness and pain. She rubbed her slender ankle, glared at Wu Yu in disapproval, and said unhappily, "It's all your fault. You had to force me to do such intense exercise. Now I feel better. My legs are weak. I can't even stand up." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu smirked, walked over and squatted down. Who made you so competitive that you had to keep up with my pace? Snort. Ling Yulei pointed at the high-end looking treadmill on the balcony and said angrily, "That thing is too advanced. I don't know how to adjust it." Wu Yu shook his head, stretched out his big hand, and gently grasped her calf, which was covered in black yoga pants. The starting point is extremely tight and elastic, full of amazing explosive power. She is worthy of being the queen of the underworld who has been active in the underworld for many years. These legs, these muscle lines, are absolutely amazing. Come, let me rub it for you. Wu Yu's big hands began to gently knead those long legs that were truly works of art. Ling Yulei closed her eyes in comfort and let out a lazy and satisfied moan. That voice is completely different from her usual cool mature lady voice. Full of the cuteness and charm of a little woman. Wu Yu rubbed it while sighing in his heart. TSK. The Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus is indeed worthy of its reputation. Such a bad temper, such a hot body, such a hot and wild energy. It's really fucking high. After a while. Under Wu Yu's miraculous massage technique, Ling Yulei finally felt her legs regain some strength. She struggled to get up from the ground, glaring at Wu Yu with a slightly blushing face. Humph. You still have some conscience. After breakfast, the two went to the antique street together. Ling Yulei came today to inspect the territory she had lost and regained. As soon as she appeared, all the vendors on the street were like mice seeing a cat. They were so scared that they were silent and dared not even to breathe. Ling Yulei cleared her throat and announced loudly in an unquestionable queen's tone. From today on, my Tianlei gang officially returns. The old rules remain the same. Also, I'll add one more. She pointed at the silly-looking Wu Yu next to her and continued. From now on, if you have any good stuff, you must give it to Boss Wu first. Do you hear me? The vendors looked at each other, angry but not daring to say anything. Why? Any opinions? Ling Yulei's brows furrowed instantly, and two terrifying cold rays shot out from her beautiful phoenix eyes. No objection. Whatever Sister Lei says is what it is. The vendors didn't dare to refute at all. They just nodded and fawned like pugs. Ling Yulei nodded with satisfaction. Wu Yu couldn't wait to start today's live broadcast. However, to his surprise, when he put on his signature black-framed glasses and walked to the stalls with an honest gait, those vendors who just nodded and fawned, their faces full of flattery, actually. They actually closed down their stalls collectively? They ran faster than rabbits, as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? What's going on? Wu Yu was dumbfounded on the spot. The fans in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Fuck. What is going on? Is the anchor being boycotted by a collective group? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. It seems the host's last police report scared all these scammers. Ling Yulei was also confused. She grabbed a stall owner who was about to run away and shouted. Stop. What are you doing? You don't want to be here anymore, right? The stall owner was so frightened that his legs went limp and he knelt on the ground, crying and begging. Lei. Sister Lei. Please spare us. We really don't dare to earn this kid's money. He called the police right after buying the stuff. He accused us of fraud. Who the hell could stand that? That's right. We would rather not do business than have any dealings with him again. The vendors around also echoed in agreement, each of their faces filled with fear and dread. After hearing this, Ling Yulei was completely speechless. She turned to look at Wu Yu. Wow. You have single-handedly driven all the scammers in the entire antique street out of their jobs. Wu Yu was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Oh shit. Damn it, this path to wealth is not going to be fucking cut off? No, Sister Lei, where is the source of fake antiques? Wu Yu looked at Ling Yulei in front of him, with a hint of doubt in his tone. If you can't handle it, I won't lend you a penny. Our cooperation is now void. When Ling Yulei heard this, she immediately became anxious. Don't worry. I, Ling Yulei, have been in Baiyun City for over 10 years, so I do have some ideas. She gritted her teeth, as if she had made a huge decision, and waved at Wu Yu. Follow me. Jiafang Street. Located in the old town, it is old and crowded. Both sides of the street are lined with low, self-built houses that are full of age. The walls were covered with mottled moss and crooked graffiti. In the narrow alley, clotheslines are crisscrossed, hung with colorful underwear, and water drops are dripping down. The air was filled with a damp, moldy smell mixed with a complex smell of various foods and sewers. Fuck, sis, why did you bring me here? Wu Yu pinched his nose and asked with a look of disgust. Humph, what do you know? Ling Yulei gave him a charming look, and a mysterious smile flashed in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Don't be fooled by its shabby appearance, this is actually the city's black market. Black market? Wu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. Ling Yulei nodded and lowered her voice to explain, the so-called black market is a place where transactions are conducted in secret. Guns, drugs, fake IDs, and so on. These are all things you can't buy on the market. We sell them here. Of course, antiques are included. As for the origins of these antiques, they're all sorts of different. Some were dug out from construction sites, some were dug out from old graves in the countryside, and some were brought in from other people's homes. Stop talking, take me there. Wu Yu was overjoyed and his blood was boiling when he heard this. Ling Yulei was familiar with the route and led Wu Yu through the maze-like alleys. Finally, it stopped at the entrance of an inconspicuous alley with a string of red lanterns hanging on it. At the entrance of the alley, there stood a thin middle-aged man with a goatee and shrewd eyes. Ling Yulei walked forward, took out a pack of crumpled cigarettes from her pocket and handed it over. The man took the cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and then asked in a hoarse voice. Sister Lei, what do you want to do? Ling Yulei glanced at Wu Yu behind her and said. My little brother wants to buy some old stuff. Do you have any here? Chapter 76. My husband is still arguing inside, let us go. The man with the goatee looked up and down at Wu Yu's silly outfit, and a hint of imperceptible greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. He nodded and said in a low voice, yes, follow me. Wu Yu followed the two of them and walked into the extremely dark alley. At the end of the alley is a tattered-looking iron gate. The man with the goatee stepped forward and knocked 3 times rhythmically. Squeak! The iron gate opened with a sound. A strong, turbid smell mixed with tobacco, alcohol, and sweat hit me in the face. Behind the door is a huge basement. Under the dim light, dozens of guys who don't look like good people are gathering in groups of 3 or 5, conducting various shady transactions. Wu Yu even saw a man in the corner loading a black pistol. Stimulate. So fucking exciting. It's a pity that live broadcasts can't be conducted in places like this. Otherwise, your account will be blocked for violation in minutes. Goatee led Wu Yu to a small room in the deepest part of the basement. In the room, there was only a thin man with shifty eyes, a pointed chin and monkey cheeks. When he saw Ling Yulei, he immediately nodded and bowed, and came towards her with a flattering face. Hey! Sister Lei! What brings you here? That's right. Ling Yulei stepped forward, pointed at the silly-looking Wu Yu, and whispered. My little brother got lucky recently and made a fortune. I want to try collecting. He has no other advantages except that he is stupid and has a lot of money. If you have any good stuff here, you must introduce it to him. Well, you see, I've brought you a big customer. After the deal is done. Okay. Don't worry. When the thin man heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and the brightness was comparable to a 2,000-watt searchlight. He rubbed his hands and walked up to Wu Yu, forcing out an extremely honest and simple smile on his face that was full of shrewdness. My dear brother, you have come to the right place. To be honest, the goods here are all collected from various channels. Although the sources are not very legitimate, they are cheap and authentic. Really? Wu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He pushed up his thick black-framed glasses and said excitedly, quick. Show it to me. Okay. There was a subtle cunning flash in the thin man's eyes. He turned around and took out some things that looked quite old from a huge sack behind him. Hey, look at this. A Qing Dynasty Daoguang famille rose plate with pine, bamboo, and plum blossom designs. And this. The Warring States chime bells. Even though they're just battle-damaged fragments, they're still a treasure from the Warring States period. This is even more awesome. Is there a terracotta warrior? Even though it's just a head, it's imbued with the ancestral dragon's aura. The thin man was spitting all over the place, talking in a very exaggerated and eloquent way. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. I've bought them. I want them all. Wu Yu slapped his thigh and roared with heroic spirit. Boss. Just give me a total price. I'll take care of all the goods. Ahem. The thin man suppressed his inner ecstasy, cleared his throat, stretched out 3 fingers, and said in a deep voice. 30 million. Not a cent less. Make a deal. Wu Yu transferred the money without saying anything. The skinny guy looked at the dazzling arrival notification on his phone and was shaking with excitement. He hurriedly and secretly transferred 300,000 yuan from the 30 million yuan to Ling Yulei as an introduction fee. Stupid referral fee. The transaction is completed. Wu Yu was contented as he put all the treasures piled up like mountains into several huge sacks. Then he swaggered out of the dirty basement. Hello? As soon as he walked out of the alley, Ling Yulei quickly followed and grabbed his arm. Now, you should lend me the money, right? Well. Wu Yu scratched his head, a look of embarrassment on his face. Sister, look, I just spent 30 million, and my card is completely empty. What? Ling Yulei's pretty face turned pale in an instant. You dare not keep your word? Of course not. Wu Yu waved his hands hurriedly. I'll have enough money once I get my funds back. Come on, follow me to Yayunzi. Yayunzi. Wu Yu and Ling Yulei had just walked in. I saw Song Weitian standing in the store, her beautiful face full of grievance and anxiety. Standing in front of her were two old acquaintances of Wu Yu. Lu Yunxi. Mr. Xia. I saw old Xia, who was so angry that he was shaking all over and his face was ashen. He stretched out his skinny hand, pointed at Song Weitian's nose, and roared in a voice like a bell. You little girl. How dare you use fake goods to fool me? I'm telling you. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for what happened today, I'll make sure your Yayunzi disappears completely from Baiyun City tomorrow. Mr. Xia. Please listen to my explanation. Song Weitian was so anxious that her eyes turned red and her voice was filled with tears. I personally authenticated that Ming Yangla gilded bronze Buddha for you. It's absolutely authentic. How could it be fake? You still dare to quibble? Old Xia slammed the table in anger. I've always kept that Buddha statue in my study. I wipe it myself every day. What's the result? Just yesterday, I asked the maid to clean the house, but she accidentally knocked off a piece of paint from the Buddha statue. Paint peeling? Song Weitian's delicate body trembled violently, and her clear almond eyes were filled with incomparable shock. How is this possible? How could the paint on a gilded bronze Buddha fall off? I want to know why, too. Mr. Xia was getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. At first I thought someone had switched things up. I searched the house thoroughly for a whole day. I almost tore the house apart. And what happened? Nothing was found. What does this mean? It means this Buddha statue was a fake from the beginning. It was you, Song Weitian, who used a fake to deceive me. I don't. Song Weitian was so aggrieved that she almost cried. She pointed to the heavens and swore, I, Song Weitian, have been in the antique circle for so many years, relying on my reputation. How could I do something like this that would destroy my reputation? I don't care. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with you. As Mr. Xia said this, he took out his cell phone and was about to call the police. Wu Yu watched from the side, his heart skipped a beat, and he understood instantly. Really? Just as I guessed. After the system takes effect, the fake goods in your hand will become real goods, and the original real goods will become fake. Not bad. Not bad. Fortunately, I didn't give the Buddha statue to Song Weitian for identification. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to wash myself out of this muddy water today even if I jump into the Yellow River. Old Xia and Song Weitian were still arguing fiercely, with saliva flying and their faces flushed. One was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring, and the other was so aggrieved that he was crying. It seems that there will be no peace for a while. Wu Yu doesn't have the time to sit here and watch them quarrel. He is in urgent need of cash flow. So he slipped out of Yayunzi, took out his mobile phone, and skillfully clicked on Lu Boling's WeChat avatar. Hello? Brother. From the receiver came Lu Boling's voice, so sweet that it made one's bones melt. Sister, I'm a little short on cash here, and I'd like to borrow some money from you to make ends meet. Borrow money? Lu Boling's tone suddenly became a little embarrassed. Oh, my dear brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's really, I'm short of money recently. I'm currently acquiring several gaming companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy. I've invested almost all of the funds in my account. There are still several million left. If you want it, I will arrange for someone to transfer it to you immediately. Sister, don't you still have some private money? Oh. Don't mention it. Lu Baoling sighed deeply, her tone filled with helplessness and disdain. It's all because of that prodigal son of mine. He spends money like water and causes trouble all day long. Don't worry. From now on, I won't give him a penny. All my sister's money is yours. I'll leave it all for you to spend. Okay. Wu Yu curled his lips and hung up the phone. Millions of dollars won't help at all. Just then, a familiar, alluring fragrance mixed with a hint of tobacco came from behind. Wu Yu subconsciously looked back. Lu Yunxi took out a slender lady's cigarette from her Hermes bag, lit it elegantly, and took a light puff. Then, pretending not to know him, she walked straight past him. Just at the moment when the two of them passed by each other, Lu Yunxi's slender hand holding a cigarette inadvertently poked Wu Yu's arm. Then, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, he whispered, "My husband is still arguing inside. It will probably take a while." Let's go to the car for a short collaboration. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. This kind of top-notch big fat sheep is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What cooperation? Cooperation. Wu Yu was in no mood to do this right now. He said anxiously, "Sister. Quick. Bring me some money. I need cash." Money? Lu Yunqi was stunned for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. "I only have a few million in liquid funds right now, and the bulk of it is in financial products, which I can't withdraw anytime soon." "But don't worry." She leaned close to Wu Yu's ear, exhaling sweetly, and said with a wicked smile, "Wait until that damned ghost of mine dies, and I'll give you as much money as you want." Well. Wu Yu sighed deeply, feeling extremely disappointed. A few million is not enough. It seems that we have to find another way. He returned to Yayanzi and walked up to Ling Yulei with an extremely apologetic expression on his face. "Sister Lei, I'm sorry, the money issue will have to wait." "What?" Ling Yulei's pretty face turned pale in an instant. She grabbed Wu Yu's arm, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and anger. "I can't wait any longer. I mortgaged my house. Do you know how much interest I pay every day?" "How much?" Wu Yu asked curiously. 2 points. "What the hell?" Wu Yu's eyes almost popped out. "So much?" "That's loan sharking. It's loan sharking." Ling Yulei said angrily, "I don't have a proper job. Who would be willing to lend me money if I don't go to a loan shark?" "Damn it. Those bastards from the Black Tiger Gang. They're so fucking heartless. At first, they told me that, for my sake, I wouldn't need a mortgage and the interest rate would be lower. What happened? It was all bullshit." Hearing this, Wu Yu's brows moved suddenly. He looked at Ling Yulei and asked curiously, "Are the Black Tiger Gang loan sharks?" "They're one of the biggest gangs in the city, specializing in casinos and loan sharking. They're simply beasts who devour people without leaving any bones behind. Who among us in the underworld doesn't know the morals of those scumbags of the Black Tiger Gang? When they lend money, their main trick is a series of traps. They specifically target those elderly people who are in urgent need of money." Ling Yulei bent her slender, white fingers and began to explain science to Wu Yu. "The most common type is a yin-yang contract. On the surface, they sign a contract with legal interest rates, but behind the scenes, they force you to sign a supplementary agreement with ridiculously high interest rates." "You don't want to sign? Dozens of strong men are surrounding you, with a knife at your neck. Do you think you'll sign? There's something even more filthy, called head interest. You borrow 100,000, but only receive 70,000, with 30,000 in interest deducted up front. But when you pay it back, you have to pay back the principal of 100,000. The most disgusting thing is their casino. They will try every possible means to trick you into joining, letting you win a small amount of money first so that they can get a taste of the sweetness. Once you're addicted, I'll start setting you up. I guarantee you'll lose everything you own, leaving you with nothing but your underwear. When you run out of money, they'll proactively lend you money so you can make up for it. The result? You'll get deeper and deeper into trouble." In the end, he was left with millions, even tens of millions, of dollars in debt. His house and car were all taken away, and he couldn't even protect his wife and children. "If I had no other choice, I wouldn't have borrowed money from them." Ling Yulei became more and more excited as she spoke, and the thrilling curve of her chest rose and fell violently. Wu Yu was overjoyed and his blood was boiling when he heard this. "Oh shit. What the hell? It's like an ATM tailor-made for me. Walk." Wu Yu slapped his thigh suddenly, pulled up Ling Yulei who was still in a daze, and rushed out. "Take me to borrow money." "Ha?" Ling Yulei's pretty face was filled with big question marks. She was dragged by Wu Yu and stumbled behind him. Are you crazy? I just said so much to you, and you didn't listen? The Black Tiger Gang is a dangerous place. And you dare to go and die?" Wu Yu didn't even turn his head, with an unfathomable smile on his face. "To die? He. It should be a gift of wealth. Jiefang Street, Black Tiger Financial Company. This place looks like a legitimate financial institution. It is decorated magnificently, and a gold-plated plaque with the words integrity-based, customer first hangs at the door. However, the air was filled with a lingering, strange smell mixed with the stink of money and blood. Wu Yu and Ling Yulei just walked in. A fat man wearing a tight suit, a big gold chain around his neck, and a hideous tattoo on his arm came up to us with a smile on his face. Oh my! Sister Lei, you've come to visit us. I'm so sorry for not welcoming you. He is the manager of this company, known as Brother Biao. Sister Lei, what brings you here today? As long as it's something I, Biaozi, can do, I won't refuse. Brother Biao personally served tea and water to the two of them with an extremely respectful attitude. Ling Yulei pointed at Wu Yu and said, "My friend wants to borrow some money." Sure. Sure. Brother Biao patted his chest and promised solemnly, "Since he is Sister Lei's friend, then he is my friend. How about this? Waive the first 3 days of interest. No collateral. Immediate approval. We guarantee you won't be cheated out of a single cent." Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. The corner of Wu Yu's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. He pushed up his black-framed glasses and smiled innocently. "That's great. Thank you, Brother Biao." Hey! Don't be polite. We are all brothers. Brother Biao was grinning so hard that his teeth were showing and his eyes were covered with joy. Ha 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 ha. Another rich guy comes. Tell me, little brother, how much do you want to borrow? Wu Yu extended a finger. Brother Biao asked tentatively, 1 million? Wu Yu shook his head. 10 million? Brother Biao's voice was trembling. Wu Yu shook his head again. Then, in front of Brother Biao and Ling Yulei's shocked eyes as if they were looking at a monster, he slowly uttered a number that made the entire financial company tremble. 100 million. Puff. Brother Biao almost spit out his tea. He stared at Wu Yu in amazement, his face full of disbelief. 100 million? This fucking. You really dare to count? What? Is it not possible? Wu Yu looked at him blankly. Of course I can, but. Brother Biao rubbed his hands, a look of embarrassment on his face. For such a large amount of money, the process might be a little troublesome. Would you mind providing proof of assets? No problem. Wu Yu nodded, took out his cell phone, and displayed the photos he had prepared long ago, one by one. The property certificate of Hentang Palace. The Green Book of Lamborghini Urus. There is also proof of 60% equity of 69 Interactive Entertainment. Fuck. Brother Biao's eyes almost popped out. He looked at the lines of glaring words on the phone screen in disbelief, his cheeks trembling with excitement. This fucking. A mansion worth more than 100 million. A supercar worth more than 3 million. And a majority stake in a large company. With this amount of wealth, there must be at least dozens of small goals, right? Borrow. Must borrow. This kind of top-notch fat sheep is hard to come by. He must be tricked to death. Trick him until not even a bone is left. Someone, come here. Hand over the contract. Brother Biao yelled at the back at the top of his voice. Chapter 78. Tell me, who is the target? Soon, a thick loan contract was placed in front of Wu Yu. Wu Yu took the contract and pretended to read it carefully. He saw through the trick at a glance. No interest, no collateral, and payment is received in seconds, it's all true. But the trap lies in those densely packed and inconspicuous additional clauses. What are platform service fees, risk management fees, account maintenance fees? Adding up all the factors, the annualized interest rate is as high as a terrifying 80%. It far exceeds the scope of protection of national laws. Moreover, the contract also includes a huge penalty clause. Once overdue, the daily fine is an astronomical figure. Ha, you're having a lot of fun. Wu Yu sneered in his heart, but remained expressionless on his face. With a stroke of the pen, he signed his name in a dashing manner. Okay. Mr. Wu. Please wait a moment. I'll arrange for the finance department to transfer the money to you right away. Brother Biao took the contract, his hands shaking with excitement, and trotted into the finance office. Not long. A loan of 100 million yuan was credited to your account in seconds. Wu Yu looked at the long string of cold numbers in the mobile banking app, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Cool. No collateral required. Deposit within seconds. I'll come and pay you back after the 3-day interest-free period is over. Get some free money. After all, there is a system, so there is no need to worry about any unexpected problems. From now on, I will never worry about cash flow again. Sister Lei, do you think this money is enough? Wu Yu handed the phone to Ling Yulei with a happy expression on his face. Ling Yulei was stunned when she saw the glaring 10 million transfer record. Her pretty face was filled with incomparable shock and emotion. Oh my god. He really borrowed 100 million in high-interest loans. Just to keep your promise and lend me the money? How could there be such a good and loyal man in this world? Ling Yulei felt that her heart, which had been frozen for many years amidst the flash of swords and the bloodshed, was melted by Wu Yu's burning loyalty at this moment. An unprecedented and extremely strong emotion, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly swept over her whole body. Enough. Ling Yulei's voice was trembling, and her tearful eyes were flashing with complex light. Wu Yu, listen to my advice. Sell all those fake antiques as soon as you get back. And then pay back this 100 million yuan loan shark right away. The Black Tiger Gang is a bunch of bastards who eat people without leaving any bones behind. You must not get caught up in it. She has now begun to worry about Wu Yu's safety from the bottom of her heart. Don't worry, sis. Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so calm and relaxed. I know this little thing. He put away his phone, stood up, stretched, and said slowly. Okay, it's getting late, I have to go home. What about you? Are you coming with me, or staying in a hotel? This. Ling Yulei's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. The big sister of the underworld was speechless for a long time. If you don't want to, forget it. Just be careful. Bye. Wu Yu didn't waste any time. After he finished speaking, he walked away without looking back. No drag at all. You. Ling Yulei looked at his back as he left in such a dashing manner, and stomped her feet in anger. Can't you just invite me again? If you just say one more word, I'll agree. This stinky man. Rotten wood. Late stage of straight male cancer. Ling Yulei cursed Wu Yu 100 times in her heart. But a shy blush could not help but appear on that pretty face that was full of anger. She didn't notice at all that there was an alley entrance not far behind her. A face filled with hatred and ferocity flashed by. Black Tiger Financial Company, manager's office. Brother Biao was sitting with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar comfortably, and calling his boss behind the scenes. Hello? Boss, I have good news for you. Brother Biao's tone was full of flattery and excitement. Today, a huge fat sheep came to our company. Don't worry. I've already set a trap for him. I guarantee that he will never be able to turn over a new leaf in his life. By then, won't all the billions of dollars in assets under his name flow into our pockets? Ha. Brother Biao let out a wild and triumphant laugh. Just then. Knock. There was a knock on the office door. Brother Biao roared impatiently, Who is it? Squeak. The door was pushed open. Wang Kaixian drove his electric wheelchair slowly in. Borrowing money is done outside, this is my office. Brother Biao said impatiently. I'm not here to borrow money. There was no expression on Wang Kaishuan's face, and his bloodshot eyes flashed with a cold light. I'm here to buy my life. What? Brother Biao's smile froze on his face in an instant. He quickly waved his hands and lowered his voice, You must be joking. We're a legitimate financial institution here. We don't do illegal business like that. I understand. Wang Kaixian sneered, For something like this, you need someone to introduce you, right? I was introduced by Brother Dao. Brother Dao? Brother Biao's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Wang Kaixian in disbelief and stammered, You know Brother Dao? That's right. Wang Kaixian nodded. It turned out that after Brother Dao was arrested, he did not choose to give Wang Kaixian away. Because he knew that if he wanted to take revenge on Wu Yu, he could only rely on Wang Kaixian. Therefore, Brother Dao chose to remain silent when facing the interrogation. Moreover, he found a way to pass a message out from inside, asking Wang Kaixian to find the Black Tiger Gang. In the entire Baiyun city, the only gang that can take on this kind of job is the Black Tiger Gang. Really? After hearing Wang Kaishuan's request, Brother Biao's small green bean-like eyes flashed with greed. He brought Wang Kaixian into the innermost, airtight office. Young Master Wang, to be honest, we can definitely take this job. But the price is not cheap. Besides, we also have rules. We don't accept calls from government officials, celebrities, or even friends from the underworld. 5 million. Wang Kaixian stretched out 5 fingers and said with gritted teeth. The target is just an ordinary college student. Apart from being a bit skilled, he doesn't have any special identity. I only have one request, and that is, to make his death as painful as possible. The more painful the better. 5 million? Brother Biao's eyes lit up instantly. This price is far higher than the market price. Don't worry, Master Wang. Brother Biao patted his chest and promised solemnly, we are professionals in this area. We guarantee that he will be left with neither the desire to live nor the desire to die. Tell me, who is the target? His name is Wu Yu. Wang Kaixian squeezed out this name that made him hate to the core from between his teeth. But the next second. Roll. Brother Biao slammed the table and stood up suddenly. That face covered with fat was filled with the anger of loyalty and courage. Who the hell do you take me for? What do I, Biaozi, rely on to make a living? It's loyalty. It's credibility. Mr. Wu Yu is our Black Tiger Finance's most distinguished VIP client. He's the breadwinner of our Black Tiger gang. You actually want to pay me to touch my dad? Chapter 79. Wow, there's a thief in the house. Bah! Brother Biao spat a mouthful of thick phlegm accurately onto Wang Kaishuan's pair of valuable limited edition AJs. Young Master Wang, right? Let me tell you. From today on, you've been blacklisted by our Black Tiger gang. Don't even think about setting foot in our gate again. Someone, come. Show him out. Why? Wang Kaixian was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide, his expression was dull, and his mind was blank. Distinguished guest? Father? What the fuck is going on? Wu Yu, how did he become a distinguished guest of the Black Tiger gang again? This is unscientific. This is unreasonable. Why didn't even the Black Tiger gang, a sinister force, dare to touch him? Why? Under the friendly escort of 2 strong men, Wang Kaixian was asked to leave the Black Tiger Financial Company. He returned to the Cloud Top Palace in a daze. Just about to go upstairs, suddenly, a familiar and stunning figure appeared in his sight. I saw a classical beauty in a cheongsam with ink and wash embroidery gracefully getting out of a white Land Rover Range Rover. Her every move, every frown and smile are full of unparalleled classical charm. That temperament, that figure, that stunningly beautiful face. It's like a fairy walking out of a painting. Wang Kaixian was stunned on the spot. The best. The best of the best. Subconsciously, he drove his wheelchair and followed stealthily. I discovered that this classical beauty lived in the building opposite me. Very good. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Wang Kaixian began to fantasize about how he would create a perfect encounter, how he would get this fairy sister's WeChat, and how he would pursue her fiercely. But at this moment, the elevator door slowly opened. A familiar figure walked out from inside. Wu Yu! It's him! It's him again! Right after. And the classical beauty that Wang Kaixian had been obsessed with, the moment she saw Wu Yu, unexpectedly. He actually did a standard 90-degree bow. Mr. Wu, I'm so sorry. Song Weitian folded her hands and placed them on her lower abdomen. As she moved, the cheongsam was rounded and lifted, outlining a beautiful curve. Her beautiful face was filled with apology and guilt. An accident happened today, as you saw. I didn't have time to raise money. I'm really sorry. It's okay, Wu Yu waved his hand, looking nonchalant. It was just an accident after all. By the way, how did you handle that matter in the end? Oh, don't mention it. Song Weitian sighed and said helplessly, when Mr. Xia bought the golden Buddha from me, it was certified by a professional organization. It was written in black and white and has legal effect. There's a problem with the Buddha statue now. The police have also said that someone must have secretly swapped the real Buddha statue with another one. What does this mean? It means there's a thief in the Xia family. Wow, thief. Wu Yu feigned surprise. Fortunately, the problem is solved. Speaking of that Mr. Xia, he's such a big shot, but he's so unreasonable as to bully a little girl. When Song Weitian heard Wu Yu's words, an inexplicable warmth surged in her heart. She looked at Wu Yu, her clear almond eyes flashing with emotion. Mr. Wu, you are so considerate. Wow, how did you know I'm good at this? Wu Yu gave a wicked smile and walked into the elevator side by side with Song Weitian. The elevator door slowly closed. Wang Kaishuan's completely distorted and ashen face was isolated outside. Hentang Palace, the top-floor luxury residence. Song Weitian placed the several exquisite gift boxes in her hands on the coffee table in the living room. Mr. Wu, this is a small gift I specially prepared for you. Consider it an apology. I hope you will accept it. Mr. Song is too polite. By the way, Mr. Wu, Song Weitian continued, although this unexpected situation has affected our fundraising today, I still hope that our cooperation can continue. I have about 200 million in cash, and I'd like to buy some antiques from you. Is that possible? Okay. Wu Yu nodded. Then, can you put the remaining treasures on consignment with me? Song Weitian's tone was full of anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. I know this isn't fair to you, so I'm willing to give you the biggest discount on my commission. Can? Wu Yu nodded again. After all, it is not easy to find a reliable partner. This Song Weitian is professional, honest, and most importantly, she is good-looking and can be a close friend. Very good. When Song Weitian heard this, she was immediately delighted and her face turned red with excitement. Mr. Wu, you haven't eaten yet, right? How about, let's go out for dinner? It's my treat. Since you're here, just eat at home. Wu Yu smiled and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. I'll cook for you myself and let you taste my cooking skills. Okay. Song Weitian clapped her hands happily like a little girl. So Wu Yu walked into the kitchen and began to show off his skills. Song Weitian, as if she was familiar with the place, toured around this mansion that once belonged to her, wanting to see what new changes there were. Before she knew it, she arrived at the door of the storage room used to store antiques. The door was ajar. Out of her passion for antiques, Song Weitian couldn't help but secretly took a few glances inside. Next second, she stood there in a daze. The pupils suddenly contracted. Golden Buddha. The stolen Yangla gilded bronze Buddha statue of Mr. Xia. Oh my god. How did it get here? Song Weitian is no longer calm. She tiptoed into the storage room and began to examine it carefully. The real thing. 100% genuine. Oh my god. Wu Yu, he is actually a shocking thief. No wonder he could find so many genuine goods from that scam street. It's not that he's lucky at all. He was the one who used Taba's name to sell the stolen goods to me. Song Weitian was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale and her delicate body trembled violently. Selling stolen goods of enormous value is a serious crime. I, myself, have become his accomplice? But then I thought about it. Wrong. I don't know anything. Legally speaking, selling stolen goods without knowing it is considered as obtaining the goods in good faith and is not a crime. Song Weitian doesn't want to go against money. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to continue cooperating with Wu Yu. But you must not point it out. You must pretend that you know nothing. Just then. What are you doing? A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind her head. Song Weitian was so frightened that she turned around suddenly. What I saw was Wu Yu's face full of ferocity. Chapter 80. He is definitely warning me. It's over. He found out. He wouldn't want to kill people to silence them, would he? Song Weitian's mind had already begun to imagine 10,000 miserable scenes of herself sinking to the bottom of the river. However, go help me check the pot. Damn it. My hand is burned. Wu Yu pointed in the direction of the kitchen and roared with his teeth bared. After saying that, he rushed to the refrigerator, took out a few ice cubes and put them on his red, scalded hand. Call. Song Weitian breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was just scalded. That expression, that tone, it's so scary. Dining room. Wu Yu and Song Weitian sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. On the table were 2 burnt steaks that exuded a strong bitter smell. Next to it, there is a plate of fried ham with cucumbers cut into different sizes and shapes. Ahem, Wu Yu scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. Well, I haven't cooked much lately, so my cooking skills are a bit rusty. You, please bear with me. No. It's okay. Song Weitian picked up the knife and fork, symbolically cut a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth. Next second, her delicate face was twisted into a ball in an instant. Bitter. It's so fucking hard. Why, doesn't it taste good? Wu Yu asked, stretching his neck. Really, no. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Delicious. Song Weitian's eyes lit up instantly. She gobbled up the burnt steak in one gulp. Mr. Wu, your cooking skills are amazing. They're even better than what a 3-star Michelin chef cooks. This steak, cooked to perfection. Absolutely amazing. This cucumber is so crisp and refreshing. This ham is so salty and flavorful. It's simply the most delicious thing in the world. Wu Yu. He stared in amazement at the classical goddess in front of him who was eating dark food and praising him crazily. Ahem, don't just eat the food, come, have some wine. No. I don't drink. Song Weitian was so scared that she waved her hands repeatedly, and her beautiful face was full of fear and resistance. How dare she drink? I just want to finish my meal quickly and leave this den of thieves. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. I drink. Song Weitian's eyes changed instantly. She picked up the goblet filled with top-quality red wine and shook it gracefully. Then, she put her beautiful red lips to the rim of the cup. This Romane Conti is from 1982, right? She took a sip, then closed her eyes and savored it. The nose has soft tannins, rich fruit aromas, and a subtle, complex aroma of tobacco and leather. It's very layered and has a long aftertaste. It's just that, the bottle was opened a little too early, so it didn't fully awaken. The taste is still a little off. Wu Yu was stunned by the extremely professional comments. Fuck. He stared at the person in front of him in amazement. The classical goddess who was avoiding him in the last second and transformed into a wine-tasting master in the next second, was full of admiration in his heart. That's awesome. You can even drink this? Of course. Song Weitian put down her wineglass, and a blush of pride appeared on her pretty face, which was fair and rosy. I even minored in wine tasting and won an international award. Amazing. You're truly a cultured person. Wu Yu gave her a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Song Weitian felt a little embarrassed when he praised her like this. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Oh, these are just some trivial hobbies." That shy look, coupled with the pretty face that became even more charming and attractive because of drinking, made Wu Yu's heart flutter. By the way, Mr. Song, Wu Yu cleared his throat and changed the subject. I'm planning to open an antique shop. Do you have any good suggestions? Open a shop? When Song Weitian heard this, she almost jumped up from her chair. She looked at Wu Yu in disbelief, her clear almond eyes filled with fear and confusion. Are you crazy? You're a thief. They are all doing shady business. How dare you open a store? Are you afraid that Uncle Hat won't be able to find you? Wu Yu looked at her expression as if she had seen a ghost and was also confused. What's wrong? I just opened a store, why are you reacting so strongly? Song Weitian finally realized that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and forced an explanation. No. Nothing. I'm just too excited. Good news for opening a shop. Good news for opening a shop. Her eyes rolled, and she immediately changed to an extremely professional tone and began to analyze the situation for Wu Yu. As the saying goes, antiques are in good times, gold is in bad times. The current economic situation is booming, and the antique collecting industry is bound to usher in an unprecedented spring. Mr. Wu, you joining the game now is definitely far-sighted and wise. That makes sense. Wu Yu nodded in agreement, picked up his wineglass and clinked it with Song Weitian. Don't worry, Mr. Song. The main purpose of opening a store is to facilitate the receipt of goods. As for sales, I still have to rely on you. From now on, we will join forces and make fortunes together. Good. Good. Let's get rich together. Song Weitian nodded repeatedly and drank the expensive red wine in the glass. When she put down the wineglass, she found that Wu Yu was staring at her with an extremely strange look. That look was full of inquiry, curiosity, and a hint of. The meaning is unclear and cannot be explained. Why are you looking at me? Song Weitian's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose. Mr. Song, are you very afraid of me? Wu Yu asked tentatively. No, no. Song Weitian was frightened and shook her head quickly, denying it flatly. How could I be afraid of you? We are partners. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Next second. Song Weitian's delicate body trembled violently. She felt all the hairs on her body stand on end instantly. An uncontrollable fear coming from the depths of her soul, like an icy tide, instantly drowned her. She looked at Wu Yu, her clear almond eyes filled with the fear and helplessness of a little lamb seeing a big bad wolf. She didn't even dare to move her chopsticks, and just sat there stiffly, motionless. Wu Yu was amused when he saw her like this. He thought that the reason why Song Weitian was so nervous was because she was worried that he would suddenly stop supplying goods and cut off her source of income. After all, there is no written contract between the two of them. All based on verbal agreement. Mr. Song, don't be nervous. Wu Yu smiled and consoled him. As long as you don't do anything outrageous, I won't make things difficult for you. However, to Song Weitian, these words were like a bolt from the blue. He's warning me. He was definitely warning me. He has discovered that I know his secret. He was telling me that if I dared to tell anyone about him, he would never let me go. It's over. Song Weitian couldn't sit still any longer. Mr. Wu, I suddenly remembered that I didn't feed the cat at home. I'll leave first. Stop. Wu Yu's voice was not loud, but it was full of unquestionable majesty. Song Weitian's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned around stiffly, and her stunningly beautiful face was filled with fear and despair. He's going to take action? Is he going to kill to silence the witness? Wu Yu pointed to the bottle of Romane Conti on the table, which still had most of the bottle left, and said seriously. The wine isn't finished yet, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you just say that? This kind of top-quality red wine, once opened, must be consumed as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the flavor will be lost, and wouldn't that be a waste? I drink. Song Weitian didn't dare to refute at all. She sat back in her chair and picked up her glass. Under Wu Yu's oppressive gaze, he madly poured one cup after another into his mouth. Because she didn't eat a single bite of food, and her blood circulation was accelerated due to excessive tension. After drinking a whole bottle of red wine, she got drunk immediately. That beautiful face was as red as a ripe apple, and those clear almond eyes became blurred and charming. I'll help you wash the dishes. She stood up unsteadily, picked up the plates on the table, and walked towards the kitchen. He hadn't taken 2 steps when he stumbled and fell to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 81. Not only stealing treasures, he also steals wives. The next day, early morning. Song Weitian slowly opened her sleepy eyes during a comfortable rocking. She stretched lazily. This sofa is so comfortable. Etc. Where is this? Why am I still at Wu Yu's house? Song Weitian shuddered suddenly and hurriedly lowered her head to check her body. The cheongsam was still intact on her body, without any buttons missing. Call. It's okay. But when her eyes fell on her long, straight legs, the whole person felt like being struck by lightning in an instant. It's over. Where are the stockings? Where are my limited edition flesh-colored stockings worth thousands of dollars? Her pair of long legs that could be called works of art were now naked and exposed to the air. Without the cover of stockings, the white and delicate legs glowed with an alluring luster in the morning light. Song Weitian hurriedly lowered her head, covered her chest with her hands, and continued to check frantically. It's okay. The bottom line is still there. Just when she was still in shock, a familiar yet frightening voice came from not far away. Are you awake? Song Weitian turned around suddenly and saw Wu Yu holding a pile of freshly washed clothes. Among them, there was a pair of flesh-colored stockings hanging down. You. Song Weitian pointed at Wu Yu, her stunningly beautiful face filled with a complex expression of shame and anger. Why are you washing other people's socks? Nonsense. Wu Yu rolled his eyes at her unhappily and threw the clothes in his hand onto the sofa. You drank too much last night and there's something dirty on your stockings. What if I don't wash them and the sofa gets dirty? Song Weitian's pretty face turned even redder. She lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. I'm sorry. At the same time, huge waves were set off in her heart. Something is wrong. Wu Yu, he just washed my socks? He didn't even take advantage of me being drunk and do something shameful to me? Song Weitian looked at her own beautiful long legs in disbelief, which were enough to drive any man crazy. You even took off my stockings, and you didn't have any evil thoughts? This Wu Yu is actually a gentleman? No way. Just when Song Weitian was daydreaming. Suddenly, from a room not far away, a lazy yet seductive woman's moan was heard. Wu Yu, where have you been? This sound. Song Weitian's delicate body trembled violently. This voice sounds so familiar. Elegant, noble, and with just the right amount of magnetism. It seems like I've heard it somewhere. Seeing Wu Yu going to the balcony to hang clothes, Song Weitian plucked up her courage and tiptoed to the door of the room. Cautiously, she peeked inside through the crack in the door. Next second. Oh my god. Song Weitian suddenly covered her mouth, and her clear almond eyes were filled with incomparable shock. It's Lu Yunqi, Mr. Xia's lovely wife. Now. She was actually wearing an extremely revealing set of black lace sexy lingerie, acting like a lazy kitten, acting coquettishly on the bed. That devilish figure with protruding front and back, that snow white and delicate skin. No wonder Wu Yu was able to get the stolen golden Buddha. Turn out to be. It turns out that someone was colluding with him from inside and outside. So scary. This Wu Yu is not just a great thief. He's also a flower thief. Not only stealing treasures. And he stole someone's wife. Song Weitian didn't dare to watch any longer. She hurried back to the living room and lay down obediently on the sofa. However, her whole body was still shaking violently and uncontrollably. It's over. It's over. I seem to have learned another secret that I shouldn't know. Hey, you're awake now, why don't you get up and have breakfast? Are you still sleeping? Wu Yu's voice sounded again. Song Weitian was frightened and quickly jumped up from the sofa, waving her hands. No. I don't want to eat anymore. I suddenly remembered that there's something urgent at the company. I'll leave first. Oh, then take care. Wu Yu did not try to keep him. After all, he didn't want Song Weitian and Lu Yunqi to see them. So, Song Weitian rolled and crawled, as if escaping, and left this den of thieves that made her terrified. She secretly made up her mind that from now on, she must stay away from Wu Yu, this dangerous guy. No. Still can't be too far away. As soon as I make enough money from him, I will immediately cut off all contact with him. Yes. That's it. Jiafang Street. Wu Yu drove his cool Lamborghini Urus and slowly stopped by the roadside. Lu Yunqi got down from the passenger seat. She was still wearing a well-cut-off white Chanel professional suit, exuding a noble and elegant aura of a queen. Honey, have you really decided to open a shop? Lu Yunqi held Wu Yu's arm intimately, and her charming almond eyes were sparkling with little stars of admiration. Of course. Wu Yu nodded. The reason why he wanted to open an antique shop of his own. First of all, it is convenient. You can't just keep those treasures you found piling up at home, right? Secondly, it is also to facilitate transactions. You can't always carry a sack and run to Song Weitian's shop, right? That's too cheap. Wu Yu took Lu Yunqi and wandered around Jiafang Street for a long time. As a result, nothing was found. Those shops with signs saying prime shop for sublease are either too small, too remote, or have poor security conditions. None of them could catch Wu Yu's eye. Well. Lu Yunqi sighed deeply and said helplessly, it seems that there is no suitable time today. Let's try again another day. Before he could finish his words, Wu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Sister. Look there. Lu Yunqi subconsciously looked in the direction of his finger. Bank? On the ground floor of a building, there was a gold-plated plaque with the words Jiafang Street Branch of Baiyun City Commercial Bank hanging. There was a notice written in black on white paper on the glass door. Due to business development needs, this branch was relocated last week too. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Fuck, perfect. Wu Yu looked at the deserted bank and felt quite satisfied. First of all, the location is perfect. It is located in the most prosperous area of Jiafang Street, only a few hundred meters away from the black market. Secondly, the space is huge. It takes up an entire floor, adding up to at least 1,000 square meters. Not to mention storing antiques, it's more than enough to open a small museum. The most important thing is security. Is there any need to explain the bank's security system? Bulletproof glass. Thickened steel plate. 24 hours monitoring without blind spots. There is also the underground vault door that weighs several tons and is made of the strongest alloy. If you put the treasure here, not to mention thieves, even if a fucking tank comes, they may not be able to blast it open. That's it. Wu Yu pulled Lu Yunqi up and rushed in. Bang! 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 As soon as the two walked into the bank lobby, they heard loud noises of smashing walls coming from inside. I saw several workers wearing safety helmets swinging sledgehammers and smashing the heavy counters. It seems that they are planning to connect this place to facilitate subletting in the future. Stop! Wu Yu yelled at the top of his lungs. The workers were startled by the sudden sound and stopped what they were doing, their faces full of confusion. Wu Yu ignored them, walked to the wall, looked at the rental notice, and called the owner. Soon, a middle-aged man with a big belly came hurriedly over. He immediately saw Wu Yu, who was wearing a suit and tie and had a young face. Immediately, he labeled Wu Yu in his heart. Stupid rich second generation. So the owner rolled his eyes, forced an extremely warm smile on his face, and came forward to greet him. Hey, hello. Hello, little brother. You want to rent my shop, right? To be honest, my shop is a top-notch shop. It's a feng shui treasured place. Back in the day, this was a bank. What do banks do? They make money. If you take over this place, you'll definitely make a fortune. Let me tell you, my phone is about to explode with calls from people who want to rent my shop. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Wu Yu waved his hand impatiently. How much a year? Name your price. The owner was so happy when he saw that there was a chance. He stretched out 2 fat fingers and said loudly. 8 million. 1 year. Puff. Lu Yunqi, who was standing by, almost vomited blood. 8 million? Why the hell don't you just go and rob it? Although the location is good, the rent is only 2 to 3 million a year at most. Just as she was about to bargain, Wu Yu grabbed her. Wu Yu shook his head and said to the owner seriously. Brother, this is not very honest of you. Although I am young, I am not a fool. How about this, you give me a reasonable price, and if it's suitable, we'll sign the contract now. A reasonable price? The owner pondered for a moment and pretended to be embarrassed. All right. Since you're so sincere, I'll give you a price, and I guarantee it's reasonable. Just then. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Chapter 82. Who are you calling the scum of society? Next second. The owner slapped his thigh suddenly, as if he had made a huge decision, and said through gritted teeth. 1 million. 1 year. No less. What? Lu Yunqi next to him exclaimed. 1 million? She stared at Wu Yu in amazement, her noble and cold face filled with incomparable shock. Oh my god. This is too much to cut, right? From 8 million to 1 million? It hit the aorta directly. Make a deal. Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was full of elation. He immediately signed a contract with the owner and paid 10 years' rent in one go. Then walked to the underground vault. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. Wu Yu stroked the cold metal handle, his mouth almost grinning to the back of his head. From now on, all the treasures will be placed here. It's a safe batch. Yeah, it's really good. Lu Yunqi also came over and said softly, I don't think any renovations are necessary. Just tear down those counters, tidy up the lobby a bit, and we can open straight away. The original president's office can be converted into your private office. It's big and grand enough. Great minds think alike, sis. Wu Yu chuckled and immediately contacted a construction team online. They were offered a generous price and required to complete the renovation within 3 days. When the construction team heard this, they immediately patted their chests and guaranteed, not to mention 3 days, 2 days. It will make everything clear to you in 2 days at most. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu stood behind the counter that had been almost smashed and began to think about the specific decoration plan. Sudden. Excuse me, can I still conduct business here? A clear, pleasant, yet familiar female voice with a hint of laziness and coolness came from the door. Wu Yu looked up and saw that it was Ling Yulei. Today, she is wearing a tight black belly exposing camisole, which perfectly outlines her breathtaking and proud curves. On the flat and tight belly, two clearly visible waistline are full of healthy strength. She wore a pair of camouflage overalls on her lower body. The wide legs of the trousers further highlighted her slender waist that could be grasped with one hand, and her perky and round peaches. On her feet, she wore a pair of black marten boots, which made her look cool and sassy, full of wild charm. Wu Yu? Ling Yulei looked up and down at the empty bank, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion. What are you doing here? Robbing a bank? I'm planning to open an antique shop. Wu Yu pointed to the huge space behind him, an enigmatic smile on his face. How is it? Isn't this a nice place? Yes, it's a big place. Ling Yulei nodded, but her eyes unconsciously fell on Lu Yunxi. A light hum came from her upturned nose. She is already married, but she is still flirting with other women outside. What a scumbag! And Lu Yunxi also felt the hostility from Ling Yulei. She subconsciously hugged Wu Yu's arms tighter. The soft and delicate body pressed tightly against his, as if declaring its sovereignty. The gazes of the two extremely beautiful women collided fiercely in the air, creating invisible sparks. For a moment, the temperature in the entire bank hall seemed to drop several degrees. Ahem! Wu Yu was caught in the middle and felt like he was about to suffocate. He quickly cleared his throat and tried to smooth things over. Well, let me introduce you. He pointed at Ling Yulei across from him and said with a smile, This is Ling Yulei, my business partner. Partner? As soon as the words fell, Lu Yunxi's soft little hand suddenly stretched out to the soft flesh on Wu Yu's waist and pinched it hard. Is this our kind of cooperation? She leaned close to Wu Yu's ear, her breath sweet as orchid, but her voice contained a hint of cold questioning. Hiss. Wu Yu grimaced in pain and gasped. Of course it's a serious cooperation. Sister Lei has a wide range of connections and contacts. From now on, the supply of goods for my store will be entirely dependent on her. After saying that, he turned to look at Ling Yulei. Sister Lei, you're just in time. I was just about to look for you. Look, my store is about to open, so I'd like to trouble you to help me introduce all the sellers here. From now on, if they have any good stuff, just send it directly to me. So that you don't have to show up every time. No problem. When Ling Yulei heard this, she was immediately delighted. Leave it to me. Come on, I'll help you with it now. After saying that, she stepped on her black marten boots and hurried out. Seeing this, Wu Yu turned to look at Lu Yunxi beside him and said softly. Sister, why don't you go back first? Sister Lei and I are going to take care of something and will come find you later. Although Lu Yunxi was extremely reluctant. But she also knew that Wu Yu was discussing serious matters, and following him would only cause trouble. So she had no choice but to nod, stand on tiptoe, and gently leave a sweet kiss on Wu Yu's cheek. Then please be careful. After saying this, he walked away reluctantly, looking back every few steps. Ling Yulei took Wu Yu on a tour of the black market and enthusiastically introduced Wu Yu to everyone she met. Hey, Lolly, let me introduce you to a great customer. My little brother likes to collect old things. If you have any good stuff, you have to give him priority. Brother Wang. How's the harvest been lately? My friend just made a fortune and is worried about where to spend it. You know what I mean, right? When the sellers heard about this good thing, they were all excited. They all said that as long as there is stock, they will go to the bank as soon as possible. When it comes to the referral fee, Ling Yulei didn't hesitate and directly negotiated the commission rate with the sellers. After all, it would be a waste not to take the money. Time passed quickly and it was already night. Ling Yulei has successfully built a stable and efficient supply channel for fake antiques for Wu Yu. How's it going? Am I awesome? Ling Yulei walked up to Wu Yu and raised her smooth, pointed chin proudly. Awesome, awesome. Wu Yu gave her a thumbs up and said, Let's go. Let's eat. It's my treat. The two came to a nearby food stall that was full of the atmosphere of fireworks. Under the dim streetlights, there are plastic tables and chairs, noisy voices, and the mixed aroma of cumin and beer in the air. Boss. First, 200 lamb skewers. 2 dozen oysters. And 2 cases of ice-cold beer. Wu Yu yelled at the shirtless, sweaty boss at the top of his lungs. Soon, a large plate of sizzling and fragrant grilled skewers was served. Wu Yu picked up a skewer and took big bites of it, his mouth full of oil, enjoying it very much. By the way, sister, Wu Yu asked curiously while chewing the skewers, why did you go to the bank before? Oh, don't mention it. Ling Yulei picked up a bottle of beer, put her mouth to the bottle, and gulped down several mouthfuls. I'm short of cash, so I thought I could use the old house my dad left behind as collateral to borrow some money from the bank. Although the loan approval process is a bit slow and the interest rate is low, the most important thing is that it's legitimate. No need to worry about getting ripped off. Then why don't you come to me? Wu Yu put down the skewers in his hand and looked at her seriously. I'll lend you another 10 million. Is that enough? Ling Yulei's pretty face turned pale in an instant. She waved her hands hastily and refused repeatedly. No. Your funds are also tight. How can I cause you more trouble? Who said I was short on funds? Wu Yu smiled, he leaned close to Ling Yulei's ear and said in a low voice. To be honest, sister, I've already sold some of the treasures I found last time, and I've made a lot of money back. Really? When Ling Yulei heard this, she was immediately delighted. But soon, she remembered something, and her pretty face, which was full of joy, was instantly filled with worry. Then have you paid back the 100 million high-interest loan you borrowed earlier? No, Wu Yu said nonchalantly, why rush? Isn't there still a 3-day interest-free period? You're stupid. When Ling Yulei heard this, she slammed the table anxiously, and the thrilling arc trembled violently. That's a trick. It's a trap. Do you understand? She didn't even bother to eat, and was about to leave by pulling Wu Yu's arm. No. Come with me and pay the money back now. It will be too late if you are late. Hey! Stop it. Wu Yu pushed her back to her seat, feeling both amused and helpless. He said seriously, sister, don't worry. I know what's going on. You know shit. Ling Yulei was so angry that her pretty face turned red and her chest heaved violently. You're just an ordinary college student, how could you possibly know the darkness of this society? The Black Tiger Gang is a bunch of beasts who eat people without leaving any bones behind. A bunch of social scum. Who are you calling the scum of society? As soon as the words fell. At the table next to us, a large group of people suddenly stood up. They all have tattoos on their faces, and look ferocious and evil, and you can tell at first glance that they are not to be messed with. It's from the Black Tiger Gang. Ling Yulei's pretty face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 83 I always take action first. Walala. A dozen strong men wearing black vests and with ferocious black tiger tattoos on their arms rushed over from all directions like a tide. Surround Wu Yu and Ling Yulei's table. That momentum and that sense of oppression instantly made the temperature of the entire food stall seem to drop several degrees. The guests dining around were so frightened that they were silent, not even daring to breathe. Damn it! Who the hell was talking bad about our Black Tiger Gang behind our backs? Yeah, I'm sorry, I was drunk just now and said nonsense, I didn't mean it. Not on purpose? At this moment, a sarcastic voice came from behind the crowd. So it was intentional? The crowd automatically parted ways. I saw a burly man with a ferocious golden hair, a burly figure and a hideous scar on his face, walking towards the side with a mighty horse and a powerful sword. He is one of the 5 tigers of the Black Tiger Gang, the golden-haired tiger who controls nearly half of the Black Tiger Gang's territory. He walked to the table, glanced at Ling Yulei with contempt, and a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who was it? Turns out it's Lei. What? Has the Tianlei gang grown stronger? Do they dare to ignore our Black Tiger Gang? Brother Golden Hair. You misunderstood. I definitely didn't mean that. Ling Yulei was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale and she hurriedly explained in a low voice. This golden-haired tiger is well known in the underworld for being ruthless and vindictive. If you offend him, there will be no good consequences. Apologize? Golden Tiger sneered, stretched out his thick finger and pointed at the unopened box of beer on the table. What's the point of just apologizing? Come over here and have a few drinks with us. Once we finish this box of wine, this matter will be over. Otherwise, hee. Tonight is the day your Tianlei gang will be destroyed. Okay. I'll drink it. Ling Yulei gritted her teeth, picked up the wine glass and was about to drink. No way, Sister Lei. Wu Yu couldn't bear to watch this any longer. He held Ling Yulei's hand and frowned, saying, "How can you tolerate this? Don't worry about it." Ling Yulei was anxious, lowered her voice, and said in an almost pleading tone, "This is Golden Tiger. One of the 5 tigers of the Black Tiger Gang. He's powerful and has many followers. We can't afford to offend him." Ha 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 ha. The Golden Tiger had very sharp ears and heard every word of the conversation between the two. He suddenly laughed triumphantly, and that laughter was full of arrogance and disdain. "Lele, you are still sensible. Back in the day, your father and I had quite a friendship. It's a pity that he died too early." As the golden-haired tiger spoke, his eyes, filled with lust, began to scan Ling Yulei's hot and sexy body unscrupulously. "How about this, for your father's sake, come over here and drink 3 cups of wine with me, and then we'll let this go. After all, I am your uncle, I won't do anything to you." "What?" Ling Yulei's pretty face instantly turned the color of liver. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and the thrilling curve of her chest was rising and falling violently. "Golden Tiger, don't go too far." She pointed at the Golden Tiger's nose and shouted, "I respect you as a senior, and you actually make such unreasonable demands of a junior? Do you have any shame? Face?" Ha 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 ha. The Golden Tiger laughed as if he had heard a huge joke and fell over. "If you're a gangster, why would you need that stuff? Can you even make a living with it?" He walked step by step to Ling Yulei, his eyes full of desire, almost spitting fire. "By the way, Xiaolei, it seems like I haven't seen you for a long time, TSK. Come, let your uncle check your body." As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze at this moment. A cold, murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire place. Right after, bang! An extremely crisp sound suddenly exploded in the noisy food stall. The sound was so loud that everyone subconsciously covered their ears. The Golden Tiger's face, which was full of arrogance, was hit hard by a powerful and heavy blow. The whole person was like being hit head-on by a speeding truck, spinning 720 degrees on the spot like a top. Then with a plop, he sat down on the ground. Half of his face swelled up rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, bulging high like a steamed bun. A bloody tooth flew out of his mouth, drawing a graceful parabola in the air. Finally, with a clang, it fell into the boiling hot pot. The one who took action was naturally Wu Yu. The whole place was in deathly silence. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a monster. Ling Yulei was stunned on the spot. She opened her mouth wide, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with incomparable shock. "UF King dared to start it first?" The golden-haired tiger covered his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and roared in disbelief. "Nonsense." Wu Yu walked up to him, looked down at him, and a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I always take action first. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your mother." "You!" The golden-haired tiger struggled to get up from the ground, its bloodshot eyes flashing with madness and resentment. He pointed at Wu Yu and roared hysterically. "You're done. You're fucking dead today. Otherwise, I won't be called golden-haired tiger." Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. He. Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so calm and relaxed. Next second, he moved. Quick. Almost as fast as possible. So fast that no one could see his movements clearly. I saw a shadow, like a ghost, rushing into the crowd in an instant. Bang. Crack. Ah. Various wails filled with pain and fear came one after another, without stopping. Those Black Tiger Gang brood men who were so arrogant just now looked like a group of lambs to be slaughtered in front of Wu Yu, unable to withstand a single blow. Wu Yu didn't even bother to use any fancy moves, just the simplest and most brutal punches and kicks. One punch. A strong man's nose bridge collapsed on the spot, and he flew backwards with a scream, knocking over several tables in the process. One kick. The other guy holding the beer bottle had his wrist broken by an irresistible force before he could react. He rolled on the ground in pain, howling like a pig being slaughtered. Crush. This was a complete, one-sided crushing. Less than 30 seconds. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were all lying on the ground, groaning, having completely lost their fighting ability. Chapter 84 asked the Tianlei Gang to take over the territory. The entire audience fell into deathly silence again. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a god. The Golden Tiger was dumbfounded on the spot. He opened his mouth wide, his expression was dull, and his mind was blank. This fucking. Is it a human? Subconsciously, he wanted to turn around and run away. But how could Wu Yu give him this opportunity? Wu Yu rushed forward and kicked him to the ground. Then, she raised the foot wearing the limited edition AJ and stepped hard on his face, which was already swollen beyond recognition. Didn't you say I was fucking dead? Ha! Wu Yu exerted a little force on his feet, and the golden-haired tiger felt that his facial bones were about to be crushed. Didn't you say that if you can't kill me, you're not the golden-haired tiger? Okay, then I'll change your name today. I see your yellow hair is dyed like it's soaked in piss, and it's so damn curly. From now on, you can just call me Jiao Mao Hu. The golden tiger's pupils suddenly shrank. Next second, his eyes, which should have been filled with anger and resentment, became extremely confused and empty. He looked at Wu Yu and subconsciously muttered to himself. My name is Jiao Mao Hu. That's right, I am the tiger. Puff. Ling Yulei, who was standing by, couldn't hold it in any longer and spit out a mouthful of beer. She stared at the absurd scene in front of her in amazement, feeling that her three views had been overturned once again. The golden-haired tiger, the feared underworld figure, was actually beaten into a limp tiger by Wu Yu? And he even called it himself? This is too outrageous. But then, a strong sense of fear suddenly surged into her heart. This is the Black Tiger Gang. Not only did they beat up their people, they also forced them to change their names. This feud is completely settled. The Black Tiger Gang will never let this go. Wu Yu! Let's go! Ling Yulei hurriedly grabbed Wu Yu's arm and was about to run away. Why are you walking? Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so evil and crazy. Now that it has happened, there's no point in being afraid. The only thing we can do is to make the Black Tiger Gang bleed before they can react. It's going to be an enemy anyway, so why not make it bigger? What do you want? Ling Yulei was stunned, her voice trembling. How about it? Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so evil and crazy. Of course, to take over the Black Tiger Gang's territory. When Ling Yulei heard this, her body trembled violently. Territory? Wu Yu actually wants to take over the Black Tiger Gang's territory? Oh my god. Ling Yulei didn't even dare to think about this idea in her dreams. The Black Tiger Gang is the real giant in the underground world of Baiyun City. The gang has tens of thousands of members and their territories are spread all over the city. Their industries involve pornography, gambling, and drugs, and they make a fortune every day. And what about the Tianlei Gang? At most, there are only about 200 people, all of whom are old, weak, sick, and new recruits. Their only source of income is that shabby antique street. The gap between the two is even wider than the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. Although Golden Tiger is only the weakest of the 5 tigers of the Black Tiger Gang. Ling Yulei hurriedly grabbed Wu Yu's arm, lowered her voice, and said in an almost pleading tone. The territories he controls are all unimportant, and the most lucrative one is Bar Street. But that's not something we can deal with. I currently only have a few dozen men under my command who have just been discharged from the hospital, and their injuries haven't fully healed yet. The remaining 100 or so are all fresh recruits from technical schools. With just these few people, what can we use to fight the Black Tiger Gang? After hearing this, Wu Yu laughed. He walked up to the golden-haired tiger, raised his foot, and stomped hard on the pig's face that was already swollen beyond recognition. Don't kill me! The golden-haired tiger was so frightened that his soul was about to flee. He cried out to his parents, begging, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my land. All of it. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Okay. Wu Yu nodded with satisfaction and released his foot. They've already said they'll give me the land. How about that? Are you relieved now? After saying that, Wu Yu pulled Ling Yulei, who was still in a daze, and walked away in a swagger. A few minutes later, the golden-haired tiger covered his swollen face and crawled to his feet from the ground. He looked outside and made sure that Wu Yu had disappeared into the night, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Golden Hair. Are you okay? A younger brother rushed forward and tried to support him. Get out of here. The golden-haired tiger pushed him away, his bloodshot eyes flashing with the fear of surviving a disaster. Another little brother came over, his face full of confusion. Brother Jinmao, that idiot, seems to have really gone to take over the territory. What a fool. Our Black Tiger Gang's territory is just going to be given to him for nothing? Can't he even tell a lie? Bang! Before he could finish his words, the golden retriever slammed the little brother's face with a loud slap. Who the hell said it was a lie? He pointed at the younger brother's nose and roared furiously, "What do I rely on to get out there? My word is my bond. I always keep my word. If I say I'll give you the land, I must give it to you. Whoever dares to play tricks, I'll be the first one to destroy him." What the hell? The brothers are all confused. Everyone opened their mouths wide with dull expressions, as if they had seen the end of the world. Has Brother Goldenhair been beaten silly? Besides, Golden Tiger cleared his throat and shouted to all his brothers in an unquestionable tone. From now on, don't fucking call me Golden Hair Brother. It sounds awkward. Well, just call me Bro Diomo. Young brothers. The whole place was in deathly silence. Everyone stared at their boss as if he was crazy. It's over. It's completely over. The boss, he was really beaten stupidly. Bar Street. This is the most famous nightlife gathering place in Bayonne City and a paradise for countless young people to unleash their hormones. There are hundreds of bars, KTVs, and nightclubs of all sizes on the entire street. Whenever night falls, this place turns into a sea of joy with bright lights, wine and women, and extravagance. The huge neon sign flashes an ambiguous and blurry light. The deafening DJ music, mixed with the laughter and screams of men and women, seem to overturn the entire night sky. This is a den of indulging in money and a land of pleasure. The protection fees collected every month alone are an astronomical figure. Not to mention the ancillary industries, such as valet parking, selling fake alcohol, and organizing escort girls. The profits are outrageously high. At this moment, at the intersection of Bar Street, Ling Yulei held Wu Yu's arm tightly, and her pretty face, which was full of stubbornness, was filled with worry and tension. No way, Wu Yu, Golden Tiger just casually said that he wanted you to spare his life, and you really believed it? This is the Black Tiger Gang's territory. With just a few of us, are we going to take it over with our heads at stake? She turned around and pointed at the sparsely packed crowd of about 200 people behind her, her voice trembling. Also, even if we take this street by surprise tonight, what about tomorrow? How are we going to resist the Black Tiger Gang's massive attack tomorrow? What are you afraid of? Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so calm and relaxed. Take it first, and we'll have our own plans for tomorrow. After saying that, he let go of Ling Yulei's hand and walked straight into the depths of the bar street with a gait that showed no regard for his relatives. That back figure, set against the backdrop of colorful neon lights, is full of mysterious confidence and composure. Hey! Don't go up there alone. Ling Yulei hurriedly followed, and at the same time, she shouted to the group of younger brothers behind her. Everyone, cheer up. Get ready for battle. Yes. Sister Lei. The younger brothers of the Tianlei gang were also frightened. But looking at Wu Yu's tall and majestic back, an unprecedented sense of pride suddenly surged from the bottom of my heart. Dry. Don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree. If you want to fight back from the bottom, you have to risk your life. Kill. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire bar street became extremely tense and on the verge of a fight. The air seemed to be filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Just as Wu Yu stepped into the door of the largest nightclub in the center of the bar street. Walala. From all directions, a large number of Black Tiger gang members armed with machetes and steel pipes suddenly emerged. They all had tattoos on their faces and looked ferocious and evil. They surrounded Wu Yu and the people from the Tianlei gang in 3 layers, making it impossible for anyone to get in. It's over. Ling Yulei's heart instantly rose to her throat. She was the first to draw out the machete, and 2 terrifying cold rays flashed from her phoenix eyes. Brothers! Fight them! Kill them! Yes! Sister Lei! The younger brothers of the Tianlei gang also took out their weapons, ready for a brutal and bloody battle. However, at this critical moment, a scene beyond everyone's expectations happened. I saw the aggressive Black Tiger gang members across from me, actually. They actually took a step back collectively. Then, in unison, they gave a standard 90-degree bow to Wu Yu and Ling Yulei. The sound was uniform and as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the entire bar street. Please ask the Tianlai gang to take over the territory. Chapter 85 To succeed in big things, there are 3 conditions. Please ask the Tianlai gang to take over the territory. Please ask the Tianlai gang to take over the territory. After shouting, they threw away the things in their hands and quickly retreated like a tide in the astonished eyes of all the shop owners. All that was left were steel pipes and machetes scattered on the ground, and the group of Tianlai gang members who were completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Ling Yulei opened her mouth wide, her beautiful eyes filled with incomparable shock and confusion. She rushed forward, grabbed a member of the Black Tiger gang who was running at the back, and shouted sternly, "Stop! What the hell are you doing?" The guy was so scared that his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground, crying and begging. "Lei! Sister Lei! Please spare us." Yes, it was Brother Diamo. It was Brother Diamo who gave the order. He said that starting today, this bar street will be unconditionally transferred to the Tianlai gang. Let us evacuate immediately. We're wondering too. This is too fucking outrageous. Unconditional transfer? Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled violently, and she stood there blankly, her mind going blank. Could it be that? Could it be that the Golden Tiger was truly defeated by Wu Yu? No. Impossible. That guy has been in the underworld for decades and is a notorious tough guy. How could he give in so easily? Could it be? Was he really beaten stupid? Very likely. He even calls himself Diamao Go, what else could he be but stupid? Very good. Very good. The bar street now belongs to the Tianlai gang. Ling Yulei could no longer suppress her inner ecstasy and excitement. She turned around suddenly and flew in front of Wu Yu like a fluttering butterfly. Then, under the shocked and ambiguous gazes of all the Tianlai gang brothers in the audience, she stood on tiptoe and pressed her tempting red lips heavily on Wu Yu's cheek. Ouch! The younger brothers of the Tianlai gang went crazy on the spot. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, making a fuss like crazy. Together! Together! Give me a kiss! Give me a kiss! Sister Lei! One more! Yes! One more! There was even a fool who didn't know his place, who shouted without restraint at the top of his voice. One shot! One shot! Who the hell yelled? Ling Yulei's pretty face turned red instantly. She turned around, her eyebrows raised, and was about to pull that guy out and give him a good beating. But Wu Yu grabbed him. Hey, my brothers are so enthusiastic, how can we let them down? Wu Yu had a devilish smile on his face. He stretched out his big hand, hugged Ling Yulei's slender waist, which was so thin that it could be grasped with one hand, and held her tightly in his arms. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with blessings and envy, he lowered his head. The next day at noon. Bar Street. Ling Yulei changed into a black dress and accompanied Wu Yu in high spirits, inspecting her new territory. The entire bar street, from the beginning to the end, is densely packed with hundreds of bars, KTVs, and nightclubs of all sizes. There are several relatively affordable bars at the street corner, attracting students and literary youths with limited budgets. Walking further in, there are luxuriously decorated and expensive theme bars and KTVs, which are the first choice for white-collar workers to relieve stress after get-off work. Located at the deepest and most central area of the street are several high-end private clubs and nightclubs with membership systems. That is the real land of decadence and luxury, where money is spent lavishly. I estimated last night that the protection fees alone could bring in at least several million in net profit a month. Add in the alcohol service and valet parking, it's easy to break 10 million a month. Ling Yulei couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on her pretty face. Sure, Sister Lei. Wu Yu laughed and teased, no wonder you didn't take it seriously when you kissed me last night. It turns out you were secretly settling scores in your heart. You go to hell. Ling Yulei's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. She stretched out her pink fist, gently hit Wu Yu's chest, and scolded him. Who told you not to explain it earlier? You made me. I thought you were going to. Last night's celebration banquet lasted until late at night. Due to the presence of her brothers, although Ling Yulei was full of gratitude and admiration for Wu Yu, she did not have too in-depth communication with him. In other words, my mouth is still a little swollen. My heart is itching so much. The two men inspected the area and walked to the door of a motel. This hotel is specially designed for emergency use by guests from Bar Street. Although it was noon, some embarrassing and indescribable noises could still be heard from the hotel room from time to time. Ling Yulei's pretty face turned red instantly and she quickly turned her head away. Wu Yu suddenly stopped and said seriously, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Ah. Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled violently, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with panic and shyness. Now. I'm not mentally prepared yet. If not now, is it at night? Wu Yu said matter-of-factly, by then it will be too late. Too late? Ling Yulei didn't expect Wu Yu to be so anxious. She hesitated for a few seconds, and finally nodded shyly. Oh well. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and walked towards the motel with heavy steps. Wu Yu's confused voice came from behind. Hey! Wait! Where are you going? Ling Yulei stopped and turned around, her stunningly beautiful face filled with big question marks. Isn't it a hotel room? What the hell kind of room is this? Wu Yu rolled his eyes at her and said with disdain, "You're only thinking about this kind of thing. I'm talking about going to the black market." The black market? Ah. Ling Yulei was petrified on the spot. The next second, a strong sense of shame suddenly surged into her heart. Wu Yu, you bastard. She rushed forward angrily, stretched out her little hand, and pinched the soft flesh on Wu Yu's waist hard. Who told you not to explain yourself clearly? I hate you so much. Black market. Wu Yu's purpose for this trip was not to get antiques, but people. Although relying on the power of the system, it was easy to take over the Bar Street. But Wu Yu knew in his heart that the Black Tiger Gang would never give up. Tonight, there is a high possibility that they will take crazy revenge. Therefore, we must gather enough combat power in advance and make all preparations. What are the gang wars about? Many people. Great momentum. And this person does not necessarily have to be a direct descendant. On the contrary, many gangs choose to hire help from outside when fighting. First of all, it saves the high cost of maintaining people. Secondly, even if something unexpected happens during the fight, and someone dies or gets disabled, we won't feel too sad. The black market is the best place to contact these desperate criminals. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Ling Yulei was familiar with the route and led Wu Yu through the maze-like alleys. I know a middleman who specializes in this. He has a large number of fierce bandits who have come from other places under his wing. They are all ruthless and have seen blood. But the price is a little expensive. Expensive is not a problem. Wu Yu was full of pride. To succeed in doing great things, there are 3 conditions. Money. Money. Fuck old Wang. Wow, you actually like this. Ling Yulei suddenly felt nauseous and was about to ask Wu Yu if he was a pervert, but she noticed that there was something wrong with Wu Yu's eyes. Ling Yulei looked in the direction he was going and saw an old man wearing an old military coat that had been washed so much that it looked pale. He was squatting on the ground, puffing on his pipe. In front of him, there was a crooked sign made of cardboard. We will help you seek revenge and relieve your worries. Help your wife catch her cheating, and help the gang fight to get the head. Isn't this old Wang? Chapter 86 Familiar recipe. Familiar taste. Damn it. Why did this old liar change the track again? Wu Yu was shocked and asked Ling Yulei, wasn't he arrested? How did he get out? It's like this. Last time, my little brother took all the blame to protect me. Ling Yulei explained, so this old liar took advantage of it and was released after being locked up for a few days. I see. Wu Yu nodded and walked over with a steady pace. Lao Deng, how are you? Oh my. Who am I thinking? Isn't this my big customer, Brother Wu? As soon as old Wang saw Wu Yu, his cloudy old eyes instantly burst into an unparalleled brilliance. He threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, rubbed his hands, and came up with a flattering look on his face. How did you get involved in this business? Wu Yu asked curiously. To be honest, during those few days in the detention center, I made a lot of friends and connections. Among them were several big brothers in the underworld. Old Wang slapped his chest and started boasting with saliva flying. The guys under their command are so fierce and vigorous. Each one is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 200 kilograms. They are all muscled. When they fight, they roar loudly. One man can beat 10 people. Most importantly, it's affordable. Excellent value for money. Definitely the best choice for early-stage startup owners like you with tight cash flow. How much? Wu Yu asked. Old Wang held up 5 fingers and said, 500 yuan per head. The minimum order is 100 people. The more people there are, the lower the price. All right. Give me 10,000 of them. Puff. Old Wang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Wu Yu in amazement and stammered. 10,000? Little brother, are you going to a war? I don't have that many people here. At most 2,000. All right, I'll take them all. Wu Yu said, about to take out his phone to pay. Can someone be here right away? Well. Old Wang rolled his eyes, rubbed his hands, and a smile unique to unscrupulous businessmen appeared on his face. Little brother, 500 yuan is just the head fee. Just think about it, 2,000 people, a huge crowd. They'd have to queue up for dozens of buses. Wouldn't that delay them for hours? So, if you want it fast, you have to pay more. Wu Yu frowned. You can take the subway. It's fast and can hold a lot of people. What a joke. Old Wang looked at him with disdain. You have to go through security on the subway. You can't bring controlled knives. Are you willing to let someone fight for you with their bare hands? You're willing to do that? Wu Yu thought about it and agreed. So, Old Wang continued, you have to pay more. Buy my rapid support package. Only 100,000. I'll immediately arrange for 100 Jinbei vans. I guarantee you'll be delivered to the battlefield within half an hour. And this, an equipment enhancement package. 200,000. Everyone is equipped with a sword, an axe, and a dagger. The fighting power is roaring. And this, the logistics support package. Cigarettes, alcohol, medical expenses, all added up to 500,000. Buy this to boost morale. And chop people more fiercely. Lao Hato was talking excitedly as he threw out a bunch of various fee packages, and the total price soared to 1.5 million. This is all a trick. Ling Yulei's pretty face turned pale when she heard this. She pointed at Old Wang's nose and was about to get angry. Hey, how can we be stingy with money when we're doing something big? Wu Yu stopped Ling Yulei from exploding, a simple and honest smile on his face. Give it to me. I must give it to you. No, you're crazy. You actually believe the nonsense of this charlatan? What if he takes the money and runs away? Don't worry, sister. Wu Yu patted his chest, his face full of confidence. He wouldn't dare. He. Old Wang was overjoyed listening to this. He rubbed his hands and smiled innocently, but he had already made his own plans in his mind. Run away? Nonsense. It was you, little bastard, who caused all the money I had worked so hard to save for my coffin to go down the drain. This time, I must get it all back from you with interest. As for manpower. Since you have taken the money, you can't just do nothing. That would be too unethical. Those serious gangsters on the street are as smart as monkeys, and their prices are extremely expensive. Not worth it. Just go to those third-rate technical schools nearby and pick up a few hundred energetic boys who have nowhere to vent their energy to make up the numbers. It's a group fight anyway, so strength in numbers is all that matters. In this way, I can at least steal half of the money. So delicious. Thinking of this, Old Wang cleared his throat and said to Wu Yu, Little brother, have you thought it through? If so, pay up immediately. I'll arrange for manpower immediately. I guarantee they'll all be vigorous and brave. We'll help you win a great victory. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Make a deal. Without saying a word, Wu Yu took out his mobile phone and scanned Lao Wang's payment code. Ding, payment successful. When Old Wang saw the glaring 1.5 million arrival notification on his phone, his eyes instantly turned red. Familiar recipe. Familiar taste. This money is so damn easy to make. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, pretended to be extremely concerned, and asked Wu Yu. By the way, little brother, who is your opponent this time? Would you mind telling us? Black Tiger Gang. Wu Yu uttered 3 words lightly. Puff. Old Wang was almost frightened to death on the spot. Black Tiger Gang. That is the real giant in the underground world of Baiyun City. It's over. This kid is dead. But fuck it. Anyway, before he died, he gave me a lot of blood. Hey. Old Wang has already made up his mind to take the money and go find his distant cousin. I heard that the underground casino business over there is very booming. If he goes to invest in some shares, the dividends alone will be enough for him to live a luxurious life for the rest of his life. Old Town. In an old ancestral hall. In the main hall, beside a huge mahogany round table, 4 men with different auras were playing mahjong. Eat. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a round face, who looked like Maitreya Buddha, played a card with a smile. He is a smiling tiger, known for his insidiousness, cunningness, and hidden dagger in his smile. Bump! Sitting opposite the smiling tiger was a burly man with shoulder-length hair and muscular body. His name is Xiaoshenhu. He has a fiery temper and advocates violence. He is the best fighter among the 5 tigers. He slammed the cards down on the table so hard that the teacup on the table shook 3 times. Bang! Next to Xiaoshenhu, a man wearing a well-fitting suit and looking like a gentleman slowly pushed down the cards in his hand. He is the Thunder Tiger, intelligent and brave, good at disguise, and the most difficult one to deal with among the 5 tigers. The last one remained silent. He was wearing a white shirt and a pair of black-framed glasses, and looked quite ordinary. But the 2 cold rays as sharp as hawks that occasionally flashed from behind the lenses made people shudder. He is Qin Longhu, the leader of the 5 tigers, with powerful strength and unfathomable depth. Just then. Ha. Guys, you guys are pretty free. Who wins? The golden-haired tiger walked in with a cigar in his mouth and a swagger as if he didn't care about anyone. Smiling Tiger raised his head, glanced at him, and said unhappily, "Do you still care who wins and who loses? Let me ask you, did you lose the territory on Bar Street? My brother was furious when he heard about this morning. He called you a loser. Boss already knows?" The golden tiger was so frightened that the cigar in his hand almost fell to the ground. Isn't he on vacation abroad? How did he find out so quickly? Chapter 87 Otherwise, I will fucking ascend to heaven. You're just kidding. Smiling Tiger chuckled and said, "Big brother is busy picking up foreign girls, how can he care about your trivial matters? But, I heard that you were beaten stupid. I think you are quite normal, not stupid." Golden Tiger heaved a long sigh of relief, sat down on the armchair next to him, and cursed. "Brother, you're such a joker. You almost scared me to death. The boss will know about this sooner or later." Smiling Tiger's expression darkened instantly. "Let me ask you, why don't you take the territory back?" "I want to, too." Golden Tiger looked aggrieved and helpless. "I don't know why, but I just lost my mind yesterday and actually gave the order to give up the territory in front of so many people. Once the words are spoken, they are like water spilled. If I take them back, won't that affect my big brother's image? Image? Image is useless." Smiling Tiger snorted disdainfully, "When your boss comes back and finds out you've thrown away such a big piece of fat meat, you won't be able to save your life. Hurry up and take back the territory. If you need manpower, I can support you." "Need not." The golden-haired tiger stood up suddenly, and the arrogance on his face rekindled. "It's just a Tianlai gang, I'm going to crush it. Etc." The golden-haired tiger turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the smiling tiger. "What's wrong, brother?" "After you take care of the Tianlai gang, please ask Ling Yulei for me." Smiling Tiger's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with shrewdness. "The rich man she brought to me last time to borrow money seemed to be called Wu Yu. Where did he come from and how much was his wealth?" "Don't worry." Golden Tiger patted his chest and promised solemnly, "I will bring that little bitch Ling Yulei to you today and let you interrogate her face to face." "Hey, you kid, you're sensible." Smiling Tiger nodded with satisfaction, and that harmless smile appeared on his face again. Night falls. The bar street is full of flashing neon lights and bustling crowds. Wu Yu and Ling Yulei stood at the street corner, waiting anxiously. Of the 2,000 people that old Wang promised, there has been no sign of them so far. "It's over. It's over. We've been tricked." Ling Yulei stamped her feet anxiously, and her pretty face, which was full of stubbornness, was now filled with worry and despair. "I told you that old Wang was a big liar, but you refused to believe me. Now, not only are we losing 1.5 million, but the Black Tiger gang is coming to kill us. We're going to fight them with our heads on the line. Don't panic, people will definitely arrive. Wu Yu, however, looked calm and composed. What makes you so sure? Ling Yulei asked curiously. Wu Yu smiled, pointed to his head, and said in an enigmatic tone. Because, in this world, no one can deceive me. Come on. Ling Yulei curled her lips in disdain. I think you've been badly deceived this time. The two of them were arguing with each other and didn't notice at all. Not far behind them, in a dark corner, a pair of scarlet eyes, filled with endless resentment, were staring at them. Wang Kaixian. He was holding an empty bottle of wine in his hand, his face was flushed, and his whole body exuded a strong smell of alcohol. Today is the darkest and most desperate day in his life. Because he accidentally discovered his mother's 69 interactive entertainment. The major shareholder has been replaced. And the new major shareholder is actually fucking Wu Yu. Why? Why on earth is this happening? Wang Kaixian rushed to the company like crazy, and only then learned about it from those employees who were gloating. Wu Yu has already been a senior executive of the company. Moreover, I often stay in my mother's office for most of the day. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. When I think about it, my mother has been looking so radiant recently, as if she is a dozen years younger. Wang Kaishuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. An extremely absurd, yet extremely reasonable idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He returned to the community, bribed the security guard with a large sum of money, and checked the surveillance footage from the past month. Really? Mom. My mother, who is usually so high and mighty and majestic. She actually dressed up extremely sexy and seductively many times and went to the top floor of the building opposite. Every time, I stayed for a very long time. Finally, he left with a flushed face and light steps. Boom. Wang Kaixian was completely shocked by this astonishing fact. Like a walking corpse, he went to the bar street to get drunk, trying to use alcohol to numb his already broken heart. But he never expected it. Wu Yu. This is the culprit who ruined everything. It's here too. And there's a whole bunch of little brothers following behind him. Showing off. Grass. Wang Kaixian stared at Wu Yu's back viciously, wishing he could eat him alive. Just then. Squeak. A sharp brake sound suddenly sounded at the intersection. Dozens of black Jinbei vans stopped silently on the roadside like ghosts. The car door opened, and a large group of strong men with tattoos came down. Looking around, there are at least thousands of people. Immediately afterwards, a domineering black Hummer slowly drove over. The car door opened, and the Golden Tiger appeared with a cigar in his mouth, surrounded by a group of younger brothers. It's over. The Black Tiger gang has arrived. Ling Yulei was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale, and she quickly pulled out the machete hidden at her waist. Wu Yu also frowned. Could it be that the system has failed? That's not right. Old Wang is bragging so loudly. At this time, the golden-haired tiger had already walked over with a cigarette in his mouth, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He stretched out his thick fingers and pointed at Wu Yu contemptuously. Kill this guy. Then, he scanned Ling Yulei's hot and sexy body with his lustful eyes. Take her away. Kill all the remaining people. From today on, the Tianlei gang will be officially destroyed. Just a few simple words, full of unquestionable dominance. The Black Tiger gang's younger brothers all took out their weapons and were ready to take action. And Wang Kaixian in the corner was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. Great. God has mercy on us. Wu Yu. Fuck you. No, fuck my mom. You'll have to pay the price. Just wait to be hacked to death. Brother Diaomao, can we have a negotiation? Wu Yu stood in front of Ling Yulei and said with a playful smile, can you wait until my people arrive before you take action? He estimated that even if he could defeat these more than 1,000 people, it would take a lot of time, and by then the Tianlei gang would have been wiped out. No, we have to wait for support. When the golden-haired tiger heard the word Diaomao, he immediately became furious. Fuck you. I'm the golden-haired tiger. The golden-haired tiger of the Black Tiger gang. Okay, brother Jinmao, Wu Yu agreed readily. Can you wait a little longer? The golden-haired tiger laughed, a laugh filled with immense contempt. You guys paid for help from the black market this afternoon, right? Fine. I can wait a while. Anyway, once your foreign reinforcements see we're from the Black Tiger Gang, they'll be so scared they'll just run away. How could that be? Wu Yu feigned disbelief. I spent money on it. You're so fucking stupid. Golden Tiger shook his head in disdain. What's more important, money or life? Do you know what happens if you offend our Black Tiger Gang? You're dead tonight. Otherwise, I'll fucking die right here. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Chapter 88. Let us fight. Why waste time talking? Next second. Boom boom. A low and violent roar of engines suddenly came from all directions, like rolling thunder, instantly covering the entire bar street. The ground began to shake violently. The neon signs on both sides of the street were buzzing and flickering due to the powerful sound waves. Holy crap! What's going on? An earthquake? The Golden Tiger was startled and subconsciously hugged his head. His younger brothers were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they fell down. Wu Yu looked up and saw, wow! At the end of the street, a dense convoy of vehicles appeared without my knowledge. They are all huge heavy trucks with huge bodies and full of power. Hundreds of cars. There are hundreds of them. An extremely dazzling searchlight was installed on the roof of each truck, illuminating the entire bar street like daylight. Squeak. Accompanied by a sharp brake sound, hundreds of large trucks stopped in an orderly manner at the entrance of the bar street. The car door opened, but the person who got out was not a gangster. Instead, they all looked childish, but their eyes were filled with rebelliousness and madness. Vocational high school student? That's right. A total of 3,000 young boys wearing various vocational school uniforms. They were like wild beasts that had just been released from a cage, howling and jumping off the car. Manpower, dual-wielding weapons. Left-handed machete. Right-hand steel pipe. Diameo's eyes almost popped out of his head. What the hell is going on? You, which school are you from? Do you know who I am? I'm the golden hair of the Black Tiger Gang. Black Tiger Gang? What the hell is that? I've never heard of it. The leader, a vocational high school student with a mohawk hairstyle and a leadership-like aura, spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground with disdain. Let's fight. Why waste time talking? Brothers. If you kill all these people, you'll get 200 yuan each. Plus an internet cafe prepaid card. Kill. Ouch. As soon as these words were spoken, 3,000 vocational high school students went crazy in an instant. Their eyes were all bloodshot, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They opened their throats and let out deafening roars. Kill. More than 3,000 people, like an unstoppable black torrent, completely submerged the Black Tiger Gang in an instant. These vocational high school students are not professional gangsters. But that's exactly why they don't have the slickness of the underworld. When they fight, they don't care about their lives. There are no rules or routines, just the most primitive and barbaric random slashing. But it is this kind of reckless fighting style that is the most terrifying. The members of the Black Tiger Gang are all battle-hardened and ruthless. But that is all using the majority to bully the minority. Where have you seen such a scene? In an instant, I was completely overwhelmed by the violent power from the campus, which was full of adolescent hormones. Ah! A burly man from the Black Tiger Gang had just lifted up the steel pipe when he was rushed by 7 or 8 vocational high school students, who pinned him to the ground and stomped and kicked him madly. Help! Another guy had more than a dozen machetes held to his neck. He was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot and knelt on the ground crying for his parents. Crush! This was a complete crushing defeat. In the corner, Wang Kaixian, who was about to watch the show, was dumbfounded on the spot. This fucking Wu Yu, where did he get so many vocational high school students? Grass. He can even turn the tables? Kill. Puff, puff, puff. It takes less than 5 minutes. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were either lying on the ground, groaning, or completely losing their fighting power. Otherwise, you might as well take advantage of the chaos and escape. Saving your life is the first priority. Only the golden-haired tiger was surrounded by a dozen vocational high school students, trembling like a lamb to be slaughtered. Guys! Don't kill me! I was wrong. I was really wrong. He fell to his knees with a thud, and caught out frantically begging for mercy in front of the group of boys who were almost 20 years younger than him. However, how could these vocational high school students listen to his nonsense? Kill him. At a command from the leading Mohawk, more than a dozen shiny machetes were raised high and were about to fall. At this critical moment, beep, beep, beep. A burst of extremely shrill sirens, coming from far away and getting closer, pierced the night sky. The police are coming. Run! Someone shouted. The 3,000 vocational high school students who were like tigers descending from the mountains just now instantly turned into frightened rabbits. They threw away the weapons in their hands one by one and fled frantically in all directions at a terrifying speed. That movement, that reaction, that familiarity with the terrain. At first glance, he is the habitual offender who usually evades the pursuit of the class teacher and the dean of studies. Soon, dozens of police cars came roaring in and blocked off the entire bar street. The car door opened, and a large group of armed policemen rushed down like wolves and tigers. Among them, there is the hot, heroic, and top-notch policewoman Jiang Yuezhen. However, tonight she was not wearing that neat police uniform. Instead, she dressed up gorgeously and looked extremely sexy. She was wearing a tight black dress with a deep V neckline, which showed off her breathtaking and proud curves. The skirt is extremely short, barely covering the round hip line, making the pair of slender legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings even more breathtaking. On her feet, she was wearing a pair of 10-centimeter silver stiletto heels. This outfit makes her look like a thorny red rose blooming in the dark night. Don't run! Stop! Jiang Yuezhen let out a tender cry, stretched out her long legs wrapped in black stockings, and prepared to chase after the vocational high school students who were fleeing in all directions. But how could she be a match for these little monkeys jumping around on campus every day? Before I had run 2 steps, my high heels sprained with a crack sound. Oops! She screamed in pain and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Fortunately, the police captain next to him was quick to support him. Holy crap! Didn't catch any? The captain was so angry that he started cursing at his subordinates when he saw them returning empty-handed. These little bastards run faster than fucking rabbits. He turned to look at Jiang Yuezhen and said with a helpless smile, "Hey, policewoman Jiang, didn't you go on a blind date? Why are you interfering with my operations again? I'm just nearby." Jiang Yuezhen's pretty face flushed slightly, and she adjusted the hem of her skirt a little embarrassedly. That blind date was so dull, like a log. I didn't fancy him at first sight. I just happened to slip away by participating in the operation. You. The captain shook his head helplessly and pointed to the culprit, who was the only one who did not run away not far away. Go and take a look, that kid seems to be involved. Jiang Yuezhen limped over. When I took a closer look, I was completely stunned. You again? She pointed at Wu Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Officer, I just came here to have a drink and watch the fun. Wu Yu spread his hands innocently. Drinking? Watching the fun? Jiang Yuezhen's gaze fell on Ling Yulei, who was beside Wu Yu. His tone was full of doubt and disbelief. Comrade police officer. It's him. At this moment, the golden-haired tiger came crawling over, pointed at Wu Yu, made a sad face, and began to complain madly. All my brothers were chopped to pieces by his men. Really? Jiang Yuezhen's heroic and pretty face was instantly covered with frost. She took out a pair of shiny handcuffs from her waist and said coldly to Wu Yu, "According to Article 26 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, you are suspected of provoking trouble and gathering a crowd to fight. I am now issuing a verbal summons to you in accordance with the law. Please return to the bureau immediately and accept investigation. I'm innocent." Wu Yu spread his hands and said innocently, "I'm just a good citizen passing by. I saw a fight here, so I ate a melon out of curiosity." Eat melon? Jiang Yuezhen was so angry that he laughed. Who eats melons so closely? Aren't you afraid of getting chopped? Come on, if you have any explanation, come back to the bureau and tell me slowly. She stretched out her long legs wrapped in black stockings, walked up to Wu Yu, and was about to handcuff him. However, at this critical moment, boom hum! An extremely violent and deafening engine roar suddenly came from not far away. That voice was filled with endless anger and madness, like a ferocious beast that had broken out of hell and was ready to devour anyone it could find. I saw a bright red Ferrari, like a bolt of lightning. At a terrifying speed, he rushed towards the crowd. In the cab, Wang Kaishuan's face, which had long been distorted, was filled with a crazy and resentful grin. He used the unbroken leg to step on the accelerator hard. He wants to kill Wu Yu. He wants to die together with the culprit who destroyed everything for him. What the hell? Get out of the way. Everyone was frightened by this sudden change. Parking. Only Jiang Yuezhen showed no fear at all. She shouted at Ferrari. But it's too late. Ferrari is so fast. The front of the car, flashing with a cold light, rapidly enlarged in her pupils. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. If you don't know how to hug, don't hug. It's over. Just when Jiang Yuezhen thought that she would die today and sacrifice her life for her country, a tall figure, like an insurmountable mountain, stood firmly in front of her. It's Wu Yu. In a flash. Wu Yu didn't even hesitate at all. He stretched out his strong and powerful arms and picked up Jiang Yuezhen's soft and hot body by the waist. Then, exert force with your legs. An extremely powerful flying roll. Whoosh. The front of the Ferrari almost brushed against Wu Yu's back as it whizzed past. The fierce wind made his cheek hurt. Wu Yu, holding the soft and beautiful policewoman in his arms, rolled on the ground for several times before finally stopping. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang. The out-of-control Ferrari crashed heavily into the Tiger. Diameo, who didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was hit head-on by a high-speed train and was instantly sent flying. It drew a beautiful parabola in the air, flew dozens of meters away, and finally landed with a bang. Ascend to heaven on the spot. The way he died was extremely tragic. And that Ferrari finally crashed heavily into the wall. The front of the car was instantly dented and deformed, and thick smoke billowed out. Immediately afterwards, with a loud boom, a raging fire broke out. The whole place was in deathly silence. Everyone stared at the extremely tragic scene in front of them with eyes as if they were looking at a monster. Jiang Yuezhen lay on the ground, his mind blank. It was a long time before she felt that her body seemed to be tightly clamped by something. That thing was broad, solid, and had a hot, masculine temperature. She turned her head subconsciously. Wu Yu! That infuriatingly handsome face was looking at him right in front of him. Those deep eyes were full of teasing and amusement. Let me go. Jiang Yuezhen's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. She has lived for more than 20 years and has never had such close contact with any man. Oh. Wu Yu chuckled and let go of his hand very decisively. Ouch. Jiang Yuezhen felt nothing under his body, and fell heavily to the cold and hard ground, letting out a cry of pain. A heart-wrenching pain instantly came from her slender legs wrapped in black stockings. She quickly looked down and saw something. The newly bought pair of shiny black stockings had been rubbed into several large holes, revealing the snow-white and delicate skin underneath. A few bright red bloodstains on the fair skin looked so shocking. Madam, are you okay? Wu Yu came closer, an expression of great concern on his face. What are you looking at? Jiang Yuezhen was both embarrassed and angry. She quickly covered her exposed long legs with her hands and glared at him angrily. No, I'm not looking at your legs. Wu Yu pointed at Jiang Yuezhen's chest and said seriously. I'm looking at you. Go to the hospital right away. You've got such a large abrasion. Be careful not to get tetanus. Ah. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuezhen hurriedly lowered his head. There was a large pool of bright red blood inside her collar. It's like a snow-capped mountain dyed red by the sunset. Ah! Jiang Yuezhen let out a scream of shame and anger, and hurriedly covered her chest with both hands. It's all my mom's fault. Why force me to wear such low-cut clothes for a blind date? Wrong. It's all Wu Yu's fault. If you don't know how to hug, don't hug. It made me hurt all over. Snort. Police station. After some interrogation, Wu Yu walked out with a swagger. He got away with it easily. After all, those vocational high school students ran faster than monkeys and none of them were caught. The golden-haired tiger also ascended to heaven on the spot, leaving no evidence behind. The only drawback is that Ling Yulei is still inside and hasn't come out. After all, she has a criminal record, so the process will be more complicated. Wu Yu was not in a hurry. He sat on the chairs in the hall, crossed his legs, and read WeChat messages. Lu Yunxi, where are you? Working together tonight? Sly smile. Sheningran, honey, I'm so tired from rehearsals lately. Can you come to school to visit me? Bitter. Song Weitian, Mr. Wu, another payment has arrived. I'll come see you tomorrow to discuss further cooperation. Handshake. At this moment, a familiar and beautiful figure made Wu Yu raise his head instinctively. It's Jiang Yuezhen. She had changed out of her sexy black dress and put on a straight and conservative blue police uniform. But even this uniform with no sense of design can't hide her devilish figure. The explosive upper body stretched the buttons of the police uniform tightly, as if it was about to break free and soar into the sky in the next second. Officer Jiang, are you okay with your injuries? Wu Yu's gaze naturally fell on Jiang Yuezhen's majestic chest. You. Jiang Yuezhen's pretty face turned red when she saw his undisguised and aggressive gaze, feeling both embarrassed and angry. She hurriedly crossed her arms to block the breathtaking scenery in front of her chest, glared at Wu Yu angrily, and scolded him angrily. Don't worry about my injury. You should take care of yourself first. I'm warning you, Wu Yu. Don't think that just because you got lucky and escaped this time, you can do whatever you want. Stay in school and don't hang out with those bad people all day. Who is doing something indecent? Wu Yu hasn't spoken yet. A cold and delicate cry suddenly rang out. Ling Yulei came over with a swagger in her black marten boots. She had apparently gotten away too. That pretty face full of stubbornness was covered with frost, and those beautiful phoenix eyes were like two sharp swords drawn from their sheaths, fixed firmly on Jiang Yuezhen. The two girls looked at each other. The eyes collided fiercely in the air, creating invisible sparks. Ling Yulei's heart was instantly ignited with a raging fire of jealousy. You are such a slutty policewoman. It's just a mission, is there any need to dress so revealingly? A deep V skirt and black stockings? Are you afraid others won't know you have a great figure? If you dare to seduce Wu Yu again, I will chop you to pieces with a knife. And Jiang Yuezhen was also full of contempt and hostility towards Ling Yulei in his heart. You damn scumbag. He is still a naughty boy at such a young age, and is always fighting with others outside. He even led Wu Yu, a simple and honest college student, astray. What a scum of society. If you dare to do evil again, I will be the first one to catch you and put you in the sewing machine. What are you looking at? It's up to you, what? It seemed that the two extremely beautiful women were about to start a quarrel in public, which would lead to an earth-shattering quarrel. Wu Yu hurried forward, grabbed Ling Yulei's arm, and dragged her out. Let's go. Why waste time talking to her? Hey! Don't pull me. I haven't scolded you enough. Your mouth is so swollen, and you're still cursing? Save your energy for tonight. I don't care, I'm going to use it now. Hey, this is the entrance to the police station. Ugh. Chapter 90 Dajibeo. Yunding Palace. Luxury home bedroom. Wu Yu suddenly opened his eyes and felt a throbbing pain in his temples. There was no other way. Last night, the Tianlei gang held a grand celebration party to celebrate their successful capture of the bar street, and they had fun in the bar all night. As the biggest contributor, Wu Yu was naturally toasted by his younger brothers one after another, one cup after another, and they couldn't stop at all. Even with his abnormal and supernatural body, he couldn't withstand this kind of drinking and inevitably felt a little uncomfortable. As for Ling Yulei, her situation was even worse. Not only did she drink too much, she also endured a lot of firepower output. At this moment, she probably... Where is she? Only then did Wu Yu realize that the luxurious king-size bed next to him was empty. Only a few strands of black, smooth hair remained on the pillow, along with a faint, alluring scent mixed with alcohol and a woman's body fragrance. Broken. Wu Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that because I drank too much and didn't show any mercy to her, that little Sichuan Yu Tyrannosaurus Rex got mad and ran away from home? This one do. I haven't tamed her completely yet. Wu Yu hurriedly got up from the bed, grabbed his cell phone and was about to call Ling Yulei. Sudden. Click. The bedroom door was slowly pushed open. A slender and fiery black figure, like a queen walking out of the dark night, appeared at the door silently. Fuck. Wu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Ling Yulei, who was standing at the door, had changed into a dark queen suit that was enough to drive any man crazy. Her long, shiny black hair that reaches her waist is tied up into a neat ponytail, swaying with her movements, full of wildness and flamboyance. That already stunningly beautiful face was covered in delicate and alluring smoky makeup. The eyeliner is slightly raised, outlining the captivating curve of the phoenix eyes. The eyeshadow is a deep dark purple, which makes her look full of mysterious and dangerous charm. She was wearing a black, body-shaping rubber leather jacket with a dark sheen. Her devilishly hot body with curvy curves is wrapped tightly without a single gap. Around her waist, she wore a wide leather belt inlaid with silver rivets, which perfectly outlined her slender waist that was so thin that it could be grasped with one hand. Together with the plump and round peach, it forms an extremely exaggerated and horrifying waist-to-hip ratio. Further down, there is a pair of black over-the-knee leather boots made of the same material. The boots tightly wrap around her straight and slender long legs, stretching her leg lines to the extreme. Queen. This is the real, cool and sassy Dark Queen who came out of the second dimension. Snort. Ling Yulei looked at Wu Yu's stunned expression, and a charming and seductive curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. She stretched out her long legs wrapped in black leather boots, stepping on a pair of stiletto heels that were at least 10 centimeters high. Making crisp tick, tick, tick sounds, he walked step by step to the bed. Then, Ling Yulei curled her red lips and slowly pulled out a pitch-black thing from behind her. It's a titanium alloy baton. What the hell, what are you doing? Wu Yu subconsciously took 2 steps back, a look of perfect panic on his face. What? Ling Yulei let out a sweet laugh like a silver bell, and that laugh was full of queenly dominance and teasing. Of course, revenge. She shook her wrist. Swish. The baton popped out instantly, making a crisp sound of breaking through the air. You bullied me so badly yesterday, now it's my turn. As Ling Yulei spoke, she gently lifted Wu Yu's chin with the cold baton. There was an undisguised, scorching flame flickering in those beautiful almond-shaped eyes. I want you to know what it means to have your heart torn apart. Cry and wail in agony. Today, even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Wu Yu, are you sure you want to play? Noon. Henteing Palace, the top-floor luxury residence. Wu Yu Jindao sat at the dining table with his head held high. The table was filled with a wide variety of top-quality takeouts, the packaging boxes alone piled up into a small mountain. On the side, Ling Yulei was still dressed as the cool and sassy Dark Queen. But the domineering aura of the queen from yesterday was long gone. Instead, there is a gentleness like a little bird and absolute obedience with lowered eyebrows. She carefully peeled open a huge Australian lobster and personally delivered the snow-white and chewy shrimp meat to Wu Yu's mouth. Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal. How about it, are you convinced? Wu Yu lazily opened his mouth and said, forget you. Even if it was a succubus crawling out of hell, I'd still make it completely subdued and make it cry and sing conquer. I give in. Ling Yulei lowered her once proud head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, full of a little woman's shyness and admiration. Wu Yu nodded with satisfaction, pinched her beautiful face that was full of stubbornness, and said in a tone full of condescension. Although you lost, your courage is commendable, and I admire it. From now on, I'll allow you to do this once in a while. I'll really enjoy it. Oh, it's already noon, and you're still thinking about this kind of thing. Ling Yulei hurriedly picked up some food for Wu Yu and urged him, eat quickly, and then go pay me back. Today is the last day of interest-free payment. Wu Yu nodded. Of course I have to pay it back, but I killed the Black Tiger gang yesterday. I won't be recognized if I go over there. That one tea happened. Ling Yulei hurriedly explained, although the Black Tiger gang is powerful, it has numerous factions and strongholds within it. The one in charge of the loan sharking is Smiling Tiger. His people have absolutely no connection with golden-haired Tiger's people, so they definitely won't recognize you. That's good. Wu Yu nodded, quickly cleared all the delicacies on the table, and then stood up suddenly. Let's go. Emperor. Ling Yulei hurriedly hugged Wu Yu's broad waist from behind, gently resting her cheek on his back, her voice full of reluctance and attachment. You must be careful and cautious. Don't let anything happen to you. I will be worried. Don't worry. Wu Yu turned around, scratched her upturned nose, and said with a smile, don't you know my strength? Of course I understand. Ling Yulei's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. But I'm still worried. Let us do this. We'll each take half of the Tianlei gang's assets. In this way, you can get at least tens of millions in dividends every year. In the antique business, don't expand too much, and especially don't borrow from loan sharks anymore, okay? Well, I can consider it. Wu Yu nodded and walked away with a swagger under Ling Yulei's grateful gaze. Jiafang Street. The bank that had been emptied out now looks brand new. All the bank counters have been removed and replaced by a row of antique shelves made of precious gold and Nanmo wood, full of classical charm. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, which was soft and comfortable to walk on. On the walls hang several magnificent landscape paintings. Although they are all fakes, they instantly raise the style of the entire store by several levels. The enormous gold-plated plaque at the door was extremely arrogant, flashing a dazzling light in the sun. Below, there is a row of equally arrogant gold-plated small characters. We buy back all kinds of antiques at high prices. If you dare to make an offer, I will buy it. Wu Yu crossed his legs and lay comfortably on the expensive leather sofa in the store, holding a cup of freshly brewed top-grade Dahongpo and sipping it happily. Cool. From today on, I am the boss. Just then, there was a murmur from the door. Dajibeo? What kind of name is that? Whatever the name. Didn't you read the small print below? Buying it back at a high price. If you dare to quote me, I'll buy it. This boss is obviously a rich man. I heard that some idiot spent tens of millions on the black market and bought a sack of garbage. I think he's the owner of this store. What are you waiting for? We have to give him a good beating. Go! Walala. Several guys who looked shifty and ruffian rushed into Dajibeo. Chapter 91. Even a Gatling gun can empty its magazine. Hey! Boss, please come in. Please come in. As soon as Wu Yu saw someone coming in, he immediately changed into an honest and simple look, rubbing his hands, and greeted them with a smile on his face. Are you the boss? The dwarf in the lead looked up and down at Wu Yu's silly outfit, and a trace of undisguised contempt and greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. I heard that you buy antiques at high prices here? Yes. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly, his face flushed with excitement. As long as it's a real treasure, the price is negotiable. Hey, then you finally found the right person. The dwarf carefully took out a dirty-looking broken pot from a rag bag behind him. Boss, you found a treasure. The dwarf boasted with saliva flying. Isn't this the white jade pot bestowed by the king of Han? This is a treasure that our ancestors dug out from a Han dynasty tomb. Look at the spout, the lines, the ancient shape. Let me tell you, Liu Bang used this to drink water. Really? Quick! Make an offer. Wu Yu rubbed his hands excitedly, and his mouth was almost drooling. The dwarf saw a good opportunity, and greed flashed in his eyes. He held up 5 fingers and said, since you are so sincere, here's the price. 500,000. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Make a deal. Without saying a word, Wu Yu took out his mobile phone and scanned the dwarf's payment code. Ding, payment successful. Fuck. The dwarf and others were dumbfounded on the spot. This fucking. Is there really such an idiot? Not even asking for a refund? They felt like they were dreaming and ran out crawling, afraid that Wu Yu would go back on his word. As soon as they got out, they could no longer suppress their inner ecstasy and burst into barbell-like laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm rich. Fuck. Is that kid out of his mind? Is he giving money away on purpose? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Go back and get more goods. We must make a fortune today. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. Soon. The entire black market has spread a wealth myth about stupid people with a lot of money come quickly. For a while, the entrance of Dajibeo was surrounded by 3 layers of people, and no one could get in. All kinds of monsters and demons came rushing over following the scent. Boss. Look at me. I have the wooden fish that Zhu Yuanjin used when he was a monk. Get lost. Boss, I have Wu Zetian's breast wrap here. The authentic one. Don't even bother trying to steal from me. Boss. I have a tomb robbing shovel that Cao Cao used. One after another, the swindlers rushed to put their various heirlooms in front of Wu Yu. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. I bought it. Bite. I bought it. Bite. Buy it. I want them all. Wu Yu was like an emotionless payment machine, accepting everything he received. The money in the card flowed out like a flood. Until. Sorry, your bank card balance is insufficient. What the hell? No money? Wu Yu looked at the glaring notification on his phone. Oh my god. There are only a few $1,000s left in the card. This Nima. 200 million was spent so quickly? Mr. Wu. At this moment, a clear and pleasant young female voice, as beautiful as the sound of nature, suddenly sounded from the door. I saw a classical beauty wearing a cheongsam with ink and wash embroidery, walking towards me with graceful steps. It's Song Wei Tian. As soon as she appeared, the temperature in the entire hall seemed to rise several degrees. Everyone's attention was deeply attracted by her stunningly beautiful face and her exquisite and devilish figure. Song Wei Tian came to settle the payment and also to negotiate with Wu Yu to increase the commission. After all, it's selling stolen goods. The risk, the pressure. If I don't ask for more profit, I will be letting down my pounding heart. But when she walked into Dajabeo gracefully in her exquisite embroidered shoes, the whole person was stunned in an instant. I damn. Even though she was knowledgeable and experienced, she couldn't help but swear on the spot. I saw that the huge store was even busier than the vegetable market during the morning rush hour. It was packed with hundreds of people. They all have shifty eyes and look like scoundrels. You can tell at first glance that they are not good people. They were holding all kinds of strange and bizarre gadgets in their hands, and were desperately trying to get close to Wu Yu. Crazy. This Wu Yu is absolutely crazy. How dare they so brazenly buy stolen goods in broad daylight? Is there still justice? Is there still law? It's totally lawless and insane, and he's madly testing the edge of death. Mr. Song. You're finally here. As soon as Wu Yu saw Song Wei Tian, he immediately went up to her with a smile on his face. And drove away those scammers who still wanted to continue selling counterfeit goods, and loudly announced that today's acquisition ended here, please come early tomorrow. With a bang, the door slammed shut. The entire Dajabeo suddenly became extremely quiet. Wu Yu made tea for Song Wei Tian and said cheerfully, I just received a large batch of goods. Come on, give me an estimate. This. Although Song Wei Tian was reluctant, she couldn't refuse. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk to the pile of antiques. She didn't know until she had it checked, and once she did, she was almost scared to death. Be good. The wooden fish that Zhu Yuanzhang used to beat when he was a monk. The wooden fish is carved entirely from precious red sandalwood, with a warm patina and fine wood. The most important thing is that the aura that has been accumulated over the years cannot be faked at all. There is also the silk bellyband worn by Wu Zetian. Although it looks a bit worn out, the phoenix embroidery with gold and silver threads and the top-grade silk material as thin as a cicada's wing all demonstrate its extraordinary status. Song Wei Tian could even smell a faint, domineering body fragrance that belonged only to the queen. What made her feel most suffocated was the Luoyang shovel used by Cao Cao. The shovel body is made of black iron. After thousands of years, it is still shining and extremely sharp. On the handle, two large characters were clearly engraved in ancient seal script. Tomb Raider. Each one is a unique and unparalleled rare treasure. Each one of them is enough to cause a magnitude 12 earthquake in the archaeological world. The more Song Wei Tian looked, the more frightened and terrified she became. She felt her legs going weak, and a thin layer of cold sweat oozed out of her forehead. It's over. It's over. All these treasures were dug out from the tombs of various dynasties. It is a genuine funerary object that cannot be seen in public. The total value is enough to sentence Wu Yu to death hundreds of times. Even a Gatling gun can empty its magazine. Thinking of this, Song Wei Tian couldn't help it any longer. She raised her head suddenly and was about to persuade Wu Yu to stop. But he found that Wu Yu was looking at him with concern. Mr. Song, why are you sweating? Are you too excited? Excited? You're freaking scaring me to death, okay? Song Wei Tian was roaring wildly in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. I'm happy for you. Congratulations on getting rich. Chapter 92 Draw a clear line with this dangerous guy Wu Yu. How much fortune did you make? Wu Yu asked hurriedly. Well. Song Wei Tian forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. It's hard to say the exact amount, because your batch of goods is really amazing. Both its historical value and artistic value have reached an unprecedented height. Any one of them would be sold at a top auction house like Sotheby's or Christie's. So, I'm not sure what kind of exorbitant price they will ultimately fetch. It all depends on the interest of the top tycoons. It's okay, I'll leave it to you. Wu Yu waved his hand, looking nonchalant. I believe in your professional ability. Song Weitian almost fainted on the spot. Leave it to me? Taking these hot potatoes to the auction? Isn't this simply walking into a trap and seeking death? However, she did not dare to offend Wu Yu, the moody thief. Then, Song Weitian's eyes rolled around and she thought of a perfect excuse. Mr. Wu, you know that the cashing cycle for antiques of this level is very, very long. From appraisal and publicity to the final auction, it takes at least a year or two to complete. Didn't you say before that you wanted to recover your funds quickly? I'm afraid. It's okay, I don't lack funds now. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu waved his hand again, looking calm and composed. Not short of money? Song Weitian's pretty face was instantly filled with big question marks. Then you're still pushing me to pay? Why are you pretending? Although she wanted to curse 1,000 times in her heart, Song Weitian still suppressed her anger and took out a check from her expensive Hermes bag. Mr. Wu, this is 100 million yuan in payment for the goods. Please keep it. She had already made up her mind that once she dealt with the last batch of goods, she would immediately draw a clear line with Wu Yu, the dangerous guy. Money is nice, but compared to your life, it's nothing. You go ahead and do your work. I have something to do and I'm leaving. Song Weitian handed over the check and turned to leave. Hey! Wait! Wu Yu grabbed her. Since we're here, we should have a meal before leaving. Wu Yu had a harmless and honest smile on his face. But in Song Weitian's eyes, that smile was scarier than the devil. I really have something urgent. Ding! Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Is there something wrong? Wu Yu narrowed his eyes. No, I was kidding. Song Weitian's delicate body trembled. Let's go, where should we eat? Don't worry, Wu Yu said with a mysterious smile, let me sort out the funding issue first, and then we'll go eat. Black Tiger Financial Company. Wu Yu and Song Weitian just walked in. Oh my! Mr. Wu, you've arrived. I'm so sorry for not welcoming you. Brother Biao rushed out of the office like a dog that smelled something, rubbing his hands and heading over with a big smile on his face. I'm here to pay you back. Wu Yu spoke directly and concisely. Okay. Mr. Wu, please come in. Please come in. Brother Biao led the two of them to the VIP room, personally served them tea and water, and served them very attentively. Mr. Wu, do you have the loan agreement with you? Wu Yu pulled the crumpled contract out of his pocket and slammed it on the table. I brought it. That's good. That's good. Brother Biao picked up the calculator and pretended to press a few buttons. Mr. Wu, look, although we agreed to a 3-day interest-free loan for your 100 million yuan loan, our company still has to make a living, right? So, there will be some necessary fees involved. Don't worry, they are absolutely standard charges in the industry. First, there's the platform service fee, 30%. That's 30 million. Then, there's the risk management fee, 30%. 30 million. Then there's the account maintenance fee, 10%. 10 million. And this, the contract notarization fee, 5%. 5 million. Finally, hey, here's the hard work pay for us brothers. It's not much, just 5%. 5 million. So, the total amount you need to repay this time is the principal of 100 million, plus all the miscellaneous fees, the total is? Brother Biao picked up the calculator and pressed the equal sign heavily. 180 million. Puff. Song Weitian, who was standing by, almost spit out her tea. She stared at Brother Biao in amazement, her stunningly beautiful face filled with incomparable shock. Usury. Super black-hearted loan shark. Oh my god. What kind of train of thought is going on with this Wu Yu? Stealing antiques. Sell stolen goods. How dare you borrow from such a damn usurious loan shark? This operation is simply too cool. No. I absolutely cannot continue to cooperate with him. This guy is a complete lunatic. A ticking time bomb. It may explode at any time and blow yourself to pieces. Song Weitian had already made up her mind in her heart. Once today's matter is over, I will immediately draw a clear line between myself and this dangerous guy Wu Yu. However, Wu Yu pushed the thick black framed glasses on his nose, with an honest and simple smile on his face. Pointing to the crumpled contract on the table, he asked innocently. That's not right, Brother Biao. I don't remember that the contract doesn't seem to have these messed up clauses. Brother Biao's smile froze on his face in an instant. A cold light flashed in his small, mung bean-like eyes. Boy, you don't want to admit it, right? Before he finished speaking. Walala. The office door was suddenly pushed open. More than a dozen burly men armed with shiny machetes and steel pipes rushed in like wolves and tigers, surrounding Wu Yu and Song Weitian. That ferocious look and that icy murderous aura instantly made the temperature in the entire office seem to drop several degrees. Song Weitian had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. She subconsciously took several steps back and hid behind Wu Yu. At the same time, an inexplicable, morbid joy welled up in her heart. Very good. Very good. I was just worried about not being able to find an excuse to draw a clear line between myself and this dangerous guy Wu Yu. That's good. He's going to be beaten. Serves you right. Let you borrow usury. Let you show off. Snort. I thought he was quite smart, but he turned out to be such a fool. Borrowing money from the mafia? Isn't that just asking to be exploited? Just wait, as soon as they make a move, I'll run away. What if Wu Yu was beaten to death? Then I can legitimately pocket the remaining several hundred million in payment. He. Deep in Song Weitian's eyes, there flashed a barely perceptible, cunning gleam. However, next second. Brother Biao, what are you doing? Wu Yu was not afraid at all. Instead, he took the initiative to hand the contract to Brother Biao and said indignantly. Look for yourself. It's clearly written in black and white on this contract. Apart from the principal, there are no additional fees. How is that possible? Brother Biao snatched the contract and took a closer look. Moment. He stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 93 now, I want to borrow another sum. What the hell? A thin layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Brother Biao's forehead. WTF. How could this happen? All those clauses in the contract that promised to kill people without compensation were actually completely gone? This fucking. Is this a ghost? No. Impossible. Brother Biao hurriedly raised his voice and yelled to the outside. Quick! Bring me our original contract. Soon, an original contract that was well preserved was handed to Brother Biao. With trembling hands, he opened the contract. Look down. Holy crap! There are also no deceptive terms. It's over. It's completely over. This must be some stupid and blind subordinate who drafted the wrong contract. Grass. Brother Biao cursed the guy who was responsible for drafting the contract for 18 generations in his heart. What's wrong, Brother Biao? Wu Yu looked at his expression that looked like he had eaten shit and asked with a smile. Did you make a mistake? Or are you trying to blackmail me? No. Absolutely not. Brother Biao was frightened and quickly hid the contract behind him, forcing a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Mr. Wu, you misunderstood. Just now it was a mistake. Yes, a work mistake. Although this kind of usury contract itself has no legal effect. But this is also a kind of proof. Even if it is the underworld, they must have evidence to cheat people. Otherwise, it would be robbery. It's a one-time deal. It won't last long. There was no other way. Brother Biao could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, forcing himself to accept the huge loss of 80 million. Then, Mr. Wu, look, this capital. Brother Biao rubbed his hands, his face full of anticipation. Wu Yu nodded, took out the 100 million check he had just received from his pocket, and slammed it on the table. Here, I'll give it back to you. Brother Biao took the check and looked at the long string of cold numbers on it, his heart bleeding. 80 million in profit. How can he explain this to his boss? However, after paying back the money, Wu Yu not only did not show any intention of leaving, but instead sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. Mr. Wu, do you have anything else to say? Wu Yu nodded and slowly uttered a few words. We've settled the previous deal. Now, I want to borrow another one. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Brother Biao's eyes almost popped out. He looked at Wu Yu in disbelief and stammered. Still borrowing? Yeah, Wu Yu said matter-of-factly. Any questions? No. Of course not. Brother Biao's heart was instantly filled with joy. Ha 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 ha. There is always a way out. Very good. This time, I must make back all my previous losses with interest. Song Weitian, who was standing by, was also ecstatic. Very good. Wu Yu, you are so silly and cute. He had clearly already escaped from the pit, but he actually jumped into it again. This time, even God can't help you. Ha 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 ha. No problem. Of course, no problem. Brother Biao quickly put on a smiling face, rubbed his hands, and asked in a flattering manner. Mr. Wu, how much do you plan to borrow this time? Wu Yu extended his index finger and gestured in the air. 1 billion. Puff. Brother Biao was almost scared to death on the spot. This number is far beyond his authority as a manager. The boss must nod. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. I saw a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a round face, who looked like Maitreya Buddha. Surrounded by a group of younger brothers, he walked in swaggeringly. He is the fourth in command of the Black Tiger Gang, the Smiling Tiger. Big brother. When Brother Biao saw the Smiling Tiger, he felt like he had seen a savior. He rushed over, crawling and rolling, and reported everything that had just happened in detail. What? There are no additional clauses in the contract? When Smiling Tiger heard this, that kind smile on his face instantly became extremely ferocious. He turned around suddenly and kicked Brother Biao in the stomach with great force. Waste. 80 million in damages. Why the hell don't you just die? Brother Biao was kicked so hard that he saw stars and fell to his knees on the ground, holding his stomach and grimacing in pain, but he didn't even dare to fart. After kicking Brother Biao, Smiling Tiger turned around and cast his eyes, which were full of shrewdness and calculation, on Wu Yu. I heard that you want to borrow another billion? Yes, Wu Yu nodded. Is there a problem? The Smiling Tiger smiled, and his smile was extremely kind and harmless to humans and animals. No problem, of course no problem. But... He changed the subject, and a barely perceptible cunning glint flashed in his small eyes. 1 billion is no small sum. Although Mr. Wu provided proof of your real estate, car, and shares, who knows if you've used them as collateral elsewhere? So, to be on the safe side, this loan must have a guarantor. Wu Yu didn't have time to speak. The Smiling Tiger's gaze had already fallen on the classical beauty behind him, who had remained silent from beginning to end but was breathtakingly beautiful. Mr. Song? The Smiling Tiger's pupils suddenly shrank. He hurriedly straightened his collar, rubbed his hands, and walked over with a smile on his face. His attitude was so respectful. Hey! Isn't this Mr. Song from Yaounzi? What brings you here? Smiling Tiger meets Song Weitian. That was last year when he accompanied the leader of the Black Tiger Gang to attend a top auction held in Hong Kong. At the meeting, he had the honor of meeting Song Weitian from afar. At that time, she was wearing an ink and wash cheongsam, and her temperament was outstanding. Such a superb classical beauty, any man will never forget her once he sees her. Who are you? However, Song Weitian had no impression of this Smiling Tiger with a face full of flesh. In her opinion, this kind of person is just the kind of fat, greasy nouveau riche that can be found everywhere. Ha, Mr. Song, you are really a forgetful person. Last year at an auction in Hong Kong, I had the honor of meeting you. Your demeanor at that time was, wow, simply stunning. After the flattery was finished, Smiling Tiger cast his shrewd and calculating eyes on Wu Yu and asked tentatively. Mr. Song, are you familiar with Mr. Wu? Yeah, Song Weitian nodded lightly, being frugal with her words, partner. Holy crap! Partners! Smiling Tiger's heart was instantly filled with joy. Song Weitian is a well-known female boss in the antique circle. The Yaounzi under her name is spread all over the province and has an outstanding reputation. Since she was willing to accompany Wu Yu, a fool, to borrow high-interest loans, it meant that the relationship between the two was definitely not ordinary. Thinking of this, Smiling Tiger's heart was completely at ease. He slapped his chest and said to Wu Yu with great pride. Mr. Wu. 1 billion, right? No problem. I'll lend it to you. But Mr. Song must be your guarantor. No problem. Wu Yu agreed without even thinking about it. Hey you. When Song Weitian heard this, she almost fainted from anger. She dragged Wu Yu to a corner, lowered her voice, and questioned him through gritted teeth in a tone filled with anger and disbelief. Are you crazy? Did you even ask for my opinion? How dare you agree on my behalf? Don't get excited. Wu Yu smiled, with a devilish curve at the corner of his mouth. You also saw that the goods I have are worth far more than 1 billion. So, there's absolutely no risk if you guarantee me. Unless, you don't want to cooperate with me anymore. Snort. Song Weitian was so angry. I was never going to cooperate with a thief like you anymore. You're so good, you even threaten me. Seeing Song Weitian's reluctance, Wu Yu couldn't help but frown. You don't really want to refuse the guarantee? How could that be? Song Weitian forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and her voice was trembling. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Chapter 94 completely tied to the same pirate ship with Wu Yu. Just what? Wu Yu asked. Only. Song Weitian felt her head buzz and everything went blank in an instant. She blurted out subconsciously. It's just. I'm a little hungry. Let's hurry up and go eat. Okay. Wu Yu chuckled, his goal achieved. He turned to look at the smiling tiger who had been waiting for a long time and waved his hand heroically. Let's sign the contract. Okay. Smiling tiger rubbed his hands and personally handed a brand new loan contract to Wu Yu and Song Weitian. Mr. Wu, Mr. Song, take a look. This contract is exactly the same as the last one. Interest waived for the first 3 days. No collateral. Instant loan. We are all friends. How can I cheat you? Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Okay. Wu Yu nodded, and with a flick of his pen, he signed his name in a dashing manner. Song Weitian also obediently signed her name in the guarantor column of the contract. Little did they know that this seemingly normal contract actually contained a hidden secret. The contract paper is specially made of 2 extremely thin papers tightly glued together. The pen used for signing has been specially treated, and the ink has extremely strong permeability. The names signed by Wu Yu and Song Weitian not only appeared on the first piece of paper, but were also clearly printed on the second piece of paper hidden underneath. What was written on the second piece of paper were the truly cruel and unfair terms. Ha 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 ha. Smiling Tiger watched the two of them sign and could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy, letting out a hideous laugh like a barbell. Cool. It's so fucking cool. 1 billion. Just wait for 3 days, and this kid will get the mansion worth more than 100 million, the sports car worth more than 3 million, and the company worth tens of billions. It's all mine. By then, he. By the way, there is also Miss Song, this classical beauty, wow. I have never tasted this kind of top-quality stuff in my life. Wu Yu looked at the dazzling arrival notification on his phone, and his heart was also extremely relieved. Cool. Get 1 billion cash flow for free. Mr. Song, let's go. Wu Yu pulled up Song Weitian, who was still in a daze, and left in a swagger. Take care, both of you. Come visit us often when you have time. Smiling Tiger personally escorted the two of them to the door, his face covered with fat and covered with a flattering smile. It was not until he saw Wu Yu's car disappear around the corner that the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Instead, there was a cold and ferocious look. Put the contract in the safe and have it guarded by shifts around the clock. Then, Smiling Tiger looked at the trembling brother Biao. Biaozi, you definitely can't afford to compensate for the loss of 80 million. How about this? I'll cripple one of your legs as an explanation to the club. From now on, work your ass off to make money for me. Do you hear me? Listen, AA. In a private room of an antique and elegant high-end restaurant, Wu Yu and Song Weitian sat face to face, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Wu Yu picked up the expensive glass of Romane Conti in front of him, with a harmless and honest smile on his face. Mr. Song, today's matter is all thanks to your help and guarantee. I toast to you. He. Song Weitian forced a smile on her pretty face that was uglier than crying. She picked up the wine glass, not even bothering to clink it with Wu Yu's. She tilted her snow-white swan neck back and drank it all in one gulp. Hot. The hot wine flowed down her tender throat and burned all the way into her stomach. However, this burning sensation was nothing compared to the evil fire in her heart at the moment. Gas. It's so fucking infuriating. It's over. It's completely over. A guarantee contract worth 1 billion yuan. Just like that, I was fooled by Wu Yu into signing. Now, I am completely tied to the same pirate ship with Wu Yu. If Wu Yu couldn't pay back the money, the first person the Black Tiger gang would look for would be Song Weitian. By then, not to mention Yayanzi, even she herself would be eaten alive by the Black Tiger gang. The more Song Weitian thought about it, the angrier and more desperate she became. She suddenly grabbed the decanter on the table and poured herself another full glass. Then, drink it all up again. Hey. Mr. Song, drink slowly. When Wu Yu saw this, he immediately became anxious and hurried forward to dissuade him. I'm happy to. It's none of your business. Song Weitian glared at him fiercely, her clear almond eyes filled with grievance and anger. I helped you so much, and I just drank a little of your wine. Why do you feel so bad? I don't feel bad. Wu Yu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Okay. If you want to drink as much as you want. So Wu Yu let Song Weitian drink one cup after another crazily. Very quickly, because of the catalysis of alcohol. Two touching blushes appeared on Song Weitian's beautiful face. Those clear almond-shaped eyes also became blurred and charming, watery, as if water could drip out. She held her cheek, leaned on the table, and murmured to herself in a tone that was almost dreamy, with a hint of laziness and innocence. It's over. It's completely over. My lifelong reputation, Song Weitian, is actually going to be ruined by a villain like you. From now on, I'll have to help you sell the stolen goods. What did you say? Wu Yu heard something wrong? Belch. Song Weitian suddenly let out a long burp, and an alluring aroma mixed with the mellow fragrance of red wine instantly filled the entire private room. Still pretending. Mr. Song, I think you seem to have had enough to drink. Wu Yu stood up and said seriously, let's go, I'll take you home. No. I won't reply. Unexpectedly, Song Weitian slammed the table so hard that the thrilling arch shook violently 3 times. I haven't finished drinking yet. No way, the wine is gone. I don't care. I want to drink more. Okay, drink. Wu Yu was so confused by her appearance that he could only raise his hands in surrender. I'll take you to the best nightclub for a drink, is that okay? Bar Street. The most upscale and stylishly decorated nightclub Fantasy Night City. As soon as Wu Yu and Song Weitian arrived at the door, they saw the words Cosplay Theme Party written on the bulletin board. Many customers were stopped by security guards. Sorry, our store is having a cosplay theme party tonight. Only guests wearing cosplay costumes are allowed in. Wu Yu was stunned. Is there such a rule? He looked down at his own simple student outfit, then looked at the classical beauty Song Weitian beside him, who was wearing an ink and wash cheongsam. Does this outfit of ours count as cosplay? Yes. Of course. The security guard looked him up and down and nodded repeatedly. You two should be cosplaying as a progressive student and a wealthy daughter from the Republican era, right? Yeah, very fitting. Please come in. Wu Yu. Song Weitian. Chapter 95 Ding. Massive fraud discovered. In the nightclub, there are bright lights, wine and women, and a life of decadence and extravagance. The deafening DJ music, mixed with the crazy screams of men and women in the dance floor, seemed to be about to blow the entire roof off. The air was filled with a strong, ambiguous scent mixed with alcohol, perfume, and hormones. Wu Yu glanced around the venue. Good job. It's worthy of being a cosplay theme party. There is Catwoman with a hot body wearing a tight leather jacket. There are pure and lovely schoolgirls wearing sailor uniforms. And our King Saber, wearing armor and holding a greatsword. Even the waiters were wearing sexy bunny girl outfits with slits all the way to the thighs. Waiter, bring the wine. Wu Yu found a luxurious booth with an excellent view. Soon, 12 bottles of Ace of Spades, chilled by ice, were respectfully brought up by the sexy waitress. Bang! The champagne was opened, and the golden liquid emitted a charming glow under the colorful lights. Song Weitian picked up the wineglass and took a sip gently, and a blush bloomed on her beautiful face. She took advantage of the alcohol to persuade Wu Yu. Mr. Wu, the goods you have are too hot to handle. It's impossible to sell them all in such a short time. So, can you please be more restrained in the future? Don't accept any more goods, okay? She thought that as long as Wu Yu was willing to stop and not touch the 1 billion yuan in high-interest loans, there would be no big problem. With my own connections and channels, I should be able to urgently dispose of some of the inventory within 3 days and raise enough interest money. In this case, usury would not be a problem. What a coincidence, Mr. Song, that's exactly what I was thinking. Wu Yu snapped his fingers. I do have too much stuff on hand right now. I should probably slow down a bit. But he was thinking in his heart that things have been too crazy recently. If this continues, all the real antiques in the world will soon become fake. If that causes panic in the antique world, it will be a lot of fun. So, we really have to take it slow. But those 10 billion yuan cannot sit idle. Although Wu Yu didn't know much about investment, he still understood the most basic principles. Fixed assets. Especially those high-quality fixed assets that can generate continuous income. That is the real way to make money from money. Really? When Song Weitian heard this, she was immediately delighted. A big stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. She picked up her wine glass and clinked it with Wu Yu's. After 2 glasses of wine, coupled with the deafening music and hot atmosphere around, Song Weitian felt that she was also starting to become uncontrollably agitated. I'm going to dance. She stood up, and a hazy light flickered in her clear almond eyes. Okay. Wu Yu nodded and looked at her with interest. Song Weitian stretched out her long and beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, swaying her graceful figure, and walked slowly into the dance floor where the crowd was dancing wildly. As soon as she appeared, she instantly became the focus of the whole audience. That ink-and-wash Cheongsam with a full classical charm seems so out of place in this dance floor full of modern hormones, yet it is breathtakingly beautiful. Just when everyone thought that this classical beauty would stand there like a piece of wood, at a loss, she moved. I saw her slowly stretching her soft waist to the rhythm of the music. Every movement is full of unparalleled classical charm. The orchid fingers are gently twisted and the sleeves are dancing. The lotus steps are light and the figure is swaying. The graceful dance posture and elegant temperament are like a fairy walking out of an ancient scroll, isolated and independent in this world full of modern desires. For a moment, the entire dance floor went crazy for her. The men and women who were twisting their bodies wildly around her all subconsciously stopped their movements and stared at her with eyes full of amazement and appreciation. Even the DJ who was spinning frantically on the DJ booth couldn't help but slow down the tempo and change to a melodious song full of classical charm. Wu Yu was delighted and amazed by what he saw. She is indeed a top-notch white, rich and beautiful girl, and even her talents are so amazing. Just then, handsome guy, are you alone? Several sweet voices suddenly rang in Wu Yu's ears. Wu Yu subconsciously looked back. Wow! I saw several young ladies wearing various sexy costumes and with extremely hot bodies, surrounding me with smiles on their faces. There is Catwoman with a hot body wearing a tight leather jacket. There is a sexy little nurse wearing a pink nurse uniform and holding a huge syringe in her hand. There is another one who actually posed as Daji in King of Glory. The skin with very little fabric shows off her plump and hot figure to the fullest. They are all professional gold diggers hanging around in various nightclubs. Specializes in harvesting those single rich men who look stupid and have a lot of money. The routines are endless and hard to guard against. At the very least, they will act coquettishly and cutely, making you willingly pay for their consumption. In serious cases, when you are drunk, they will go to a hotel with you, take all kinds of obscene photos and videos, and then blackmail you. The most ruthless move is to directly falsely accuse you of Chang Jian. By then, don't even talk about money. Even if you don't have to work on a sewing machine for a few years, it will be considered a blessing from your ancestors. At this moment, their eyes were all fixed on the dozen or so bottles of Spade Ace in front of Wu Yu. Deep in his eyes, there was a glint of undisguised greed. Little pigeon, a duck alone? The gold digger who posed as Daji sat down right next to Wu Yu, pressing her plump and full body tightly against him. Little pigeon, can you finish all the wine you ordered? Why don't we drink together? Another Catwoman also came over, her fox eyes with thick eyeliner were full of undisguised seduction. I can give injections the thick kind. The sexy little nurse also came over and showed her huge syringe. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Wu Yu's car keys that he had casually placed on the table. The familiar bull logo made her eyes, which were painted with thick eyeliner, widen instantly. Lamborghini? Upon hearing this, several other gold diggers also came over. Breathing suddenly became rapid. Lamborghini. That SA top of the line luxury car worth millions. This silly looking guy in front of me is actually a rich man who drives a Lamborghini? Sent. In an instant, the way the gold diggers looked at Wu Yu completely changed. If they had previously just regarded Wu Yu as a fool who could be easily ripped off. So now, in their eyes, Wu Yu is the ultimate guarantee for their prosperity and wealth for the rest of their lives. Must be squeezed dry. Little pigeon. The gold diggers no longer care about being reserved and just go for it. Wow. Little pigeon, you have such a great figure. I love it so much. I love this one. Don't be nervous, I really have feelings for you. Bite. A large number of frauds have been discovered. All systems have been optimized. Swish. In an instant, the looks of the gold diggers all changed. Chapter 96 I really want to be his girlfriend. In a moment. The eyes of the gold diggers, which were originally full of calculation and greed, now only have burning obsession left. They looked at Wu Yu, as if they saw the only light and the only faith in their lives. Like hungry wolves crying for food, they screamed and pounced on us in a swarm. Wu Yu was surrounded in 3 layers, with no way out. He fed me wine, massaged my back, and rubbed my shoulders. He served me so attentively. They even started fighting for Wu Yu's thigh position. This scene. The people around were stunned. Holy crap. What's going on? A gold digger trying to throw himself at me? Fuck. Who the hell is this kid? The manager of the nightclub was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He has been working in this industry for more than 10 years. What kind of scenes has he not seen? But today's scene is really fucking outrageous. These are the most vicious and money-making gold diggers in the place. When it comes to hooking up with rich men, she has all the tricks up her sleeve and can play with men at her fingertips. How come today? Why do they all look like they're possessed? In the crowd, a yellow-haired man who looked like a gangster witnessed all this, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Sister Lei, something bad has happened. Brother Yu is surrounded by gold diggers. In the middle of the dance floor. Song Weitian was dancing with full concentration and enjoyment. Sudden. She felt that the gazes around her seemed to be a little strange. She subconsciously looked back and saw, wow. Wu Yu was surrounded by a group of revealingly dressed sluts. Not good. He is being taken advantage of. I have to save him. After all, he has 1 billion in his hands. He can't be cheated. Song Weitian stretched out her long and beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings and walked towards Wu Yu's booth. But as soon as I got close, oh my god. Wu Yu's face, which was so handsome that it infuriated everyone, was actually covered with dense, bright red lip marks. And that group of gold diggers were surrounding Wu Yu and posing in a coquettish manner. The scene was disgusting. Song Weitian was dumbfounded on the spot. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, he conquered all these women? No. Where does he get such great charm from? Song Weitian was puzzled and anxious at the same time. She was also thinking about brainwashing Wu Yu tonight and persuading him to stop and never treat usury as a joke. But now, Wu Yu was surrounded from all angles, and he couldn't touch him at all. No. For my own safety, and for the 1 billion guarantee contract. Today, we must pull him out of this peaceful place. So, Song Weitian mustered up her courage, pushed away Daji who was blocking the front, and shouted. Get out of my way. No, who are you? Daji was feeding grapes to Wu Yu, but she became unhappy when she heard him yell at her. I'm his girlfriend. Song Weitian puffed out her plump chest, pointed at Wu Yu, and lied in a queen's tone that left no room for doubt. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. When Wu Yu heard this, he was immediately happy. Good job. Why don't you say she is my wife? Compared to these vulgar gold diggers, Wu Yu undoubtedly has a better impression of Song Weitian. Especially her stunning dance just now, which was still replaying in Wu Yu's mind. Yes, she is my girlfriend. Wu Yu stood up and said seriously, you can go now. As he spoke, he took the initiative to grab Song Weitian's soft and boneless little hand and began to show his affection in public. The warm touch came from the palm of my hand and spread throughout my body in an instant. Song Weitian's delicate body trembled violently. She quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, and a trace of panic flashed in her clear almond eyes. What are you doing? But the next second, an inexplicable and extremely strong emotion, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly penetrated Song Weitian's whole body. A thought flashed across her mind like crazy. I really want to be his girlfriend. I really want to be his girlfriend. I really want to be his girlfriend. Song Weitian was stunned. She shook her head frantically, trying to get rid of this extremely absurd and shameful thought. But the more she shook, the more crazy the idea is. I really want to be with him. I really want something to happen between me and him. No. I have to be more proactive. Song Weitian took a deep breath, and her clear almond-shaped eyes flashed with an unprecedented, scorching light. She rushed forward regardless of everything. Then, everyone in the audience looked at him in shock as if he were a monster. She stood on tiptoe and pressed her beautiful red lips heavily on Wu Yu's mouth. Boom! A magnitude 12 earthquake suddenly occurred in the entire nightclub. Those gold diggers are all petrified. What's going on? She was being coy 1 second, and then forcefully kissing me the next? And the male animals around felt like their hearts were broken into dumpling fillings. The hatred of having your wife taken away from you. Irreconcilable. Such a superb classical goddess, just gave herself away like that? Envy. Jealousy. Hate. Just then. Wu Yu, here I come. A cold yet majestic cry suddenly exploded from the entrance of the nightclub. The crowd subconsciously looked back and saw a stunning beauty wearing large sunglasses and a pure black long windbreaker standing there. The hem of his windbreaker rose slightly as the strong cold air at the entrance of the nightclub blew. It's Ling Yulei. Oh shit. Here comes another top-notch one. Damn it. What good day is today? The fairies are all descending to earth. Ling Yulei ignored the astonished looks around her. Her almond-shaped eyes hidden behind her sunglasses were like two sharp swords, instantly locking onto Wu Yu, who was surrounded by beauties. She stretched out her long, straight legs, stepped on her black marten boots, and rushed in aggressively. Excuse me, ma'am. The nightclub manager was quick-witted and rushed forward to stop her. We're having a cosplay party tonight, and with your outfit, we're sorry we can't accommodate you. Ling Yulei's footsteps suddenly stopped. She slowly took off her sunglasses, and her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, emitting two terrifying cold rays. Do you know who I am? This. The manager was so frightened by her powerful aura that his legs went weak, but he still managed to explain. No matter who you are, the rules are the rules. Presumptuous. Before she finished speaking, a younger brother behind Ling Yulei suddenly stepped forward, pointed at the manager's nose, and shouted. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is Sister Lei from our Tianlei gang. This entire bar street is under the protection of our Sister Lei. Ah. The manager was terrified, but he still forced a flattering smile and said. Because you're Sister Lei, you should take the lead in observing the rules, right? After all, only when those of us doing business make money can you receive more protection money, right? When Ling Yulei heard this, her eyebrows raised and she was about to explode. But I found that what the manager said seemed to make some sense. So, she snorted coldly and threw the long black windbreaker back violently. Swish. Next second. The whole place was in deathly silence. Everyone stared at her as if she were a goddess. Under the windbreaker, there was a black, body-slimming rubber leather jacket with a dark luster. Her devilishly hot body with curvy curves is wrapped tightly without a single gap. Around her waist, she wore a wide leather belt inlaid with silver rivets, which perfectly outlined her slender waist that was so thin that it could be grasped with one hand. Combined with the plump and round peach, it forms an extremely exaggerated and horrifying waist-to-hip ratio. Holy crap! Cosplaying the Dark Queen. The manager was stunned on the spot, and hurriedly did a standard 90-degree bow, his voice trembling. Sister Lei. Please come in. Please come in. Chapter 97 Let us talk about life and ideals. Snort. Ling Yulei snorted coldly, stretched out her long legs wrapped in black leather boots, and walked straight towards Wu Yu's booth. What are you doing? She walked closer, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes burning with jealousy, fixed on Wu Yu and Song Weitian, who were kissing passionately. Separate quickly. I'm from Shudao Mountain. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowds of onlookers around were instantly excited. Oh shit. The catchphrases of Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus are all out. Now it's time to watch the fun. Two top goddesses are fighting in public. This is more exciting than watching a movie. Everyone is waiting to eat the big melon. Who knows? Wu Yu, however, was extremely calm and let go of Song Weitian in his arms. However, he calmly said to Ling Yulei, "Why are you yelling? It wasn't me who initiated it." What? Ling Yulei was stunned and immediately turned her hostile gaze towards Song Weitian. The onlookers were collectively petrified. That's it? So you let the man go? This is too biased. Song Weitian's mind was a mess at the moment. She waved her hands hurriedly, her pretty face flushed as she explained. No. I drank too much, so that's why I couldn't control myself. As she spoke, she roared wildly in her heart. What's wrong with me? Why did I suddenly have feelings for Wu Yu? No. Song Weitian. Wake up. This guy is a terrible thief. He is still a fool who borrows money from loan sharks. A man like this is definitely not worthy of you. Snort. Ling Yulei was too lazy to listen to Song Weitian's explanation. She grabbed Wu Yu's arm and shouted in a queenly tone that left no room for doubt. Follow me. Sudden. At the door of the nightclub manager exclaimed. Wow. Cosplaying as gangsters. And there are so many people. I saw a large group of men with gold chains and tattoos walking in. The eldest brother in the group was wearing a black suit that looked very expensive, but he didn't button his clothes. His arms were open, revealing his terrifying muscles as gnarled as granite, and the lifelike tattoo on his chest of a tiger roaring and descending from a mountain with its bloody mouth wide open. He was carelessly picking his nose with his little finger and said contemptuously in a hoarse voice full of rebelliousness. What do you mean cosplaying as a gangster? I am a gangster. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire nightclub fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at the big brother with fear in their eyes. Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled violently, and the color disappeared from her pretty face in an instant. Go down the mountain, tiger. She screamed in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with incomparable shock and fear. Tiger coming down the mountain. The third in command of the Black Tiger Gang. Responsible for the Black Tiger Gang's smuggling business, making a fortune every day. He is a well-known figure in the entire underground world of Baiyun City. How did he get here? It's obvious. I came here for the Golden Tiger. He wants to take back the territory of Bar Street. It's over. This time it's completely over. Down the mountain, tiger, right? Wu Yu looked at Ling Yulei's frightened face and smiled. He took out his mobile phone and skillfully opened a WeChat group that had just been established. At all members, prepare for level 1 battle. Ever since the last battle, Wu Yu realized that if he wanted to gain a foothold in this murky underground world, it was far from enough to rely on fighting alone. So, he organized all those energetic vocational high school students and set up a WeChat group. The name of the group is simple and straightforward: Yulin Army. If anything happens, Wu Yu gives an order and 3,000 vocational high school students are ready to come. Of course, as the boss, Wu Yu would never treat his subordinates unfairly. Everyone can receive a considerable amount of pocket money every month. Those with outstanding performance will receive additional red envelopes and internet cafe recharge card rewards. And an A-level package at the Red Romance Club. With such luxurious welfare benefits, the vocational high school students are loyal and devoted to Wu Yu. Got it. Brother Yu. Already on standby. Ready to go at any time. No matter who they are, they must be killed or crippled. As soon as the news came out, the quiet WeChat group instantly exploded. Wu Yu put away his phone and turned his gaze back to Xia Shanhu. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie hurriedly walked out of a luxurious private room at the back of the nightclub. Wu Yu knew this person, he was the owner of this nightclub, his surname was Huang. Oh my! What brings you here? As soon as Boss Huang saw Xia Shanhu, he immediately put on an extremely flattering face and trotted towards him. Xia Shanhu didn't even bother to look at him, but said in a hoarse voice full of rebelliousness. I came here in person to inform you of something. Starting next month, the purchase price of alcoholic beverages will be increased by 20%. It turned out that Xiaoshenhu did not come here to settle accounts with the Tianlai gang, but to take care of his business. Smuggling. Xiaoshenhu almost monopolizes the entire underground smuggling network in Baiyun City, and the most profitable product is alcohol. This nightclub, in particular, targets the young people market and its business is booming. What is sold are basically expensive imported foreign liquors. If you buy the goods through normal channels, the price will be ridiculously high. But what if it is smuggled from Xiaoshenhu? The price can be at least half cheaper. It can be said that this nightclub is Xiaoshenhu's #1 cash cow. When Mr. Huang heard that the price was going to increase by 20%, he looked sad and said in an almost pleading tone, "Business has been tough lately. Please be merciful and spare me this time." Business is bad? Xiaoshenhu laughed when he heard this, and his laugh was full of contempt. A younger brother behind him immediately stepped forward, took out a small notebook from his pocket, and began to read in public. According to our statistics, the total number of visitors to Fantasy Night City last month was 32,700. Per capita consumption, 988 yuan. So, last month's total sales were. The young man took out a calculator, pressed a few buttons quickly, and then reported a number that shocked the whole audience. 32,300,000. How about it? Xiaoshenhu's mouth curled up in a playful arc. With tens of millions in sales per month, you're telling me business is tough? Boss Huang was speechless, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He never imagined that Xiaoshenhu actually knew the flow of water in his yard clearly. There was no other way. Boss Huang could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, nodding and bowing. Okay, then we'll raise it by 20%. Come on, everyone, please come upstairs. Boss Huang hurriedly led the way and arranged Xiaoshenhu and his gang in the luxurious booths in the center of the nightclub, which had the best view. Next second, Xiaoshenhu's lustful eyes fell on Ling Yulei, who was not far away. He grinned, revealing two ferocious front teeth inlaid with diamonds that sparkled brightly under the light. "Lele, it's been so long since we last met. You've become prettier again." Ling Yulei's heart instantly rose to her throat. She subconsciously shrank behind Wu Yu. Xiaoshenhu saw her panicked little movements and the smile on his lips became even wider. He winked at a younger brother beside him. The younger brother immediately understood and swaggered towards Wu Yu's table. He walked up to Ling Yulei and said contemptuously in a condescending tone, "Our eldest brother asked you to come over and have a couple of drinks with him, so we can talk about life and our ideals." Chapter 98. The boyfriend you found is not very good. No. Ling Yulei blurted out without even thinking. She knew that people like Xiaoshenhu were complete beasts in human skin. Once you go there, you will be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, with no way back. I'll go. Wu Yu stood up with an honest and simple smile on his face. You? The younger brother looked up and down at Wu Yu's silly outfit, and a trace of undisguised contempt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to drink with our brother Tiger? Get out. Presumptuous. When Ling Yulei heard this, her eyebrows immediately raised and she slammed the table. He's the boss of the Tianlai gang. Who the hell is he? As soon as these words were spoken, Song Weitian's clear almond eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Oh my god. Wu Yu, he's actually a gang boss? A great thief plus a gangster boss. How could I fall in love with such a criminal? Wait, why is my heart beating so fast? Boss? Ha 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 ha. Xiaoshenhu looked at Wu Yu a few times, and a sneer of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. I was wondering how the small Tianlai gang dared to take over the fat piece of meat on Bar Street. It turns out the leader has changed. His tone was full of condescension, as if he was looking at an ignorant ant. But he didn't have a seizure on the spot. Because there are extremely strict rules within the Black Tiger gang. The 5 tigers each have their own duties and are in charge of their own business. Golden Tiger lost the Bar Street because of his own incompetence. It's not his turn to come down from the mountain and meddle in other people's business. This matter must wait for the leader to come back and make the decision in person. Lele. Xiaoshenhu's gaze passed over Wu Yu and fell on the fiery black figure behind him. You found a boyfriend, and you didn't even tell me? I'm your elder after all. Bah! Ling Yulei's pretty face instantly darkened. Just as she was about to speak, Wu Yu took the lead and protected her behind him. It's not your turn to worry about my woman's affairs. Wu Yu's voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable dominance. Oh? Xiaoshenhu's eyebrows suddenly raised, and a cold light flashed in his eyes that were full of rebelliousness. Boy, you are very crazy. I'm just stating a fact. Wu Yu said calmly. Then I'll tell you a fact. Xiaoshenhu's tone suddenly became extremely cold. He stretched out his thick finger, pointed to the top of his head, and said word by word. I don't care if you take Bar Street. But the liquor business on this street belongs to me, Xiaoshenhu. I warn you, don't even think about taking it. Otherwise, he. Yeah? Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so evil and crazy. But the entire Bar Street is my territory. Since this is my territory, what the hell are you qualified to give me orders? Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire nightclub fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a madman. Boss Huang was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost knelt down to Wu Yu on the spot. Big brother. Ancestors. I beg you to stop talking. You are going to tear down the store that I just spent a lot of money to renovate on the spot. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiaoshenhu's face, covered with flesh, was instantly filled with ferocious anger. Boy. You have guts. I've been out here for over 20 years, and I've never seen anyone as crazy as you. Since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish today. Before he finished speaking, the group of younger brothers behind him who had been ready to fight for a long time were instantly furious. Fuck. How dare you talk to our tiger brother like that? Kill him. Damn it. He's asking for death. Kill him. They took out their weapons one by one and were ready to take action. Well, we have to fight again. Ling Yulei shook her head helplessly, her expression very calm. Although she knew that the people under Xiaoshenhu were not comparable to those useless people under Jinmaha who only knew how to collect protection fees. They are all desperate criminals who are walking on the edge of a knife. They are all cruel and ruthless, killing people without blinking an eye. But, so what? In front of my pigeon, all garbage. Song Weitian subconsciously took 2 steps back, her clear apricot eyes flashing with complex light. Wu Yu, you really are brainless. You can obviously bow your head, but you have to provoke others. Now that's good, he is going to be beaten to death, right? Serves you right. Let you seduce me. Let you take advantage of me. Snort. Although she thought so in her heart, her weak little heart was still pounding wildly, full of worry and tension. Peace is the most precious thing. Peace is the most precious thing. Boss Huang rushed forward, opened his arms, stood between the two groups of people, and began to try to smooth things over frantically. Don't be impulsive. For my sake, let's make a big deal out of it. Let's both make some concessions. Wu Yu sneered disdainfully. He walked up to Xiaoshenhu and said word by word with a provocative look. This is my territory, and I don't want to cause trouble here. How about this, if you can't swallow this anger, send someone out with me. We can go to the back alley and solve this privately. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoshenhu laughed so hard that he fell over, as if he had heard a huge joke. The gang of younger brothers under him are all ruthless characters who have committed murders. How dare this ignorant brat be so arrogant? It's simply courting death. Long hair. Xiaoshenhu winked at a man behind him with shoulder-length hair and gloomy eyes. You, go with him. Yes, big brother. Chang Mao sneered, pulled out a 3-edged military bayonet with a cold glow from his waist, followed Wu Yu, and walked out of the nightclub. Xiaoshenhu sat back in the booth, crossed his legs and lit a cigar. He drank a sip of wine leisurely, then looked at Ling Yulei and said jokingly. Lele, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your boyfriend isn't very good. The words haven't been finished yet. Tramp, tramp, tramp. A steady sound of footsteps came from the door. Wu Yu yawned and walked back with a relaxed look on his face. There was not a speck of dirt on his body, not even a hair was out of place. Well, the grudge is settled. Wu Yu walked up to Xiaoshenhu and said casually. By the way, you just said I wasn't very good? What was it? Fuck. Xiaoshenhu's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. How could it be so fast? It's been less than half a minute. Chang Mao is one of the most capable confidants under his command. What about others? I won. Really lose the fight. At this moment, a little brother who was in charge of watching at the door came crawling in, with fear written all over his face. Brother! No! Something's wrong. Chang! Chang Ma brother, he was crippled. All his hands and feet were broken. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was in deathly silence. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a monster. Song Weitian was dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 99. They unexpectedly turned against each other collectively. Song Weitian opened her mouth wide, and her clear almond eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Wu Yu, he is not only a gang boss and a fighting master? This is too outrageous. You fucking. Xiaoshan, who suddenly stood up from the sofa, his face covered with flesh, filled with ferocious anger. Airplane. He pointed at a skinny man beside him, whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and shouted sternly. You go ahead. Yes. Feiji nodded, turned around and walked out without any nonsense. He is the strongest trump card under Xiaoshan Hu. No doubt about it. Once, he single-handedly killed more than 30 people on the opposite side with just a machete. Therefore, become famous in one battle. Lele. Xiaoshan, who sat back on the sofa, forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, and started his suggestive harassment again. Where were we just now? Oh yeah, when it comes to finding a boyfriend, you have to have a long-term vision. Being young and handsome can't just make you a living. As long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter if you're older. Take me for example, I just got divorced not long ago. As he spoke, he glanced back and forth at Ling Yulei's hot and sexy body with eyes full of desire. The meaning is self-evident. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Tramp, tramp, tramp. Wu Yu's brisk footsteps sounded again. In his hand, he was holding a blood-stained baton. Well, it was a little slow this time. It actually took a minute. What? Xiaoshan Hu's eyes were almost popping out. He looked at Wu Yu, who was safe and sound, in disbelief, and then looked outside the door. Where's the plane? Where's my best fucking trump card? Big brother. The little brother who was on the lookout came crawling in again, his voice filled with endless fear. Feiji Gu, his gums were even knocked out. He'll definitely never be able to speak again. Boom. The entire audience fell into deathly silence again. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a god. And Song Weitian was completely numb. She stared at Wu Yu blankly, feeling that her worldview had been completely overturned at this moment. Wu Yu, what kind of monster is he? Is he really that good at fighting? Grass. Xiaoshan Hu couldn't hold it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up suddenly. That face covered with fat was filled with crazy and ferocious anger. Come on, all of you. So, Wu Yu led the way, followed by dozens of fierce-looking men, and they marched towards the back door of the nightclub. All the guests in the nightclub were frightened and silent, stretching their necks, waiting to see the show. It's over. It's over. Wu Yu is dead. Song Weitian was so anxious that her pretty face turned pale and she stomped her feet on the spot. A guarantee contract worth 1 billion yuan. If anything happened to Wu Yu, the first person the Black Tiger gang would look for would be her, Song Weitian. Lele. Xiaoshan Hu extinguished the cigar in his hand, and his lustful eyes fell on Ling Yulei's hot body again. Back in the day, your dad and I were sworn brothers. Now that I'm single and you have no one to rely on, why don't you let me take good care of you? If your father knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. Bah! After hearing this, Ling Yulei almost vomited on the spot. She slammed the table heavily, pointed at Xiaoshan Hu's nose, and shouted sternly. You old bastard! Disgusting! Vulgar! Shameless! If my father knew that his best brother in life was such a treacherous beast who even wanted to have his brother's daughter, he would probably jump out of his coffin in anger and strangle you to death with his own hands. You! Xiaoshan Hu was so angry that his face turned red and he became furious. Shame on you, huh? You better think it through. I can make you and the Tianlei gang disappear from this bar street completely with just a flick of my finger. What? You're not still counting on your boyfriend to come and rescue you, are you? He's now. Xiaoshan Hu hadn't finished speaking yet. Tramp, tramp, tramp. The sound of dense footsteps was heard, and the younger brothers returned collectively. The only person missing was Wu Yu. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoshanhe slapped his thigh suddenly, pointed at Ling Yulei, and laughed triumphantly. Lei, see. Your pretty boyfriend is completely gone. From now on, you are mine. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you. He. But the next second, the smile on Xiaoshanhe's face froze in an instant. Because he discovered, there seems to be something wrong with my little brothers. The look in their eyes when they looked at me was no longer filled with awe, but instead was filled with escape, dodge, and pity? What is going on? Just then, a steady sound of footsteps came from behind the crowd. The younger brothers were like Moses parting the sea, very consciously making way. A familiar and tall figure appeared in everyone's sight. It's Wu Yu. He was holding a cigarette in his mouth and walked back with a relaxed look on his face. He was spotless and not even a hair was out of place. Boss! Accompanied by the brothers' thunderous shouts. Boss! Boss! Boom! The entire nightclub fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a monster. Boss? What the hell, did I call the wrong person? Xiaoshanhe was dumbfounded on the spot. He looked at the absurd scene in front of him in disbelief, feeling that his brain was completely inadequate. What the hell is going on? Dozens of his most capable confidants actually turned against him en masse and called Wu Yu boss? This is unscientific. This is unreasonable. What the fuck, is this a ghost? Song Weitian, who was standing beside her, also had her eyes wide open and her mind was blank. Win again? No, what exactly is Wu Yu's strength? Dozens of desperate criminals armed with sharp blades were subdued by him? This is too outrageous. How? Wu Yu walked up to Xiaoshanhe, looked down at him, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've been out for a while, and you dare to flirt with my woman? A layer of fine cold sweat instantly appeared on Xiaoshanhe's forehead. He looked at Wu Yu's deep eyes and felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. So scary. This guy is definitely not a human. It's a monster. It's the devil. You, just wait. Xiaoshanhe gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. You dare to provoke our Black Tiger gang again and again, you're fucking dead. He. Wu Yu laughed and said in a tone that sounded very provocative. Hey. I provoke you, so what? Smuggling, huh? You don't allow me to touch the liquor business, right? I'm telling you. I'm definitely going to get into trouble. As soon as the words fell, Wu Yu turned around abruptly and pointed at the trembling boss Huang. I want to buy this nightclub. Name your price. Chapter 100 I admire your courage. I admire you. Ha! Boss Huang was stunned on the spot. Buy my store? Are you sure? This Fantasy Night City has just been renovated at a huge cost. Business is booming now, and the net profit alone is tens of millions every month. This is the fucking hen that lays golden eggs. Only an idiot would sell it. However, Boss Huang is an old hand who has been in the underworld for many years, so of course he doesn't dare to offend a tough guy like Wu Yu in person. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying, nodded, and said, Brother you really know how to joke. My shop is doing incredibly well. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't sell it. But as for you, brother you, he. Of course it's no problem. But, ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Sell. Sell now. Boss Huang slapped his thigh suddenly, and his face full of flattery was instantly filled with loyalty and courage. As long as the price is right. 100 million. Wu Yu said lightly. No. Boss Huang was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly, with a sad face, begging, Brother you. You're cutting the price too hard. I can't even get back my original investment of 100 million. At least 300 million. Otherwise, I'll be broke. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. 200 million. Wu Yu quoted again. Brother you, this price, I really don't make any money. A fine layer of cold sweat had already seeped out of Boss Huang's forehead, and his voice was trembling. The system did not prompt again. This shows that he was telling the truth this time. Okay, then 210 million. Make a deal. Wu Yu was so happy when he conquered the fantasy night city. You know, this is not just about taking over a nightclub. Instead, he took this valuable piece of land into his pocket. This wave is really profitable. Wu Yu had already thought about it: the bar, the drinks, the protection money. Every way to make money, he wanted it all. The entire audience fell into deathly silence again. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a god. Oh shit. A nightclub worth 200 million yuan, bought without blinking an eye. What the hell kind of family is this? It's over. It's over. Song Weitian was so anxious that her pretty face turned pale and she stomped her feet on the spot. She dragged Wu Yu to a corner, lowered her voice, and asked through gritted teeth. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing now? 1 billion. It's only been a short time, and you've already spent 1/5 of it. 3 days. There are still 3 days left. How are you going to pay back the money? Don't worry, I have my own plans. Wu Yu gently pushed Song Weitian away, walked in front of Xiashino, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. From today on, I have the final say on the alcohol supply on this street. Do you have any objections? The tiger coming down the mountain is so cruel. My lungs are about to explode. He was Xia Shanhu, the third in command of the Black Tiger Gang. He had been rampant in the Baiyun City underworld for over 20 years. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But he didn't dare to get angry. Wu Yu's inhuman fighting ability is really too terrifying. The dozens of his most capable confidants were like a group of kindergarten kids in front of that kid and were easily controlled. Rebellion? Isn't that courting death? Wu Yu, this isn't good, is it? Ling Yulei was so anxious that her face turned pale. She lowered her voice and advised. Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. If you take over Xia Shanhu's liquor business today, you'll be completely at odds with him. When the time comes, the Black Tiger Gang will definitely retaliate against us at all costs. Listen to me and don't push people into a desperate situation, okay? Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so calm and relaxed. He gently pushed Ling Yulei away and walked up to Xiashino with a step that showed no regard for his relatives. He reached out and patted the pig's face gently. Fuck it. I'm asking you a question, are you speechless? Liquor business. Are you going to give in or not? Xiashino's pupils suddenly shrank. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation, like a volcanic eruption, instantly swept through his whole body. He suddenly raised his head, and in his eyes, which were full of rebelliousness, there was a flash of crazy fire. Boy, you're really brave. I've been out here for over 20 years, and I've never seen anyone as crazy as you. I admire your courage. I admire it. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. In an instant, Xiashino felt a buzzing in his head, as if a bolt of lightning suddenly struck him. The overwhelming anger and endless humiliation disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is an extremely strong and irresistible feeling of admiration that comes from the depths of the soul. He looked at Wu Yu, and in those eyes that were full of rebelliousness, there was only blazing admiration and crazy obsession. Oh my God! What a bearing! What courage! This is the kingly style that looks down on the world and is the only one of its kind. This guy is the real one who gets to do great things. Next second, everyone in the audience looked at him in shock as if he were a monster. Xiashino, the third in command of the Black Tiger Gang, who is well known in the underworld and kills people without blinking an eye. It turns out. With a thud, he fell to his knees. He hugged Wu Yu's thighs and cried with tears and snot. His face, covered with flesh, was filled with the excitement of loyalty and courage. Brother Yu. From today on, you are my big brother. Don't worry. The drinks on this bar street will all be yours from now on. Whoever dares to snatch them from you, I'll kill him first. Also, if you have any requests from now on, just tell me. I, Xiashino, will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Boom. The whole audience was stunned. Oh shit. WTF TF TF TF. What the hell is going on? Just now they were on edge, and the next second they were kneeling down and acknowledging each other's father? This reversal is too damn fast. Wu Yu, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Are you threatening me? Finally, I got caught. Cool. It's so fucking cool. Alright, get up. Wu Yu waved his hand, looking nonchalant. Since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance. Go, call all the owners of the biggest nightclubs on this street over here. Well, you'll see. Xiaoshenhe crawled to his feet from the ground, and immediately changed into a pug-like appearance, nodding and bowing, with a flattering face. He waved his hand and let out an earth-shaking roar to the group of younger brothers behind him who were already completely dumbfounded. What the hell are you all standing there for? Hurry up! Invite Boss Huan, Boss Li, Boss Wang, and the others over here. Tell them. My eldest brother wants to see them. So, under Xiaoshenhu's extremely diligent service, Wu Yu sat down in a luxurious booth in the center of Fantasy Night City with his arms and legs spread out. Soon, the owners of the 5 largest nightclubs on Bar Street were invited over, trembling with fear. As soon as they saw Wu Yu sitting in the main seat, they were so scared that their legs went weak and they almost knelt down on the spot. Boss, don't be nervous. Wu Yu had a harmless and honest smile on his face. As for me, I won't waste time talking to you. I invited you here today just to discuss business with you. I want to buy the nightclub you own. You, brother, you really know how to joke. Our store is doing great business. We're making a lot of money, so how could we possibly sell it? Although the bosses were scared to death, they still forced themselves to refuse. Wu Yu hasn't spoken yet. Grass. Xiaoshenhe, who was standing by, slammed the table suddenly, and 2 terrifying cold rays shot out of his eyes. Fuck you? My brother Yu wants to buy your store because he's giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Chapter 101 is over. Why have I become so weird? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of several bosses turned pale in an instant. The boss of the Black Tiger Gang. Who can afford to offend this guy? They looked at each other and finally chose to compromise. Brother Yu, I spent 50 million to buy this shop, including the land and renovations. How much do you think is appropriate? 100 million. My place is a little bigger, 150 million. 200 million. In the face of Wu Yu's terrifying ability to make money, everything went extremely smoothly. In the end, Wu Yu successfully acquired the 5 largest nightclubs on Bar Street for a total price of 700 million. Together with the Fantasy Night City he bought before, now, the 6 most profitable places on the entire street are all his. The true overlord of Bar Street is born. Wu Yu conservatively estimated that the annual net profit of these 6 stores alone would be at least over 100 million. It takes almost 5 years to get your money back. This does not include the appreciation of the land. This wave is a huge profit. It's dark and not presentable. Wu Yu held a cigar in his mouth and looked at Ling Yulei with deep eyes. What era is this? Still collecting protection money? That's too low. If we're going to do this, let's do it for real. A serious business that can be put on the table and no one can find fault with it. White. Ling Yulei was stunned. That's right. Shiro. Wu Yu nodded heavily. The liquor business, the security business, the valet parking business, which one of them can't be run as a legitimate company? By then, we will be legitimate businessmen who pay taxes legally and conscientious entrepreneurs. Ling Yulei was fascinated and her blood boiled when she heard it. Yes. Who doesn't want to clean up his mess and become a respected entrepreneur? Isn't the reason why she is in the underworld because she has no education and no skills, and is forced to do so in order to survive? Now, Wu Yu gave her a brand new and extremely bright choice. An unprecedented and extremely strong emotion, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly swept over her whole body. She no longer cared about her modesty and acted like a docile kitten. She actively and happily snuggled in Wu Yu's arms, her voice filled with endless admiration and attachment. Yes. All up to you. On the other side, Song Weitian was almost going crazy. She was so angry when she saw Wu Yu giving orders and making decisions. Big brother. Ancestors. Are you still pretending here? 700 million. In less than one night, 700 million yuan was spent. Including previous expenses, Wu Yu has spent nearly 1 billion. What will I use to pay back the money after 3 days? If I can't pay back the money, my life as a guarantor will be completely ruined. No.
Song Weitian's gaze suddenly fell on the tiger not far away, who was wagging its tail like a pug, circling Wu Yu frantically.
Right. Find him. He is the third in command of the Black Tiger Gang. As long as he is willing to come forward and plead with that smiling tiger, maybe there will be a turning point in this matter. Thinking of this, Song Weitian hurried forward and begged Xiaoshenhu for help. However, Xiaoshenhu shook his head seriously. Boss Song, I really can't help you with this matter. We have strict rules within the Black Tiger Gang. Each of the 5 tigers is responsible for their own affairs and does not interfere with each other. If I interfere with Smiling Tiger's business, I'll be breaking the rules. If the boss blames me, I'll be in big trouble. Song Weitian's last bit of hope was completely shattered. She had no choice but to turn her head and look at Wu Yu with an almost pleading look, her voice trembling. Please. Let's not buy the nightclub yet, okay? The contract hasn't been signed yet. There's still time to regret it. What are you panicking about?
Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so calm and relaxed.
I have my own way.
All you have to do now is to help me get rid of those antiques as soon as possible and collect 1 billion in cash.
You don't need to worry about the interest. 3 days. How is that even possible? Song Weitian was so anxious that she almost cried. It is very difficult to sell antiques. Expecting to turn 1 billion into cash within 3 days is simply a fantasy. Formal channels are certainly not enough.
The corner of Wu Yu's mouth curled up into an evil arc.
But what if it's smuggling? Smuggling? Song Weitian let out a cry of surprise.
Xiaoshenhu patted his chest and said confidently.
Brother, you have something to sell? Come to me. I'm a professional in smuggling.
As long as you can contact overseas buyers, I will take care of the rest. I promise to deliver the goods to you safely within 3 days.
Without anyone noticing. Really?
When Song Weitian heard this, hope instantly rekindled in her dim eyes.
Yes. Smuggling. This is the perfect solution. You can avoid the huge risk of selling these stolen goods domestically.
What is more, she knows many collectors in Southeast Asia.
There is no need to worry about who will take over. Get rich. Now I'm completely rich. That's right, we'll smuggle the goods out from now on. Wu Yu was also in a good mood. It's only one night. Drinks available on Bar Street. The operating rights of a nightclub. The sales and risks of antiques. All solved. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, one tea he get mad rich in the future? Come on. Happy cooperation. Cheers. Wu Yu raised his glass proudly. Cheers.
Xiaoshenhu waited until Wu Yu finished drinking before he dared to pick up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp respectfully.
Now, he has completely become Wu Yu's #1 fanboy. That look was full of undisguised admiration and awe.
Ling Yulei, on the other hand, was like a docile kitten, snuggling tightly in Wu Yu's arms, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with unbreakable tenderness and affection.
As for Song Weitian,
as long as she secretly glanced at Wu Yu, her beautiful face would instantly turn red to her ears. My heart was pounding so hard that it seemed like it was going to jump out of my throat.
It's over. It's over. How did I become so weird? Song Weitian was both embarrassed and angry, roaring wildly in her heart.
Why is my mind full of his smirking face? And his broad chest, strong arms, and that aggressive and domineering aura?
Oh my God. Song Weitian. Wake up. He is a great thief. Just as she was having wild thoughts and feeling torn between conscience and desire. Snap.
The lights in the entire nightclub suddenly dimmed. Immediately afterwards, a beam of colorful spotlight suddenly hit the DJ booth in the middle of the dance floor.
Yo! 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 Dear handsome men and beautiful women. Good evening, everyone. The DJ screamed wildly at the top of his lungs with that inflammatory voice. Tonight is our annual cosplay masked ball in Fantasy Night City. Now, everyone please, come to the center of the dance floor.
Next, it's the most exciting and highly anticipated random pairing session.
As soon as the words fell,
in the nightclub, thunderous cheers and screams suddenly erupted. Men and women rushed to the center of the dance floor like a tide. I'm not going, Ling Yulei shook her head. I have to go inspect the territory and take care of my brothers. I'm not going either, Xia Shanhu also stood up, I have to contact the smuggling channels. After saying that, the two of them tactfully left first. Only Wu Yu and Song Weitian were left, staring at each other under the ambiguous light. Well, I should go too. Song Weitian's pretty face was so red that it was about to bleed, and she was just about to get up and leave. Sudden. A beam of snow-white light fell from the sky and landed squarely on her and Wu Yu. Chapter 102 I'm not mentally prepared yet. Oh. The whole audience erupted in thunderous cheers and whistles again. Oh shit. It's that classical goddess. Fuck. Why wasn't I matched with her? There must be something fishy going on. Hurry. I want to see the fairy sister dance. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of everyone in the audience, Wu Yu and Song Weitian, covered by a spotlight, slowly walked to the center of the dance floor. Romantic waltz music sounded melodiously. Wu Yu extended his hand and made a standard invitation gesture. Song Weitian's pretty face flushed slightly, but she still gently placed her soft and boneless little hand in his palm. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Wu Yu stood there like a piece of wood, motionless. You, why don't you dance? Song Weitian asked curiously. Ahem, Wu Yu's face flushed instantly. He leaned close to Song Weitian's ear and whispered awkwardly, that I don't know how to do it. Puff. Song Weitian couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. That laughter was as sweet and clear as a silver bell. There was a cunning light in her clear almond eyes. I'll teach you. She took a step forward and gently pressed her soft body against Wu Yu's. Hold me tight, yes, that's it. Then, follow my rhythm, 1 step, 2 steps. Wu Yu put his hands around Song Weitian's slender waist, which was so thin that it could not be grasped with one hand. The first touch is extremely warm, soft, and full of amazing elasticity. A light, alluring scent, a mixture of the mellow aroma of red wine and the fragrance of a woman's body, instantly penetrated into the nose. Wu Yu felt that the blood in his body was boiling at this moment. And Song Weitian's pretty face also flushed, and her heart was pounding. She could clearly feel the scorching heat coming from Wu Yu's broad and solid chest. And those rock-hard muscles full of explosive power. Oh my god. Is this a man's body? Good. I feel so safe. Song Weitian's mind went blank in an instant, and her dance steps began to become messy. Oops. She lost her balance and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Careful. Wu Yu was quick-witted and quick-handed. With a spun around, he steadily picked up her soft and delicate body by the waist. A standard, powerful princess hug. Wow. The whole audience erupted in thunderous screams again. Song Weitian was so ashamed that she quickly buried her pretty face, which was so hot that it could fry an egg, deeply in Wu Yu's arms. Those slender arms subconsciously hugged his neck tightly. She closed her eyes, feeling Wu Yu's strong heartbeat and the unique smell full of masculinity. Then, looking up again. It was not until the music ended and the dance party ended that Song Weitian reluctantly jumped out of Wu Yu's arms. Let's go, I'll take you to a nice place. Wu Yu took her soft and boneless little hand and walked upstairs. Ah. Song Weitian's delicate body trembled violently, and a trace of panic and resistance flashed in her misty almond eyes. No, don't. I'm not mentally prepared yet. She knew that Wu Yu was a terrible thief. What if one day my secret is exposed and I'm arrested, then wouldn't I be left as a widow? No. Absolutely not. But Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so mysterious. What are you thinking about? What kind of garbage is going on in your little head every day? Follow me and you'll find out. The two took the elevator to the rooftop of the nightclub. As soon as you open the door, a rich barbecue aroma mixed with cumin and chili hits you in the face. I saw a huge barbecue grill had been set up on the rooftop at some point. Ling Yulei and the group of younger brothers from the Tianlei gang were sitting around the grill, drinking beer, eating skewers, and having a great time. Hey, you're here? When Ling Yulei saw Song Weitian, a hint of barely perceptible hostility flashed across her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. She walked up to Song Weitian, looked her up and down, then curled her lips and said in a sarcastic tone. What? Aren't you hungry? If you're not hungry, just go back by yourself. Song Weitian's pretty face turned red and she couldn't say a word.
Come here.
Ling Yulei grabbed Wu Yu's arm and pressed her fiery and hot body against him tightly. She picked up a bunch of sizzling lamb kidneys from the grill and handed them to Wu Yu's mouth with her own hands, her voice so sweet that it could squeeze water out of him. Come, dear, try the kidneys I specially roasted for you, it's good for your health.
I think you deserve to be punished. Wu Yu snatched the lamb kidney, took a vicious bite, and then smiled evilly.
Are you ready for my demon subduing stick technique, you vicious she-tyrannosaurus?
The next day, early in the morning, Wu Yu came to Dajubeo. After a busy day, he turned the remaining cash in the card, which was close to 400 million yuan, into fake antiques. Oh no, now it is a real treasure. And among them, there is one that is particularly special.
It was an inkstone that was pitch black and looked ordinary. But if you look closely, you will find that on the bottom of the inkstone, there are 4 large characters carved in extremely tiny seal script.
Dongpa calligraphy. That's right.
This inkstone was made by Su Dongpa himself and was regarded as a treasure. Its historical value, artistic value, and cultural value have reached an unprecedented and shocking height.
If this is taken out, let alone hundreds of millions, even tens of billions are conservative estimates. It's coming. This time it's really coming.
Wu Yu looked at the ordinary inkstone in his hand, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head.
Ding dong. At this time, the heavy glass door of Dajubeo was pushed open from the outside.
A familiar and beautiful figure walked in with graceful steps.
It's Song Wei-tian.
She also got up early today, contacted the buyer in Southeast Asia, and worked hard to finalize the transaction details. Then he went straight to meet Ziyashinha and arranged all the cargo transportation routes clearly.
Now, all that's left is to ship it. Be careful.
As soon as Song Wei-tian entered the door, she began to command the professional movers under her in a swift and decisive manner. They began to carefully carry out those priceless treasures one by one. Facing Wu Yu, she just nodded politely and greeted him, appearing very distant.
Because she knows.
Something must have happened between Wu Yu and Ling Yulei last night.
I also ate grilled kidneys,
which must have been very exciting.
Song Wei-tian felt sad.
It's like a jar of vinegar has been overturned, sour and bitter.
But she didn't want to show it.
Her proud self-esteem would not allow her to show any weakness or jealousy in front of such a terrible thief.
That's right.
Although this kid Wu Yu is full of mysterious charm.
But, he is a thief.
There is no future with this kind of person.
It is better to maintain a pure business partnership. However, next second, Song Wei-tian's gaze inadvertently fell on the inkstone in Wu Yu's hand. Swish.
Her pair of clear almond-shaped eyes widened instantly.
The pupils suddenly contracted. What is this?
She rushed forward, snatched the inkstone from Wu Yu's hand, and began to examine it carefully.
Oh my god. This familiar stone.
Such a unique texture.
Isn't this the legendary Song Xingyan?
Song Wei-tian was so excited that her whole body was shaking, and she hurriedly took out a magnifying glass from her purse. I looked at the entire inkstone from inside to outside, over and over again more than 10 times.
The result left her dumbfounded. Real. It's really from Xingyan. How is this possible? Because
the real Xingyan is collected in the National Palace Museum in Taipei.
Chapter 103 He is a fucking god. The Songqing inkstone is the treasure of the museum. How did you end up here?
Song Wei-tian suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with incomparable shock and questioning.
Wu Yu. You, tell me the truth. How did you get this thing? I just received it.
Wu Yu said as if it was a matter of course.
Ha, did you collect it? Song Wei-tian sneered.
Because the National Palace Museum in Taipei is heavily guarded, even the world's top thief would not be able to steal anything from it.
Besides, even if it was really stolen, it would be impossible for it to flow into the black market in Baiyun City. After all, isn't it safer to sell it directly overseas? Why take such a big risk to ship it back to the mainland? Received it? I think it was stolen. Song Wei-tian finally couldn't hold it back anymore. Because the only reasonable explanation is that Wu Yu stole that Songqing inkstone himself. He actually dared to steal from the museum. How horrible. What a bold thief. The risk of cooperating with such a person is too great. Steal? Wu Yu looked at Song Weitian's cute expression of surprise and doubt and smiled. Steal? Do I need to steal? It seems that this silly girl has a deep misunderstanding of herself. Just when Wu Yu was thinking about whether he should tell Song Weitian everything. Boss. I'm here again. The liar who had sold Wu Yu the faked Song Xingyan inkstone ran in excitedly with a dirty-looking broken bowl. Boss, are you still appreciating that inkstone? I told you it was a good thing. Come, take a look at this treasure of mine, it's an authentic Song dynasty. Before he could finish his words, Song Weitian grabbed his collar. Did you sell him the inkstone? Yes, yes. The scammer was startled and stammered, what's wrong? You don't want to change your mind? No. It's already sold. Let me ask you. Where did you get that inkstone? Song Weitian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Two terrifying cold rays flashed from her clear almond-shaped eyes. The liar began to recite his words, that thing is an heirloom in my family. From my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. Nonsense. Song Weitian was so angry that her pretty face turned red. This was obviously a scam. At this moment, the swindler suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the inkstone in Wu Yu's hand, and exclaimed. That's not right. Boss. Why has this inkstone changed its appearance? I remember this inkstone was very clean before I sold it to you. How come it turned so black? Nothing has changed. You're seeing things wrong. Wu Yu chuckled and carefully put away the Song Xing inkstone. Stop talking nonsense. What treasure did you get? Oh. Although the liar had doubts in his heart, when he thought about making money again, he immediately threw his doubts out of his mind. He thrust the broken bowl in his hand forward and started boasting with saliva flying everywhere. Boss. Look at this. This is a Song Dynasty Rukiln Celadon glazed sunflower wash basin, inherited from our ancestors. Look at the glaze, the crackle, wow, it's amazing. Humph, nonsense. Song Weitian on the side just glanced at it casually and gave this thing a big cross in her mind. It's fake at first glance. It's not even a high imitation. It's pure street stall goods. I bought it. But Wu Yu was like he had found a treasure, and without saying a word, he took out the money. Thank you, boss. The scammer got the money, thanked profusely, and left happily. Song Weitian was about to complain. Next second, she witnessed with her own eyes an extremely shocking scene that she would never forget in her life. I saw a broken bowl that looked ordinary, even a little crudely made. In Wu Yu's hands, astonishing changes were taking place at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dull glaze color instantly became as warm as jade, just like the sky after the rain, emitting a layer of dreamy and charming luster. The rough body also becomes delicate and solid, full of a heavy sense of historical sedimentation. The most important thing is that those hair-like cracks on the bottom of the bowl are actually. It was actually wriggling on its own. Intertwining. As if it had a life of its own. In the end, a perfect crab claw pattern was formed, which can be called a work of art. This fucking thing actually became real. Song Weitian's delicate body trembled violently. She felt that her brain had completely crashed at this moment. All three views were shattered. She stared at Wu Yu blankly, her clear almond eyes filled with incomparable shock and fear. Wu Yu turned his head and found that Song Weitian was staring at him with a look as if she was looking at a ghost. What just happened? Song Weitian's voice was trembling. Now that you've seen it. Wu Yu shrugged and said casually, that I might as well tell you, well, any fake antique can become real in my hands. Boom. Song Weitian felt like the top of her head was about to be lifted off. The whole person, from head to toe, felt like an electric shock. No wonder he was able to find so many genuine goods from that scam street. No wonder Song Xingyan appeared in his hands. He is not a thief. He is a fucking god. He can turn stones into gold, he is a living god. As a top boss in the antique circle, Song Weitian's mood at this moment can no longer be described as shocked. It's terrifying. It's subversion. It is an incomparable shock. This is horrible. To turn a fake into real, this is simply getting something for nothing. From now on, the entire antique world will be swept by him. Song Weitian didn't dare to think about it anymore. She looked at Wu Yu, her beautiful almond eyes filled with complex light. She wants to apologize.
I deeply apologize for my misunderstanding and suspicion of Wu Yu all along. But before she could speak,
Mr. Song, the goods are loaded. When are we leaving?
The voices of the workers came from the side.
Oh. Ma, right away. Song Weitian came to her senses and hurried over. There are so many people around, now is not the time to talk about this.
Mr. Wu, then I'll leave first.
Song Weitian and the workers left in a hurry.
Wu Yu crossed his legs and lay comfortably on the sofa, with a smug smile on his face.
Are you scared, silly woman? Wait 2 days and I'll give you another thrill. 2 days later.
Big treasure. Wu Yu was drinking tea when Song Weitian appeared.
Today she is dressed extraordinarily beautifully.
A pink modified cheongsam perfectly outlines her exquisite and devilish figure. The design of the skirt is much shorter than the traditional cheongsam, barely covering the round hip line. A pair of straight and slender long legs, just naked and exposed to the air. Without the restraint of stockings, the snow-white and delicate skin glows with an alluring luster under the light, and is full of amazing elasticity.
Here, your money. Song Weitian slapped a check on the table in front of Wu Yu. Wu Yu picked it up and took a look. Wow! 1.2 billion. A full 1.2 billion. Chapter 104. It's all your fault, you idiot. 1.2 billion. As a smuggling tycoon, Xiaoshanhu is indeed awesome.
In just 2 days, such a large number of antiques were delivered intact to the hands of Southeast Asian buyers.
And Song Weitian's network of contacts is equally unfathomable.
The payment for the goods was paid off so quickly. This is because she was worried that the noise would be too loud and cause unnecessary trouble, so she didn't dare to ship too much at once.
Otherwise, the amount on the check could at least double.
Wu Yu looked up and found that Song Weitian's pretty face was haggard and could not be concealed.
There are even 2 faint dark circles around the eye sockets.
Thanks for your hard work. He said it from the heart.
Snort. Song Weitian snorted coldly and turned her stunningly beautiful face aside. Hard?
She has been running around these 2 days and is indeed very tired.
But what torments her the most is love.
She didn't know why, but ever since she knew Wu Yu's secret, whenever she closed her eyes, her mind would be filled with Wu Yu's smirking face.
I want to be his girlfriend.
This thought, like a curse, kept flashing through her mind.
Song Weitian is going crazy.
Although she already knew that Wu Yu was not a thief, but a god with supernatural powers.
But Wu Yu already has a girlfriend. Not to mention, he doesn't have a high IQ. Right. Song Weitian's criteria for choosing a partner have always been very clear: he must be rich. Wu Yu was satisfied with this.
Must have good looks. Wu Yu was also satisfied with this.
Must have a brain. At this point, Song Weitian felt that Wu Yu did not meet the standards.
You clearly know that loan sharking is a trap, but you still foolishly jump into it. You could have easily made a fortune, but you had to create so many unexpected problems.
If this isn't stupid, then what is? Thinking of this, Song Weitian couldn't help but ask. Wu Yu, what are you planning to do? Even if the 1.2 billion arrives, it won't be enough to pay back the loan sharks, right? You're not thinking of resorting to violence, are you? Violence?
Wu Yu smiled and shook his head.
If you use violence, then I won't pay back a penny. How much easier would that be?
Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who has a simple mind and strong limbs.
Tisk, it's obviously that. Song Weitian curled her lips in disdain. Black Tiger Financial Company. VIP room.
Wu Yu and Song Weitian pushed open the door and found that Smiling Tiger had been waiting for a long time. His round, kind face, which looked like that of Maitreya Buddha, was filled with an extremely warm smile.
Hey! Mr. Wu. Mr. Song. You two are finally here. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Smiling Tiger personally brewed a pot of top-grade pu'er tea for the two of them.
His attentive look was even more professional than that of the waiters in a 5-star hotel.
Mr. Wu, you look so radiant. Has the funding problem been solved? Smiling Tiger asked tentatively.
Wu Yu nodded, being frugal with his words.
That's good. That's good.
Smiling Tiger rubbed his hands, and the smile on his face became even brighter. In that case, then we should settle our accounts.
1 billion is not a small amount.
Since we're friends, I won't charge you the interest, but the other fees, hee, they're not that much. Smiling Tiger winked at Brother Biao standing beside him.
Platform service fee, 100 million. Risk management fee, 100 million. Finally, the financial connection fee, 100 million. Every time Brother Biao quoted a price, Song Weitian's pretty face turned a little brighter.
When Brother Biao reported the last number, Song Weitian's beautiful face had completely lost all color and turned pale.
1 billion. The additional fees are as high as 1 billion. This is fucking. This isn't just usury. This is robbery. How is it? Mr. Wu, our charges are reasonable, right? On the Smiling Tiger's face, there was a harmless smile of Maitreya Buddha. But from those small eyes, 2 rays of cold light as cold as a poisonous snake shot out. I think, as a big boss like you, you can definitely afford it, right? It's okay if you can't come up with it.
The mansion in the Cloudtop Palace, the Lamborghini, and the shares in 69 Interactive Entertainment under your name, all added up, are worth about 500 million.
As for the rest.
The Smiling Tiger's gaze slowly fell on Song Weitian's exquisite body, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more playful. I heard that the Yayanzi restaurants under Mr. Song's name are doing good business recently and are worth exactly 500 million.
No way, who made you the guarantor? You.
Song Weitian was so angry that her body trembled violently, and the thrilling curve of her chest rose and fell violently. She pointed at the Smiling Tiger's nose, her clear almond eyes burning with rage.
Shameless. You're blackmailing. This is extortion.
She glared fiercely at Wu Yu, who had remained silent from beginning to end, and was so angry.
It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you idiot. Even though you know it's a loan sharking operation, you still foolishly jump into it. It's okay now. Even I have been dragged into this by you. No. We must not just sit there and wait for death.
Song Weitian quietly took out her cell phone from her purse and quickly sent a message to her subordinates.
Call the police immediately.
Only after doing all this did she feel a little relieved. Although she knew that calling the police might not be helpful when dealing with evil forces like the Black Tiger Gang.
But, it's better than being cheated to death. What are you still standing there for? Help these 2 customers pay their debts.
The Smiling Tiger's kind face was now covered with a ferocious grin.
He waved his hand and let out a thunderous roar to the group of younger brothers behind him who were already ready to fight. Walala.
More than a dozen burly men armed with shiny machetes and steel pipes rushed up like wolves and tigers, surrounding Wu Yu and Song Weitian.
Song Weitian had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. However, Wu Yu smiled. What are you doing? I didn't say I wouldn't pay you back. Smiling Tiger was stunned. He originally thought that Wu Yu would panic, collapse in despair, and even kneel down and beg for mercy. Who knew this guy would be so calm? Something is wrong. Boy, I'm warning you, don't play any fucking tricks on me.
A trace of vigilance flashed across Smiling Tiger's face.
He pointed at Wu Yu's nose and threatened viciously. It's only natural to pay back your debts. Even if you call the police, it's useless. Since I dare to engage in usury, I must have someone protecting me. Pay the money back honestly. Otherwise.
As soon as these words came out, Song Weitian's delicate body trembled violently, and her pair of clear almond eyes were instantly filled with endless despair.
It's over. It's completely over. Even the way to call the police is blocked. Hey, why are you so fierce? Wu Yu, however, remained calm and composed. He pulled out the 100 million check he had just received from his pocket and slammed it on the table. Didn't I pay the money back?
Smiling Tiger took the check and looked at it, and immediately became furious.
1 billion? Are you giving away money to a beggar? What else? Wu Yu asked back. Otherwise?
Smiling Tiger seemed to have heard a huge joke and was laughing so hard that he fell over.
And there are fees. Fees. 1 billion in fees. That's 2 billion in total. You mean the fees? Wu Yu spread his hands innocently, it wasn't written in the contract. No?
The Smiling Tiger's smile suddenly became extremely ferocious.
Okay. Then I'll let you see today whether it's written or not. Biaozi. Open the safe. Bring the contract over. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. Who says that things in museums are necessarily authentic?
Diaozi crawled to the safe and entered the password. He carefully took out the evil contract and handed it respectfully to Smiling Tiger. Smiling Tiger snatched the contract and slammed it on the table. He pointed at Wu Yu's nose and roared hysterically. "Open your eyes and look carefully. It's written in black and white. It's clearly written." "No." Wu Yu picked up the contract, looked at it carefully, and then shook his head. "No?" Smiling Tiger was furious. "Stop playing dumb in front of me." "Really not. If you don't believe me, just look." Wu Yu handed over the contract. Smiling Tiger snatched it away and took a closer look. Moment. He stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. Those little eyes, full of shrewdness and calculation, were as big as copper bells. That face covered with fat was filled with incomparable shock and fear. What the hell? WTF TF TF TF. How could this happen? That shady contract, that piece of paper filled with cruel and ruthless clauses, actually. It's a fucking blank sheet of paper. There is nothing written on it. Not a single word. Diaozi. Smiling Tiger turned around suddenly, kicked Diaozi to the ground, pointed at his nose, and roared at the top of his lungs. What the hell is going on? Who the hell touched the safe? No. No. Big brother. Brother Bia made a tearful face and pleaded, absolutely no one touched it. There are cameras in the office recording it 24 hours a day. If you don't believe me, go and see. Fart. Smiling Tiger was so angry that he was shaking all over, pointing at the blank contract and cursing. No one's moving? No one's moving. The damn contracts have all been swapped. Diaozi was completely confused. What the hell is this? For the first time, the deceptive clauses in the contract disappeared out of thin air. This second time, the contract turned into a blank piece of paper? He suddenly raised his head and pointed at Wu Yu, who had a silly smile on his face, his voice trembling. He can do fucking magic. Magic your mother. Smiling Tiger kicked again. I think it's you. One of you is in cahoots with Wu Yu. As soon as these words were spoken, the younger brothers around him panicked instantly. According to the rules of the Black Tiger Gang, being a traitor and colluding with outsiders is a capital crime. Brother! We don't have it. We are loyal to you and have no second thoughts. The younger brothers swore collectively, and were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they almost knelt down to the Smiling Tiger on the spot. Smiling Tiger was dumbfounded. This is so fucking weird. He stared at Wu Yu blankly, feeling that his brain was no longer enough. Are you still going to accept the money? Wu Yu looked at his expression that looked like he had eaten shit and asked with a smile. Receive. Smiling Tiger gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word from between his teeth. He took the $1 billion check tremblingly, his heart bleeding. 1 billion yuan of funds. I wasted 3 days and didn't receive a penny of interest. If the leader gets to know about this, I will be in big trouble. Song Weitian, who was standing by, also had her eyes wide open, looking extremely shocked. Oh my god. No wonder Wu Yu wasn't panicking at all. It turns out that he had known for a long time that the deceptive contract would become blank. What the hell is going on? How on earth did he do that? Could it be that Wu Yu secretly switched them? No. Impossible. The safe has a password and is under 24-hour surveillance, so he has no chance of doing anything. Moreover, if that was the case, why didn't he just take all the contracts? This way you don't have to pay back a penny. A huge wave was set off in Song Weitian's heart. She looked at Wu Yu, her clear almond eyes filled with incomparable shock and curiosity. Well, since the account has been settled, can we discuss another deal? Wu Yu put away the invalid contract with a harmless and honest smile on his face. Still talking? The Smiling Tiger's eyes almost popped out. Yes, Wu Yu nodded. I'd like to borrow another sum. This time, 3 billion. What the hell? Smiling Tiger was almost frightened to death on the spot. 3 billion? Is this kid crazy? Mr. Wu, 3 billion is too much. You and Mr. Son's assets combined don't even have 3 billion. If I lend it to you, what if you run away? Don't worry, there's collateral this time. Wu Yu carefully took out the pitch-black inkstone from his arms. What is this? Smiling Tiger looked confused. Mr. Song,
Please give me a brief introduction. Ha! Song Weitian was so confused. What was going on? Borrow 3 billion? Used Songqing inkstone as collateral? Please. The value of Xingyan cannot be measured by money at all, so vulgar. This kind of top-notch treasure should be exhibited everywhere. Or even kept at home for display. But she changed her mind and thought that Wu Yu would not do anything reckless. After all, he has always been, well, very clever and witty. Now, Song Weitian has completely changed her opinion of Wu Yu. If you remain calm and composed in any situation, you can always turn decay into magic. She looked at Wu Yu, her clear almond eyes flashing with an extremely hot light. This man is not only incredibly handsome, but he also possesses unfathomable and mysterious abilities. This is simply the ultimate form of a perfect boyfriend. So, Song Weitian no longer worried about anything. She cleared her throat and introduced herself to the smiling tiger in a professional tone. This inkstone is called the Songqing inkstone. It was once a personal belonging of Su Dongpa. The stone is firm and smooth, with a bluish-purple color. It combines the characteristics of Duanqi Laogang, water hemp, blue and white, banana leaf white, fish brain jelly, ice pattern, and gold and silver lines. It can be said to be the best inkstone. What's more, this is Mr. Dongpa's old belongings, stained with the supreme luck of the great writer throughout the ages. Therefore, its value cannot be measured by money at all. It's truly a priceless treasure. If you really want an estimate, well, at least it'd have to start at 10 billion. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was in deathly silence. Smiling Tiger and Brother Biao were both petrified. Everyone opened their mouths wide, with dull expressions, as if they were under a spell. Hundreds of billions? This fucking... Are you serious? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Smiling Tiger suddenly came back to his senses. He pointed at Song Weitian's nose and roared hysterically. You two teamed up to deceive me, right? Biaozi. He yelled at the door at the top of his voice. Call all the owners of the biggest shops on Antique Street over here. I want to inspect the goods right here. Yes. Brother Biao ran out crawling and rolling. Soon, several old men who looked quite experienced were invited in. As soon as they saw Fong Songqing inkstone on the table, they all rushed up as if they were injected with chicken blood. Wear gloves. Get a mirror. Turn on the lights. A set of movements, smooth and flowing, extremely professional. It was more than half an hour later that they reluctantly put down their magnifying glasses. Their wrinkled old faces were filled with incomparable shock and ecstasy. Really something. Oh my god. It's the legendary Songqing inkstone. My life is worth it. But, isn't this thing in the National Palace Museum in Taipei? How did it appear here? Who says that something in a museum must be authentic? Wu Yu finished speaking and smiled mysteriously. Chapter 106 I must borrow this money. Boom! The entire audience fell into deathly silence again. Everyone understood immediately. Yes. The treasures in the museum are there for tourists to appreciate. It would be strange if they were real ones. And after a brief shock, Smiling Tiger's small eyes, which were full of shrewdness and calculation, suddenly burst out with unparalleled greed. Oh shit. WTF. Top antiques. A rare treasure. Damn it. With this thing as collateral, let alone 3 billion, even 10 billion. How dare you borrow it? Someone come. Smiling Tiger yelled at the door at the top of his voice. Transfer all the money in our company's account to me. He has gone completely crazy. He would use all his strength to completely trap Wu Yu, this idiot and rich guy. Brother! You can't do that. Brother Biao hurried forward, held him tightly, lowered his voice, and said in an almost pleading tone. This guy is so fucking weird. We can't lend him money anymore. Otherwise, there will definitely be problems. Get the hell out of here. Smiling Tiger kicked Brother Biao to the ground, pointed at his nose and cursed at him. You know shit. This is called seeking wealth and honor through risk. The brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. Besides, I drafted this contract myself. I guarantee it's foolproof. Come. Mr. Wu. Smiling Tiger rubbed his hands,
walked up to Wu Yu with a smile on his face, and personally handed him a brand new loan contract.
Because the amount is so large, the process might be a little more complicated this time. Oh? How do you mean? You need to sign 100 identical contracts.
Smiling Tiger chuckled and winked at his younger brothers behind him.
Wait a minute, each of you will have a contract, hide it separately. I'll keep a 24-hour watch on you. If anyone dares to mess up, I'll skin him alive. Yes. How is it? Mr. Wu, is everything okay?
Smiling Tiger turned his head and looked at Wu Yu with a kind face.
Is there another trap here? Wu Yu asked tentatively. How could that be? I would definitely cheat. No. I have never cheated you.
Smiling Tiger slapped his chest fiercely and promised solemnly.
Don't worry, Mr. Wu. If I dare to cheat you, I'll be struck by lightning right there. Ding. Fraud detected. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Yeah, I believe you.
So Wu Yu picked up the pen and began to frantically sign the 100 identical contracts.
The content of the contract is still 3 days of interest-free.
Once you default, the collateral is gone. Smiling Tiger was watching from the side, his heart beaming with joy.
No pitfalls? How is that possible? Not only are there pitfalls, but they are also huge pits that you can't even imagine. After signing the contract, 3 billion in cash will be credited to your account in seconds.
Smiling Tiger personally escorted Wu Yu and Song Weitian to the door, his face covered with fat, filled with an extremely warm smile.
Take care, Mr. Wu. Take care, Mr. Song. Come visit us often when you have time.
It was not until he saw Wu Yu's car disappear around the corner that the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Instead, there was a cold and ferocious look.
Quick! He let out an earth-shaking roar to the younger brothers behind him. Change all the 3 days in the loan period line in the contract to 0.3 days. 0.3 days, which is 7.2 hours. Ha 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 ha. The Smiling Tiger could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and let out a hideous laugh like a barbell. 7 hours later.
You, Wu Yu, are still out there living a life of debauchery, confused and lost in thought.
Who would have thought that the contract had expired quietly? When the time comes, that Songqing inkstone worth hundreds of billions is mine. Making a fortune. This time I really made a fortune. Just as the Smiling Tiger was laughing triumphantly. You called the police? Outside the door, Wu Yu's familiar and calm voice suddenly came. I'm also worried about something happening.
What followed was Song Weitian's delicate and shy response. The Smiling Tiger's laughter suddenly stopped.
He looked out through the crack in the door.
Wu Yu and Song Weitian were seen standing in front of a police car with red and blue lights flashing. The car door opened, and a beautiful policewoman wearing a neat police uniform, looking heroic and with an extremely sexy figure, slowly walked down.
It's Jiang Yuezhen. Why is it you again?
When Jiang Yuezhen saw Wu Yu's face with a simple smile, he was completely stunned.
Did you ask someone to call the police? It's not me. Wu Yu shook his head, looking innocent. It's me.
Song Weitian, who was standing by, quickly stepped forward and said, But,
officer, I'm sorry, everything is fine now. Are you okay? When Jiang Yuezhen heard this, he was immediately furious. She put her hands on her hips, and the breathtaking curve of her chest rose and fell violently. Calling the police is something you can joke about? Tell me. What's going on? Song Weitian was frightened by her powerful aura and trembled, so she could only stammer an answer.
It's just a dispute about borrowing money, but it's been resolved.
Borrow money?
Jiang Yuezhen's gaze fell on the gold-plated sign of Black Tiger Financial Company behind him, and his brows instantly frowned.
Look carefully, this is loan sharking. Why are you provoking it? Hey, officer, Wu Yu said nonchalantly, aren't you in the anti-fraud department? Why are you in charge of this? It's none of your business.
Jiang Yuezhen suddenly thrust out his chest, and the explosion was so powerful that it almost caused the buttons of his police uniform to fly off. The reason why she appeared here was simply because someone was protecting Black Tiger Financial Company. Her colleagues were like cowards, making all sorts of excuses to shirk their responsibilities and were simply unwilling to go out on patrol. Only Jiang Yuezhen, who could not tolerate any injustice, volunteered to come and deal with it.
Wu Yu.
Jiang Yuezhen walked up to Wu Yu, and her heroic face was filled with an expression of disappointment.
What's wrong with you? Why do you always mess with these shady people? Can you just study peacefully in school? Next time, definitely next time. Wu Yu waved his hand perfunctorily, then. Officer, can I go now? No. Jiang Yuezhan's attitude was extremely firm. Tell me honestly, how much high-interest loans have you borrowed?
Well, 3 billion.
Puff.
Jiang Yuezhan was almost frightened to death on the spot. She stared at Wu Yu in astonishment, her beautiful phoenix eyes widening like copper bells.
3 billion? Are you kidding me? Officer, it's true. Song Weitian on the side nodded hurriedly and added, it was mortgaged with antiques. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Jiang Yuezhan was anxious.
She grabbed Wu Yu's arm and began to explain to him earnestly the dangers of usury. From making exorbitant profits to the destruction of his family, to being forced to sell his children, and finally being drowned at the bottom of the river.
Each bloody case is shocking and horrifying. So, now. Right now. Immediately. Follow me in. Jiang Yuezhan pulled Wu Yu and rushed into the Black Tiger Financial Company. Hey! Officer Jiang, why are you here?
As soon as Smiling Tiger saw Jiang Yuezhan, he immediately put on an extremely flattering face and came forward with a nod and a bow.
Stop talking nonsense.
Jiang Yuezhan's eyebrows were raised, and her heroic face was covered with frost.
Don't think I don't know what you're doing.
If you don't want to get into trouble, return the antiques they've pawned. Then, she turned her head again and stared at Wu Yu with a look of disappointment.
You can't borrow money at high interest rates. Hurry up. Return the money. The contract is void.
If you're really short of money, I can help you contact a bank and get a formal loan through a formal channel.
The interest rate is low and it's safe.
The reason why Jiang Yuezhan helped Wu Yu so much was, on the one hand, because Wu Yu saved her life in Bar Street. On the other hand, although she suspected that Wu Yu might be involved in organized crime, what she hated even more was the social scum like the Smiling Tiger who specifically harmed the common people.
However, Wu Yu shook his head and said seriously, Officer Jiang, I appreciate your kindness, but I must borrow this money. Chapter 107 all gone? What? When Jiang Yuezhan heard this, he was immediately furious. Are you crazy? I just told you so much about the dangers of loan sharking, but you didn't listen to a single word I said, right? Don't be angry.
The Smiling Tiger on the side was already beaming with joy. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile on his face,
Officer Jiang, what you said is wrong. What kind of usury is this?
What Mr. Wu and I signed was a serious commercial loan contract. It's clearly written in black and white, and there's even 3 days of interest free.
A formal contract? Jiang Yuezhan snorted coldly, show it to me. Well. A look of embarrassment appeared on Smiling Tiger's face. Officer Jiang, this is our company's trade secret. Stop talking nonsense. Why would Jiang Yuezhan waste time talking to him?
She rushed forward and snatched the contract from the hand of a younger brother in the blink of an eye.
Take a closer look. Good job. 3 billion. Loan time 0.3 days. Once the payment is overdue, the priceless Songqing Inkstone will belong to the Black Tiger Financial Company. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense.
Jiang Yuezhan was so angry that her pretty face turned red, and the 2 breathtaking snow-capped mountains on her chest were rising and falling violently.
Is this a formal contract? 0.3 days? Why didn't you write 0.3 seconds? Bring that thing from Xingyan to me. Officer Jiang. You're really forcing me.
Seeing that his immense wealth was about to be lost, the Smiling Tiger became anxious. He leaned close to Jiang Yuezhan's ear, lowered his voice, and said sinisterly in a threatening tone, Officer Jiang, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. To be honest, I just had dinner with Director Zhang from your city bureau last night. During the dinner, Director Zhang said in person that he would be rectifying the discipline of the police force in the next few days.
The meaning of this statement is obvious. If you prevent me from making money, I will make sure you don't get a job at this company. Well, Officer Jiang, have you thought it through?
The kind smile appeared on Smiling Tiger's face again.
Let's go now. From now on, we'll still be friends. You're dreaming. Who would have thought that Jiang Yuezhen was not afraid at all? So what if it's Director Zhang? I, Jiang Yuezhu, have nothing to fear from my own shadows. I'll definitely take care of this matter today. What? The smiling tiger's eyes almost popped out. He looked at Jiang Yuezhen in disbelief, his face covered with fat was filled with incomparable shock. Is this woman crazy? You don't even give your leader face? Who is she? Sudden. Smiling Tiger suddenly remembered something. Director Zhang had indeed mentioned to him before that there was a new young police officer in the bureau with an incredibly strong background. Not to mention the branch, even the head of the municipal bureau has to be polite and smile when he meets her. Could it be? Could it be her? Smiling Tiger doesn't dare to gamble anymore. He weighed the pros and cons and finally chose to compromise. With a dark face, he personally took out the priceless Songqing inkstone from the safe and handed it to Jiang Yuezhen with great reluctance. Jiang Yuezhen took the inkstone, looked at it for a few seconds, and then walked out the door. Wu Yu and Song Weitian hurriedly chased after him. Officer Jiang, please don't be like this. I'm borrowing money from a loan shark of my own accord. Wu Yu hurriedly explained, fearing that this policewoman with a strong sense of justice would ruin his plans to get rich. Voluntary? Jiang Yuezhen looked at Wu Yu as if he were a fool, and those beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with disbelief and regret. Do you know how bad this contract is? Are you crazy? You knew it was a trap and still jumped in. I know, but I really want to borrow money. No. Jiang Yuezhen's attitude was extremely firm. You keep the antique. I'll go in right now and have them destroy the contract. She really couldn't bear to see this idiot being cheated like this. Don't. Wu Yu became anxious and grabbed Jiang Yuezhen's slender wrist. It is surprisingly warm and smooth when you touch it. What are you doing? Jiang Yuezhen's pretty face turned red, and she subconsciously tried to break free. She turned her head and looked at Wu Yu in confusion. She really couldn't understand why this guy had to rush to give money to others and couldn't be stopped. Next second. Boom. A purple thunder as thick as a bucket suddenly fell from the sky like the angry roar of a god. The dazzling lightning instantly dyed the entire world pale. Immediately afterwards, thunder struck the door of Black Tiger Financial Company with incredible precision. Boom. The earth shook violently. The dazzling white light and deafening roar made Wu Yu, Song Weitian and Jiang Yuezhen dizzy, their ears ringing and their brains went blank in an instant. It took them a long time to recover from the incomparable shock. Look up. The originally magnificent gate of the Black Tiger Financial Company had now turned into a huge, charred hole emitting black smoke. The air was filled with a strong aroma of barbecue. Quick! Go in and take a look. Jiang Yuezhen was a policeman after all. He was the first to react. He hurriedly took out his gun and rushed in carefully. Wu Yu followed closely behind. I saw that the company was already in a mess. On the ground, hundreds of charred corpses were lying in a mess. Each of them maintained the arrogant and domineering attitude they had in their lifetime, but they were no longer silent. Among them, Smiling Tiger is the worst. His entire body was split into a black human trunk. A breeze blew, and he turned into a handful of black ashes, without even a residue left. This. Jiang Yuezhen was stunned. Is this because he did too many bad things and got struck by lightning? Song Weitian was even more shocked all over, and her stunningly beautiful face was filled with incomparable shock and fear. All gone? Those 100 contracts have also been destroyed along with these evil beasts. This means Wu Yu took 3 billion for nothing. Oh my god. This is too unbelievable. Etc. Wu Yu insisted on borrowing from loan sharks and even insisted on signing those 100 problematic contracts. Could it be because he could foresee that lightning would strike him? Song Weitian suddenly turned her head and looked at Wu Yu. Although Wu Yu pretended to be surprised, there was a glimmer of pride in the depths of his eyes that he could not conceal. Cool. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yu was already smiling brightly in his heart. Stupid Smiling Tiger, let you swear an oath. Let you not believe in evil. It must feel great to be struck by lightning. 3 billion for free, this wave of profit is incredible. Calling headquarters, there's been a lightning strike here. It's extremely serious. There are heavy casualties.
Jiang Yuezhan calmed himself down and began to report to his superiors via the intercom. After she finished her report, she turned around. Wu Yu and Song Weitian had long since disappeared.
Chapter 108 Chapter 108 I didn't know your physique was so amazing.
Big treasure. As soon as she entered the door, Song Weitian grabbed Wu Yu's arm tightly, and her clear almond eyes flashed with unparalleled shock and fanaticism.
That lightning just now, was it you who did it? How is that possible? Wu Yu spread his hands innocently. I'm not a god, how can I control lightning? But.
Song Weitian was so excited that she was almost incoherent.
Do you know what the probability of someone being struck by lightning is? 1 in hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of them were wiped out by a single bolt of lightning? Oh my god. Our luck is incredible. 3 billion. We just picked up 3 billion for free. And that female police officer.
If she hadn't taken the inkstone out, we would have been buried with her. Song Weitian grabbed Wu Yu's arm and chattered excitedly. 2 touching blushes appeared on that beautiful face that was so stunning that it could overwhelm the whole country.
Wu Yu couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently pinched her cheek. Oops. Song Weitian's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears.
She took 2 steps back like a frightened little rabbit, and a hint of just the right shyness flashed in her clear almond-shaped eyes.
What are you doing? Ahem, didn't you say you received another batch of goods?
I'll help you take a look. The 2 came to the underground vault that looked like a small museum. As soon as she saw the dazzling array of antiques, Song Weitian instantly forgot the embarrassment just now, and her beautiful almond eyes began to flash with a professional and fanatical light. She put on the white gloves and gold-rimmed glasses she had prepared long ago and walked to a huge blue and white porcelain vase.
Then, slowly and gracefully, he squatted down.
The slit of the cheongsam slid up slightly because of this action, outlining a breathtaking perfect arc for her slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings.
Hiss. Wu Yu took a deep breath and tried to divert his attention by chatting. By the way, have you ever practiced dancing? Yeah. Song Weitian was concentrating on identifying the treasure in front of her, and she answered casually. It's just my hobby.
I really like our traditional culture, so I've dabbled in things like classical dance, tea ceremony, and calligraphy.
Awesome. Wu Yu exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart.
She is worthy of being a classical goddess. Her temperament and background are indeed incomparable to those slutty bitches out there. He knew that he could not help much by staying here, so he turned and walked out of the vault and went outside to have tea.
Sudden. Oops.
In the vault, Song Weitian let out a scream of pain.
Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat and he rushed in hastily. What's wrong? Song Weitian was seen squatting on the ground in an extremely strange posture, with pain and embarrassment written all over her beautiful face. I just squatted for too long, and my legs are numb.
When I stood up, the zipper on the back of my cheongsam seemed to pinch my flesh.
Caught? Let me help you.
Wu Yu didn't even think twice before rushing forward, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed the thin zipper on the back of Song Weitian's cheongsam.
Then, pull it down suddenly. However, he used too much force. Just hear the sound of swish. He pulled the zipper all the way to the bottom.
A snow-white and delicate back, as flawless as the finest mutton fat jade, was completely exposed to the air without any warning. From the graceful lines of her jade neck, to the delicate and charming butterfly bones, to the slender waist that could be grasped with one hand. Every inch of her skin exudes fatal temptation, and under the dim light, it glows with a dreamy and charming luster.
You!
Song Weitian's delicate body trembled suddenly, and she turned around hurriedly. Her beautiful face, which was so stunning that it could overwhelm the whole country, was already covered with blush, and she looked so charming and beautiful.
Help me pull it up. Wu Yu was stunned.
Song Weitian looked at Wu Yu's innocent face, feeling embarrassed and angry, and stomped her feet suddenly.
Hey! Hurry up!
Accompanied by this coquettish action,
the already loose cheongsam could no longer hold up. The next morning, Wu Yu slowly opened his eyes.
What caught the eye were antiques worth hundreds of millions and a stunning classical beauty wearing a pink belly band.
Are you awake?
Song Weitian turned her big eyes that were as clear as water, and her pretty face was shy and rosy, so beautiful that it made people's heart tremble.
Aren't you tired? Why did you wake up so early?
Wu Yu scratched her straight nose lovingly.
I'm not like you, I don't have to worry about anything. Song Weitian's voice was filled with a hint of lazy innocence.
We have a batch of goods to ship out today. The workers will be here soon.
Why? Do you have to personally escort every shipment?
Of course.
This stuff is worth hundreds of millions.
Song Weitian pouted her charming little cherry lips and said worriedly, besides, although Xiashan Hu is very respectful to you, he is a member of the Black Tiger Gang after all.
I am worried. Thanks a lot.
A warm feeling surged in Wu Yu's heart, and he kissed her gently on the forehead.
He. A happy smile appeared on Song Weitian's face. She pressed her soft body even more tightly against Wu Yu's and said coquettishly.
Before, it was for the sake of our partnership, but from now on, it's for our common cause.
Hurrah!
Wu Yu chuckled, if that's the case, shouldn't your commission be cancelled?
You wish. Song Weitian stretched out her pink fist and gently punched Wu Yu on the chest. From now on, all the money you earn will belong to others. Damn it! You want to have it all to yourself, right?
I have to let you taste my power. As he spoke, Wu Yu stretched out his fist as big as a casserole.
No.
A gentleman uses words, not fists.
Song Weitian was so frightened that her face turned pale.
She hurriedly covered her chest tightly with her soft and boneless hands.
All right, Wu Yu nodded, then I'll start talking. Big treasure. 8 o'clock in the morning sharp. The movers arrived on time.
Batch after batch of tightly packed antiques were carefully moved out.
The workers were busy in an orderly manner. Song Weitian was holding a list and carefully checking each item with a very focused look.
Wu Yu handed her a cup of hot tea and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, boss Song."
Song Weitian took the tea and rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise.
This is our common cause, so of course I have to pay attention to it. The smile on her face truly blossomed when she saw the goods had been loaded onto the truck. Wu Yu nodded, and after the workers left, his expression became serious.
Oh right, Wu Yu suddenly remembered something. You've shipped several batches of goods with Xiashan Hu. Have you figured out the process? It's roughly clear.
Song Weitian nodded, and then explained the entire smuggling process to Wu Yu in detail, from connection, inspection, to transportation and handover.
Smart. Careful.
Wu Yu praised from the bottom of his heart.
You don't want to. A trace of worry flashed across Song Weitian's pretty face.
Our transactions are huge and very sensitive, so we must be extra careful. Wu Yu stood up, a cold light flashing in his deep eyes.
People like Xiashan Hu have committed many evil deeds. Although he is currently obeying my orders, there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents. So, I've decided to do it tonight. Chapter 109. I'll burn a truckload of paper money for you. Black Tiger Gang Headquarters.
In the main hall of the Ancestral Hall, next to a huge mahogany 8 immortal table.
3 men with different auras are concentrating on playing landlord. 4 twos. King Bomb. Ha 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 ha. Give me money. Give me money.
Xiashan Hu held the cigar proudly in his mouth and laughed so hard that he fell backwards.
Isn't it just winning some money? Why are you showing off?
Ben Lehu cursed and threw down a few red bills, looking unhappy.
Third brother, you still have the mind to laugh?
Qin Longhu had a gloomy face and spoke slowly. Our gang has been in turmoil lately. My 5th brother was hit by a car and my 4th brother was struck to death by a thunderbolt. We used to have substitutes when playing mahjong, but now we can only play landlord. Are you still laughing? If the boss hears you, you'll be in big trouble.
Boss?
Upon hearing this, Xiashan Hu's smile instantly disappeared, but his tone still retained that sense of arrogance.
He's still abroad flirting with foreign girls, how could he have the time to care about our trivial matters?
Besides, with 4th brother's death, the fat piece of meat from the loan sharking business is now free.
You too. I'm afraid you're secretly laughing in your hearts.
As soon as these words were spoken, the corners of Ben Lehu and Qin Longhu's mouths curled up in an imperceptible arc at the same time.
The loan sharking business is one of the most lucrative businesses. They have been coveting it for a long time. Just then. Ding-ling-ling. Qin Longhu's cell phone suddenly rang. On the screen, the 2 big words boss were flashing brightly.
He hurriedly answered the phone and pressed the hands-free button respectfully.
Hello? Boss. I know everything.
A majestic and angry male voice came from the receiver.
Old 5 is dead, Old 4 is dead too. Our Black Tiger gang is almost completely disgraced. I'm putting this on the line. Whoever can take back Bar Street and avenge Golden Retriever, the loan sharking business will be handed over to him from now on. Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up. The ancestral hall instantly fell into deathly silence. The eyes of Benlehu and Kinlonghu turned red instantly. Without a second thought, they immediately took out their phones and started calling people. Hey! Call all the brothers. Tonight, we're going to destroy Bar Street. Hey! Bring all our guys. Tonight, we'll kill anyone we see. Xiaoshanhe looked at the two men's anxious expressions and sneered in his heart. Just you guys? Still want to take credit? Dream. The real culprit behind the seizure of the Bar Street territory and the death of Golden Tiger is Wu Yu. Others may not know about this, but Xiaoshanhe knows it very clearly. Since Wu Yu is not a gangster, other people don't know him at all. The opportunity has come. Stimulated by the loan sharking business, Xiaoshanhe felt as if the blood in his body was burning. Smuggling can make money, but damn, that is hard-earned money that comes from working hard, getting up early and going to bed late, and risking your life. Loan sharking is different. Just cross your legs, drink tea, and smoke a cigar, and you can have lots of money flowing into your pocket. This is the real life of a superior person. In the face of huge benefits, Xiaoshanhe's admiration for Wu Yu, which was as endless as a surging river, began to waver. After all, no matter how awesome the big brother is, he is still someone else. Real money is yours. At this time, Benlehu and Kinlonghu could not wait to go out and arrange their revenge. A sinister gleam flashed in the depths of Xiaoshanhe's eyes. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Is this 110? I need to call the police. There's going to be an armed brawl on Bar Street tonight. Yes. It's going to be a big one. Send someone over there right away. After reporting his good brother, Xiaoshanhe made another call to his elder brother Wu Yu. Hello? Brother Yu. Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to the dock to eat fish. Yes, that delicious fish I mentioned last time. Okay. Wu Yu readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoshanhe's face was instantly filled with a grim smile. Brother Yu, don't blame me for being cruel when the time comes. Don't worry, every year on this day, I will burn a truckload of paper money for you, so that you can continue to be a rich and handsome man in the underworld. Late at night. In the suburbs, at a quiet dock, two extremely dazzling lights suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a violent roar of an engine, coming from far away and getting closer, pierced the night sky. A completely black Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, like a ghost in the dark night, did a beautiful drift and stopped steadily at the dock. The scissor doors swing upwards in a stylish manner. Wu Yu walked down from the cab. Today, he changed his usual trendy and cool look and put on a sexy floral shirt, a pair of equally sexy shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. Immediately afterwards, Song Weitian appeared elegantly in a blue embroidered cheongsam. Her long hair was loosely tied up with an ancient jade hairpin, revealing her snow-white and slender swan neck. Her stunningly beautiful face was painted with delicate light makeup, making her look like a gorgeous pink rose quietly blooming in the moonlight. At the slit of the cheongsam, the pair of slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings are vaguely visible, full of hazy temptation. Hey! Brother Yu. Mr. Song. I've been waiting for ages. Xiaoshanhe hurriedly came forward with a smile on his face, and his attitude was even more respectful than that of a pug. I saw that a huge mahogany round table had been placed in the center of the dock at some point. In the middle of the table was a large casserole pot that was steaming and bubbling. The air is filled with a rich, tempting aroma that is a mixture of the fresh fragrance of fish soup and the fresh fragrance of mushrooms. Come on. Please take a seat. Xiaoshanhe personally pulled out chairs for the two of them, then waved his hand towards the younger brothers behind him. Catch a fish. At the command. Several younger brothers immediately came up carrying several huge plates. On the plate, there are strips of sashimi that are sliced as thin as a cicada's wing and crystal clear. Grouper. All of them are top of the top. Brother Yu, please try it. Xiaoshanhe introduced with saliva flying, these fish are all freshly caught from the sea. Absolutely fresh. Absolutely wild. Let me tell you, this stuff is incredibly nutritious. If you eat it, I guarantee you'll have sex 7 times a night without even breathing hard. Oh? Really? Wu Yu smiled. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of grouper fillet as thin as a cicada's wing, and gently dipped it 7 or 8 times in the boiling fish soup. Then, dip it in the special sauce and put it into your mouth. Wu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Fresh. Tender. Slip. Cue elastic. The ultimate deliciousness instantly exploded on his taste buds. Delicious. Absolutely amazing. Wu Yu exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. Song Weitian also took a sip, and her clear apricot eyes were also full of brilliance. It's so delicious. I've never eaten fish so delicious. Ha 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 ha. As long as you two like it. As long as you like it. Xia Shanhu laughed triumphantly, then picked up his wineglass and said flatteringly. Come on. Brother Yu. I'll toast you a glass. This first cup wishes you a prosperous business and abundant wealth. Sure, sure. Wu Yu picked up the wineglass and drank it all. At the same time, Xiashenhe snorted coldly and threw away the chopsticks in his hand. This is a secret code. As soon as the chopsticks fall to the ground, the thousands of little brothers who have been lying in ambush around will rush forward. Chop Wu Yu and Song Weitian into pulp with their swords. Xiashenhu's heart was filled with joy. He had even begun to fantasize about taking over the loan sharking business, living a carefree life of sleeping drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman and managing all the money in the world when he woke up. However, next second, Wu Yu stretched out his hand at a terrifying speed, like lightning. At the moment when the chopsticks were about to fall to the ground, he caught them steadily in his hand. Chapter 110. Come on. You can be more crazy. Fuck. Xiashenhu's eyes were almost popping out. What the hell is this incredible hand speed? Damn, I'll throw it farther this time. Xiashenhu wanted to take back the chopsticks, but Wu Yu grabbed his wrist. The force was so astonishingly great, like a pair of iron pliers, making him unable to move. Brother Hu, why are you only thinking about eating? Come on. Drink. We have deep feelings, so drink it in one gulp. As Wu Yu spoke, he poured the full cup of white wine directly into Xiashenhu's mouth. Gudong gudong. Cough cough cough. Xiashenhu was choked so much that his tears and nose were running, and he started coughing violently. Brother Yu, can we eat something first? His tongue was tied and his speech was slurred. Of course. Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was full of elation. Good brothers, we have to take care of each other. Come. I'll feed you. As he said that, Wu Yu picked up the chopsticks, picked up a large piece of hot fish, and stuffed it into his mouth without saying anything. In a hurry. Xiashenhu grabbed the pair of untouched chopsticks in front of Song Weitian and smashed them to the ground. Bang! The chopsticks broke with a sound. However, the surroundings were still dead silent. Apart from a few frog croaking in the distance, there was not even a ghost in sight. Xiashenhu was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the dark night around him in disbelief, his mind full of question marks. Where are the people? Where are my thousands of fucking brothers? Why is there no movement at all? What, brother? Wu Yu let go of his hand, looked at him innocently, and blinked. Are you waiting for your people to show up? I'm sorry, they might not be able to move right now. As soon as the words fell, Wu Yu clapped his hands suddenly. Walala. In a moment, countless dazzling flashlight beams suddenly lit up behind the dark containers around the dock. Right after, thousands of Tianlai gang members, armed with shiny machetes, surrounded the entire dock silently like evil spirits crawling out of hell. Under the knife of each of them was a member of the Black Tiger gang who was already scared out of his wits and trembling with fear. You, how did you know I was going to sneak attack you? Xiashenhu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was filled with incomparable shock and fear. Ambush me? Wu Yu covered his mouth in feigned surprise. Oh my! So Brother Tiger, you were planning to sneak attack me? Fortunately. I was planning to sneak attack you too. Ha 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 ha. Oh shit. Xiashenhu slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Suddenly, an extremely hideous and evil smile appeared on his face. Do you think this is the end? Do you think that I only have these few people? He. You're not qualified to play dirty tricks on me. Next second. Boom hum. Dozens of dazzling searchlights suddenly lit up on the dark sea. Right after. Dozens of streamlined speedboats, like ghosts on the sea, cut through the waves and rushed towards the dock at a terrifying speed. Every speedboat is filled with desperate criminals. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoshenhe could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy, pointing at Wu Yu and laughing triumphantly. See? This is my real trump card. Kid. You're fucking dead. Damn it. If you don't die tonight, I'll be eaten by a fish. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Yeah? The corners of Wu Yu's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Next second. Woo woo woo. A whistle sounded loudly in the sky, suddenly rolling in from the distant horizon. Right after. 3 medium-sized cargo ships slowly appeared in everyone's sight in an unstoppable manner. The deck of the freighter was densely packed with people. People. Endless people. They were all young boys wearing various vocational school uniforms, full of energy and with nowhere to vent. They are man-powered in dual-wielding heavy weapons. Left-handed fire axe. Right-hand mace. Kill. Ouch. At the command of the vocational high school student with a mohawk hairstyle. The other vocational high school students went crazy instantly. Their eyes were all bloodshot, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They opened their throats and let out deafening roars. Then, like dumplings falling into the water, they jumped towards the speedboats below without fear of death. Plop. 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 The scene was even more spectacular than hail. What the hell? Those desperate criminals on the speedboat were dumbfounded on the spot. Where have they ever seen such a scene? They were so frightened that they couldn't even hold the swords in their hands. Before they could react, tens of thousands of vocational high school students had already flooded in like a tide, completely submerging them. Ah! Help! Crush! This is a complete massacre. The tiger was frightened and turned around and ran away. Wu Yu moved and gave chase relentlessly. The sea breeze howled, carrying a salty and humid breath, making people's cheeks hurt. Xiaoshenhe crawled to the end of the pier, and behind him was the turbulent, bottomless dark sea. He knew that he had no way out. Why don't you run away? Wu Yu approached calmly, step by step, with a playful smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. Boy! Don't get complacent. Xiaoshenhe suddenly turned around, and an extremely ferocious evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. He slowly pulled out a pitch-black object from his waist that exuded a cold breath of death. Gun. It's the real thing. Wu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Oh shit. Although he has incredible physical fitness, he is still a mortal after all. At such a close distance, it's impossible to dodge the bullet. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoshenhe looked at Wu Yu's frozen expression and could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and pride, and let out a hideous laugh. Boy! Aren't you a good fighter? Ha! Aren't you going to take over my liquor business too? Come on. Go wilder. Xiaoshenhe pointed the black muzzle of his gun at Wu Yu's brow, his eyes, full of rebelliousness, flashing with madness and bloodthirsty light. I've been around for over 20 years, I've seen a lot of ups and downs. You're just a brat, and you think you can fight me? Xiaoshenhe grinned fiercely and was about to pull the trigger with his index finger. However, at this critical moment, crash! A huge black shadow with a fishy and salty sea breeze suddenly rose into the sky from the sea behind Xiaoshenhe. Chapter 111 Chapter 111 It's thick and stuffy, not breathable at all. Ah! Xiaoshenhe felt a chill on his back and looked back subconsciously. Next second. His face, which was full of arrogance, was instantly replaced by endless fear and despair. He didn't even have time to scream before he was swallowed by the big fish. Gudong. The big fish burped, then with a beautiful flick of its tail, it dived back into the dark seabed and disappeared. Only the spreading ripples and the cold pistol dropped on the dock remained. The whole place was in deathly silence. Everyone stared at Wu Yu as if he were a god. The younger brothers of the Tianlei gang are all petrified. Everyone opened their mouths wide with dull expressions. What the hell is going on? Boss, is he the reincarnation of the Sea Dragon King?
The members of the Black Tiger Gang were filled with incomparable shock and fear.
Oh my god. Who is he? In a word, how the hell could someone summon such a terrifying sea monster? This is no longer a human being. This is God. Wu Yu walked to the dock, picked up the pistol and weighed it. Well, it's quite heavy, it's the real thing. He casually threw the gun into the sea, then turned around and gave a kind smile to the group of Black Tiger Gang members who were already completely dumbfounded. Your boss has been eaten by fish. Now, I give you two choices. Or, go down with him and feed the fish. Or, starting today, join the Tianlai Gang. We are willing to join the Tianlai Gang.
A guy who looked like a small leader was the first to react. He fell to his knees on the ground with a thud and kowtowed to Wu Yu frantically.
Are you kidding me? The boss was eaten by fish. A bunch of small fry like us dare to resist? Isn't that courting death? We are willing too.
The others also came to their senses, threw away their weapons, knelt on the ground, and shouted like a tsunami.
Meet the boss. Meet the boss.
Wu Yu nodded with satisfaction. I don't care what your style was before, but from today on, you must abide by my rules.
First, we only deal in antiques and alcohol. Don't touch anything else. Second, the antique business will be handled by Mr. Song.
He pointed at the classical beauty beside him who had been completely petrified and had not yet recovered from her shock.
Sister Lei is in charge of the liquor business. You have to respect them as much as you respect me. Do you hear me? Yes. Boss.
Thousands of people shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky.
Where's Sister Lei?
Only then did Wu Yu realize that Ling Yulei was not at the scene. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Ling Yulei.
Hello? Come back soon. Something big happened in Bar Street.
From the other end, Ling Yulei's anxious voice came.
Bar Street. Dozens of police cars flashed dazzling red and blue lights, illuminating the entire street like daylight.
The air was filled with a strong, intense atmosphere mixed with blood and gun smoke. The group of arrogant gangsters from the Black Tiger Gang were now all squatting on the ground obediently, holding their heads with their hands, like a group of quails waiting to be slaughtered. Zhang Yuetong put one hand on her waist and walked back and forth in the crowd with her long legs.
That heroic and pretty face was filled with unquestionable majesty. Hands up. Head down. Behave yourself.
This all originated from an anonymous reporting phone call. The call was made using an anonymous phone card, and the informant leaked all the information about Ben Leihu and Qin Longhu planning to lead people to fight. When Zhang Yuezhen heard about this good thing, he immediately volunteered to lead the team and set up a tight net at the intersection of Bar Street.
Sure enough, it wasn't even 10 o'clock yet.
A large number of Black Tiger Gang members rushed over with murderous intent. Before they could even show their weapons, they were pinned to the ground and arrested immediately by police officers who rushed out from all directions.
Cuff them all. Take them back to the police station.
Zhang Yuezhen felt so relaxed. At this moment, a familiar and beautiful black figure, wearing a pair of black marten boots, walked over from not far away.
Officer, thank you for your hard work.
Ling Yulei walked up to Zhang Yuezhen and said, if you hadn't arrived in time, our Bar Street would have been a river of blood tonight.
Snort. But Zhang Yuezhen didn't appreciate it at all. She looked Ling Yulei up and down, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with undisguised contempt and hostility.
I arrested them to maintain social order.
It has nothing to do with you. You.
Ling Yulei was so angry that she rolled her eyes.
Snort. Zhang Yuezhen tilted his head.
The reason why she was so unfriendly towards Ling Yulei? Because she thought that it was Ling Yulei who led Wu Yu astray. Wu Yu is obviously a simple and honest college student, but he repeatedly provokes evil forces. It's such a pity that such a promising young man has gone astray.
Etc. Why would I miss him if I have nothing to do?
Zhang Yuezhen's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Ling Yulei again, for fear that she would notice something.
Just then. Ding ding ding. The police communicator on Zhang Yuezhen's waist suddenly rang. Captain Jiang. Captain Jiang.
A large-scale fight has broken out at the suburban docks.
Heavy casualties. Requesting support. Requesting support. What? Zhang Yuezhen's pupils suddenly shrank.
Without a second thought, she rushed to her car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the suburban wharf at lightning speed. On the road, a very cool Lamborghini Urus passed by her car. But Jiang Yuexian was so anxious at the moment that he didn't pay any attention at all. Wait until she arrives at the dock. The tragic scene made her, a police officer who was used to seeing all kinds of bloody scenes, gasp. There were hundreds of corpses lying all over the dock. They are all members of the Black Tiger Gang. They died miserably, with broken hands and feet, and blood flowing like a river. The air was filled with a strong, disgusting smell of blood.
It's someone from the Black Tiger Gang again. What on earth is going on? When did such a mysterious and powerful force appear in Baiyun City?
He could actually control the Black Tiger Gang, a giant in the underground world, at his fingertips. It was done so cleanly that not a single piece of evidence was left.
That's strange. Jiang Yuexian shook his head, feeling extremely confused.
However, when she thought about the powerful Black Tiger Gang suffering repeated heavy losses, her mood inexplicably improved a lot.
Well, go home after get off work. Xingyue Bay is the city's top villa area for the wealthy.
A domineering black Land Cruiser slowly drove in from the gate.
Finally, it stopped steadily in front of the most luxurious and largest single-family villa.
The car door opened, and a heroic figure walked out of the driver's seat. Jiang Yuexian took off his police uniform jacket and threw it on the passenger seat, wearing only the tight white shirt underneath.
Even this conservative outfit cannot hide her devilish figure.
The poor button was stretched so tight that it seemed as if it would break free from its restraints and soar into the sky in the next second.
Call.
Jiang Yuexian let out a long sigh, and her heroic face was full of fatigue. She walked into the villa, went to the extremely luxurious bathroom, and began to take off her clothes.
It's so hot.
What a horrible weather. As she took it off, she couldn't help but complain, I don't know who designed this uniform.
It's so thick and stuffy, not breathable at all. Just then,
a graceful and elegant mature female voice, yet with a hint of the majesty of a superior, suddenly sounded from behind her.
Tonton, why are you back so late? Jiang Yuexian looked back.
I saw a middle-aged beautiful woman with a charming demeanor and an incredible appearance standing at the door. She was wearing a luxurious purple silk pajamas, and her exquisite and hot figure was faintly visible under the silky material, exuding an alluring scent like a ripe peach.
Chapter 112 Why do you always have misunderstandings with beautiful women? Mom, you're still awake? Don't you have to go to the provincial government for research early tomorrow morning?
Jiang Yuexian stuck out her tongue, and her cute and lovely appearance was completely different from her usual heroic image.
Oh, when I think of you, a girl, still out so late at night, I get so nervous. How can I sleep?
The beautiful woman walked to her daughter and said with a distressed look on her face.
Look at you, you really want to be a police officer.
In this hot weather, you wear that thick, stuffy uniform every day.
It must be tight, right?
You should have listened to me earlier and gotten an easy job in the group, wearing pretty flowery dresses every day like other girls.
Mom. Jiang Yuexian's pretty face turned red instantly.
I inherited your size, so everything I wear is tight.
Then at least be a civilian police officer.
The beautiful woman still insisted, at least I don't have to be outside in the wind and sun.
I can enjoy the air conditioning in the office and be safe and sound. How nice is that?
I just love catching bad guys out there.
You know that. Jiang Yuexian was getting a little impatient. She pouted and said angrily, I'm so annoyed. Can you please stop disturbing me while I'm taking a shower? Don't wash yet. Come out, I have something to tell you.
Oh. Jiang Yuexian followed her mother obediently into the luxurious living room. There is a huge photo hanging on the wall of the living room. In the photo, the beautiful woman is dressed in a suit and standing among a group of men in suits, looking like she is in charge of the world and making decisions. Next to it, there is a line of small gold-plated characters. Comrade Xu Kaiyun, the new chairman and party secretary of Huayu Group, visited the group headquarters to provide guidance.
Huayu Group, the largest state-owned enterprise in this city. Hundreds of billions of assets.
And Xu Kaiyun is the helmsman of this commercial aircraft carrier.
He is the youngest head of a state-owned enterprise in the city's history. Mom, what do you want to say? Jiang Yuexian asked impatiently.
Mom has arranged another blind date for you. Xu Kaiyun picked up the phone from the coffee table and handed it over, receiving a WeChat business card.
He's the boss of a multinational corporation in our province. He's young, promising, and handsome. Most importantly, he's handsome and an amateur fighting champion. He's perfect for your needs. Mom has to catch a flight early tomorrow morning, so I waited for you to come back to tell you, don't break your promise tomorrow night again. No. But Jiang Yuezhen blurted out without even thinking. I have an important mission tomorrow night. I'm busy. You. Shu Kaiyun was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and the heart-pounding heartbeat in her chest was heaving violently. She slammed the table and threw the teacup in her hand to the ground. Bang! You kid! Why are you so disobedient? Huh? I don't care. You have to go tomorrow. Otherwise, I will. Snort! Jiang Yuezhen was not afraid at all. He turned and walked into the bathroom, where the sound of water splashing could be heard. Shu Kaiyun was left alone in the living room, gritting her teeth in anger but helpless. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Yuezhen, wearing a cute pink bear pajamas, yawned and walked out of the room. Miss, you're awake. Breakfast is ready and on the table. The servant Wang Ma beside her hurriedly came over with a smile on her face. Jiang Yuezhen said and after washing up, he changed into a super tight sportswear that would make any man excited, and went out for a run. Half an hour later, she came back covered in sweat. After taking a shower and wrapping myself in a towel, I walked to the dining table and started to enjoy the rich breakfast with a wide variety of dishes. Auntie Wang, are you done with the laundry I asked you to do last time? I've already folded it for you. Mother Wang hurried away, and after a while, she came back holding a black, seductive bunny girl costume. Miss, you're not going to wear this on a date, are you? How is that possible? This is needed for the mission. Jiang Yuezhen gave a brief explanation and turned away. At this moment, the morning news was playing on the 100-inch LCD TV in the living room. Here's an urgent news. Recently, during their annual collection inventory, the National Palace Museum in Taipei made the shocking discovery that their most treasured item, the Songqing inkstone, was actually a fake. Experts suspect the authentic piece may have been secretly swapped with another one. Local police have already launched an investigation. Puff. Jiang Yuezhen took a mouthful of milk, which sprayed out directly and slid into the bottomless ravine. She suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were as big as copper bells. From Xingyan? Fake? Switched. Wasn't he at Xingyan that Wu Yu used as collateral at the loan shark yesterday? Oh shit. How could Wu Yu, an ordinary college student, possibly possess a treasure of this caliber? Fake? Impossible, loan sharks would never accept counterfeit goods. Could it be? Could it be that he switched the packages? In the National Palace Museum in Taipei? Jiang Yuezhen could no longer remain calm. She stood up suddenly without even bothering to eat breakfast. With just one phone call, Wu Yu's home address was easily obtained from the City Bureau's household registration system. Then he drove the domineering Land Cruiser, stepped on the accelerator, and headed straight for the Henteing Sky Palace. Henteing Palace, the top-floor luxury residence. Jiang Yuezhen rang the doorbell. The door slowly opened. Wu Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and appeared at the door in a carefree manner, wearing only a pair of sexy elephant underwear. Oops. Jiang Yuezhen's pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. Wu Yu scratched his thigh and yawned again. Officer Jiang, what's going on so early in the morning? From Xingyan. Jiang Yuezhen suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were full of anxiety and questioning. The antique you mortgaged to the loan shark yesterday was from Xingyan? Yeah, Wu Yu nodded, looking nonchalant. What do you want to do? Jiang Yuezhen threw out a lot of questions in one breath. Why did it appear in your hands? How did you get it? Tell me. Officer Jiang, why did you interrupt me so early this morning? Is it because of an investigation? Or is it a personal matter? Wu Yu smiled. If it's for a case, please produce the relevant documents for summons. If it's a personal matter, sorry, please come back another day. I'm very busy right now. Jiang Yuezhen choked on the spot. Handle a case? This is of course a private matter. It's purely out of her personal curiosity. Now her suspicion and curiosity about Wu Yu have reached an unprecedented peak. That gossipy heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's claws, it was so itchy. If you don't leave now, I'm going to file a complaint. Wu Yu waved his hand unhappily. I'm going to file a complaint against you for harassing innocent citizens. You. Jiang Yuezhan was so angry that her pretty face turned red, and the breathtaking curve of her chest rose and fell violently. But she also knew that what Wu Yu said was true. In the absence of evidence, she really had no right to press charges. What's more, as a local police officer, she cannot enforce the law across the sea. So, she could only glare at Wu Yu fiercely and leave angrily. The door slammed shut. Wu Yu turned around. A fiery black figure suddenly pounced from behind like an octopus. It's Lu Baoling. She was wearing a black fishnet outfit that was extremely hollow. Her devilishly hot body with a protruding front and a curved back outlines a wild and deadly temptation. The pair of slender legs wrapped in fishnet stockings of the same color are full of visual impact and make people excited. What's going on? Why's all the noise so early in the morning? Lu Baoling pressed her plump body tightly against Wu Yu's, her breath as sweet as orchid. Just a small misunderstanding. Wu Yu walked back to the sofa and sat down, crossed his legs, and hooked his finger at Lu Baoling. Come on, let's continue. A little misunderstanding? Lu Baoling twisted her slender waist and walked slowly to Wu Yu. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently drew circles on his strong chest. Why do you always have misunderstandings with beautiful women? Humph. That policewoman just now had a great figure that size. TSK, why did you let her go? Are you done yet? Wu Yu's brows furrowed instantly, and his voice turned cold. Ah. Lu Baoling was startled by the sudden scolding, and her delicate body trembled violently. Only then did she realize that she seemed a little too proud of herself. The man in front of me is not one of those bootlickers who are played around by me. He is the king who can dominate everything. Thinking of this, Lu Baoling no longer dared to be presumptuous. She fell to her knees with a thud and hugged Wu Yu's thighs tightly. Her pretty face was full of grievance and pleading. Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? Humph, if you make a mistake you must be punished, that's the rule. Wu Yu snorted coldly, without any mercy. Lu Baoling's delicate body trembled violently. She raised her pretty face, and in her captivating eyes there was a flicker of nervousness and anticipation. Penalty? What kind of penalty? Chapter 113 HD Pictures, Real-Life Interaction. Since your attitude is relatively decent, I'll just give you a simple fine. Wu Yu said calmly, kneeling service, I'm hungry. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Baoling hurriedly put on her 10-centimeter red-soled high heels and ran to the kitchen, twisting and turning. After a while, he came back with a plate of steaming hot and fragrant breakfast. She slowly knelt on her knees in front of Wu Yu and raised the plate of breakfast high above her head. That posture and expression were even more respectful than the most humble palace made in ancient times. Wu Yu crossed his legs, glanced at the breakfast plate, and asked lazily, where are the chopsticks? Lu Baoling hurriedly put down the plate, stretched out two slender fingers painted with bright red nail polish, carefully picked up a piece of golden and crispy fried bacon, and gently fed it to Wu Yu's mouth. Ah. Now Lu Baoling has completely overcome the pain of losing her son. Son? Just an unfilial son. How dare she hire someone to deal with her most beloved man? It's better not to have such a rebellious son. Now, she only wanted to devote herself to Wu Yu wholeheartedly and didn't dare to disobey him in the slightest. After breakfast, Lu Baoling acted like a caring maid, helping Wu Yu get dressed and wash up. From Armani suits, to Patek Philippe watches, to that pair of shiny Gucci leather shoes. Every detail is arranged perfectly. Wu Yu dressed neatly and looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Then, he went out alone under Lu Baoling's gaze full of love and reluctance. Big treasure. Wu Yu pushed open the heavy glass door and walked in with high spirits. Then a sweet and clear voice was heard in the store, like a yellow oriole singing out of a valley. Welcome. I saw Sheningran standing in front of the counter with a pretty look. Today, she is wearing a white dress with delicate lace trimmings on the hem, which makes her look like a fairy who is not of this world. Under the skirt, a pair of long and beautiful legs wrapped in pure white over the knee stockings are straight, slender, and white, as if they can emit light, making people unable to take their eyes off. On her feet, she wore a pair of cute Mary Jane leather shoes, which added a touch of purity and cuteness. The whole person is like a white rose in bud, pure and flawless, so beautiful that it makes people's heart tremble. Well, I have a treasure. Would you like to buy it? Wu Yu walked to the counter and said jokingly with a smile.
Ran immediately got into character, blinking her big watery eyes and cooperating with the acting. Of course I will accept it.
What treasure is it?
Wu Yu smirked and pointed at the name of his shop.
Hate.
Ran's pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. She stretched out her pink fist and gently punched Wu Yu on the chest.
Ha 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 ha.
Wu Yu laughed triumphantly.
How was it? How did you feel about your first day on the job? Too idle.
Ran pouted her charming little cherry lips and complained, also, those antique dealers treat me like a fool, trying to trick me with some junk.
That's right.
Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction.
You have to make them think you're naive. That way, they can fool people as much as they want. You know how to deal with them, right? I know.
Ran nodded obediently. Just tell them the boss is not in, ask them to leave their contact information, and then reschedule. Wu Yu nodded again, walked to the expensive leather sofa, crossed his legs, and began to leisurely make tea.
The current employment situation for college students is grim. Even top campus beauties like Ran face the dilemma of being unemployed after graduation.
It just so happens that Dajabea is now in need of a boss lady who can keep her composure.
So Wu Yu asked Ran to come and help.
You know what, Ran's innocent, lovely, harmless and naive appearance is simply tailor-made for this position. It's not even noon yet, and several self-righteous scammers have already left their contact information, waiting to be ripped off. Wu Yu called the scammers one by one and asked them to bring their treasures over for trading. Of course, the acquisition strategy has changed now. Wu Yu will not accept any of those national treasure level items that are exaggerated too much. What he wants now is a treasure that has a certain value but is not so famous. After a busy morning, Wu Yu contentedly took a sip of the freshly brewed tea and was about to take a break.
Sudden.
A soft and fragrant breeze blew from behind.
Ran hugged him tightly from behind like a docile kitten. My dear, my performance today was so good, isn't it time for you to give me a little reward?
Okay, what reward do you want? Wu Yu put down his teacup and asked with a smile. He had just finished his business and put his phone on the table.
Ran's attention was immediately attracted by the mobile phone. Wow, you changed your phone? This is the latest model of Apple phone.
She picked up the phone, her beautiful eyes sparkling with envy. It's so beautiful.
I want one too. You want it?
Wu Yu took the phone back from her and smiled mysteriously. It's easy.
I'll cut one for you.
As he spoke, he skillfully unlocked the screen and clicked on an orange software.
Cut it with a knife? Ran's expression instantly fell, and she complained with a pout. Oh, that's all a scam. Even if you ask hundreds of people, you can't get the last penny. You can't get it at all. Just because others can't get it doesn't mean I can't.
Wu Yu smiled slightly and said confidently, watch it. He quickly found the bargain and get it for free event page in the software and clicked on the link to the latest Apple phone. As soon as I clicked on it, a huge pop-up advertisement took up the entire screen, accompanied by festive and brainwashing music. Pair more, and save more.
Tens of billions in subsidies are coming.
The latest model, the Fruit 15 Pro Max, is priced at $99.99.
Just invite 5 friends to help and you can take it home for free. It's true. No kidding. Your friend, Dragon King's son-in-law, has successfully gotten an iPhone. Your colleague, Bossy President, has received a Dyson hairdryer for free. Action is worse than hesitation. Hurry up and invite your friends to join us in making the most of this opportunity. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait.
Ran curled her lips, with an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. Wu Yu completely ignored all of this and directly clicked on the cut button.
Next second. A new prompt box popped up on the phone screen.
It was concise and clear, with only one line of large text.
Congratulations. Your bargaining was successful. Your phone has been shipped. Ah.
Ran was ecstatic and snatched Wu Yu's phone and held it close to her.
Did you really get it? Let me see the order and the logistics information.
Her white jade fingers painted with pink nail polish slid across the screen frantically, trying to find the order details. But because I was too excited, my finger slipped and I exited the orange software directly and returned to the home screen of the phone. On the home screen, various apps are neatly arranged. Ran wanted to quickly find the software icon, but was suddenly attracted by a folder. The name of that folder is Learning Materials. In the folder, there is a pink app with a faint little heart icon. The name of the app is Late Night Gas Station. Shiningran's movements froze instantly, the ecstasy on her face slowly faded, replaced by a suspicious blush. She blinked her big watery eyes, raised her head, and glared at Wu Yu angrily. Humph. I already have everything, and you're still watching this kind of thing. Wu Yu snatched the phone away, cleared his throat solemnly, and said in a deep voice, "What do you know? When three people walk together, there must be one who can teach me something. We should learn from everyone, taking the essence and discarding the dross. This is called living and learning." Wrong logic. Shiningran's pretty face turned even redder, and she pouted and retorted. Wu Yu was just about to tease her a few more times, when the next second, Macau's Grand Lisboa Casino is now online. Sexy dealers, dealing cards online. High-definition graphics, real-person interaction. Giving you the ultimate immersive experience. Deposit 1,000 and get 500. Deposit 10,000 and get 8,000. The more you deposit, the more you get. There's no upper limit. Register now and receive a bonus of 8,888 renminbi in cash. Plus, there's a newbie-only lucky buff. Guaranteed victory for your first bet. Win every time you gamble. Withdraw cash anytime. In seconds. No restrictions. What are you waiting for? Come join us and start your life of wealth. A tempting pop-up ad instantly took over the entire phone screen. Anyone who watches movies regularly knows that this kind of advertising cannot be trusted. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Chapter 114. Damn, where did this nymphomaniac come from? Fuck. After seeing the advertisement, Wu Yu's body was shocked. Here's your chance to make a fortune. What kind of fortune? Shiningran tilted her cute little head, her face full of confusion. You're not going to gamble, are you? Don't. That's all a trick. It's a lie. Huh, routine? Wu Yu sneered and logged in as familiarly as he could according to the URL in the video ad. Registration, success. Recharge 10,000 yuan and receive 18,000 yuan. Right after. A sexy dealer wearing a red cheongsam, with an extremely hot body and exuding a mature charm all over her body, appeared on the mobile phone screen. The following plot becomes simple and brutal. Under the instigation of the sexy dealer, Wu Yu began to place bets crazily. Baccarat. Dragon and tiger fight. Blackjack. No matter which way he plays, he is like a gambler possessed by the god of gamblers, and he always wins. Win every time. The sexy dealer's face started to look strange after winning. Shiningran, who had won, was watching from the sidelines and yelled, "Oh my god! How can you be so lucky? You're simply the god of gamblers." Wu Yu was so happy that he ordered a luxurious seafood takeout and ate while gambling crazily. A few hours later, the balance in his account had soared from the initial 10,000 yuan to a terrifying 5 million. Just when he was about to bet all the 5 million and go all in. The website is hacked. On the screen, only a cold 404 prompt was left. Humph. I just called it a routine. Shiningran pouted with an expression that said, I knew this would happen. I won money, but I can't withdraw it. It was all for nothing. At this moment, Wu Yu's phone suddenly dinged and a text message notification from the bank popped up. Dear customer, your savings card account with the last digit XXXX received 5,363,745 renminbi at XXXXX on XXXXXX. The current balance is... Shiningran's eyes widened instantly. She looked at the text message in disbelief and stammered. This is a conscientious casino. An abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. The workers had already left work, and the workshop was deserted and silent. But there is another world underground. There was a huge underground casino converted from a warehouse, which was brightly lit and bustling with people. Under the dim light, smoke lingered, and the air was filled with a strong, turbid smell mixed with sweat, tobacco, and money. Dozens of gambling tables were surrounded by all kinds of gamblers with ferocious faces. Some of them were beaming with excitement, while others were dejected and looked ashen. It vividly displays the greed and madness of human nature. And in the deepest part of the casino, in an extremely luxurious office, Ben Lehu was holding a Cuban cigar in his mouth and was furious at his men in suits in front of him.
What? The website is already closed, but the money was still successfully withdrawn? Yes, boss, one of the men replied tremblingly. It must be a technical issue. I've told you not to outsource website development, but you just won't listen. Bullshit. Ben Lehu kicked the subordinate in the chest and cursed viciously. If I don't outsource, do I have to hire a few college students to help me build the website? This is illegal. Do you understand? Ben Lehu, as the second in command of the Black Tiger Gang, controls all the casino businesses within the gang. He has several large underground casinos under his control, making a fortune every day. But he was still not satisfied and wanted to keep up with the times. So they invested a large amount of money to build an illegal online gambling website with the servers set up overseas. They also spent money on placing pop-up ads on major popular film and television websites. You know what, it's really profitable. But the good times didn't last long. The website was hacked just after 1 week of operation. Damn it! No one has ever won money from me. Never. Ben Lehu was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. Things have been going badly for him recently, and a large number of his men have been killed in the bar street and are waiting in line together. The boss didn't let him do the loan sharking business. Now this online gambling website has another big problem. Brother! We found out. At this moment, a younger brother rushed in anxiously, his face full of excitement. Through the bank card number, we've already found out the gambler's identity. His name is Wu Yu. He's an ordinary college student. Good. Very good. Ben Lehu's face was instantly covered with a ferocious grin. Brother, should we send someone to the school to kill him? The younger brother asked tentatively. Ben Lehu kicked him again and cursed, Do it. Do it. You only know how to do it. He won 5 million from me. Bring him here. I want him to spit out all the money he won. Then, what if he doesn't want to come? Not willing? Ben Lehu took a puff of his cigar, and a barely perceptible cunning gleamed in his vicious eyes. It's simple. Serve him. Treat him like the ultimate VIP guest of our casino. He's just a college student, and he's being manipulated like that? And then he's bewildered and becomes obedient. Yes, big brother. At the university gate. A very cool Lamborghini Urus was parked steadily on the side of the road. The car door opened, and a pair of beautiful white silk legs wearing pink high heels slowly stretched out from the car. Back to school. Shiningran jumped out of the car, stretched herself, and felt like she was still floating in the clouds, feeling dizzy. Wu Yu, pinch me. I still feel like I'm dreaming. How could I win so much money just by gambling casually? She hugged Wu Yu's arm and shook it vigorously, with disbelief written all over her face. Wu Yu took her into his arms, kissed her delicate face, and said with a smile, How about we go to the mall now and buy all the pink collection you like, from bags to shoes? No. Too high profile. Shen. Ingran refused with her mouth, but her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She stood on tiptoe, sizing Wu Yu up curiously. But seriously, your luck is just too good today, isn't it? Even better than the god of gamblers. Tell me the truth, are you hiding something from me? Aren't you my secret? Wu Yu scratched her nose and started to talk sweetly. The two of them flirted and walked towards the dormitory building hand in hand, making others envious. Tonight, Wu Yu decided to experience the long-lost university dormitory life and find the innocent self he once was. But in fact, it was because too many people asked him out. Lu Yunqi clamored to continue the unfinished cooperation from last time. Lu Baoling asked him to go to her house for a gathering. Ling Yulei invited him to taste the newly arrived top-quality wine. Song Weitian was even more exaggerated, inviting him to the beach to eat fish, saying that she wanted to nourish his body. Wu Yu really didn't know who to choose, so he simply rejected them all, saying that he had urgent matters at school and couldn't get away. Back to the dormitory, but not yet entering. Wu Yu saw two beautiful young ladies dressed in extremely sexy and hot clothes standing in the corridor. They were all wearing tight white camisole tops, which perfectly outlined their breathtaking and proud curves. On her lower body, she wore an equally tight miniskirt that covered her hips. The hem of the skirt was so short that it was outrageous, revealing her round and firm peaches and a pair of straight and slender long legs. One is wearing black stockings and the other is wearing white stockings, which is full of strong visual impact. Brother Yu. You're finally back.
When his roommates saw Wu Yu, they greeted him hurriedly as if they had seen a savior.
Are you Wu Yu?
When the two young ladies heard it, they immediately pounced over like two cats smelling something. She held Wu Yu's arms on the left and right, pressed her soft body tightly against him, rubbing against him in various ways, so proactive that it made people blush and their hearts beat fast.
What the hell? Where did this nympho come from?
The roommates were all stunned.
Wu Yu was also somewhat confused by this sudden erotic scene. What the hell, what are you doing?
The lady in black silk stockings said delicately, "Little brother, you are so lucky.
You are the 1000th lucky user of our company. The company has specially upgraded you to the Supreme VIP membership for free. We are here to invite you to experience it." No, what company? Grand Lisboa Casino. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. I want to play Texas Hold'em. New Lisboa Casino? Wu Yu's tiger body shook violently. Good job. All right. Isn't it just winning 5 million? It's quite efficient. I found it here.
At this time, Miss Bai Si also hugged Wu Yu's arm and began to shake it wildly, saying coquettishly,
"Come on, let me take you to experience it. Our Supreme VIP service is great." Wu Yu shook his head and said seriously, "Sorry, I'm not interested." Oh. Don't be so quick to refuse.
The white silk lady continued to seduce him. "You'll enjoy 24-hour personal service, unlimited supply of famous cigarettes and liquor, and a large round bedroom for your comfort. Most importantly, we're the company's lucky stars.
With us by your side, you'll definitely win a ton of money tonight." Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Wu Yu said seriously, "Let's go." Hurry up.
Wu Yu drove his sexy Lamborghini Urus and drove to the suburbs at lightning speed under the guidance of two sexy young ladies. Along the way, the two young ladies in black and white stockings were so passionate and proactive that made people blush and heartbeat.
"Brother, your car is so cool." Yeah, it's much cooler than those Ferraris and Porsches I've ridden before."
They pressed against Wu Yu on both sides, their soft bodies rubbing against his arms, their breath as fragrant as orchids and their eyes as charming as silk.
Wu Yu still pretended to be honest and simple. It's okay. I just think this car has a good view and is safe. This is a Lamborghini."
The young lady in black stockings giggled, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently drew circles on his strong chest.
"A multi-million-dollar luxury car. Just hearing the roar of the engine is enough to make me lose my temper."
Wu Yu chuckled and said no more.
With a step on the accelerator, the Urus roared and disappeared into the night like a black beast.
Soon, the car left the bustling city and came to a desolate industrial area. It slowly stopped in front of an unremarkable abandoned factory.
Is this it?
Wu Yu looked at the rusty and dilapidated building in front of him and began to wonder.
"Little brother, you don't know."
The young lady with white silk seemed to see through his thoughts, and she leaned close to his ear, breathing softly.
"Our Grand Lisboa Casino is all about understated luxury and rich culture. It's like being hidden in the city. Come on, let me take you inside to experience what true imperial service is like."
The two young ladies took Wu Yu's arms, one on each side, and pulled him out of the car, walking towards a heavy iron gate.
As soon as I got closer, a small window on the iron door slid open silently. A pair of eyes full of vigilance stared at them in the darkness. "A Supreme VIP guest,"
Miss Bai Si said softly.
Click.
The iron gate opened with a sound. Behind the door is a luxurious world of gold and splendor, completely different from the abandoned factory outside.
"Mr. Wu, this way please." Two sexy and enchanting young ladies sandwiched Wu Yu on the left and right.
Their soft bodies were like two beautiful snakes, tightly attached to him. They led Wu Yu through a long corridor and came to an extremely luxurious VIP room.
"Mr. Wu, please take a rest here first. We have prepared a top-notch dinner for you."
The voice of the girl in black stockings is so sweet that it makes your bones go numb. Wu Yu nodded and sat down at the dining table with his arms and legs spread out. Soon, a wide variety of top-quality delicacies were served like a continuous stream. French baked snails, black truffle foie gras, Australian tomahawk steak, and caviar adorned with gold foil. Each dish is as exquisite as a work of art, exuding an enticing aroma.
"Mr. Wu, come on, open your mouth, ah."
Miss Bai Si personally cut a piece of steak that was cooked to perfection, blew on it carefully, and then gently fed it to Wu Yu's mouth with a silver fork.
"Mr. Wu, are you thirsty? Try our La Fight." The lady in black stockings elegantly filled a glass of red wine for Wu Yu. Her fox eyes with delicate eyeliner were full of undisguised seduction. Wu Yu accepts all offers and accepts them all. While enjoying the top-notch food, you can also enjoy the personal service of two sexy beauties. After eating and drinking, the two young ladies took Wu Yu to the bathroom next door. In the center of it is a huge round jacuzzi that can accommodate 7 or 8 people at the same time. The bathtub was already filled with warm bath water that smelled of roses. "Mr. Wu, let us help you take a bath." Two touching blushes appeared on the pretty faces of the two young ladies, and their big watery eyes were filled with burning desire. Wu Yu quickly took off his clothes, jumped into the bathtub, and began to enjoy the all-round water massage. An hour later, Wu Yu walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Sauna, steam room, and the authentic massage service provided by two scantily clad Thai technicians. After completing the whole process, Wu Yu felt that every pore in his body had opened up, and he was filled with unprecedented relaxation and comfort. "Mr. Wu, have you rested well? Once you've rested, we should get down to business." The two young ladies came up to him again, one on the left and one on the right, their tone full of endless ambiguity and suggestion. Wu Yu nodded, and with their support, he walked towards the huge casino door made of pure gold, which was full of the atmosphere of nouveau riche. "Mr. Wu, what would you like to play?" As soon as he entered the room, the lady in black stockings leaned close to Wu Yu's ear, her breath as sweet as orchid. Wu Yu looked around and saw that the huge casino hall was bustling with people and extremely lively. Dozens of gambling tables were surrounded by all kinds of gamblers with ferocious faces. Some of them were beaming with excitement, while others were dejected and looked ashen. The air was filled with a strong, turbid smell mixed with sweat, tobacco, and money, which vividly displayed the greed and madness of human nature. Just then, Wu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away, in front of a Texas Hold'em table, a familiar yet stunning figure was standing there. "What the hell, Jiang Yuetong?" Wu Yu's eyes almost popped out. Jiang Yuetong changed her previous heroic look and put on an extremely sexy bunny girl outfit. It was a black, tight-fitting bodysuit with an alluring sheen. The fabric was so scanty that it revealed a large area of snow-white, delicate skin. The deep V neckline is very low, and the deep ravine is as bottomless as the Mariana Trench, full of fatal attraction. The hem of the jumpsuit is designed with a high slit, which makes her long and beautiful legs wrapped in black fishnet stockings look even more breathtaking. The round and perky peach is adorned with a furry white tail, which sways slightly with the movement of her body, full of endless teasing and temptation. On her feet were a pair of black stiletto heels that were at least 12 centimeters high, which made her already tall figure look even more graceful. The most annoying thing is the pair of long, pink bunny ears on her head. It adds a bit of contrasting cuteness and naivety to her already heroic face. Pure and sexy. So cool and sassy. "I want to play Texas Hold'em," Wu Yu blurted out subconsciously. Chapter 116 Human Lucky Star. In the deepest part of the casino, in an extremely luxurious office, Ben Lehu was lying comfortably on the leather sofa with a Cuban cigar in his mouth and his legs crossed. In front of him was a huge surveillance screen, which clearly displayed every corner of the casino. They're here as expected. Looking at the screen, Wu Yu looked so comfortable and ecstatic being served by two sexy beauties. The corner of Ben Lehu's mouth curled up into an extremely ferocious sneer. "Brother, this trick is absolutely amazing." The younger brother beside him hurriedly came over with a big smile on his face and flattered him loudly. "After a set of supreme VIP services, that guy must be dizzy and unconscious now. When he gets to the poker table later, won't we be able to take advantage of him?" "That's right," another little brother echoed. "When the time comes, not only will we make him spit out all his winnings, we'll even make him kneel down and act like a dog, and he'll have to do it. Look! He's playing Texas Hold'em." Ben Lehu's gaze suddenly focused on the Texas Hold'em table. When he saw the sexy dealer wearing a bunny girl costume and with an extremely hot body on the screen, a hint of surprise and doubt flashed in those eyes full of viciousness. "Where did this dealer come from? Why does he look unfamiliar to me?" "Brother, she's new here," the younger brother explained hurriedly. "She was recommended here. She's worked in other places before. She's good at playing cards, smart, and most importantly, she's beautiful. She'll definitely charm those rich guys. Don't worry, boss. I've checked the person and he's reliable." It's huge." Ben Lehu nodded with satisfaction. Ahem, hurry up and inform the dealer and have her make proper arrangements for Wu Yu. Yes, big brother. I obeyed the order and turned to leave. Wait.
Ben Lehu called him, his small eyes flashing with lustful light.
Tell her that if she can eat all of Wu Yu's money tonight, I will reward her handsomely. Heavy? He, big brother is going to show off his power again tonight. I just don't know if the new dealer can handle it.
The younger brothers standing by all laughed lewdly with a knowing smile.
At the Texas Hold'em table. Flush wins. Zhang Yuetong, the sexy dealer dressed in a bunny girl costume, is announcing the results of the game in her clear and pleasant voice.
At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart.
Not bad, not bad.
Before coming here, I crammed myself with a lot of movies and professional knowledge about gambling, so I managed to avoid being exposed.
That's right, Zhang Yuetong's real identity tonight is an undercover investigator. After the Black Tiger Gang encountered a series of incidents, she keenly realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely defeat this evil force that had been entrenched in the city for a long time.
So, she was introduced by an informant, disguised herself, and successfully applied for a job at this underground casino as a sexy dealer.
Tonight is her first day at work. To be honest, I'm not used to it.
The pair of super thin high heels on her feet made it difficult for her to stand steadily, and her calves were shaking uncontrollably. The crotch-binding jumpsuit she was wearing was so tight and short that she felt like she could hardly breathe. Especially the pair of black fishnet stockings, which always look a bit weird when worn on her long legs, which are full of strength due to years of exercise.
Hey! Deal the cards. Why are you so slow? That's right. What are you thinking?
The gambler's urging voices brought Zhang Yuetong back to her senses. She quickly regained her professional demeanor and began to shuffle, cut, and deal the cards.
The set of movements is smooth and flowing, and looks quite skilled.
At the same time, she secretly shook her head and pointed the tiny hidden camera hidden in her rabbit ears at every corner of the casino to collect evidence.
Sudden.
Two sexy young ladies came over, one on the left and one on the right, surrounding a young and handsome man in a bathrobe.
Make way. Make way.
Make room for our most distinguished VIP guest.
That arrogant tone and that domineering posture instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience.
Zhang Yuetong looked up subconsciously and almost threw the cards in her hand away on the spot.
Koreha? Why is he here? Besides, Supreme VIP?
Zhang Yuetong's brain suddenly buzzed. She already knew the details of this new Lisboa casino very well. The boss behind the scenes is none other than the second in command of the Black Tiger Gang, Thunder Tiger. In order to make a fortune, this guy designed an extremely deceptive VIP system specifically for those gamblers who are addicted to money.
Simply put, the more you lose, the higher your level. If you lose hundreds of thousands, you are called a gold VIP. If you lose a few million, you are called platinum VIP. If you lose tens of millions, you are called diamond VIP. And this so-called supreme VIP. Damn it. How much fucking money will I lose? Starting from 100 million? Oh my god.
Zhang Yuetong looked at Wu Yu, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with incomparable shock and disappointment. She never expected that Wu Yu was not only a cultural relic thief, but also an incurable gambler.
People like this are a cancer to society.
The worst of the worst.
But now is not the time to think about this.
If Wu Yu reveals his identity, then he will be truly finished. With Ben Lehu's ruthless style of doing things, he would definitely kill me on the spot.
No. I have to get out of here.
Zhang Yuetong hurriedly covered her lower abdomen, slowly squatted down, pretending to have a stomachache, trying to find an excuse to quickly leave this damn gambling table.
Who knows what will happen in the next second?
A pair of steady and strong hands gently supported her shoulders.
Beauty, are you okay?
Wu Yu's face, with a simple smile on it, appeared right in front of her.
No, it's okay.
Zhang Yuetong's heart instantly rose to her throat, and she was so nervous that she almost stopped breathing.
Everything's alright? If everything's alright, why don't you deal the cards quickly?
Wu Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he glared at Zhang Yuetong fiercely, his tone full of impatience and arrogance.
Stop dilly-dallying. You're hindering my chances of making money. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Zhang Yuetong, walked to the gambling table with a swagger, and sat down.
Then he stretched out his arms, one on the left and one on the right, and hugged the two sexy and charming young ladies tightly in his arms.
He. Interesting. So damn interesting. Wu Yu was already laughing in his heart.
I disguised myself as a gambler and came in to clean up the place, but I didn't expect that Officer Jiang was even better at it and sneaked in to investigate.
What a guy. I just don't know if she can escape successfully in the end. Wu Yu playfully knocked on the table and asked, "How do we place our bets?"
The young lady in black silk stockings beside her immediately explained in a delicate voice, "Mr. Wu, this is a big stage.
The minimum bet is 10,000 yuan. Holy crap. Such a big bet?
Wu Yu widened his eyes in feigned surprise. Another young lady in white silk stockings also came over. "Don't worry, Mr. Wu, with us 2 lucky stars by your side, you're sure to win a lot of money tonight."
Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Hey hey.
Wu Yu caressed their smooth and delicate shoulders and said with a wicked smile, "When I win money, I'll make you happy too."
Zhang Yuetong saw this scene and was so angry that her nose almost turned crooked. Big scumbag. You old pervert. You're getting carried away just because you have a little money. You're not learning from your mistakes, are you? Just wait. I'll make you lose all your money later.
Zhang Yuetong decided to use some tricks to punish Wu Yu, this ignorant guy.
The game officially begins. Chapter 117. No.
We must give him more strength. Zhang Yuetong shuffled the cards skillfully while secretly observing Wu Yu out of the corner of her eye. This guy was surrounded by women, with a smug look on his face. He looked like a nouveau riche who had just won the lottery, and he exuded the aura of a rich and foolish man.
Snort. Just wait and see how I deal with you.
Zhang Yuetong sneered in her heart, her fingers flying, performing a set of smooth and fancy shuffling moves.
Then, without making any noise, he dealt 2 absolutely bad cards to Wu Yu. Follow. I'll add another 10,000.
The atmosphere at the poker table suddenly became tense. Wu Yu glanced at his whole cards, the 3 of clubs and the 7 of diamonds.
Well, pure garbage. But he smiled, all in.
Then he pushed all the chips in front of him away.
What the hell? The whole audience burst into exclamations instantly.
The 2 sexy and enchanting young ladies were stunned on the spot. They looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. His fox eyes with delicate eyeliner were full of confusion and puzzlement.
No way?
Little brother.
With such a lousy hand, you dare to go all in? Do you really think we are human lucky stars? However,
the moment the 3 public cards are turned over, the whole place was in deathly silence. On the card table, there were the 3 of hearts and the 3 of diamonds.
3. Wu Yu actually made 3 threes.
As for the other gamblers, the biggest one they could get was just a pair of kings.
What the hell? This fucking thing, can you win? This luck is too good to be true.
After seeing Wu Yu's cards clearly, the gamblers opened their mouths wide with stunned expressions.
Hee, I told you, with us 2 lucky stars here, you're sure to win tons of money.
After a brief moment of surprise, the 2 young ladies immediately switched back to their charming and attractive looks. They sandwiched Wu Yu between them, feeding him wine and massaging his back, serving him so attentively.
Wu Yu laughed triumphantly and gathered all the chips in front of him.
A rough calculation shows that I won more than 200,000 yuan in this round.
Snort.
Zhang Yuezhan was so angry that his nose almost turned crooked when he saw Wu Yu's arrogant look like a villain who had succeeded.
What a damn lucky star. I clearly cut him a bad card.
But who knew that other people's cards were even worse?
No.
We must give him some strength.
Zhang Yuezhan took a deep breath and took out a brand new deck of cards from the shoe. However, just when she was about to take action, "Xiao Jiang, come here for a moment."
A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind her.
"Be the casino manager."
Zhang Yuetong had no choice but to put down the cards in her hand and follow the manager to the corner.
"Listen carefully, Xiao Jiang. Let that Wu kid win a few times first, so he gets carried away. Once he's completely carried away, we'll kill him." This matter was ordered by the boss himself. You're a newcomer, don't act on your own and ruin the boss's plans. Otherwise, you know the consequences. But if this thing is done well, the boss will reward you handsomely. Got it?
After giving his instructions, the manager turned and left.
Boss? Isn't that the Black Tiger Gang's second in command, Thunder Tiger? Zhang Yuetong's delicate body trembled violently, and the blood color disappeared from her heroic face in an instant. Oh my god. Ben Lei who actually wants to deal with Wu Yu personally? Why? Usually, people who are targeted by casinos like this are either con men or successful scammers. Looking at Wu Yu's silly expression and his poor card skills, he definitely couldn't be a con man. A fierce dragon crossing the river? That's even more impossible. Could it be? Could it be that the Black Tiger gang has a deep grudge against him? Jiang Yuetong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She instantly remembered everything that happened in Bar Street that night. The Golden Tiger's men were hacked to the ground by a group of mysterious vocational high school students and lost their territory on the Bar Street. At that time, she suspected that Wu Yu was the mastermind behind all this, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. Besides, Smiling Tiger was struck to death by lightning after lending money to Wu Yu. Xia Shanhu mysteriously disappeared at the suburban dock the night before last, and no trace of his body was found. It is said that before that, he had a fierce conflict with Wu Yu in the bar. The most crucial thing is the anonymous reporting phone call. Jiang Yuetong quickly connected these seemingly unrelated clues in her mind. An extremely shocking, yet extremely reasonable conclusion instantly surfaced. Wu Yu. He was actually fighting against the entire Black Tiger gang on his own. This thought made Jiang Yuetong feel like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. So crazy. This is simply like hitting a rock with an egg or trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. The Black Tiger gang is an underground cancer that has been entrenched in this city for decades. The forces are intertwined and the network of relationships is even more complicated. How could he possibly win the fight alone? Hey! Come over here and deal the cards. Stop slacking off at work. Wu Yu's impatient urging brought Jiang Yuetong back to her senses. She hurried back to the card table, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with complex light. What to do? Should I help him or not? If I help him, my undercover mission will be a complete failure. If you don't help him, he'll be dead. Just when Jiang Yuetong was in a dilemma and was struggling with her conscience. Ha 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 ha. You all seem quite interested. A hearty and majestic laugh suddenly rang out in the casino. I saw Ben Lehu, holding a Cuban cigar in his mouth, walking towards me in a swagger, surrounded by a group of younger brothers. Hello, big brother. The gamblers stood up one after another, bowed and nodded, with flattering smiles on their faces. Ben Lehu greeted everyone with a smile, then walked over to Wu Yu's table and asked with interest. Mr. Wu, right? How's your luck tonight? Not bad, Wu Yu pointed at the thick pile of chips in front of him with a nonchalant look on his face. Just playing around, won a little money. A barely perceptible hint of viciousness flashed across Ben Lehu's eyes, but he still had that kind smile on his face. Mr. Wu, do you mind if I sit down and play a few rounds with you? Before Wu Yu could say anything, a gambler beside him hurriedly stood up, bowed and said, Please sit down. Please sit down. Then, Ben Lehu sat down opposite Wu Yu with his horse and sword. Those eyes, full of shrewdness and calculation, were fixed on Wu Yu, as if they were looking at a prey that had already fallen into a trap but was still unaware of it. The game begins again. Jiang Yuetong forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart and began to shuffle and deal the cards skillfully. There was no other way, she could only obey orders and let Wu Yu win the money. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Soon, the mountain of chips in front of Wu Yu exceeded 1 million. Wow! You're so awesome, little brother. You're like the god of gamblers. The two young ladies sandwiched Wu Yu in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. Their soft bodies were like two beautiful snakes, clinging tightly to him. Little brother, I see you're so lucky today, why don't we have a big game? The young lady in black stockings exhaled as sweet as orchid, and her fox eyes with exquisite eyeliner were full of undisguised seduction. Yeah, let's do it big. We'll definitely get rich. When the time comes, don't forget us sisters, little brother. The young lady in black stockings curled up her red lips and released an alluring magic sound. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Let us continue with the next round. We will definitely win. It's harvest time. Ben Lehu's eyes were like two poisoned blades, fixed on Jiang Yuetong. He didn't say anything, but tapped the table lightly 3 times with his thick fingers. Signal. It's the signal to kill Wu Yu. Jiang Yuetong's heart instantly rose to her throat, and she was so nervous that she almost stopped breathing. What to do? Should I help him or not? If I help him, my undercover mission will be a complete failure. All the efforts have been in vain. If you don't help him, he'll be dead. Not only will you lose everything, but you might even be chopped into pieces and fed to dogs by these inhumane beasts. Hey, deal the cards quickly. Wu Yu's impatient voice sounded again. Jiang Yuetong gritted her teeth, and a hint of determination flashed in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. No help. Definitely not helping. This Wu Yu is not a good person at all. From Xingyan. How could a national treasure of that level possibly end up in the hands of an ordinary college student? The only explanation is that he got it through illegal and shady criminal means. One is a dark and evil force that has committed many evil deeds. One is a criminal with a mysterious background. Dog bites dog. Let them fight each other. I'll reap the benefits and kill all of you in one fell swoop. After figuring this out, Jiang Yuetong's heart instantly became extremely calm. She raised her head and gave Wu Yu a professional, sweet yet cold smile. Then, start dealing the cards. This time, she didn't hold back at all. He sent 2 garbage cards, which could be described as divine punishment level, to Wu Yu with incredible precision. 2 of spades. 5 of clubs. Different colors, but can't connect. It's rotten to the core. However, Wu Yu just glanced at the cards casually, and the corner of his mouth actually curled up into an extremely confident and evil arc. All in. He pushed out the mountain of chips in front of him, worth millions. The movements are free and easy, full of unquestionable dominance. Fuck. The whole audience burst into exclamations instantly. The 2 sexy and enchanting young ladies were stunned on the spot. They looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. His fox eyes with delicate eyeliner were full of confusion and puzzlement. No way? Little brother. You dare to go all in with this lousy hand? Do you really think we are human lucky stars? He. The Thunder Tiger on the opposite side could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy, and covered his mouth with his hands while grinning wildly. Follow. I'll follow. I'm following suit. Damn it, I need to get some health back this time. Several other gamblers also pushed all their chips out. Joke. The Supreme VIP has gone all in, and the cards in my hand are countless times better than his. If I don't follow, then there is no point in playing. Humph. Idiot. Jiang Yuetong snorted in disdain in her heart, as if she had already seen Wu Yu's miserable end of losing everything and kneeling down to beg for mercy. She stretched out her pair of slender, white jade hands and began to deal the public cards. The first one. 3 of spades. The second one. 4 of spades. The third one. Ace of spades. Straight. Wu Yu actually made a straight of a 2, 3, 4, 5. Even though it's the smallest straight, it's still a straight. What the hell? This can actually win? This damn luck is too bad. The game was over, and after seeing Wu Yu's cards, the gamblers opened their mouths wide and almost vomited blood. The smile on Ben Leihu's face froze in an instant. Those vicious eyes were filled with incomparable shock and disbelief. I told you, with us 2 lucky stars here, you're sure to win tons of money. After a brief moment of surprise, the 2 young ladies immediately switched back to their charming and attractive looks. Let's continue in the next round, I'm sure you'll win again. It's a must. Wu Yu laughed triumphantly and gathered all the chips on the table in front of him. A rough calculation shows that he won more than 5 million in this round. The game begins again. This time, Wu Yu's trump card is still rotten to the core. 9 of hearts. 4 of diamonds. But he still chose to go all in without hesitation. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill you with this. The Thunder Tiger was roaring wildly in his heart. His trump card this time is a pair of kings. A sure win card. And he pushed out all the chips in front of him. However, the moment when all the public cards are turned over. The whole place was in deathly silence. On the card table, there were the Ace of Hearts, the King of Hearts, the Queen of Hearts, the Jack of Hearts, and the 10 of Hearts. Royal flush. Royal flush. The biggest hand in Texas Hold'em. No doubt about it. What the hell? 9 of hearts. Why isn't the 9 of hearts in my hand? Oh my god. A royal flush. I've been playing Texas Hold'em for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen this. This kid, isn't he possessed by the god of gamblers? The gamblers went completely crazy. They stared at Wu Yu as if he were a monster. Jiang Yuetong also had her beautiful eyes wide open, and her heroic face was filled with incomparable shock and confusion. This is too outrageous. 2 consecutive rounds of using the Heaven's Punishment card, and he actually won both times? What kind of luck is this? At this time, Ben Leihu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared at Jiang Yuetong, his eyes full of undisguised warnings and threats. It's over. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Jiang Yuetong's forehead. The pair of slender legs wrapped in black fishnet stockings also began to tremble violently uncontrollably. After all, he was just a fake dealer who had learned a little bit at the last minute and could only barely deal bad cards to Wu Yu. As for the community cards? I don't have the level to control it. The game continues. Wu Yu's luck is still incredibly good. No matter how bad the cards Jiang Yuetong dealt him, in the end, he would always be the winner. After more than a dozen consecutive games, the chips in front of Wu Yu have piled up like a mountain, exceeding 20 million. Ha 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 ha. You really are a lucky star. Wu Yu laughed triumphantly, holding the 2 sexy beauties who were already completely dumbfounded in his arms, one on each side. I'm fucking stupid. Ben Leihu couldn't hold it back any longer. He slammed the table and stood up suddenly. That face covered with fat was filled with ferocious anger. He winked at a trusted subordinate who had been waiting beside him for a long time. The subordinate immediately understood and slowly pulled out a pitch-black object from his waist that exuded a cold breath of death. Gun. Since I can't harvest money, I can only harvest lives. Don't even think about winning a penny in my place. However, just when Ben Leihu gave the signal and was ready to take action, well, Wu Yu suddenly let out a long sigh, looking disinterested. It's boring. It's really boring. He pushed the chips in front of him onto the table and said lazily, "The bets are too small, not exciting at all. Can we try something bigger to satisfy our cravings?" Ben Leihu's pupils suddenly shrank. He winked at his subordinate, signaling him not to take any action yet. Then, he walked up to Wu Yu, with an extremely ferocious sneer on his face. "What's the matter, Mr. Wu? Do you think the bet is too small? Okay, how big do you want to go?" Wu Yu didn't say anything, but took out his cell phone. He opened the bank app and displayed a dazzling string of numbers in front of Ben Leihu. Current balance, 3,556,384,729.54 yuan. Chapter 119 Chapter 119 You're worth billions, why are you still watching this kind of stuff? 3 billion. Boom. Ben Leihu felt like the top of his head was about to be opened. The whole person, from head to toe, was struck by lightning and stood still on the spot for an instant. Those vicious eyes were filled with incomparable shock and fear. He couldn't even hold the cigar in his hand steadily, and it fell to the ground with a clang. 3 billion? Oh my god. This fucking. Where did this great god come from? Wrong. Where did this super fat sheep come from? No. We must not kill him. I must find a way to win all of his 3 billion. Otherwise, I will never be able to sleep at night in my life. But the problem is, if you want to win all of Wu Yu's money, you must find a really good dealer. But changing the dealer at the last minute is too sensitive. Unless Wu Yu is a complete fool, he would definitely know that there is a trap. What to do? Just when Ben Leihu was in a dilemma and was struggling with his conscience, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Wu Yu's eyes. Wu Yu was staring at Jiang Yuetong's long and beautiful legs wrapped in black fishnet stockings with an aggressive and unconcealed gaze. Got it. Ben Leihu's eyes lit up instantly. Although he also coveted Jiang Yuetong, the top dealer, but compared to 3 billion, women were nothing. Then, Ben Leihu immediately put on an extremely enthusiastic smile, walked up to Wu Yu, rubbed his hands, and said flatteringly, "Hey there. Mr. Wu, you want to gamble big, right? No problem. I'll arrange it right away. But I see you've been playing for so long, you must be a little tired, right? How about this?" Ben Leihu pointed at Jiang Yuetong, who was already pale with fear, and said very considerately, "Let her keep you company. Once you've rested well, we'll start the second half. How about it?" Wu Yu nodded quickly when he heard this. Okay. No. I'm the dealer. Not a lady.
Jiang Yuetong became anxious and stood up suddenly, her heroic face full of resistance.
Dealer?
Ben Leihu sneered, walked up to Jiang Yuetong, and said in a threatening tone.
Being a sexy dealer and having a sense of professional honor? Don't be so shameless.
In my place, my words are the imperial decree.
Do you know the consequences of disobeying my orders?
Jiang Yuetong's delicate body trembled violently, and a trace of fear flashed in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Don't worry, Ben Leihu's tone suddenly became extremely gentle. As long as you serve this distinguished guest well, I will give you a big red envelope afterwards.
There is no other way, in order not to expose my undercover identity and in order to catch this criminal gang in one fell swoop.
Jiang Yuetong had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure the humiliation.
Following Wu Yu, we arrived at the VIP lounge.
As soon as she entered the door, Jiang Yuetong was completely stunned by the scene in front of her. In the middle of the room, there was a bright red Ferrari sports car. However, this Ferrari has been hollowed out and replaced by a heart-shaped double bed covered with red silk sheets. Just when Jiang Yuetong was stunned, a seductive electronic female voice suddenly sounded from the Ferrari's car audio.
Come on up and race. Jiang Yuetong's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. What VIP lounge? This is clearly a love room. Ouch, I'm so tired.
Wu Yu yawned, plopped down on the soft heart-shaped bed, and hooked his finger at Jiang Yuetong.
Come here and give me a massage. You're dreaming.
Jiang Yuetong was so angry that her nose was almost crooked.
She walked to the corner of the room and started checking around. Not bad, not bad. No camera.
After confirming that it was safe, Jiang Yuezhen walked to the bedside, put one hand on his waist, and launched a barrage of crazy attacks at Wu Yu.
Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Do you know how dangerous that was? We were ready to use our guns. Also, they say wealth shouldn't be flaunted. But you're so good. You took the initiative to show off 3 billion. Are you afraid that others don't know you're rich? Why are you pretending? Childish. Shoo. Wu Yu suddenly raised his index finger and said seriously, keep your voice down. There's someone outside the door.
Jiang Yuetong was stunned and hurried to the door, putting her ear against it.
Really?
There were faint footsteps and muffled voices coming from outside. At this time, Wu Yu sat up from the bed and said lazily.
What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and make some noise. What kind of noise are you making? Jiang Yuetong's pretty face was filled with big question marks. Of course, it's something that will make them misunderstand. Wu Yu rolled his eyes at her in annoyance, otherwise, your undercover identity will be completely exposed. Ah. Jiang Yuetong understood now. But as a girl, she didn't know how to act.
Seeing her troubled expression, Wu Yu thought for a moment and came up with a plan.
How about this, let's do push-ups, then they won't be suspicious. Push-up?
Jiang Yuetong was stunned.
What kind of strange suggestion was this? Hurry up, there's no time.
Wu Yu said, already lying on the carpet, getting ready.
I'll go first, you follow me. 1, 2, who.
While doing this, Wu Yu deliberately increased his breathing, which did sound a bit strenuous. Jiang Yuetong was filled with doubts, but for the sake of the mission, she had no choice but to do it. She lay down beside Wu Yu and started to do it as well. Listen, Jiang Yuetong said breathlessly, lowering her voice as she pushed herself up.
Ben Leihu is a ruthless man. He definitely has bad intentions when he lets you rest. They'll definitely cheat later. Your 3 billion is like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. 3, 4, who.
Wu Yu continued to do it without changing his expression, as if he didn't hear her words.
Are you even listening to me?
Jiang Yuetong was so anxious that her movements were almost slow.
This casino is very tricky. They have plenty of ways to make you lose everything. It's not too late for you to stop now.
I know, Wu Yu panted and replied casually, don't worry.
Phew. I know what I'm doing. 10. 11. You have a plan? What plan do you have?
Jiang Yuetong said earnestly, you're playing with your life.
Once you lose all your money, they might not even let you leave alive. 12. Ha! Officer Jiang, you have good physical strength.
Wu Yu still had the leisure to tease her.
You. Jiang Yuetong was so angry that she couldn't speak.
She could only vent her anger by doing push-ups. Her movements became faster and faster, and her breathing became more and more rapid. Outside the door, two thugs who were eavesdropping at the door looked at each other.
It sounds quite intense, huh? This Mr. Wu is really capable.
The two looked at each other, revealed a knowing and obscene smile, and quietly retreated.
Chapter 120. I only need to use a little trick to make him take the bait. Call.
Jiang Yuetong suddenly got up, tiptoed to the door, and put her ear to it. After making sure there was no more noise outside, she hurried back to the bedside and said to Wu Yu in a low voice.
Quick! Find a way to get away while no one's eavesdropping. Slip?
Wu Yu yawned lazily, looking nonchalant.
Why are you running away? You! Jiang Yuetong was so anxious that she almost cried.
Ben Lehu was obviously going to replace you with an experienced dealer.
He won't give up until he wins all your money. Don't think I don't know. You're just a newbie. Those few moves just now were pure luck.
If you really face a cheater in the casino, you'll lose everything.
He. Wu Yu smiled. He grabbed Jiang Yuetong's little hand, put it to his mouth and blew gently. Officer Jiang, you don't understand this, do you?
In the face of absolute luck, any skill is futile.
You.
Jiang Yuetong quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted.
This bastard.
It's already this late, and you're still taking advantage of others.
Boom, boom, boom.
At this moment, a steady and powerful knock on the door suddenly sounded.
Immediately afterwards, Ben Lehu's hoarse voice sounded outside the door. Boss Wu, have you rested enough? It's time to start the second half, right? Yeah, here it comes.
Wu Yu got out of bed, then stretched out his strong and powerful arms and hugged Jiang Yuetong's soft and hot body tightly in his arms.
What are you doing?
Jiang Yuetong's delicate body trembled violently, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with panic and resistance.
With the current state of our relationship, we have to be more intimate. Otherwise, your undercover identity will be exposed.
Wu Yu explained seriously.
This. Jiang Yuetong was speechless.
Although she knew that Wu Yu was taking advantage of her.
But what he said seemed to make some sense.
So, she had no choice but to let Wu Yu hold her tightly in his arms with a blushing face. The posture was as intimate as that of a couple who had just had passionate sex. Wu Yu opened the door, hugged the soft and beautiful policewoman in his arms, and walked out with a swagger. The casino hall had already been cleared out. Apart from Ben Lehu and the dozens of ferocious men under his command, there was no other gambler to be seen. And in front of that huge Texas Hold'em poker table, there stood an old man wearing a tang suit, with a thin figure but eyes as sharp as an eagle. Both of his hands were covered with thick calluses. One could tell at a glance that he was a top con man who had been immersed in this business for decades.
Jiang Yuetong's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It's over. It's over.
Now there is no place to escape, I can only be obedient and let myself be slaughtered. She was not worried about Wu Yu, but she was worried about the 3 billion. It's such a pity that all the money went into the pocket of a social scum like Ben Lehu.
However, next second. What the hell, old Wang? Wu Yu looked at the new dealer in front of him and was immediately happy. Isn't this the same old liar who has repeatedly defrauded me? How come he is here? Old Wang? Jiang Yuetong was shocked. Broken. This old man had been arrested by me before. He must recognize me. Once discovered. In a flash.
Wu Yu seemed to sense her panic, and he suddenly exerted force with his big hands around her slender waist. He pressed her soft body more tightly into his arms. The two of them hugged each other tightly face to face, their posture was as intimate as it could be. Jiang Yuetong buried her pretty face directly into Wu Yu's broad and solid chest, feeling the strong masculine scent.
Fuck, it's you again? After all, old Wang was old and his eyesight was not very good.
In addition, Jiang Yuetong was held tightly in Wu Yu's arms, so he didn't recognize her at all.
All his attention is now focused on Wu Yu. Good job. Why do I keep running into this silly guy everywhere? Why, you two know each other.
When Ben Lehu saw this posture, he was immediately shocked.
The dealer and the gambler know each other, which is a taboo in the industry. I know you, but I won't hide it from you.
Old Wang hurriedly leaned over to Ben Lehu's ear, lowered his voice, and said triumphantly.
I've tricked this guy so many times. He's a complete idiot. Don't worry, I'll make sure he loses everything today. Will he be willing to be cheated by you again? Ben Lehu was a little unconvinced. Don't worry. Old Wang patted his chest and promised solemnly, he's a fool with a lot of money, and he doesn't learn his lesson. I only need to use a little trick to make him take the bait. Ben Lehu finally breathed a sigh of relief, patted Old Wang on the shoulder, and promised. Then I'll leave it to you. After you're done, I'll give you $1 million. 1 million. Old Wang's eyes lit up instantly. The reason why he ended up in this situation today is all because he was an incurable gambler when he was young. Because of gambling, he lost all his property, his wife ran away with someone, and his son broke off the father relationship with him. Later, he managed to save some money for his retirement by cheating and deceiving others. I originally wanted to buy some stocks in a fellow villager's casino, earn dividends, and spend my old age in peace. But who would have thought that within 2 days, the casino was wiped out by Ben Lehu? Because, in this city, the only one who can open a casino is Ben Lehu. Monopoly. There was no other way. In order to survive, Old Wang had to work for Ben Lehu with tears in his eyes and became a dealer in a casino. What's more, with the superb gambling skills accumulated over the past few decades, he is a very capable dealer and is quite trusted by Ben Lehu. Since we are all friends, let's get started, Boss Wu. Ben Lehu pulled out a chair and made a pleased gesture generously. Haha, okay. Wu Yu held the beautiful policewoman tightly in his arms and sat down on the gambling table with his arms and legs spread out. But this posture is really too erotic. Jiang Yuetong was seen sitting face to face with Wu Yu, straddling his thighs, her long legs wrapped in black fishnet stockings tightly wrapped around his waist. That soft and hot body was tightly attached to Wu Yu's body, without a single gap. Wu Yu's hands quietly wrapped around her slender waist, which was so thin that it could not be grasped with one hand. Ahem! A trace of undisguised jealousy and lust flashed in the pair of vicious eyes of Ben Lehu opposite. He cleared his throat and jokingly said, Boss Wu is truly a hero who loves beauty. Holding her like this, I'm afraid he can't even see the cards, right? That makes sense. Wu Yu nodded, and then, everyone in the audience looked at him in shock as if he were a monster. He stretched out his sinful big hand, gently touched Jiang Yuetong's head, and then pressed it down suddenly. Chapter 121. It's a sure win. This one's a sure win. Oh my god. Ben Lehu's eyes almost popped out. Wow. You really know how to play. He looked at Wu Yu's happy face and cursed in his heart. Play. Play. Now you can have fun. Wait a minute, I will win you over and make you bankrupt, then chop off your hands and turn you into a human pig. If you go down there, you can only be a eunuch. This time, in order to completely squeeze Wu Yu dry, Ben Lehu has mobilized all the working capital from all the major casinos under its control. A full 3 billion. They were all exchanged for chips and piled up behind him like a small mountain. Mr. Wu, the rules here are very simple. The dealer, Old Wang, rubbed his hands, put on an honest smile on his face, and began to introduce the rules. The minimum bet is 1 million, no upper limit. Whoever loses all their money first gets kicked out. Wait a moment. Wu Yu suddenly raised his hand and interrupted him. You are the boss and the dealer, you are obviously in cahoots. What if you team up to cheat me? Oh my. Mr. Wu, you are really wronging us. Old Wang immediately put on an extremely sincere expression, patted his chest, and promised solemnly. For us casino owners, integrity is paramount. How could the owner personally collude with the dealers to exploit gamblers? If this gets out, how will we survive in the underworld? Yes, yes. Ben Lehu also hurriedly agreed, with a harmless Maitreya Buddha smile on his face. Boss Wu, don't worry. We in the Black Tiger Gang have always been aboveboard and honest in everything we do. We will never cheat you. Otherwise, I will give you everything I have. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Little brother, Old Wang leaned closer again, lowering his voice to entice. I see you're beaming today, with a beautiful woman in your arms. You're truly blessed with great fortune. Tonight, you're absolutely sure to win every bet. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Hey. Wu Yu felt relieved in his heart, but his face still showed a look of half belief and half doubt. What if I win the money and you refuse to pay me? Don't worry. Absolutely not. Then Lehu waved his hand and said with great pride, "We have your bank account number. When the chips are counted, all your winnings will be transferred to you, every penny. It will be in your account in seconds." Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Well, we can start now. Wu Yu nodded in agreement.
Then Lehu and Lao Wang smiled at each other, and a sinister gleam flashed in the depths of their eyes at the same time.
Idiot. This stupid guy is so fucking easy to fool. Just wait to go bankrupt. The game officially begins.
Old Wang is indeed a veteran gambler who has been immersed in this business for decades. His fingers fly, and he performs a series of smooth and flowing fancy shuffling techniques that are dazzling to the eyes. That action is even more stylish than the god of gamblers in the movie. Deal the cards. Wu Yu's trump card is in hand. 7 of spades, 8 of clubs. A fighter among the garbage. 1 million. Ben Lehu knocked on the table. Wu Yu smiled and pushed out a large pile of chips.
50 million. What the hell? Ben Lehu was shocked. Is this guy really stupid? You dare to play with such trash cards? Are you trying to scare me? Follow. However,
the moment the 3 public cards are turned over, the whole place was in deathly silence. On the card table, there were the 7 of hearts, the 7 of diamonds, and the 7 of clubs.
4. King Kong. What the hell?
After seeing Wu Yu's cards clearly, Old Wang's pupils trembled.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I had clearly tampered with the card and didn't give him the 7 of spades. How could this happen? My technique must have gotten rusty. Yes, that must be it. Ben Lehu's face instantly darkened.
He stared at the table intently, and a barely perceptible viciousness flashed in the depths of his eyes.
Ha, you're lucky, young man.
I told you you're going to be very lucky tonight. Old Wang laughed awkwardly 3 times, implying that he had arranged this move deliberately to trick Wu Yu.
Sure enough, Ben Lehu's expression eased a little. Come on, keep going.
Wu Yu laughed triumphantly and gathered all the chips worth more than 50 million on the table in front of him. Jiang Yuetong raised her head and was about to say something when Wu Yu pressed her down again.
Second game.
This time, Wu Yu had the 2 of spades and the 7 of hearts. The condemnation card among the condemnations.
200 million.
Wu Yu still looked calm and composed, as if what he was giving out was not money, but 200 million happy beans. A trace of greed flashed in Ben Lehu's eyes, and he looked at his whole cards a pair of A's.
It's settled. This one is a sure win. And clatter.
The crisp sound of chips colliding resounded throughout the casino.
Lao Wang took a deep breath and started dealing the public cards. First up, the 3 of spades. The second one, the 4 of clubs. The third one, the 5 of diamonds. The fourth card, the 6 of hearts. Straight. Wu Yu, he actually made another straight. Puff. Ben Lehu couldn't bear it any longer and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground.
He stared at the table in disbelief, his face covered with flesh, filled with incomparable shock and anger.
Alpaca. Hey, isn't it just a loss of 200 million? Is there any need to curse? Come on, keep going, hiss.
As Wu Yu was speaking, he suddenly let out a cry of pain. He suddenly lowered his head and saw Jiang Yuetong in his arms biting his thigh with her 2 rows of neat and white teeth.
Don't go on.
Jiang Yuetong slowly raised her head, with an alarm flashing in her beautiful eyes.
She really couldn't help it. If this continues, something big will happen.
She's using too much force.
Don't look at me, deal the cards.
Wu Yu ignored the vicious looks around him and said with a playful smile.
The third game.
Old Wang decided to use all his life skills.
He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his entire aura changed dramatically.
2 terrifying rays of light shot out from those turbid old eyes.
Snort.
He sneered in his heart.
Boy.
This move is a unique skill that I have practiced for 20 years. Back then, it was because I was too obsessed with this that I ended up with my wife and children separated from me and my family broken up.
Today, let me show you what real technology is.
I saw his fingers flying extremely fast, as if countless hands were shuffling cards at the same time.
The scene was dazzling and breathtaking. Deal the cards. Wu Yu's trump card is still rotten to the core. 9 of diamonds, 3 of hearts. All in. Wu Yu had a harmless and honest smile on his face as he pushed all the chips worth 500 million yuan in front of him out. And Ben Leihu's trump card this time is 3 kings. He just doesn't believe it. This time, Wu Yu can still win? However, the moment when all the public cards are turned over, the whole audience was suffocated. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. You are just an A-level student, why are you so arrogant? On the card table, there were 2 3s and 2 9s. Gourd. A great success. Wu Yu, he actually won again. No. Impossible. Old Wang couldn't hold it in any longer. He pointed at Wu Yu and screamed hysterically, "This is absolutely impossible. I clearly." "What's wrong with you?" Wu Yu suddenly raised his head. "What do you mean? Did you touch my cards?" Old Wang choked on the spot. How dare he admit it? Ben Leihu's face had turned extremely pale. 3 games. Just 3 fucking games. 750 million, just wasted. He's lost his mind. Completely obsessed. That was the hard-earned money he had squeezed from countless gamblers. No. Must win it back. Not only must we win it back, but we must also make Wu Yu, that ignorant brat, lose everything. Not even a bone will be left. I need to go to the bathroom. Ben Leihu stood up suddenly and left with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Wang Tu hurriedly followed. Brother, please listen to my explanation. As soon as he entered the toilet, Lao Wang fell to his knees on the ground with a sad face and his voice trembling. It's really not that I'm incompetent. It's that guy is so fucking weird. I clearly dealt him a bad hand, but who knew that card could actually change on its own? Stop talking nonsense. There was a mad flame flashing in Ben Leihu's eyes. What should I do now? Simple. Old Wang's eyes rolled, and an extremely sinister plan instantly came to his mind. Open. Let's play open card stud with him. All your cards are revealed. He won't be able to change them. He's bound to lose. By then, he won't be able to cheat even if he wants to. Okay. Let's do it. Ben Leihu's eyes lit up instantly. He returned to the gambling table, and a kind smile appeared on his fat face again. Mr. Wu, you've been playing for so long, aren't you a little bored? How about this, let's do something exciting. Open. All in. Do you dare? Okay. Wu Yu had an honest and simple smile on his face, and he agreed without thinking. This made Jiang Yuetong very anxious. Seeing that Wu Yu fell into the other party's trap so easily, she no longer cared about her ladylike image. She opened her little mouth and bit him with her neat and white teeth. However, Wu Yu was prepared. He stretched out a finger like lightning and accurately blocked her mouth. Jiang Yuetong was caught off guard and bit his finger. The force wasn't strong, but it still made her blush. Don't move, just watch the show. Wu Yu used the bitten finger to gently scrape Jiang Yuetong's soft lips. Then he rubbed her head lovingly, adjusted his sitting position, and signaled to the dealer that he could begin. Deal the cards. His trump card this time is a pair of 3s. Not bad. The Thunder Tiger on the opposite side has the King of Spades and the Ace of Spades. Ha. He could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy, and slammed the table, pushing away the mountain of chips in front of him, which were worth 2.25 billion. All in. A sinister sneer appeared at the corner of Old Wang's mouth. Because he had already arranged everything in the card shoe. The next 3 community cards will be 10 of Spades, Jack of Spades, Queen of Spades. The hand combination with the Thunder Tiger is a royal flush. It's still the biggest royal flush of spades. There is no way I can lose this round. It's settled. Completely stable. But Ben Leihu did not seem very happy. Instead, he stared at Wu Yu, fearing that he would not accept the challenge. I followed. Wu Yu still had that honest and simple smile on his face. He calmly pushed the mountain of chips in front of him, which were worth 2.25 billion, out. All in. All in. This time, he will either lose everything, or lose all of Ben Leihu's money. Ha. Good. You've got guts.
When old Wang saw that Wu Yu had indeed followed him, his wrinkled face instantly smiled like a chrysanthemum.
1 million reward, got it.
Silly boy, don't even mention that you only have a pair of threes in your hand.
Even if you have 4 fucking threes, you can't win this time.
Benlehu was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and his fat heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of his throat. His eyes, like 2 poison blades, were fixed on the center of the table, waiting for the last 2 public cards to be revealed. Old Wang stretched out his calloused, skinny hands and slowly turned over the first public card.
10 of spades. Next, the second one. Jack of spades. Finally, the third one. Queen of spades. Ha 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 ha.
Although Benlehu already knew the result, when he saw the 3 cards turned over with his own eyes, he could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and jumped up from his chair.
Dancing like crazy. Win. A complete win.
There is no need to look at the next 2 cards. The ace and king of spades in your hand, combined with these 3 community cards, form the biggest hand in Texas Hold'em, a royal flush.
A sure win card. Ha 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 ha.
Benlehu yelled hysterically at Wu Yu in an extremely arrogant tone, his voice hoarse.
Sorry, brother. All your money is mine.
Then he pounced on the card table like a mad dog in heat, opened his arms, and took all the piles of chips into his arms.
4.5 billion chips.
After deducting the principal, this time, the net profit was 1.5 billion. Benlehu has run a casino for so many years and has cheated countless gamblers, but he has never made so much money.
Cent. This time it's completely successful.
Just as Benlehu was laughing triumphantly, Wu Yu suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder.
Hey, are you mistaken?
There's no such thing as a royal flush.
It's clearly just an ace.
What? Benlehu's laughter suddenly stopped.
Big? He suddenly looked down.
I saw my whole cards, the 2 cards that should have been the king of spades and the ace of spades, were actually.
It turned out to be the 2 of diamonds and the ace of spades.
Fuck. Benlehu's eyes widened, and his pupils, which were filled with viciousness, suddenly shrank. He looked at the absurd scene in front of him in disbelief, feeling that his brain was completely inadequate.
How could this happen?
It was clearly the king of spades and the ace of spades just now. I saw it clearly and I was definitely not mistaken.
You secretly changed my cards.
Benlehu suddenly raised his head, his face filled with ferocious anger.
Isn't it funny?
Wu Yu shrugged, looking innocent.
Your people are everywhere here. How could I possibly have the chance to trade your cards?
Benlehu subconsciously turned his head and looked at the group of younger brothers beside him who were already completely dumbfounded. From their eyes filled with fear and confusion, he received a positive answer.
Wu Yu, no problem. You're just an A-level student, why are you so arrogant?
Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was full of elation.
I have a pair of threes, I win.
Bullshit.
Benlehu couldn't hold it in any longer. He pointed at the dealer, old Wang, and screamed hysterically, he clearly dealt me the king and ace of spades.
Oh? Wu Yu's brows furrowed slightly.
Great. You two have indeed colluded and teamed up to trick me. So what if I tricked you?
A cold and ferocious look flashed across Benlehu's face.
Not only will I cheat you, I'll kill you.
As soon as these words were spoken, the group of younger brothers behind Benlehu, who had been ready to fight for a long time, took out their weapons on the spot. They were all the same, completely black, emitting a cold breath of death.
Gun. They're all real.
But Wu Yu's speed is faster than theirs.
Chapter 123 I killed someone. I killed someone.
Wu Yu pushed away the soft and beautiful policewoman in his arms, then took out the titanium alloy baton from his waist at lightning speed. The stick technique to subdue demons in Monsters male version. Swish. The baton popped out instantly, making a crisp sound of breaking through the air.
Wu Yu didn't even hesitate at all.
He shook his wrist violently, and the baton, with a sharp gust of wind, hit the wrists of those younger brothers with incredible precision.
Ah! Crack! Dang!
Accompanied by bursts of shrill screams and the crisp sound of broken bones. Those cold guns fell to the ground one after another. Benlehu was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide, with that arrogant grin still lingering on his face.
This fucking. Is it a human?
Wu Yu approached him step by step, his face with a simple smile on it was now filled with cold murderous intent.
You think I'm an idiot, don't you? You want to win all my money, don't you? You also want to kill me for my wealth, don't you? Today is the day your casino closes. Wu Yu's voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable dominance. He swung the baton again and was about to attack. There was no trace of panic on Ben Leihu's face. Instead, he had an extremely strange and sarcastic smile on his face. Boy, you're very brave. I don't know which is bigger, the little stick in your hand or the thing in my hand. Next second. Ben Leihu turned around suddenly and took an enormous war machine full of violent aesthetics from the hand of a younger brother. RPG-7 rocket launcher. The black muzzle exuded a cold and deadly breath of death. What the hell? Wu Yu was stunned. What the hell is this possible? Ha 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 ha. Ben Leihu let out a wild and complacent laugh. I secretly kept this thing for my collection when I was selling arms with my boss. Today, let it blast you into pieces. Ha 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 bang. Before he finished speaking, a crisp gunshot suddenly rang out in the empty casino. A big bloody hole suddenly appeared on Ben Leihu's forehead. The wild laughter stopped abruptly. Next second, his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and he was completely silent. Wu Yu subconsciously looked back. Jiang Yuetong had picked up a gun from the ground at some point. He was maintaining a standard two-handed gun-holding posture, his face full of horror, facing the corpse of Ben Leihu. Those beautiful almond-shaped eyes were wide open like copper bells, and their pupils were filled with incomparable shock and fear. Police, police, don't move. Hey, he's dead. Wu Yu walked up to her and waved his hand in front of her. Jiang Yuetong still maintained the same posture as before, motionless, like an exquisite sculpture. Hey! Hey! Come back to your senses. Wu Yu shouted twice more. Jiang Yuetong suddenly shuddered and came to her senses. Ah! She let out a scream full of fear, and the gun in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. The whole person fell limply into Wu Yu's arms as if he had no bones. I killed someone. I killed someone. She buried her heroic face deeply in Wu Yu's arms, her delicate body trembling violently and uncontrollably, her voice filled with endless fear and helplessness. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Wu Yu hugged her tightly and whispered soothingly in her ear, you were performing your duties. This was self-defense. It's okay. Next. When the boss dies, the monkeys scatter. The guys in the casino, including old Wang, were all scared out of their wits. They threw away the weapons in their hands and fled madly in all directions. Quick! Catch them! Don't let them get away! Jiang Yuetong suddenly raised her head from Wu Yu's arms, pushed away the dirty hands, and her pretty face regained the calmness and decisiveness that a police officer should have. Receive! Wu Yu chuckled, picked up the titanium alloy baton from the ground, and rushed forward in one step. The two cooperated well, one was responsible for the frontal attack and the other was responsible for harassment from the flank. Wu Yu swung the baton in his hand with great vigor, and every blow was accompanied by a shrill scream. As for Jiang Yuetong, even though she is wearing high heels, she is still extremely agile. Her pair of incredibly long legs wrapped in black fishnet stockings brought with them a fierce gust of wind every time she kicked out, hitting the guy's vital points with incredible precision. In less than a minute, everyone was gone except old Wang, who had already realized the situation was not good and escaped through the back door. The remaining Black Tiger Gang thugs were all lying on the ground, groaning, and had completely lost their fighting ability. Casino lobby. The Black Tiger Gang thugs all squatted on the ground obediently, holding their heads with their hands, like a group of quails waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Yuetong breathed a long sigh of relief, dialed the phone number of the bureau, briefly reported the situation, and asked colleagues to come and provide support. Then, she hurriedly ran towards the toilet in her 12-centimeter high heels. Little did she know that the high heels on her feet had already been overwhelmed by the intense fight just now. With a snap, the heel broke. Oops. Jiang Yuetong screamed in pain and fell uncontrollably. Fortunately, Wu Yu was quick-witted and quick-handed. He rushed forward and steadily picked up her soft and hot body by the waist. What's up, Officer Jiang? Are you in a hurry to pee? Wu Yu looked at the soft and beautiful policewoman in his arms and teased with a smile. You're talking nonsense. Jiang Yuetong's pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. I'm in a hurry to change my clothes. My colleagues are about to arrive. If they see me dressed like this, how will I survive in the office? Oh, then go change. Wu Yu nodded and put her down.
Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuetong grabbed his arm, with a barely perceptible shyness and pleading glimmering in her beautiful eyes.
I'm completely exhausted and my leg is sprained. Can you help me? Okay, no problem. When Wu Yu heard this, he was immediately happy. He stretched out his evil big hand and without hesitation, reached out towards Jiang Yuetong's bottomless and amazing career line. Bang! Jiang Yuetong slapped his dirty hands away and glared at him with shame and anger. I didn't ask you to help with this. Just help me take off my stockings. Yes, officer. So Wu Yu stretched out his evil hands again? Carefully, he held Jiang Yuetong's slender ankle. Can you take it off? From top to bottom. Yes, officer. Chapter 124 I want to eat with someone like you.
Wu Yu began to slowly take off the seductive fishnet stockings.
The first thing you feel is the cool and silky touch, and the breathtaking softness and elasticity.
As the stockings fell off, the snow-white and delicate skin was exposed to the air inch by inch. Under the dim light, it exudes a dreamy and charming luster.
Gurgle. Wu Yu couldn't help swallowing.
Jiang Yuetong lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly like butterfly wings, filled with endless shyness and nervousness.
Just when Wu Yu was about to take off the last piece of stockings, he raised his head. Just happened to meet Jiang Yuetong's shy eyes. Eye contact. The air seemed to freeze at this moment.
The two bodies began to move closer to each other uncontrollably.
Police! Freeze!
At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps and scolding suddenly came from outside the door.
Swish! Dozens of armed policemen rushed in like wolves and tigers.
Jiang Yuetong was frightened and quickly stuffed the pair of stockings she had just taken off into Wu Yu's hand.
Then, he stood up from the ground at lightning speed, and instantly switched back to his heroic and awe-inspiring appearance. Ahem!
She cleared her throat and began to report the case to her colleagues in a serious manner.
Wu Yu, on the other hand, held the fishnet stockings that still retained the alluring body warmth and faint fragrance in his left hand, and held the mobile phone in his right hand. Bite! Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 3 billion renminbi via online banking transfer on X month X day at X hour X minute, and the current account balance is. Bite! Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 3 billion renminbi via online banking transfer on X month X day at X hour X minute, and the current account balance is. 3 billion in capital. 3 billion in gambling money. Oh shit. This time, it's really fucking out. Police station, interrogation room.
Wu Yu was sitting with his legs crossed, bragging excitedly to a few young policemen.
According to Jiang Yuetong's arrangement, his current identity is an informant who pretends to be a gambler to enter the casino and assist the police in solving the case. Let me tell you, the supreme VIP service there is absolutely amazing. The food we eat is delicacies from land and sea. The drink we drink is top quality Lafite. There's also the sauna, steam room, and authentic Thai massage. Wow, it's like being treated like a king.
The policemen were so fascinated by what they heard that their mouths were watering.
Damn! Why didn't you let me go for this great opportunity? A young policeman slapped his thigh, his face full of envy and jealousy. By the way, you just mentioned that heart-shaped bed in the casino has a vibrating function? Quick! Let's talk about it in detail. Ahem!
Just then, Jiang Yuetong, dressed in a neat police uniform, pushed the door open and walked in.
The young policeman was startled and stood up quickly. He pointed at Wu Yu's nose and scolded him righteously. It's completely lawless. In broad daylight, in the open air. How dare they secretly set up such a corrupt and decadent casino right under our noses? I wonder how many people they've harmed.
Jiang Yuetong rolled her eyes at him unhappily, then looked at Wu Yu and said calmly.
You can go now. Outside the interrogation room.
Jiang Yuetong pulled Wu Yu to a corner and said with a forced smile.
All right, Wu Yu, I never realized you're such a good gambler. That's right.
Wu Yu scratched his head and chuckled.
Stop pretending. Jiang Yuetong's expression suddenly changed. She stared at Wu Yu intently and asked in a low voice. Tell the truth. Where's the money in the casino? Where's the 3 billion from Ben Lehu? We police officers checked all his accounts, but there's not a penny in them. What money?
Wu Yu continued to play dumb.
Pretend. Keep pretending.
Zhang Yuetong rolled her eyes in anger.
You're quite amazing.
In such a short time, you were able to transfer the money to yourself without anyone noticing.
Officer, please don't talk nonsense. We need evidence for everything. Wu Yu looked innocent.
You. Zhang Yuetong was so angry that she stomped her feet. Seeing that there was no one around, she stretched out her pink fist and punched Wu Yu hard on the chest.
Fortunately, I helped you hide it, otherwise, such a large amount of money would be enough to make you drink a pot. Thank you, officer. Wu Yu finally became serious. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Humph. I won't eat with someone like you.
Zhang Yuetong pouted and turned her head away proudly.
Oh, never mind. Wu Yu shrugged and turned away.
Zhang Yuetong stood there, staring at his tall back. In my mind, the series of exciting scenes flashed uncontrollably.
2 touching blushes instantly appeared on that heroic and pretty face. Absolutely beautiful.
When Wu Yu walked out of the police station, it was already completely dark. He stretched and was about to take a taxi back to his luxurious flat in Hentaying Highlands to have a good sleep.
Sudden.
A completely black Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, like a ghost in the dark night, slid over silently and stopped steadily in front of him. The car window slowly lowered, revealing a noble, cold, and breathtakingly beautiful face.
It's Lu Yunqi.
Today, she is wearing a well-cut black OL suit, which perfectly outlines her curvaceous figure. He was wearing a pair of large sunglasses that covered most of his face. But the noble and cool aura that emanates from her inside out is still so eye-catching. Wu Yu's gaze subconsciously fell on the front of her car.
Good job. The bumper's fucking gone.
The complex mechanical structure inside was revealed, and it looked like a wounded but still aggressive beast.
Sister, your car.
Wu Yu's face was full of surprise.
Oh, nothing.
Lu Yunqi took off her sunglasses, and a trace of barely perceptible fatigue flashed across her charming almond-shaped eyes. I was on my way home just now. I was playing with my phone for a while and wasn't paying attention. I rear-ended the car.
Is he all right? What could possibly happen to me?
Lu Yunqi rolled her eyes at him unhappily.
But you, why are you in jail again? Hey, don't mention it.
Wu Yu waved his hand, looking nonchalant.
It's just a small misunderstanding. It's all resolved. Okay, then go and fix the car. I'm going back first. Bye.
Wu Yu waved at her and turned to leave.
Stop.
Lu Yunqi suddenly pushed open the car door, stepped on a pair of black stiletto heels that were at least 10 centimeters high, rushed up quickly, and grabbed his arm.
Want to run?
Her noble and cold face was filled with unquestionable arrogance.
You forgot our cooperation agreement, right?
No, sister, Wu Yu said, feeling both amused and embarrassed. It's already so late, and you have to fix the car and go home to be with your husband.
There's simply not enough time. Lu Yunqi's delicate body trembled violently.
She bit her tender and tempting red lips tightly, and a complex light flashed in her charming almond eyes.
The car can be repaired tomorrow. Husband? Humph. Whoever wants to accompany me can do so. Anyway, I won't accompany you. Tonight, I just want to cooperate. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 When I get my share of the family property, I will support you for the rest of your life. A hotel, presidential suite.
As soon as they entered the room, Lu Yunqi hugged Wu Yu's waist tightly from behind. She buried her noble, cold and beautiful face deeply in his back, greedily breathing in the unique scent full of masculine aura.
Sudden.
Lu Yunqi's movements suddenly stopped. Her charming almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly and were fixed on Wu Yu's trouser pocket.
What's in your pocket? It's bulging.
Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself that this was not good. He hurriedly wanted to explain, but Lu Yunqi was faster than him. She stretched out her slender jade hand and, with lightning speed, pulled out a piece from Wu Yu's pocket. Black, full of temptation, fishnet stockings.
Hurrah!
Lu Yunqi's pretty face suddenly became gloomy, and a dangerous light flashed in her charming almond eyes.
Sister, listen to my explanation.
A fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Wu Yu's forehead.
I just participated in an important undercover operation.
Working with a female police officer who played a sexy dealer, we arrested a large number of criminals. And this pair of stockings was left behind by that female police officer.
Although it sounds ridiculous, it's actually true. Why are you so nervous? I didn't say I don't believe you. The corner of Lu Yunqi's mouth curled up into an evil arc. She waved the black fishnet stockings in front of Wu Yu's eyes, her voice filled with endless temptation. As a man, it's not shameful to like this kind of style. Come, I'll wear it for you to see. By the way, does that female police officer have athlete's foot? No. Wu Yu answered decisively, and Jiang Yuezhan's pink and tender feet appeared in his mind. That's good. Lu Yunqi walked to the sofa slowly, wearing a pair of black stiletto heels that were at least 10 centimeters high and swaying her graceful figure. Then, in front of Wu Yu, he sat down slowly and gracefully. She stretched out her slender hands and gently took off the pair of expensive Chanel high heels on her feet. Then, start wearing stockings. That action is full of incomparable and fatal temptation. From the round and slender ankles, to the graceful calves, to the vaguely visible breasts, full of endless reverie. This situation. Wu Yu subconsciously compared the beautiful legs of Lu Yunqi and Jiang Yuetong in his mind. Lu Yunqi's legs are of the standard, slender and straight type like a model's. 1 point more would make it fat, 1 point less would make it thin, a perfect chopstick leg. And what about Jiang Yuetong? Although her legs are a little shorter and thicker. But because of years of exercise, her legs are full of strength and extreme elasticity. The lines are so tight that it's breathtaking, and there's a unique kind of beauty. The most important thing is that it has good load-bearing capacity. So, this time's beautiful legs selection. Just when Wu Yu was lost in thought and struggling with his conscience, Lu Yunqi has put on the pair of black fishnet stockings that are full of wildness and temptation. She stood up, twisted her snake-like waist, and walked in a sexy cat-like manner. She walked up to Wu Yu, stretched out her long, beautiful legs in fishnet stockings, and gently drew circles on his chest with her toes. At the same time, her red lips parted slightly, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. Just make do with it today. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a police uniform to wear, okay? That's great. Wu Yu could no longer suppress the raging fire in his heart, and grabbed Lu Yunqi's ankle and pulled her into his arms. The next day, early morning. Wu Yu slowly opened his sleepy eyes during a comfortable rocking. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Lu Yunqi humming a cheerful tune and applying lipstick while sitting in front of the dressing table. Seeing Wu Yu wake up, she hurriedly put down the lipstick in her hand and walked over quickly, her voice full of anticipation and excitement. Honey, I've already booked breakfast at the revolving restaurant upstairs. Let's have breakfast later and then go shopping. Well, I know where to buy police uniforms. As for what happens next, hey, let's work together for the whole day, okay? How can that be possible? Wu Yu waved his hands repeatedly and said seriously, I still have to go to class today. He has missed a lot of classes recently. If he doesn't go to class again, he will probably be expelled from school. Attend class? Lu Yunqi frowned slightly and waved her hand nonchalantly, it's no big deal. I'll just give your school's leaders a heads up. It'll only take a few words. Wu Yu was so upset after hearing this that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good job. If the school leaders knew that you, an outstanding alumnus, actually did such a thing to monopolize a junior student and used your own connections, they would be shocked. Wouldn't he be so angry that he died on the spot? At this moment, Wu Yu suddenly remembered something and asked curiously. By the way, sister, where's Mr. Xia? You didn't come home the whole night, doesn't he have any objections? Oh, don't mention it. As soon as Mr. Xia was mentioned, the smile on Lu Yunqi's face disappeared instantly. Instead, there was an unconcealable fatigue and disgust. That damn guy, ever since the Golden Buddha incident, he's been losing his appetite and ended up having a stroke. It's hard for me to even walk now, how can I take care of myself? Then Lu Yunqi came over and hugged Wu Yu. She buried her noble, cold and beautiful face deeply in Wu Yu's broad and solid chest, her delicate body trembling slightly uncontrollably. I only have you in my heart now. Whoa. If it weren't for the money, I would have divorced him a long time ago. This sudden and affectionate confession caused ripples in Wu Yu's heart. Sister, you take money too seriously, don't you? Of course money is important. Lu Yunqi lay in Wu Yu's arms, bent her slender fingers painted with bright red nail polish, and began to count the money seriously. Look, if you want to live a quality and tasteful life, you need to spend money on daily expenses, like a mansion, a sports car, a yacht. Which one of them doesn't cost money? And our baby. When he's born, from formula to diapers, from kindergarten to university, to studying abroad, getting married and having children. All these things added up, it must be tens of billions. I've already thought about it. When that bastard dies and I get my share of the family fortune, I'll support you for the rest of your life. I won't let you suffer even the slightest bit of injustice outside, and I'll let you, well, do whatever you want every day. Wu Yu was so upset after hearing this that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He interrupted Lu Yunqi's beautiful fantasy full of the smell of money, took out his mobile phone and opened the bank app. Several billion, right? Sister, look at this number, is it enough? Lu Yunqi subconsciously leaned over to take a look. Next second, her charming almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. The pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 126 Chapter 126 Which bastard sold me out? All I saw was a dazzling string of numbers on Wu Yu's phone screen. Like a bolt from the blue, it hit Lu Yunqi hard on the forehead. Current available balance, 6,035,472,988.54 yuan. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million. 6 billion. More than 6 billion in cash. This. Lu Yunqi's delicate body trembled violently. She felt that her brain had completely crashed at this moment. After a long while, she finally recovered from her incomparable shock and asked in a trembling voice, "You, where did you get so much money?" Wu Yu didn't answer directly. He just put away his phone, looked into her eyes, and asked seriously, "Leave old Xia, isn't it nice to be free?" Lu Yunqi's heart suddenly tightened. An unprecedented feeling of emotion, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly swept over her whole body. But soon, she forced herself to suppress the impulse in her heart and shook her head firmly. "No. I can't waste these years of my youth. That old guy won't live much longer anyway, I'll just endure it. Don't worry, brother. I won't let him touch a hair on my head. Never." Wu Yu sighed. He knew that he could not convince this woman who was obsessed with money. He looked at Lu Yunqi's pretty face and her almond-shaped eyes that were slightly red with excitement, and smiled. "Well, since you like money so much, well, then I will reward you with billions." Hate. Lu Yunqi stretched out her pink fist and gently punched Wu Yu on the chest. Teaching building. As soon as Wu Yu stepped into the classroom, he felt that the atmosphere was a little off. All the classmates stared at him with extremely strange eyes. That look was full of sympathy, pity, and a hint of gloating. "Wu Yu! You still remember to come to class?" A roar filled with anger suddenly came from the podium. Wu Yu looked up and saw the counselor with his hands on his hips and a frown on his face. "Look at you. What a sight." The instructor pointed at Wu Yu's nose and scolded him with spit flying. "You're skipping classes all day. You're not doing your job. I heard you're hanging out with those shady people and getting into fights. I see you don't want to go to college anymore. You don't want your diploma anymore, right?" Wu Yu curled his lips, looking indifferent. "Diploma? What use is that thing to him now? I am now worth tens of billions of dollars, and I can buy a diploma from Peking University or Tsinghua University in minutes. Do I still need to look at the face of a little counselor like you? All right. Be quiet." After scolding Wu Yu, the instructor cleared his throat and announced loudly to the entire class. "After this class, everyone must gather in the school auditorium. There's an important event going on. No one is allowed to be absent. Especially you. Wu Yu." He once again pointed his spearhead at Wu Yu and issued a fierce warning. "Listen carefully when the time comes. Study carefully. Society is in chaos these days. Scammers are everywhere. You brainless college students are the easiest to be deceived. Be vigilant." After saying that, he left in a hurry. The gray-haired professional teacher came on stage and began his boring lecture. Wu Yu was too lazy to listen. He just lay down on the table, took out his cell phone and started to calculate the bill. More than 6 billion in cash. Antiques worth more than 3 billion. There is also 69 Interactive Entertainment. I own half of the shares. This year's dividend must be at least 1 billion, right? Add to that the 6 nightclubs on Bar Street, as well as the income from alcohol monopoly and protection fees. 500 million yuan a year is a conservative estimate. Add it up, wow. A true billionaire. Wu Yu felt his heart pounding. With so much money, just the interest earned in the bank is enough for him to squander. This is also the dream of many people. But that would be too boring.
As a systematic man, you must never lie down. I still have the money I need, so I have to find a way to invest it. Wu Yu took out his mobile phone, opened the browser skillfully, and began searching for information about investment. What are P, VC, angel round, around, B round? He was dazzled and confused by what he saw. Alas, it seems that it is time to hire a professional personal financial advisor. Wu Yu was secretly calculating in his mind. Just then, the bell rang. He followed the bustling classmates to the school auditorium. The place was already packed with people and every seat was occupied. On the rostrum, the school's main leaders took their seats one after another, each dressed in a suit and sitting upright. It seems that the scale of today's event is quite large. Wu Yu! A familiar cry, tinged with a hint of anger, came from not far away. The three big words unhappy were written all over Shiningran's beautiful face. Great! I heard you weren't in the dorm last night and went out with two nymphomaniacs. Don't listen to their nonsense. Wu Yu waved his hands repeatedly and explained innocently, they were door-to-door salespeople. I went out last night because I had something urgent to do. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the students around him who were craning their necks and listening with their ears perked up. I cursed in my heart, who the hell sold me out? I see. After listening to Wu Yu's explanation, Shiningran immediately believed it. She stretched out her soft, boneless hands, tightly hugged Wu Yu's arm, pouted her charming cherry lips, and said aggrievely, I'm sorry, dear, I was wrong about you. Humph. He lied. At this moment, a thin boy suddenly jumped out from the crowd. Then he pointed at Wu Yu's nose and roared indignantly. He drove away with those two women. I saw it with my own eyes. Guo Shuai. Wu Yu frowned slightly. This guy is one of Shiningran's many bootlickers. Although his family is in real estate and he is quite rich, he looks really terrible. He is thin and small, about the same height as Shiningran, so he has always ranked very low among the army of bootlickers. Ever since Shiningran followed Wu Yu, Guo Shuai no longer had the chance to lick her boots. Okay. How dare you lie to me? After hearing Guo Shuai's testimony, Shiningran couldn't help but get angry even if she didn't want to. She grabbed the corner of Wu Yu's clothes, and her big watery eyes were instantly covered with a layer of grievance. Guo Shuai stood aside, adding fuel to the fire and fanning the flames. Ingran. You see. He's a complete scumbag. You're at school, but he's out there messing around. If you don't separate people like this, you'll keep them for the new year. You must separate them. Grass. Wu Yu's face darkened instantly. He pointed at Guo Shuai's nose and warned coldly. Can you say another word? Who would have thought that Guo Shuai not only did not restrain himself at all, but became even more excited? See? He doesn't even dare to give a direct answer. I'm not wrong. He's just hanging out there. Bang! Before he finished speaking, an extremely crisp sound suddenly exploded in the huge auditorium. The sound was so loud that everyone subconsciously covered their ears. Chapter 127, Applause. Wu Shuai's thin body was like being hit head-on by a high-speed truck. It spun 720 degrees on the spot like a top, and then flew several meters away with a plop. It rolled on the ground for several times before finally stopping, letting out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. Koreha! The counselor was attracted by the huge noise, and immediately raised his eyebrows, pointed at Wu Yu's nose, and cursed with spit flying. The commendation ceremony is about to begin. The school leaders are all here. How dare you cause trouble? Good. Very good. I see you really don't want to graduate. I want to report it. Guo Shuai covered his swollen face, crawled to his feet, pointed at Wu Yu, and roared bitterly. Wu Yu is constantly skipping classes. This is a serious violation of school discipline. He must be expelled. Otherwise, it's unfair. All right. Be quiet. The counselor waved her hand impatiently. I'll report this to the higher-ups. Now, everyone, be quiet. The leader is about to speak. The next second, the pot-bellied school leader walked to the podium and began his boring official document. Dear leaders, distinguished guests, and fellow students. It turns out that the theme of this conference is a report on the interim results of the Municipal Public Security Bureau's campaign to eliminate organized crime and clear up the mess, and it is also a commendation conference. In addition to the school leaders, there were also city leaders and Public Security Bureau leaders present.
No, why is this conference held in our school? Yeah, what does the crackdown on gangsters and evil have to do with us? Holy crap! Look! The ultimate policewoman.
Amid the students' discussions, the leader of the Municipal Public Security Bureau walked to the podium. Beside him stood a heroic and breathtakingly beautiful figure.
It's Jiang Yuetong. Today, she put on light makeup and wore a neat blue police uniform.
Her stunning appearance and impressive figure were so dazzling under the spotlight, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. Until the leader of the Public Security Bureau cleared his throat and read out a name that no one expected. Your school's student Wu Yu, during this special operation to crack down on organized crime, bravely took on responsibility and actively cooperated with the police, successfully helping us crack down on a large-scale underground gambling den that had long been entrenched in our city. His heroic deeds are worthy of emulation by all of us. Now, I declare that Kureha-san is awarded the honorable title of a wise and courageous good citizen.
Boom!
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was in deathly silence.
All the students stared at Wu Yu as if he were a monster, and even forgot to applaud. What the hell? Wu Yu skipped classes because he's out fighting crime? What the hell? We skipped classes to play games and date. He actually did it to uphold justice. The gap is too big. Woo woo woo. He even has a policewoman accompanying him during his crackdown on organized crime. The classmates are all crazy.
Shiningran's pretty face turned red with shame, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into.
Oh my god. He is actually doing such a meaningful thing. I actually still doubted him.
Thinking of this, Shiningran suddenly turned her head and rolled her eyes at Guo Shuai. That look was filled with undisguised disdain and disgust. Guo Shuai felt as if his heart was being stabbed by 10,000 needles, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly breathe.
Why? I finally waited for the opportunity to make Wu Yu leave the goddess. Why? Quick! Clap! The counselor finally reacted and hurriedly shouted, ordering the students to applaud. Then, he trotted over to Wu Yu, bowed and nodded, and said with a flattering smile. Wu, it's my fault that I didn't understand the situation. Please don't blame me. Don't worry, from now on, you can come to class whenever you want, and if you don't want to come, just let me know at any time. I promise. I will never delay your efforts to crack down on gangsters and evil and cooperate with the police.
Wu Yu nodded, walked calmly onto the podium, and stood next to Jiang Yuetong in the audience's admiring and awe-filled gazes. As the recipients of this award, the two were personally commended by the top leaders and received a banner each. On Wu Yu's banner, 8 large, gold-plated characters were written in a flamboyant style: intelligent and courageous, an outstanding young man.
Jiang Yuetong's banner was even more impressive: women are as brave as men, a rose in the police force.
Finally, it was time for a group photo. Wu Yu and Jiang Yuetong each held a banner, stood shoulder to shoulder, and enjoyed the baptism of the spotlight.
Did you arrange this? Wu Yu asked in a low voice.
Of course.
Jiang Yuetong's lips curled up with a smug arc. How is it? It's face-saving, right?
In fact, she begged her superiors for a long time before arranging this commendation meeting to be held in the auditorium of Baiyun University. The purpose is not to save face for Wu Yu, such a childish thing. Instead, Jiang Yuetong was worried that Wu Yu was going further and further down the wrong path. I hope that through this public commendation, he will feel something and get back on the right track in the future. After the group photo was taken, the audience burst into thunderous applause again, which lasted for a long time.
Guo Shuai looked at Wu Yu, who was surrounded by countless halos and was in high spirits on the rostrum, and felt more uncomfortable than eating shit in his heart. At this moment, the counselor came over again and started to criticize him crazily. Guo Shuai, why aren't you clapping? Who are you showing off to with that stern face? You have no sense of the overall situation. Don't you want to graduate? Quick! Clap! Show some enthusiasm.
So Guo Shuai had to force a Sima-like smile and, along with his classmates, applauded and cheered for Wu Yu.
In my heart, I began to curse madly. Wu Yu! Just wait for me. If I get the chance, I will kill you. Bar Street, the city of fantasy night. Since it was closed during the day, the nightclub seemed a bit deserted. Wu Yu crossed his legs and lay comfortably in the luxurious booth in the center, holding a glass of iced whiskey in one hand and gently patting Ling Yulei's long legs wrapped in black tight leather pants with the other hand.
Tell me, Sister Lei, how were the results of the battles over the past 2 days?
He.
Ling Yulei's pretty face was filled with an unprecedented smile that was full of pride and satisfaction. She was like a docile kitten, snuggling up to Wu Yu, her voice full of excitement. Let me tell you, ever since you handed the bar street over to me, I've realized how easy it is to make money. In just these 2 days, the protection fees we collected alone amounted to hundreds of thousands.
And drinks. We've monopolized the entire street's drinks supply. All those nightclub owners have to look to us for their money. The profits are ridiculously high. We made millions yesterday alone.
The most profitable ones are still the 6 nightclubs you bought.
Wow. I took a look at the backstage turnover yesterday. Wow. Any single company's daily turnover is over $1 million.
Ling Yulei became more and more excited as she spoke, and the thrilling curve of her chest rose and fell violently. She has been in the business for so many years, surviving many life-threatening situations and fighting with swords and sabers, but the money she earns is not enough to pay the salaries of her brothers. As a result, after following Wu Yu for just 2 days, I experienced what it means to truly make a fortune. The Tianlei gang, from a third-rate small gang, has become a major force that plays an important role in the city's underground world. She, Ling Yulei, also started out as a gang leader struggling to make ends meet.
She became the majestic underground queen who had the final say. All of this was brought to her by the man in front of her. Come. I'll toast you.
Ling Yulei picked up the wineglass, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with unbreakable tenderness and love. If it weren't for you, I, Ling Yulei, would never have lived such a glorious life. The two of them clinked their glasses and drank the amber wine in them in one gulp. Under the catalysis of alcohol, 2 touching blushes appeared on Ling Yulei's pretty face, which was full of stubbornness. Those enchanting phoenix eyes were so watery that they seemed to be able to drip water.
Close your eyes.
Wu Yu suddenly said. Although Ling Yulei was confused, she still closed her eyes obediently. She even took the initiative to open her beautiful red lips, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth and her wet and tender little tongue. Chapter 128. They were very afraid, fearing that Wu Yu would not accept the offer.
Beep beep.
The next second, a low and domineering car horn suddenly sounded in Ling Yulei's ears.
Okay, open your eyes.
Ling Yulei opened her beautiful eyes and subconsciously looked towards the door.
Moment.
She felt as if struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. At the door of the bar, there was a brand new, completely black, huge vehicle that looked like a land fortress, parked there quietly.
Land Rover Range Rover 2023 4.4 V8 SVP Genesis Extended Edition. The landing price is over $4 million.
The powerful body lines, the domineering front face design, and the huge wheels that sparkle with a cold metallic luster in the sun.
Everything about it demonstrates its extraordinary status.
This is the standard car for bigwigs in society. You work hard to help me make money, and I won't treat you unfairly. Wu Yu had a devilish smile on his face. This car will be yours from now on. Ling Yulei's delicate body trembled violently, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with incomparable shock and ecstasy. She was like a little girl who got her favorite toy, screaming and cheering, trotting over in her black Martin boots. She opened the car door and saw that the large and comfortable leather seat was piled with exquisite gift boxes of various sizes.
Open the first one. Cartier Cheetah Series. From diamond earrings to pendant necklaces, to bracelets and anklets. Full set.
Under the light, it sparkles with dazzling and luxurious light.
Open the second one. Hermes Black Crocodile Leather Birkin Bag. Limited edition worldwide. Top-notch quality that money can't buy. Open the third one.
Every pair of Prada and BV's long and short black leather boots is full of cool and sassy design. These gifts are not only extremely luxurious, but also perfectly match Ling Yulei's personal style.
She was so excited that she almost cried. Thank you. Wu Yu.
Ling Yulei turned around, her tearful almond-shaped eyes filled with endless gratitude and admiration. She was just about to say something.
Wu Yu had already sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. Bang! The car door slammed shut. The V8 engine lets out a low and wild roar, like a beast awakening.
Wu Yu stepped on the accelerator, and the land fortress rushed out like an arrow. Ling Yulei held onto the handrail tightly, feeling the strong push on her back. Instead of being afraid, she screamed with excitement.
2 hours later. The Range Rover parked smoothly at the entrance of the bar.
Ling Yulei leaned on Wu Yu's shoulder, her face flushed with happiness. Her heart was still racing from the previous crazy race.
You're too nice to me. If others see you, they'll be jealous. Just see it when you see it.
Wu Yu looked indifferent and looked outside the car, and sure enough, at the doors of the bars not far away that have not yet opened, there are many people craning their necks, with envious and jealous eyes on their faces.
By the way, Wu Yu suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, how are your relationships with other bar owners now? Not very good.
Ling Yulei curled her lips, her tone full of disdain. My colleagues are my enemies.
Even though they may be respectful and cheerful to me on the surface, who knows what they might be cursing at me behind my back. Okay, then go now and call them all over.
Huh?
Ling Yulei was startled and asked in confusion, what are you doing?
I want to control the entire bar street.
Wu Yu's eyes flashed with an unprecedented light full of ambition. That's right. Bar Street has an excellent geographical location, a large flow of people, and booming business. It is simply a huge piece of fat meat dripping with oil.
Wu Yu has decided to acquire all the bars and nightclubs on the entire street, integrate them, and operate them in a monopoly manner.
By then, the monthly net profit alone will be an astronomical figure.
Of course, achieving this goal is by no means easy. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Anyone who wants to take over this piece of cake that is sure to make money from others will definitely be strongly resisted.
Soon, at Ling Yulei's call, more than a dozen bar owners, big and small, all came to the Fantasy Night City trembling with fear.
Wu Yu went straight to the point and stated his purpose directly. He also said that he would never bully others. The purchase price must be fair.
But who knew, a strange scene happened. Sell. I'll sell.
A boss who looked quite shrewd was the first to stand up, forcing an extremely enthusiastic smile on his face.
Mr. Wu. To be honest, I'm already old and can't stand the hard work anymore.
I've long wanted to retire and go home to enjoy my retirement.
Yeah. Me too. Another boss quickly chimed in. I've been running a bar for the past few years, it's been so exhausting, I can't do it anymore. Mr. Wu, if you're willing to take over, I'll even kowtow to you. I went to the Jade Buddha temple a few days ago to have my fortune told, and the master said I'm going to have a major disaster this year. I can't do this business anymore. For a while, all the bosses were scrambling to sell their shops. He looked so positive, as if he was afraid that Wu Yu would go back on his word.
Wu Yu and Ling Yulei were dumbfounded on the spot.
What the hell is going on? The bosses looked at each other and were already overjoyed.
Of course they wouldn't tell Wu Yu that they had just reached a verbal demolition agreement with Longsheng Real Estate this morning. A few years ago, the Longsheng Real Estate Company obtained approval for the demolition and reconstruction of the bar street, and planned to transform it into a huge commercial complex.
And the compensation conditions given are so harsh.
The renovation cost of the bar is very high, and if it is sold at this compensation condition, even the capital cannot be recovered.
The bosses were just worried, but Wu Yu, the big victim, came to them on his own initiative. Such a fair price too. This fucking. It's like pie in the sky. Mr. Wu. You are truly young and promising, with a unique vision.
Under your leadership, this bar street will surely flourish and achieve even greater success.
That's right. Mr. Wu, from now on you will be the idol of all of us. The bosses were spitting and flattering each other loudly. Afraid that Wu Yu would not take over. Bite. Fraud discovered. The system has been optimized. Host, please take the bait. Wu Yu smiled slightly, it was indeed a scam.
Although he didn't know what these bosses were hiding, it didn't matter, I had a system.
Excellent.
Wu Yu slapped his thigh, a simple and honest smile plastered on his face.
Then let's sign the contract. Oh. Mr. Wu is such a straightforward person.
The two sides looked at each other and simultaneously smiled a triumphant smile.
Wu Yu was delighted, I can get it for free again. The bosses were furiously roaring in their hearts, ha 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 ha. Idiot. You took this job, you're going to cry. Chapter 129 Chapter 129 The goddess blocked me. Longsheng Real Estate, Chairman's office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Guosheng was holding a cup of top-quality civet coffee, comfortably overlooking the bustling city scenery below. Opposite him, a man wearing white training clothes and with a burly figure like a mountain was resting with his eyes closed.
He is the leader of the 5 tigers of the Black Tiger Gang, the one who captures dragons and tigers. Kinlonghu knows very well that being in the underworld is not a long-term solution. Either you get clean and ashore, or you go to jail. There is no other way. So several years ago, he used his connections and intimidation in the underworld to start getting involved in the real estate industry. He first helped people with demolition, and then monopolized the earthwork business in the entire Baiyun city, making a fortune. Later, he met Guo Shang, a veteran who had been working in the real estate industry for more than 10 years.
The two hit it off and established Longxing Real Estate.
Brother, Guo Shang put down the coffee cup in his hand, a smug smile on his face. My people just came back from the bar street, and the results are gratifying. Except for the 6 largest nightclubs, we didn't agree to the deal. The rest have all verbally agreed to our demolition agreement.
This is all thanks to your reputation, bro. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so smooth.
Kinlonghu slowly opened his eyes, a barely perceptible gleam flashed in his deep eyes, and a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's just a bunch of rabble, not worth mentioning.
Oh, right, Guo Shang seemed to remember something and asked curiously, I heard that the 6 largest nightclubs don't seem to be under the control of the Tianlei gang?
Kinlonghu's brows furrowed slightly.
Oh? Whose is that? A college student named Koreha. A college student?
Kinlonghu was stunned for a moment, then sneered disdainfully, Ha, you must be a young master from some family, otherwise how could you have such strength? No, Guo Shang shook his head.
I've already checked. This Wu Yu is just an ordinary college student with no background.
A hint of amusement flashed in Kinlonghu's eyes. Oh. I understand, this Wu Yu must be the pretty boy raised by that little bitch Ling Yulei. Ling Yulei has a criminal record, so it's inconvenient for her to come forward, so she found a college student with a clean background to be the legal representative.
This move is quite clever. That should be it.
Guo Shang nodded, agreeing with him deeply. By the way, brother, the Tianlei gang has been developing quite rapidly recently.
Don't you, the Black Tiger gang, have any countermeasures? Well, my eldest brother has already returned home.
Kinlonghu slowly shook his head, and a trace of imperceptible fear flashed in his eyes as sharp as an eagle.
Let's wait for Big Brother's arrangements.
I don't dare to make decisions on my own.
Okay.
Guo Shang nodded, picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. Then I'll be relying entirely on you to discuss the demolition with the Tianlei gang this afternoon.
Just then. Bang!
The heavy mahogany door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Guo Shuai was seen wrapped in bandages, crawling in like a mummy that had just crawled out of an ancient tomb. As soon as he saw his father, he fell to his knees as if he had seen a savior, crying with tears and snot.
Dad! I was beaten. Woo. What?
The coffee cup in Guo Shang's hand fell to the ground with a clang and shattered into pieces. He rushed over and helped his son up from the ground. His elegant face was now filled with ferocious anger.
Who is it? Who did it? Tell Dad. It's a classmate of mine. His name is Wu Yu.
Guo Shuai pointed at his swollen pig-like face and roared viciously. As soon as he saw the dragon-catching tiger next to him, he immediately pounced on him as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and hugged his thighs tightly.
Uncle! You must avenge me. Wait, Wu Yu?
A trace of horror flashed across Kinlonghu's calm face.
What's wrong? Uncle, do you know him? Guo Shuai asked anxiously. Snort!
Kinlonghu quickly regained his composure. He shook his head, his deep eyes filled with undisguised contempt and disdain. He's just a low-level gigolo who relies on women to get ahead. He's not worthy of my acquaintance.
Pretty boy? Guo Shuai's eyes lit up instantly. Uncle!
Please tell me.
Which rich woman did he hook up with? Rich woman?
Kinlonghu sneered, the one he's hanging out with isn't some rich woman, but the boss of the Tianlei gang.
Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Guo Shuai stood there in a daze. Wu Yu, he's actually the gang boss's man? A gigolo? Ha 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 ha. After a brief shock, Guo Shuai could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and let out a hideous laugh like a barbell. Very good. It's so fucking good. Wu Yu! You son of a bitch. You're done. You are dead. I'm going to tell Shining Ran about this. Let her see clearly what kind of person you are. By then, she will definitely dump you. Then, I will take advantage of the opportunity. Take down Sheningran in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha.
The more Guo Shuai thought about it, the more excited and proud he became. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and was about to send a WeChat message to Sheningran. Unexpectedly, a cold reminder popped up on the screen. The other party has enabled friend verification, and you are not yet their friend.
Please send a friend verification request first. You can only chat after the other party passes the verification. Blacklisted? The goddess blocked me. Grass.
Guo Shuai was so angry that he was shaking all over, and suddenly threw the latest model of Apple phone in his hand to the ground.
Bang! The phone screen shattered into pieces in an instant. Okay, don't be angry.
Qin Longhu patted his shoulder and comforted him.
Isn't he just a gigolo? What's the big deal?
It just so happens that I have to go negotiate with the Tianlei gang this afternoon, so I can help you deal with that ignorant brat and let you vent your anger.
The city of Phantom Night. In the luxurious private room on the top floor.
Ling Yulei was wearing a black tight leather jacket, with her long legs wrapped in black marten boots tilted up, leaning lazily on the sofa. That pretty face, full of stubbornness, was now covered with a blush of contentment. Beside her, Wu Yu was holding a cigar, looking calm and composed. Just then, the door of the private room was pushed open. Guo Shang and Qin Longhu walked in swaggeringly, surrounded by a group of younger brothers.
It was him. He was the one who hit me.
As soon as Guo Shuai saw Wu Yu, he immediately reacted reflexively and started roaring hysterically.
Dad! Uncle! You must help me get revenge. However, next second,
his eyes inadvertently fell on Ling Yulei, who was beside Wu Yu.
Holy crap! Guo Shuai's eyes almost popped out. That tight leather jacket, those slender leather boots, that high ponytail, that cool and powerful aura. Absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Fuck you. Why? Why isn't it enough for Wu Yu to have Sheningran? How can he have two top goddesses with completely different styles but equally stunning?
Guo Shuai felt as if his heart was pierced by 10,000 knives, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly breathe. But no one paid any attention to him.
Ling Yulei didn't even notice the presence of this person.
She was concentrating on snuggling up to Wu Yu, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness.
Chapter 130. So what if there are many others? Negotiations officially begin. Hello, Miss Ling. I am Guo Shang, the chairman of Longxing Real Estate.
Guo Shang cleared his throat, got straight to the point, and directly put forward extremely harsh demolition conditions. After hearing this, Ling Yulei frowned slightly, but did not express her opinion at all. She just turned her beautiful phoenix eyes to Wu Yu beside her.
That look was full of inquiry and dependence. No.
Wu Yu shook his head and refused decisively.
That won't work. Ling Yulei made a decision.
Guo Shang was stunned on the spot.
He looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. What the hell is this called a pretty boy? How could you let a gigolo call the shots when negotiating a multi-million-dollar deal? Ahem, Ling Yulei seemed to see through his thoughts and took the initiative to explain.
He's my man, I listen to him in everything. You guys should talk to him directly. The voice was as gentle as water, full of a little woman's shyness and admiration.
Guo Shang was completely dumbfounded.
Guo Shuai, who was standing by, almost vomited blood and died on the spot.
Why?
Why are these high and mighty goddesses acting like completely different people when they are in front of Wu Yu?
They all became the ultimate female lickspittles who obeyed his every word and were completely devoted to him? This is unscientific.
Guo Shang had no choice but to look at Qin Longhu, who was standing beside him with a pleading look. Qin Longhu smiled slightly, and a barely perceptible viciousness flashed in his deep eyes.
Ha, it doesn't matter if we can't reach an agreement.
I believe that it won't be long before you will take the initiative to agree.
The meaning of his words couldn't be more obvious, that is. The threat from the Black Tiger Gang. If you dare to refuse during the day, you will be humiliated at night.
Don't talk about it later, Wu Yu smiled, and his smile was so calm and relaxed.
I'm making this clear today. I will never let you demolish this bar street. Young people are indeed full of vigor and vitality. Qin Longhu's face instantly darkened.
He slowly stood up, and his burly body, as big as a mountain, exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. It's a pity, in this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. There are some powers that you can't even contend with.
Oh? Wu Yu raised an eyebrow. In a society ruled by law, how dare you openly threaten a respectable businessman like me?
He also stood up and pointed at the dragon-catching tiger's nose, saying viciously,
You are simply lawless. Presumptuous.
Qin Longhu was furious.
He slammed the table so hard that a clear crack appeared on the round mahogany table made of pure solid wood. Let's put the demolition issue aside for now. I'm asking you. Was it you who hurt my nephew? Yeah, Wu Yu nodded, looking nonchalant. What's the matter? Good. Very good. Qin Longhu was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Wu Yu's nose and said word by word. We have to settle this account today. What do you want to do?
Wu Yu asked with interest. Qin Longhu took out his cell phone and prepared to call someone.
He was completely enraged by Wu Yu's extremely arrogant attitude. Hey, give it to me.
Unexpectedly, Wu Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and gently clapped his hands.
Next second. Walala. The door of the private room was suddenly pushed open.
3,000 vocational high school students, with cigarettes in their mouths and colorfully dyed hair, swarmed in like a tide. All of them had a rebellious look on their faces, and they were holding all kinds of weapons in their hands.
With a baseball bat. There are people carrying fire axes.
There was even one person who was carrying an enormous machete on his back, which he got from nowhere.
That scene and that momentum instantly packed the entire nightclub. Hello? Give it to me, drop the package off at the post office. I'll come back to pick it up tonight.
Qin Longhu's hands, which were holding the phone, were shaking violently and uncontrollably.
He hung up the phone in a hurry, and for the first time, fear and horror appeared on his calm face. Good job. What the hell is going on? Such fierce fighting power. No wonder the Tianlai gang has been developing so rapidly recently. Fortunately,
I cancelled the call just now, otherwise, I would have been chopped into minced meat by now.
The courier has been arranged, right?
Wu Yu walked up to Qin Longhu with a harmless and honest smile on his face.
Now, it's time to settle our accounts. You said so. Uncle. Don't be afraid.
Guo Shuai, however, was reckless and was fanning the flames madly from behind.
So what if there are more of them?
You are a gold belt holder.
Are you afraid of him? Fight him one-on-one. Kill him.
Qin Longhu was also a man who cared a lot about his reputation. After being provoked by his nephew, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart, slowly stood up, twisted his strong body that was as big as a mountain, and asked in a deep voice.
Boy. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one and settle our grudge? Okay. Wu Yu readily agreed. Don't want. Ling Yulei was anxious.
She grabbed Wu Yu's arm, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were full of worry and tension.
Don't go. Qin Longhu, he's the best fighter in the Black Tiger gang. Once, in an underground black boxing match, he knocked out 36 top fighters from around the world in a row. He won the gold belt, which symbolizes the highest honor. Another time, he alone, with just a knife, chopped down hundreds of people on the opposite side. He's an absolute killing machine. Ha 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 ha.
Listening to Ling Yulei's flattery of him, Qin Longhu's heart, which had been cold for a long time, instantly warmed up again.
He looked at Wu Yu, his deep eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Boy, it's not too late to regret now. Guo Shuai, who was standing aside, was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Very good. Very good. I finally got to see with my own eyes that bastard Wu Yu being beaten to death. Wu Yu slowly took out the pitch-black titanium alloy baton from his lower back. Then, he hooked his finger at Qin Longhu. Come on, let me see how much gold your gold belt contains. Court death. Qin Longhu was furious. He let out a roar like a wild beast, and his burly body rushed towards Wu Yu like a cannonball. However, Wu Yu simply dodged his powerful punch with ease by moving sideways. Right after. Swish. The baton hit the knee of Qin Longhu with a sharp sound of breaking through the air and with incredible precision. Ah! Qin Longhu let out a shrill scream, and his burly body fell to the ground. Before he could react, Wu Yu swung the stick again and hit him hard in the face. Bang! The sound was so clear and loud that it echoed throughout the entire private room. Half of Qin Longhu's face swelled up instantly, bulging high like a steamed bun. A bloody tooth flew out of his mouth. Crush. This was a complete, one-sided crushing. The dignified underground boxing champion and gold belt winner was like a 3-year-old child in front of Wu Yu and had no power to fight back.